not have, and maybe they can find that in here.
The future of Team USA right there. Our thanks to Elise Schoenig for that report. Coming up on the Today Show, we have live team coverage, of course, on Hurricane Idalia as it bears down on Florida. Our crews will be fanned out across the state with Al Roker tracking the path of the storm. And Chanel Jones has a preview of what else we can expect.
This morning on the third hour of Today, we are helping you get organized for back to school, plus a makeup lesson to go from summer to fall. And dinner is taken care of with homemade baby back ribs. That's all this morning on the third hour of Today.
Once again, keep it here on NBC for the latest on Hurricane Idalia. We are certainly thinking of everybody in the storm's path right now. Expected to make landfall this morning around 8 a.m. Eastern. The winds right now 120 miles per hour. Winds moving rather at 17 miles per hour. Thanks for watching early today. I'm Jessica Layton. Have a great day and stay safe. We'll see you tomorrow.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Craig Melvin.
And a good Wednesday morning to you. We're coming on the air early with some breaking news. Hurricane Idalia now slamming Florida's Gulf Coast after rapidly intensifying into a major Category 4 storm overnight. That region feeling destructive winds, set to experience a potentially catastrophic storm surge. Al is with us this morning. He's tracking the path of the storm right now. Where is it now, buddy?
Well, it's right now 55 miles west-northwest of Cedar Key, Florida, right along the Big Bend. This area never really in modern history seeing a hurricane come on shore. 130-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving northeast at 17 miles per hour. The hurricane warnings now extend from Tampa all the way up into Georgia and parts of South Carolina. Tropical storm warnings and hurricane watches as well. So, Craig, we've got 18 million people impacted by this. We'll have the path and the impacts coming up in just a bit.
All right, we'll come back to you in just a few moments. Thank you. Our correspondents are fanned out across that storm zone. We're going to start with NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. He's in Perry, Florida. This is the area that Al just mentioned there. How are things looking right now, Gabe?
Hi there, Craig. Good morning. We're here in Perry, Florida, as you mentioned, and this is right in the hurricane's crosshairs. The wind has been picking up here over the last half hour or so, and we're getting pelted with rain, and we expect that really to intensify over the next hour or so, potentially, as this hurricane makes landfall. Now, Craig, this area is actually about 20 miles inland. This is not a heavily populated area. The wetlands here in the Big Bend region are probably going to be hit with the highest wind speed here, but there is still a lot of concern for this area. Taylor County actually closed its emergency shelter yesterday and bused residents to a nearby county. And the police are saying that once the wind speeds here reach 45 miles an hour, they're not going to be able to help residents. So there was a mandatory evacuation order underway. Again, right now we still have power in this area, but the winds are continuing to pick up, and we expect the conditions here to deteriorate over the next hour and into the morning, Craig.
All right. Again, Gabe Gutierrez there in Big Bend. And for folks who may not be familiar with the area, that Big Bend area, essentially the area that connects the peninsula to the panhandle there in Florida. Again, a region that has not seen a hurricane, no exaggeration here, since the 1850s, according to the National Weather Service. Ahead of the storm, mandatory evacuations were issued for hundreds of thousands on the barrier islands of Pinellas County. That's just across from Tampa, and that is where we find NBC's Marissa Parra. She's there for us. Marissa, what's the scene like on the ground there in Tampa?
Hey, so what you're seeing over my shoulder is the Tampa Bay rising over the breakwall over there. And the thing to remember here is we are in a Zone A mandatory evacuation area. You can tell with good reason, for good reason. Right next to me is Tampa General Hospital. And they came prepared because we've known for some time, Craig, that this was not going to be in the direct path of Idalia. But we knew, too, that the most concern here was with the storm surge, with the flooding. So over there, what you're seeing, those are called aqua fences. Those are meant to protect Tampa General Hospital because this is the region's only level 1 trauma center in the Tampa Bay area. So we have seen a lot of flooding in the area. Tampa Bay is no stranger to that flooding, and that is something that we were seeing in Treasure Island. We're seeing over in St. Petersburg, that peninsula. We know that one of the bridges has been closed down because of 50-mile-per-hour winds. And when we talk about when that concern is going to go away, well, not anytime soon, because if you had come out to me 10 minutes ago, it was totally clear conditions were fine. And then this band came through. We're going to be seeing this off and on throughout the day, Greg. And one other thing, you know, it's not just the storm surge. When we have these outer bands, even though we are not in the direct path of Idalia, the other concern are those tornadoes with the outer bands. So we're under tornado watch along with about half the state right now, Craig.
All right, Marissa Pera there in Tampa. Marissa, stay safe. We'll check in with you in just a bit as well. Of course, that region, no stranger to storms. But as we said, Idalia could go down in history as the first to produce hurricane-force winds in Florida state capital. And that is where we find NBC's Maggie Vespa. Maggie is in Tallahassee for us. Maggie, it looks and sounds like it's coming down pretty hard there as well.
Yeah, Craig, it definitely is. And as you know, Tallahassee, because we've been following this forecast, obviously, for days, it really wasn't in kind of the path of the storm, so to speak. At least a lot of people around here weren't that concerned really until yesterday. And that's when Idalia kind of tracked west a little bit. And now we've got this really populated area, the wind picking up. As you can hear, 200,000 plus people. Again, as you said, Florida state capital, home to Florida State University, Florida A&M. Now this area is really concerned. A lot of people we saw out filling sandbags kind of frantically yesterday. But I want to show you that a lot of the businesses around here, you can pan over to this window, they're not boarded up. People here really weren't as concerned or haven't been as concerned for days on end like their counterparts kind of farther east and farther south. And point out, we are kind of in the outer bands of this, so a lot of people worried most about wind, about downed trees, about power outages. Gabe talked about emergency crews out on the roads. The local sheriff doing interviews this morning saying once winds here get to 35 miles per hour sustained, that is when they will also not be able to be out on the road. Deputies can't be out driving around and basically not helping people who aren't prepared for a storm of this strength rolling through. But again, Tallahassee, an incredibly populated area, as we point out, a college town, the capital of Florida, now newly in the path of this storm, and a lot of people very worried as it rolls in. Right.
All right, Maggie Vespa there in Tallahassee. Maggie, thank you. Just a few moments ago, we were there in Tampa. Let's go 80 miles north of Tampa. This is Crystal River, Florida. NBC's Tom Yamas riding out of Idalia there in Crystal River. Tom, what's the scene like there?
Hey, Craig, good morning. Great to be with you. So we're feeling some of those outer bands from Hurricane Idalia right now. This is the strongest the rain has hit us so far this morning. We've gotten a little bit of power outages here and there. We just took a power hit about 30 minutes ago. The wind right now is not a problem here, and it shouldn't be for this area, but it's all this water, right? Just behind me here, this may look like a road here, but this is actually a canal, and this is the big fear, right? Because the rain is just picking up right now. The tide looks to be going out, but it's going to be coming in very shortly, and it's that king tide, that 2 feet elevation from the storm surge that's coming in here. You know, they say when you cover hurricanes, Craig, the wind hurts you, the water kills you, and that's the big fear here. Worst case scenario, 12-foot storm surge. I would be underwater if that happens. They are praying that doesn't happen here in Crystal River. I've spoken to a lot of residents who got out, but I also spoke to a lot who said they're going to wait. And now that time has come and gone. You cannot get out in these conditions. The county sheriff here telling me that he's going to pull his troopers off the road once the winds get to 30 to 35 miles per hour. That should be in a short time from now. So again, the big concern here in Crystal River is the water, is that storm surge. As you've been reporting, here in the Big Bend, they have never, ever seen anything like this. This is a historical part of the state of Florida. A lot of tourists come here to swim with the manatees. Obviously, it's all closed now. It is under an evacuation order, and we'll be out here reporting throughout the storm. Craig, I'm going to send it back over to you.
All right, Tom Yamas there in Florida as well, Crystal River. Tom, thank you so much again. Stay safe, buddy. Mr. Roker is back now with a look at where that storm is, where it's headed. We heard a number of the correspondents talk about the possibility of tornadoes as well.
Yeah, in fact, Craig, this area, this pink area that's outlined, this is all a tornado watch that goes until 3 this afternoon. But down here between Sebring and Sarasota, we've got tornado warnings, and this is going to be a problem all day long into tonight. You can see we've got wind gusts. Perry, 38 miles per hour, 29 mile per hour wind gust in Tallahassee. Tampa, 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now, and you can see those feeder bands, the heavy bands, starting to work their way in as Idalia gets closer. Now, here's the path. We make our way through, but look at this. It is still a Category 2 hurricane coming across southern Georgia. It's a tropical storm going over Charleston and then out into the Atlantic by Thursday afternoon. Here are the impacts we're looking at. Destructive winds with widespread power and communication outages. We're already seeing those, as we heard from everybody. Impassable roads, danger of falling trees, and wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. The tornado risk through tonight from Orlando, Valdosta, Georgia, Savannah, Charleston, all the way up to Wilmington. And this is not uncommon. Usually, again, in that right front quadrant of the storm, as it comes across, that's the most violent part of the storm. And so that's where we will see those tornadoes possible. And, of course, the flooding rain. Isolated 12-inch amounts from Tallahassee, Florida, all the way to Wilmington, Delaware, and that's why we have a flash flood risk, a moderate flood risk from Tallahassee all the way up to Wilmington. So, Craig, this is a very dangerous situation, but the storm surge is going to be one of the biggest problems.
Okay, buddy. We will be spending lots of time with you throughout the course of the morning. Of course, we will have much more on Hurricane Idalia, now a Category 4 storm, and its impact starting at 7 a.m. right here on Today. But for now, we'll return you to your regularly scheduled program. This has been an NBC News special report.
Pretty good, though we are under that tornado watch. We do expect to see more of that stronger weather coming in here, though, in the next few hours. Live in Lady Lake, Marlene Martinez, WESH 2 News.
Yeah, so it is calm there right now. Mostly, we do have that wind, but as Marley said, the rain is expected in the next few hours.
Megan Mackey now. We want to check in with her. And Megan, I know you're in the Ocala area. It's looking beautiful behind you, the downtown. We know it by the lights there for sure. Have you been seeing, any kind of ebbs and flow of rain or gust, that kind of thing?
Yeah, Mayor Jason, been pretty much the same thing that Marley has been seeing. Very calm conditions here. You can see just some scattered rain from time to time. This is a live look here near Magnolia Avenue and State Road 40 in the downtown Ocala area. Right now, not seeing any of that rainfall, but definitely something that we'll be watching, just those scattered storms. Also, some of the strong wind has been a concern here in the Ocala area, especially as this storm moves closer. We do know there were some voluntary evacuations yesterday issued by the Sheriff's Office for people living in RVs and mobile homes. They are asking people to reserve 911 for emergencies only.
And the main concern is for folks who are in mobile home parks or RVs or other substandard housing, because with winds come fallen trees, and honestly a water oak on top of an RV is going to be a catastrophic event, and hopefully no one's inside. So
currently, there are 5 shelters still open here in Marion County, so if you do need a safe place to seek shelter, those conditions are still calm this morning. We have a list of those over on our website at wesh.com. You can see we are just starting to get some of those wind gusts this morning. This is really the first time we're seeing some of that winds. Really just been that scattered rain throughout the morning. Of course, we will continue to monitor these conditions and keep you updated right here in Ocala. Reporting live in downtown Ocala, Megan Mackey, WESH 2 News.
All right, so we're watching and really waiting for some of the impacts that we're going to feel in Central Florida from the outer bands of a Category 4 hurricane that's moving much closer to the state of Florida. And look at the projected path of it right there in the Big Bend of Florida.
We've got you covered here all morning long. Meteorologist Eric Burris and Kellyanne Class, they're monitoring the storm very closely. We have crews in Jefferson County. They're in the Big Bend area, just southeast of Tallahassee. Everything you need right here on WESH 2. Don't go anywhere.
Businesses today aren't the only ones.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war content.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war content.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Just to see how big this thing is, and you're seeing all those outer rain bands all the way from Fort Myers, really along the Gulf Coast there. They've all been seeing the rain showers this morning. Some locations here in Central Florida as well. We've had the potential, though, for those tornado threats, and we've had tornado warnings throughout the overnight hours.
Now, one of the counties impacted is Sumter County, and that's where we want to get to West 2's Sonite Gabrigatis, who's live there. You're in the Wildwood area, and this is one of those locations where the governor's warning there could be power outages.
Yes, and of course we're going to find out more and have a better look at things when the sun comes up. We did have a downpour in the last hour. It happened a couple of minutes after our tornado warning here expired, and that's when the wind gusts were really picking up. But it's been windy here pretty much all morning since we arrived around 3 o'clock. And setting the scene for you here, that's what we're feeling, the winds right now. It's not raining at this moment. This is Main Street, Wildwood, Sumter County, near the Turnpike. The morning started out quiet. Right now, though, it's a different story. We've been seeing several cars drive up and down this road, and there were some gaps of rainfall here. Some moments it was heavy, at times it was more light. Right now, it's definitely dry. And in our area, at least, there are no power outages as far as we know. The power is still on and running. The lights are on, which is a good sign. Earlier, we spoke with Duke Energy at their Wildwood site about how crews are on standby, ready to help in case of any downlines or outages. Take a listen.
I think it's important for listeners to know kind of the process, though. So the priority one will be public safety. If there's a power line down, we want to make sure we de-energize that. So if there's a public safety threat, that's priority one. Two is like medical facilities, right, or law enforcement, public safety facilities, fire departments, police departments, hospitals. And then the next is we focus on large infrastructure, those major transmission lines that you see, distribution lines, substations and things like that. If we can get those fixed, then a lot of people can get their power back.
We are waiting to hear from the emergency management director in Sumter County about power outages. Again, I'm sure we will learn more about that when we hear from him after sunrise. There are 2 shelters in Sumter County. If people feel like their homes are not safe and they want to leave, The one for special needs, people with special needs, is at Wildwood Community Center, and the other one for the general public is at the county fairgrounds. And of course, schools are closed today and will remain closed tomorrow. County offices are closed today as well. Reporting live in Sumter County, Senega Rodriguez, back to you.
Tonight, thank you. And yet the governor saying last night, hoping to have at least 40,000 linemen in place for these power outages, expected to be, a really big deal. We've already seen that along the Gulf Coast, but then heading up into the location where this thing is really headed.
Yeah, and when you talk about power being out for hours, maybe days or longer, it's tough to think because we are still in the thick of summer and we feel the heat and the humidity here. Let's get over to our team of First Warning meteorologists. We have Eric Burris standing by along with Kellyanne Klass. And we want to talk about those conditions right now that are getting worse for some of our viewers right now.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of gusty winds picking up. What's going on is while Idalia is slowly enclosing on the Gulf Coast, we have a couple of feeder bands that we're closely monitoring. The first one right now is mostly east of I-4. The second one is approaching I-75. I actually did want to start with a tornado warning that was more towards southern Polk County. This is not in Central Florida. That has expired, but I will still show you the velocity because these are very quick spin ups. They don't last long. They spin up, they spin down. They don't last that long. So it's always good to make sure that you have your action place, your safe place, and take action when you do get a tornado warning issued. But it's really just tight couplets. Nothing tracking active here in Central Florida right now, but we are under a tornado watch going until 3 o'clock this afternoon. For now, for most of Osceola County, we're just looking at tropical downpours. As we go back into western Marion County, it's the second batch of rainfall that we're going to be looking at. Denellen, you're seeing a lot of heavy rainfall, really heavy rain, slowly stretching towards I-75. Now, the motion from north to south in this rain band is around 35 to 45 miles per hour, but the forward movement of this line is pretty slow. So for Megan Mackey out in Ocala right now, things may look quiet, but your winds are going to pick up as well as the rainfall. Just give it some time. We still have from Pine Ridge to Sugar Mill Woods, we have this batch of rainfall slowly marching towards I-75. For Lake County, it's steady rainfall, and same thing for the rest of Central Florida, Orange County, Seminole County, Volusia County, steady tropical rains, but the threat of severe weather, Eric, is still there, and it's going to be there all afternoon.
It is, as a matter of fact. So you had talked about that earlier tornado warning. So let's just make sure we all know the differences, right? All of us in Central Florida under tornado watch, meaning that we need to be watching, be prepared. Conditions are favorable for tornadoes to form. A tornado warning, you may hear from time to time, hope not, means you need to take action. Get inside, away from doors and windows. Basically, just use your house as protection around you and get as far inside as is humanly possible. Here's a look at the severe threat today. The highest concern for severe weather is going to be basically from about I-4 up to the north, a level 2 out of 5 risk for scattered strong to severe storms. In addition to that, of course, we've got the straight line wind gusts. Just want to take you over to the Tampa Bay area, the Sun Coast, 50, 60 mile per hour winds. Hearing about another tornado warning for Polk. Southern Polk County.
Yes.
All right, can we pop up links real quick behind just to see what's doing down there? And again, it's that same cluster of storms. We're not going to hang on this too long, but there you go, out around Avon Park. This is going to work into Southern Polk County. There's that kink that Kellyanne had just mentioned. So again, that's a new tornado warning that's just been posted. As that lifts up to the north into Polk County, we're definitely going to have to watch this. And should this work into our Central Florida coverage area, which this cluster of storms is, then we will certainly be updating you and making sure that you know. But in terms of the impacts here in Central Florida, it's just been gusty winds, 20, 30, 40 miles per hour. Here's Futurecast showing by 7 o'clock that band of weather that's prompting these tornado warnings this morning, lifting north into our area. Then that continues, of course, to lift on through, and through the course of the day today gives us that strong weather. So in terms of timeline, the first half of the day, I think, is when we'll have that severe threat, and then into the afternoon things will get better and better, and by this evening we'll be nice and quiet. But we are monitoring that nasty cell just outside of our West 2 CW18 coverage area. We'll have more for you coming up in just a couple minutes.
West 2 is trending. When you realize the importance of...
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, it is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world. We have a full team. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
A storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning, please.
Good morning.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so...
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
In studio, giving us a sneak peek. And the cartwheels on the bus go round and round. How gymnastics is hitting the road in Kansas City. We are rolling into Wednesday. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. It's good to be with you. I'm Jessica Layton. We begin this morning in Florida, where Hurricane Idalia is barreling toward that state's western coast. It is expected to make landfall as an extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane just south of the small town of Perry around 8 a.m. Eastern. Now, a Cat 4 means sustained winds of 130 miles per hour or greater, with the potential for catastrophic damage, uprooting trees and utility poles. The National Weather Service says entire areas could be uninhabitable for weeks or even months because of that wind. Now, nearly the entire coastline is under a tornado watch. In Florida's Big Bend area, forecasters are warning of a record-breaking storm surge. We're talking 10 to 15 feet high. Mandatory evacuation orders were issued for much of the Gulf Coast from Tampa Bay up to the Panhandle, and states of emergency are in effect right now for Florida and nearby Georgia and South Carolina. Coming up in just a few minutes, NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman will have the very latest on Idalia's track. In the meantime, the Biden White House has spent this week preparing for Idalia's impact, coordinating with those local governments and getting emergency services ready across the South. For more on this, we go to NBC's Bree Jackson in Washington. Bree, good morning. What is the federal government doing for Florida at the moment?
Good morning, Jessica. Well, the White House is working closely and says it has been working closely with Florida officials on storm preparations. President Biden said on Wednesday that he has spoken with Governor Ron DeSantis, who is currently running for the opportunity to replace Biden in the 2024 election. The president said he's
component of last year's Inflation Reduction Act and a move that President Biden praised as a victory for the American people. Here's NBC's Alice Barr.
Hope for lower prices on 10 widely used prescription drugs, now up for price negotiations between pharmaceutical companies and Medicare for the first time under the Inflation Reduction Act. It's a centerpiece of the Biden administration's efforts to drive down medication costs for seniors.
I promise you, I'm going to have your back, and I'll never stop fighting for you on this issue.
The administration says those 10 drugs account for more than $50 billion, or 20% of total Medicare Part D spending over the past year.
These prescriptions can cost hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars over the course of a year, and it's just too much for many people.
At times, I've had to forego or ration some of my drugs because they were just so expensive. No one in America should have to live this way.
The drugs are used to treat everything from blood clots to blood cancer, diabetes, arthritis, and heart failure.
Not be coming in through the normal course of business with things like the Port of Tampa being closed. And so there's a lot of fuel that has been arranged to be here, and our goal is to not have any major fuel interruptions. In terms of communications, there's 500 plus Starlink internets ready for deployment to places that need to be. There's already been almost 250 that have been deployed. So as affected areas need that connectivity, Florida Division of Emergency Management is going to work to provide that. They also have 3,000 generators staged and ready to surge for areas that need some power. Now, if you're using a generator in your personal home, please do not run that generator inside your home. Do not run it inside your garage. It must be run outside your house. It needs to be at least 20 feet away from doors and windows, and you have to point the exhaust away from your home. We do not want to see any fatalities as a result of misuse of generators. So there's a lot of people that are on deck right now.
And that was Governor Ron DeSantis. That entire press conference right now is streaming on WFLA.com. You can go over there and listen to the entirety of that press conference. People routinely in our comment section right now asking for us to return to storm coverage, and we're going to do just that with the latest here with the wobble tracker and the latest with max fender rate radar as well. What are you spotlighting here in the or noticing in the last few minutes, Eric?
We have a lot of great tools here, and we've got a power outage map. And you heard DeSantis say something about 50,000 people out of power. Well, look in our area. Pinellas County, we've got 18,000 people without power. Hillsborough, 3,500. Sarasota County, almost 10,000 people without power. So if you add...
Wait a second. Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt, Eric. And we just missed it. We just missed it. I'm very sorry to interrupt, Eric.
Our Leon County Commissioners.
I believe that they just lost power for a moment here at the EOC. The lights went off, so I can't tell if somebody's elbow hit the light switch, but Governor DeSantis was just looking around the room because it went dark there for a moment. I missed it on the touchscreen. It looks like the power is back on there.
Where is he at right now?
I believe he's at the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee.
Stay off the roads.
So again, that could have been just somebody's elbow on the light switch, but it did go dark in this room, and I missed it by about 2.5 seconds. Eric, I'll let you get back to your power
I mean, it might have, and then, the generator kicked in.
Our meteorologists have indicated radar-indicated tornadoes. In other words, they have seen debris in those rotations, but that will all be confirmed by the National Weather Service local forecasting offices throughout the day. We will obviously see more tornadic activity as the day goes along. If you are in a tornado warning in your area, get to an interior room free from windows.
All right, we are listening in live here to this update from the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee. Governor DeSantis wrapping up his comments. They're now moving on to others. I'm going to keep listening in from my desk here in the Alert Center. Lisa, Jason, I'm going to send it back to you, and Lauren in the studio. Again, I'll keep updating you as that new information comes in and warrants any updates.
All right, thanks so much, Stacey. And we'll be right back with more of our continuous coverage of Hurricane Idalia before it makes landfall in the Big Bend of Florida.
Make
This is the summer event at Galliana Chrysler Dodge Jeep.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw.
And there are more tornadoes possible, even and especially in the very outer bands of the storm. So these are places that are way outside the cone that you see on the TV screen. So please keep in mind those are very, very dangerous situations. When the storm passes, do not drive in flooded streets and assume that all down power lines are still hot and live. And there's going to be people working to remedy that, and we've got a lot of people staged, but that is very hazardous in the immediate aftermath of the storm. We currently have 54,000 households that are out of power throughout the state of Florida, but there have been over 100,000 households that have already been restored through hard work all through the night, and those restoration efforts are ongoing. Any place it's safe to do, people are there working to get that done. As soon as it's safe to do so, when the winds die down to a sufficient level, search and rescue efforts will begin. We have 8 urban search and rescue teams staged, ready to go, 33 ambulance strike teams, 5,500 National Guardsmen. We also have the Coast Guard on standby.
I appreciate everything you guys are doing. They have helicopters ready to go. As soon as they're going to be able to get back into this area, they're going to be flying. They're going to be in the area. So, again, thank you for both of you being here. Governor.
Go ahead.
Good morning, and Governor, thank you again for your leadership and your continued support of your Florida National Guard. Director Guthrie, thank you again for your tremendous work and the work of your team to protect our Florida citizens. Our thoughts and prayers go out to those in the affected areas of the storm that are being affected already. As I mentioned yesterday, the Florida National Guard is fully mobilized with over 5,500 soldiers and airmen ready to support hurricane response efforts. We expect that throughout the day, we will be actively engaged in a multitude of missions, including search and rescue, damage assessment, and route clearance. In addition, we continue to man the state.
Okay, you've been listening to Governor DeSantis and Kevin Guthrie, as well as other emergency management officials, giving the latest on storm response for Hurricane Idalia. Talking about some power outages here, saying that 54,000 people across the state are without power right now. 19,000 of those are in Pinellas County as of this hour. He says the good news is 100,000 people have already been restored, though, so that is good to hear.
Yeah, there are thousands of linemen waiting to move into areas where the power goes out. In fact, the power went out during that press conference for a few seconds there before their generator kicked in. Just now about an hour and a half away from this storm making landfall. Now, one of the areas starting to see the very strong impacts from Idalia is Cedar Key.
And, of course, the storm surge there is the biggest concern. We're going to turn it over to Jeff Patterson right now with the very latest in Cedar Key. Hey, Jeff.
Good morning, Avery and Chris. Well, I can tell you that the power is out here in Cedar Key right now. The only illumination on this street is from our Max Defender 8 storm chasing vehicle. We have now changed locations yet again because, as you saw earlier, I was up to about almost my hips in water as the Gulf of Mexico is starting to come in over the streets. Down below, there's a stop sign down there. You can maybe make out in the distance behind me. The water is up around that stop sign. We actually had to change locations, though, not because of the storm water exactly that was rising. It has been coming up pretty fast, but because this huge, beautiful oak tree behind us is starting to fall apart. There's branches from the tree down in the middle of the street. It is kind of losing some branches all around the base of this tree. There's a bed and breakfast over here to the left, or to my left, that is has some large branches down in the front. Thankfully, nothing on top of the building at this point. But, you know, we've been watching the storm surge come up over the last couple of hours. We started out in downtown Cedar Key. We were there with some businesses. The water was really starting to come up rapidly. So we drove up the hill to where we are now, which is significantly above where the storm surge is expected to peak. But I will tell you that around 8 a.m. Will be the, when the tide really starts to rise. So coupled with the rising storm surge and the rising tide, it may come up a few more feet yet. I have talked to the owner of this building behind me, and she tells me that the water has never come up into that building in its 125-year history. It has come up into the backyard of the building, but never into the building itself. And so, we're obviously very closely monitoring the situation. Power went out a couple of hours ago throughout the island. We have noticed that there have been some fire rescue vehicles drive through, a vehicle that appeared to be a National Guard vehicle, kind of driving around, patrolling the streets just to see how bad it is. But I can tell you from experience that the homes and businesses that are the closest to the Gulf of Mexico no doubt have water inside at this time, just because of how quickly we saw that water come up. And it did come up fast. At one point, I could put my hand on the asphalt within 15, 20 minutes. The water was covering that point. And then another hour after that, it was a foot above that. And now it has come up even significantly higher, which is why we've continued to move our location to a fallback location where we are significantly above where we expect the storm surge to come. But guys, the winds aren't that bad right now where we are in Cedar Key, but it's still blowing pretty steady and pretty hard. I'll toss it back to you.
We can see it's quite gusty there behind you. Thank you so much, Jeff. Now, he is just south of where they are expecting this storm to hit.
That's right, and we are still about an hour, hour and a half or so away from the storm making landfall. I'll get you over to Lee right now with the very latest on where this storm is and what's next.
Yeah, it's still a Category 4 hurricane, winds of 130 miles per hour, but it is racing to the north-northeast at 17 miles per hour, which is why we are within an hour and a half from landfall. Let's look at it on Max Defender 8, because this is doing a great job of showing us where the center is and then, of course, how we are affected with these outer rain bands. Amanda and I were just looking. I was trying to get the center of circulation to see how far it was from land. The southern side of the eye seems to have collapsed a little bit, and we're not seeing quite as strong winds on the northern side. We're not seeing the lightning right now. So it'll be interesting to see when we get the 7 a.m. update what the National Hurricane Center says about this. But where the center was, about 22, 23 miles from shore. And remember, it's moving at 17 miles per hour. That's why we say within an hour and a half we could see landfall. Getting even closer. Again, we were talking about this. There's a lot of wildlife preserves in this area, which means not a lot of people. You can't live there. But Horseshoe Beach, Keaton Beach, you heard the governor's staff there talking about Keaton Beach may see the landfall, but that's also near Steinhatchee, Mayo, Perry, all communities that really have that old Florida feel. Meanwhile, we are starting to see some of the innermost rain bands whipping through our area. So central portions of Citrus, seeing it along the Suncoast Parkway and US 41 in Pasco County down toward Tarpon Springs. We do still have this tornado warning that actually looks like it did finally go ahead and expire it because the convection and the tornado aspect of it had really diminished. But it's a tropical rain band. It's still pretty heavy rain and certainly strong winds expected there over the next couple of minutes. And we're seeing some of those passing downpours throughout Manatee and Sarasota counties. We are now done with our first high tide of the day, but the tide is not receding. So our highest tide, Venice, at 11:52. You don't want to be going outside around lunchtime anywhere in the Tampa Bay area that's near water. That water is going to be really high because it's high now, and it's supposed to be low tide. Sarasota Bay, 12:16, that highest tide. St. Pete Pier just before 2 o'clock today. Clearwater Beach right at noon. Again, The rain may have stopped at noon, but you do not need to be out on those waterways. Please heed any sort of caution that tells you not to drive over these flooded streets. Newport Richey just before 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then Crystal River, it's a later high tide happening at 4:44. Let's go to meteorologist Amanda Holly now because she has been watching it happening in real time.
Yeah, we've got several cameras across the entire area. We've been really keeping a close eye, though, on our camera in the building that we are all standing in right now, the WFLA studios. This is the Hillsborough River. This is normally the river walk, but you can see the rails of the river walk. You can't see the river walk, though, because the water has come up so high. It actually extends all the way up through Ashley Street. This is an intersection. You can see the lights here, and the water levels stop right about here. You can see the police car right here. The water levels continue to get higher and higher as the water comes up, and we have views of this all over. So this is a look at the Hillsborough River. On the other side of the Hillsborough River, on the other side of our building, we have the water continuing to rise as well. There is a building in between this street and the Hillsborough River here, and it continues to pile up, so we're watching that. We also have a look at Bayshore Boulevard. Now, it is a little dark, but if you focus your eyes, this is a street sign, and typically we can see the road of Bayshore Boulevard right here. We can't see it, and it's dark because the water is covering the entire Bayshore Boulevard right here. Again, a street sign both right here and right here. And typically we can see the road, but we can't right now. We're also getting some very heavy rain gusting through here. You can see that on that street light. But again, Bayshore Boulevard completely covered in water at this time. So 3 of our cameras showing you those really high water levels. So what is happening with this storm surge right now? Most of our area, believe it or not, is in a low tide. But the readings that we're getting from a lot of our gauges are reading about 4 to 5 feet above normal at low tide, and the water levels have not receded at all. They've just continued to rise, and we're going to continue to see them rising over the next several hours. Over the next 6 hours, we're going to see these water levels rise through those high tides that Lee just showed you. So where they're at right now, they're going to get even higher as the winds continue to push the water levels on shore. When will we get back to normal? Well, after that high tide around midday today, waters are going to slowly recede this afternoon, but it's going to be a slow process because the onshore wind, it's going to get weaker, but the onshore wind is going to continue, that west wind helping to push some of that water. So it's going to be a slow process for those water levels to recede. So, and on top of that, of course, we keep talking about the full supermoon. So I do think our water levels are going to stay about 1/2 foot to 1 foot above normal, even tomorrow, solely because of that full supermoon. But I think we're going to get back to regular tide levels on Friday. I think the roads will start to be passable a little bit later on today. Certainly well after, though, Lee, that high tide that will happen around midday. You just showed those times of high tides. You know, the water levels will continue to rise from where they're at right now through that time period.
Yeah, it's going to be, it may be a little disconcerting because you think, oh, the storm is gone, the winds are calming down. Why is this water rising? So we want people to continue to heed any sort of markings that said do not go over this street. You think, okay, it's not raining. Usually that water recedes really quickly. It will not. It will keep rising through the early afternoon, all because we'll be tracking this Category 4 hurricane making landfall here on Max Defender 8 and these bands of rain passing through. Now, I do want to give you some good news. So while we have a 90% rain chance today, and as Amanda said, some strong wind gusts and plenty of downpours coming off the Gulf of Mexico tomorrow, look what happens as we head into Labor Day weekend. Not only do we see much lower rain chances, we're actually going to tone down the humidity. I mean, just a little bit. It is Labor Day weekend, but we're going to come from tropical air mass to a little bit more comfortable and certainly less rainfall expected. So we're looking at now, you know, a landfall of a major hurricane here within an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And no, it's not the most populated area of Florida, but anyone who lives in that community, you know, you feel sorry for what they, hopefully they got out of that community because we've been giving them that, the timing and the location for so long. Hopefully they got out, but man, it's going to be bad.
Well, and as you've mentioned, this is an area where it's a lot of old Florida type homes and structures that may not be up to the current code.
Right.
So they could have a lot of trouble there.
Yeah, Amanda, you were just in Steinhatchee not too long ago.
Yeah, doing some scalloping up there. It's a very small community, but you know, it's an old Florida town. We were commenting on a lot of the docks down the river, how old they were, you know, so we're going to have to keep an eye on those water levels that are going to continue to rise. That's where we're going to see some of the highest storm surge because they're on the southern side of it.
All right. Well, thank you both very much. Amanda just tried to show us what Bayshore Boulevard looked like from one of the tower cameras. Walt Buteau live on the ground there. What's it looking like there on Bayshore Boulevard?
It looks ominous and how it's all covered in water, but if you can pick this up, look how fast the tide is, the water is moving up Bayshore towards downtown Tampa. It's remarkable, really, and it just keeps going. There's no doubt anyone who lives on Bayshore Boulevard is going to be stuck in their homes for a little while. We're right next to a high-rise apartment building. I've seen some people come outside sort of wondering whether or not they will be able to drive off. Not a good idea to drive off, but this all happened really in a matter of about an hour and a half. It's looked like this for the past several hours, and we saw it as it started, but it came up very fast. I can tell you it does not seem like it's any deeper right now, but it also doesn't seem any shallower. And again, moving fast, but where's it going? It's going toward Channel 8. It's going toward downtown, and the rain's starting to fall as well. We're getting occasional gusts of wind, but nasty out here. And one more note, as far as people coming out and looking at it, we saw two, seemed like teenagers, I'm going to guess they're teenagers, on bikes on Bayshore in the middle of it, and I'm not sure, but I think a police officer from the overpass yelled down at them some pretty choice words. What are you doing? Because very dangerous thing to do. So stay inside. We'll send you the pictures and stay off Bayshore Boulevard for the time being. Again, no idea when it will actually recede, where it will be drivable again. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that is rough out there. All right, thanks so much, Walt.
Going to head now to Citrus County and Crystal River. Trevor Sahaki's been in that area in several locations all throughout the morning. We've seen some calm moments and some very rough moments there as well, Trevor.
Definitely some very rough moments here, Chris and Avery. And the sun is just starting to rise. We're starting to get some of that first light, so that'll really bring what happened overnight kind of into focus. We heard, at least my photog was telling me, Eric was telling me that he heard a tree snap or something like that out in the distance. So there's definitely going to be a lot of cleanup that will have to happen today. But first, there's still that storm surge that they are very, very concerned about. You know, we heard Lee and Amanda talking about that just a few minutes ago, saying that that storm surge could be deadly, could be dangerous, and you have to watch out because these waters are not receding. And as you both saw earlier, when we were out at the water, just maybe a mile down the road, less than a mile down the road from where we are right now, that water was getting higher and higher, and it was not receding at all. Right now, still fairly calm, bit of a breeze, but that wind has been also pretty dangerous at times. We saw a chevron overhang just, again, maybe half mile down the road being very mangled and distorted because of this wind here. So people are still trying to shelter and get ready for this potential storm surge to come. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Trevor, thanks for that. Yeah, storm surge, very much a concern for a lot of folks across the area right now. And they're very concerned about what happens now when the high tide comes in.
Yes. All right, we're about 3 minutes from 7 o'clock this morning. We're going to take a quick break, but stay close.
It's hurricane season once again. And every garage door that Precision installs.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mr.
Well, very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break.
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the big conditions
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Breaking right now on Morning News Now, Hurricane Idalia intensifying overnight into a Category 4 storm as it churns towards Florida's Gulf Coast. Already parts of Florida, like here in Key West, what you're seeing on your screen, are seeing some of the impacts of Idalia. Tens of thousands of people are without power across the state. The hurricane is expected to make landfall this morning, bringing life-threatening storm surges, heavy rain, and winds of up to 130 miles an hour. And we're already seeing flooding in coastal areas like this here in Tampa. Just minutes ago, Governor Ron DeSantis gave an update on the dangers ahead.
The hurricane will make landfall within the next 2 hours in and around Taylor County in the Big Bend region of Florida. The National Hurricane Center expects storm surge to reach up to 16 feet in some areas of the Big Bend region. That level of storm surge is life-threatening.
We're also seeing the wrath of Idalia in Cuba, where entire villages are underwater after the hurricane slammed the western part of that country. Good morning, and thank you for being with us on a busy news morning. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. We have a team spread all across Florida as we track Hurricane Idalia ahead of landfall, which could happen in about an hour or so. We're going to start with NBC News correspondent Jay Gray. Jay, you are in Gainesville, which is a little bit inland right now. Still, what are you seeing there? How's that area preparing for this?
Yeah, Joe, Savannah, good morning. Just looked at the radar. We're in between outer bands, so we've seen this come through in waves so far. Heavy rain, the wind picks up a bit. We get a drop-off like we're in now and then more. That's all going to change significantly over the next hour or so, as you talk about. When this storm starts to get a little closer to the shoreline, it's going to be constant wind and rain, especially in this area. We are a bit inland. We're on the east side, though, of this storm, the dirty side of the hurricane. So we'll see some of the most dramatic effects of this storm as it pushes through this area. I can tell you we've already had some standing water in low-lying areas here, and we've really not experienced much, if any at all, of the power of this monster hurricane that continues to intensify as it gets closer to the coast. Let's talk about the coastal areas. You're going to see a storm surge that could be unprecedented. The forecast calling for 12 to 16 feet. That's a wall of water more than a story high pushing into the area. The Hurricane Center also saying that the strike point could look more like a tornado than a hurricane after this hits. So that would level everything in its path as it moves again in and towards the Gainesville area where we are. The University of Florida is here, 50,000 students, a huge faculty. Obviously, that campus is locked down. They're watching things very closely there. You've got 5,500 National Guard troops that have been deployed already. They're in key positions and ready to move in once the storm clears. And then all the power crews, they're staged just outside of the strike zone, hundreds from around the country, and ready to move in. That could be a big issue in this area. A lot of trees in this part of Florida. So we do expect to see some of those snapped and pulled to the ground along with power lines. Right now, it's that moment before we see things really start to intensify. So everyone taking a breath in the Gainesville area, watching closely and waiting to see where this storm goes and how long it may linger.
Absolutely. So again, Jay, Gainesville, sort of inland, a little bit inland from that Dixie County coastal area. How are residents feeling about that fact? I mean, has anyone evacuated? Are they heading to shelters? Are they concerned about anything, given that they are more inland? What are you seeing there?
Yeah, no, I think there's some real concern here. I'm a bit surprised that through the early morning we saw some traffic. Now, if that's people trying to get out, they certainly waited a bit long. But we have seen people evacuate. Some have gone to shelters, others just going to stay with friends and family outside of the strike zone. And then for everyone else, and what we saw a lot of yesterday is people stocking up and preparing with the supplies they may need as this storm pushes through. Hopefully they prepared for not days, but perhaps weeks. That's in some areas what it's going to take to restore power and get in and start to clean up what this massive storm is expected to leave behind.
All right, Jay Gray reporting from Gainesville. Jay, thank you so much.
We are now joined by Clearwater, Florida City Manager Jennifer Poirier. Jennifer, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. So first of all, just give us a sense of what conditions are like where you are in Clearwater.
Hi, good morning. So we're experiencing some wind gusts and obviously some rain, but honestly, our conditions are good, especially for what's about to happen up north. We have some flooding that's occurring, but so far minimal damage has been reported.
And for our audience, they should know Clearwater, just a little bit west of Tampa, south of where the hurricane is expected to make landfall in a little bit. I know you became city manager earlier this year. Hurricanes are always on the minds of officials like you. Talk to us about how the city has been preparing for a hurricane like this in this, your first summer in this role.
Yeah, so our team has been great. We started preparing for this last week. Where we were monitoring the storm and starting to pull things off the beach to make sure that we didn't have anything that would be projectiles, and just making sure that our messaging was out there to encourage our residents to be prepared and pay attention to the storm.
Once Idalia does move through your area, what will be some of the top priorities on the ground?
So we already are prepared. We've got push teams that are out doing damage assessment, and we also have a rescue task force that's prepared to help any of those that did not evacuate. I know a majority of our residents on the beach did evacuate, so we're not anticipating a big need for that, but are prepared anyways. So we'll know more now that daybreak has taken place in terms of what all the damage is, but it'll be mostly related to flooding.
For you, what is your biggest concern right now? Is it the storm surge? Is it the winds? Is it the rain? Is it the threat of tornadoes, which we're seeing all the way throughout the coast in Florida there?
Ours is the storm surge.
The storm surge, absolutely. What exactly are you anticipating in terms of storm surge in your area?
So what they told us to be prepared for is about 4 to 6 feet. Our high tide is coming in still in between 11 and 12. So that's what we're bracing for. Is just I know that once the winds die down, people think that the storm has passed and it'll be safe to go outside, but that's not the case because we do still have that high tide.
Absolutely. Clearwater, Florida City Manager Jennifer Poirier, thank you so much for joining us, and we're thinking about you this morning. We'll check in.
Thank you.
Let's get to meteorologist Angie Lastman for the latest on Idalia's track.
Yeah, she's here in studio with us, of course. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We have a little bit of an update. Remember, when we start to see these storm systems nearing landfall, we'll get hourly updates. So we do have our latest advisory in that brought the strength of this down just a touch. So it is a Category 3. That does not change the impacts. We're still talking about the same kind of storm surge. We're still talking about the same winds, although it is a fairly compact system with hurricane force winds only extending out about 25 miles. So that's just a very small kind of compact, fast moving system, fairly small for this kind of strength that we've seen from it. But either way, still moving northeast at 18 miles per hour and 55 miles northwest of Cedar Key, Florida. We're talking landfall here within the next hour. The system looking a little kind of ragged here as we get through at least the next couple of hours. We're expecting it to maintain its strength. Here's what we're dealing with right now. You can see this is about where where the eye is. It's expected to come on shore near Steinhatchee. That is where we'll likely see landfall again, maybe in the next 50, 60 minutes here. If we get a little closer, you can see some of the heaviest rain is right on that side of the eye wall. It's going to eventually work through parts of Perry. I know about 7,000 people live in that community. This is where they're going to see the most destructive winds. But again, it only extends out about 25 miles from the center of it. So if you're extending 175 miles per hour out, or 175 miles outward from the center, that's where we'll see tropical storm force winds. So be aware of that. We also have a tornado watch that's in effect until 3 p.m. It encompasses a lot of the state of Florida and extends into parts of Georgia. Remember that right front quadrant, or the right side of the system, is where we have that best chance to see some of those spin-ups. They're oftentimes rain wrapped before the sun comes up. They can be very difficult to see when it's dark outside as well. Checking in on some of these wind speeds so far, 48 miles per hour from Perry. Those are some gusts that we're seeing. 58 miles per hour in Brooksville. We've already seen some tornado warnings stretching down near Sarasota just to the east. As we look ahead to what happens from now through at least the next 24 hours, we're still going to be dealing with this system as we get into the early hours of tomorrow. Looks like it crosses the Florida-Georgia line as a Category 2 storm, still bringing heavy amounts of rain, storm surge potential, and some strong winds to parts of the southeast here as we get through the next 24 hours, basically, before it starts to move offshore. As far as the tropical warnings right now, we have added those hurricane warnings into parts of Georgia, so be aware of that. It does extend into South Carolina as well. Storm surge, 7 to 16 feet. You've heard us say it for days now. That's where we're expecting the highest. But when we look at exactly what we're going to be dealing with on the southeast coast too, don't let your guard down there. We've got 2 to 5 feet in places like Charleston. That's going to be really difficult for folks if they've stayed and not evacuated in those evacuation areas. Now, focusing on the Big Bend area, where, of course, we're expecting the worst of the storm surge. Looking at the tide times, you heard one of our guests just mention some of those low and high tides for parts of Clearwater. Low tide, thankfully, for Cedar Key is at 7:50 a.m. That doesn't mean that we're going to see, great conditions there. We've already got 5 feet of inundation happening right now, and that's only going to get worse as the morning progresses and as this system continues to work on shore. Because remember, even once we have landfall, we've still got that circulation that's going to wrap around and bring all of that wall of water well inland for folks in this area. I know we've said a lot of times that there's not a lot of people that live there, but there's communities that are in place there, low-lying area, guys, and on top of that, the really heavy rain that they'll have to deal with and the tornadoes. This is going to be something we'll watch all morning long, and of course, landfall happening here pretty soon.
Does the fact that it's died down to Category 3 now, does that suggest it's probably not going to strengthen anymore, or we don't know?
It likely won't strengthen anymore. Remember, the fuel from the really warm water of the Gulf of Mexico is kind of what helped it rapidly strengthen over 24 hours. So we're not looking at it strengthening, but I want to stress that even though it's now a Category 3 and eventually it will become a Category 2, the impacts really haven't changed for days and days. The National Hurricane Center did a great job at forecasting this, and we, as NBC and beyond, have really seen those impacts be fairly clear through the past 48 hours at least.
And a good reminder for people in the South that the story right now is Florida, but you still have to be on guard in places like South Carolina, as we're going to watch it over the next several hours. And as far south as
Tampa, still dealing with really bad conditions there.
Absolutely. All right, Angie, thank you so much. Well, let's now bring in Mandy Lemmerman. She's the Dixie County Battalion Chief and Public Information Officer. So Dixie County, sort of between Tallahassee and Tampa, for those of you who don't know, also west of Gainesville, which is where we kicked off this hour with Jay Gray. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. So Dixie County, this whole Big Bend region, expected, of course, to be among the hardest hit areas. What are you most worried about? I mean, as we just heard from Angie, we're talking about storm surge, we're talking about those winds, potential tornadoes-like winds. What kind of impact are you expecting in your area?
Yeah, good morning, guys. It's definitely been a long night. About 5 o'clock this morning, we started seeing conditions really start to deteriorate. And we actually, about an hour ago, had to cease all operations with emergency services going into our coastal communities because we have surpassed sustained winds of 45 miles per hour and greater, which stops any fire trucks or ambulances from getting to the communities. We're still able to go inland right now with those vehicles. We actually have another house fire going on right now that our fire firefighters are on inland. But as the storm continues to move closer, we know we're not going to be able to continue inland, even responding to those emergency calls. We're still waiting for daybreak to get a little better idea of how bad the flooding is in the coastal communities. We do know it's already breached the seawalls and it's extended into the roadways. And we're definitely hoping we don't get that 15 to 16 foot of storm surge that they were expecting, but definitely is our highest priority right now. But the National Guard is right next door with approximately 200 of their guys ready with boots on the ground to respond as soon as it's safe for them with our crews to do initial pushes and get the reports into the coastal communities.
We know in coastal communities like yours, evacuation orders were issued. Do you have an idea of how many people did heed that warning? And then what's your message to those who did not heed the warning, decided to stay and hunker down?
We actually, being in a small rural community, a lot of people were in the past wanting to stay home and hunker down. But with this one, we had a great response with the mandatory evacuation of people. They took it serious. However, though, yesterday when the mandatory evacuation went out, our local sheriff's office, in collaboration with the Florida Highway Patrol, did go door to door in each community, and there was a handful in each community, and we've taking those addresses down, as well as how many's in a household decided not to evacuate. So we do have a rough estimate. However, it's just, we just don't know. We did after midnight start getting more of those into the general population shelter. They decided to come after it was already well into midnight. Yeah, I think 2 a.m. was the last check-in. So we're hoping some of them from the coastal communities decided they didn't want to stay anymore and come in, but we do expect to have some after the storm passes down there.
Yeah. Mandy, we, of course, cover hurricane season each year and watch out, especially for Florida, but Dixie County specifically, you guys really haven't seen a hurricane for some time. Last one back in 2016. What's it been like to kind of get ramped up for this? Any lessons that local authorities are taking from that, or from kind of your neighboring communities or part of your state that, of course, is more used to dealing with these types of weather events?
Yeah, absolutely. We've never seen any storm surge like this before. That's very unprecedented. For Hermine, it was unprecedented for us to get the 6 foot that we did, and that was devastating to those low-lying areas. So in preparation for this, we knew this would be more than our small little community can handle. So we immediately last week started with pre-arrival preparations, with working hand in hand with the state. The Florida Forest Service has brought in extra dozers to help push roads. We have, like we mentioned earlier, the 200 guardsmen, which is right next door to us, staging with all of their equipment to help get into those coastal communities and do initial searches. We have rescue and strike teams on standby, and also as soon as the eye passes and it's safe to do so, we'll have air support come in. That way, if we need to get choppers in the air and get to the coastal communities, they'll be right across the street at our airport. So it's been great working with all of those agencies to make sure for us, that's a small, less known resource-wise, that we have the support outside, and it's on the standby, just waiting to go as soon as it's safe to do so.
There are so many threats that come with a powerful hurricane like this. What is your biggest worry right now?
Storm surge, obviously, but the fact that, as an emergency services in fire rescue, we always want to go out and help. And for us to have to cease operations and not be able to get out on the road and just kind of wait and triage calls from critical to less severe as they come in, and, not be able to physically get to people or, go mitigate whatever hazard it is, it's tough for us. But, also we realize it's our safety is first, but it's, just tough as an emergency responder to be able to have to, just stand by and kind of wait a waiting game. And this is our home, our families live here and stuff, and it's hard to see the devastation that we know is going to be coming in the coastal communities, and we'll have to face that. But we know we'll be resilient, and we'll work great with our local leaders and the government at the state level to get back on track.
Absolutely. It's a great point about needing to just stand by as you stay safe as well. Mandy Lemmerman, Dixie County Battalion Chief and Public Information Officer. Thank you very much for your time this morning, and we will check in with you, especially as you begin to see what exactly the damage is.
We want to go to NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra. She is in Tampa and has been keeping an eye on the conditions there throughout the night. So we know that the hurricane is skirting past Tampa. Still, it's on the east side of the storm. Storm surge is a threat there. What are you seeing now? The good news, I guess, is that the surge came during low tide, right?
Yes, but I'm going to show you how that's still been a concern here and remains a concern. So we're in what's called the Zone A. This is mandatory evacuation, Joe. And if you look over here, you know, this is a main thoroughfare through downtown Tampa. You'll see that car over there. This is an example of what happens when you try to drive through a mandatory evacuation zone. This person in this car had to be rescued earlier this morning. And so Tampa is particularly prone to storm surges and flooding. People who live here are aware of this. They've seen this before during heavy rain seasons. If you look over there, so further beyond those trees, that's Tampa General Hospital. This is the only level 1 trauma center in Tampa Bay. And the thing is, it's on an island. So we had a chance to see firsthand how they put up barriers. It's called aqua fence. It's supposed to protect them from upwards of 15 feet of storm surge. Now, this hospital is remaining operational during the hurricane, but it is only accessible through those bridges. We were actually on the other side next to the hospital. The water level started rising to a level that we had to get off the island because we were afraid that we were going to get stranded in the middle of nowhere on that island. So there's a lot of concern about what would happen if this keeps rising. But as you mentioned, we are not in the direct path of Idalia. We've known for some time now that Tampa Bay and this area was not going to take a direct hit. The winds have been around 40 miles per hour, nothing catastrophic there, but we are seeing flooded streets. If you look over at St. Petersburg, the Clearwater Peninsula surrounded by water, Gulf of Mexico on one side, Tampa Bay on the other side. We've seen flooding on Treasure Island, Clearwater streets, and then we know that the bridge that connects St. Petersburg and Clearwater to lower Tampa Bay, that is closed right now. There's another bridge that's closed because they're seeing those wind gusts. I know there was a couple of wind gusts that got around 50 miles per hour, just over. And so we're seeing the impacts here. But again, the main concern is over in the Zone A, those main low-lying areas. You know, we're not done yet when it comes to seeing the rain. And this is already what we're seeing, and the day is still early, Joe. So that is still something that authorities are keeping a close eye on because already at least one rescue, we don't know how many others, but authorities have made it very clear that if it is not safe, it's going to be very difficult to rescue people. So they're asking people not to put themselves in harm's way so that they don't put first responders in harm's way. Joe?
Absolutely. Hey, Marissa, it's Savannah. So on that same point, you mentioned across the Tampa Bay from you, so just west of you, St. Petersburg, like you said, surrounded between the Bay and the Gulf of Mexico. You just mentioned not putting yourselves in harm's way. People there were ordered to evacuate. Do we know at this point how many people listened to that warning and what the concern is over there, especially given that you were spared this direct hit, though since it's surrounded by water? How are things going in St. Petersburg?
And that's a great question, actually. I don't have an exact number, but I can tell you anecdotally because we have, at this point in the 2 days we've been here, we've been traveling all around. And I can tell you that we were on the beaches of around the St. Petersburg area. We were at Clearwater Beach just north. We saw a lot of people. I mean, by yesterday, the anecdote that I was giving, Savannah, was that the people who were afraid of the storm, the people who wanted to evacuate were already largely gone by Monday. By yesterday, the people that were left were biking, they were walking their dogs, they were going for a jog, going for a run. They had very relaxed attitudes. I would say the only places, Savannah, that I saw were fully evacuated were the mobile home parks in those really low-lying areas. I would say those are the only places that I can tell you with assurance. Those seemed like they were largely completely evacuated because of how vulnerable they are. But that's only those that were right next to the water, Savannah. For the most part, it does seem like there's a good amount of people who felt very confident that they'd be able to weather the storm by getting to higher ground in Zone B or onwards.
You know, Marissa, this is something that Tampa is used to. They were threatened by a major hurricane a few years ago, narrowly averted disaster there. Just overall, what is the mood in the area as you've been there on the ground over the last few days?
That's a great question too, and I think it depends on where you live. I think that the people that are in the most vulnerable areas are going to be more prone to have that anxiety. I've had a chance to speak with a wide variety of people. In fact, I just spoke to someone who lives on that island. Apparently there are some people who live on that island where that Tampa General Hospital is, and he was filled with anxiety because he's not sure if he's going to be able to get off that island. So I think it depends. If you're in an area where you think you might get stranded, I spoke to someone who works at Publix. She was not able to evacuate because she felt like she had to work, and so she lives in an apartment building. I was asking her, how are you feeling? And she said, well, I'm afraid I'm going to get stranded in my apartment building because it's in an area that's prone to flooding. So these are the types of situations. If you live in an area where you're more vulnerable to flooding, you're probably going to have more anxiety. I would say everyone onward was feeling totally fine. They weren't worried. I mean, we spoke to people in mobile home parks a couple of miles off the coast, and they were drinking beers on their front lawns, not concerned at all, no boarded windows. So totally different scenes from when we were right next to the beach. Even if there were people swimming in the water, we still saw some boarded windows because that's right next to the Gulf of Mexico. So, you know, it just depends on how close you are to the water, what direction your home is facing, and how low the water level is where you are, the sea level, if you will.
All right, Marissa Parra, stay safe there for us in Tampa. We will check in with you throughout the morning. Thank you.
And stay with us. We'll have continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia throughout the morning.
Yeah, right now we're going to take a moment to listen into the live coverage from our affiliate, WFLA, in Tampa right now.
Center as the rest of the day goes along. And remember, the farther you are away, the less strong these passing downpours are when the squall line comes through your area. So we're seeing it right over the Suncoast Parkway, US 41 in Pasco County, from Spring Hill all the way down into Tarpon Springs. We've had a couple of tornado warnings in this outer rain band here in Polk and Highlands and Hardee County. None right now, but it's pretty typical that the outer rain band typically has the most likelihood at getting a quick spin up tornado. It just means that the winds get a little stronger. You're already in a band of extremely high wind gusts to begin with. We're seeing another one of those bands going through Manatee and Sarasota counties. But the other thing is now the onshore wind has started. That's why everything is moving from the Gulf onshore. And that high tide we keep talking about coming up. 7 to 10 foot storm surge in Crystal River, Citrus County, 4 to 7 along the coast of Pasco and Hernando, 3 to 5 feet. And again, even though the storm, Amanda, is moving away from us, this storm surge is still our biggest concern.
Yeah, and so when we look at those storm surge numbers, you know, they are typically worst case scenario, meaning the strongest winds are occurring and pushing the water on shore right at the high tide. And unfortunately, we are kind of seeing all of those numbers come to fruition. I've been keeping an eye on the gauges in Tampa Bay, and most of them at low tide right now, reading between 3 and 5 feet above normal. So we're going to continue to see that because our high tide, so regular water rises, will continue all the way through midday today in Tampa Bay. That's when a lot of our high tides occur. Now, even though the center of the storm and those strongest winds are about 150 miles away from downtown Tampa, we're seeing those pretty strong winds. These are sustained winds, and a almost 30-mile-per-hour sustained wind in Tampa. That is strong because that's over the course of a minute or so, and that is a very strong wind. These are the brief gusts that are occurring. 49 mile per hour still right now in Sarasota, 46 in Tampa, and you can see the direction again makes all the difference. That's why we're seeing that storm surge happen now. It's going to stay gusty through the afternoon with those winds between 30 and 35 miles per hour. The winds will start to calm down, still breezy at times overnight, and then tomorrow we'll return kind of back to that regular, just regular breeze coming in off the Gulf. But for now, the strong winds continuing to push the water. This is Bayshore Boulevard. We're starting to see that the light now, and we've got our cameras that we can look at. This is the road of Bayshore Boulevard. You can see the regular signs. The water is covering the street completely, and we continue to keep an eye on this. This is the Hillsborough River, the Riverwalk, and this is Ashley Drive right here. Yeah, completely covered in water, Lee. So we're at low tide right now, and I do expect the water continue to rise through midday.
To look at that, because and knowing that this should be our low tide, and so what is this going to look like in 5 hours or so? And it's you know, it's 81 degrees, it feels like 89, winds are at 29 miles per hour. Couldn't be more tropical at this point. The air is just full of moisture, and we are seeing those strong winds and the flooding conditions. I have some good news for you looking forward, because today, clearly a washout. We're dealing with a hurricane, right? Tomorrow, though, as Amanda has shown you, we may continue to see strong winds and passing downpours, but look at Labor Day weekend. Drier and actually a little less humid. We'll take that, guys.
Absolutely. All right, thanks so much, Lee.
Going to turn now to Clearwater. Savannah Rudisell live for us there right now with the conditions over in Clearwater. Savannah, what are you seeing over there?
Yeah, as of right now, we had seen quite a few of those outer bands kind of whipping through, dropping out those sheets of rain. But as of right now, we've got a little bit of break from that. Some of these winds, though, that has remained very constant. Some of those high winds, we've been feeling gusts ourselves up to about 40, 50 miles an hour so far here this morning. We've remained in contact here this morning with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. What they're saying right now is they're focused mainly on those barrier islands. They have shut off the access to them, trying to have no re-entry at this point until the worst of this storm passes. Some of those flooding issues, they say, continuing to get a little bit worse, both on the beaches and on the roadways. Again, they're asking everybody to try to stay off the roads just as much as possible. That's why we're shutting down kind of most major bridges here. Looks like the Gandy Bridge is the one that remains open as of right now. They're trying to keep people, again, off those major roadways, off the highways, to let these ambulances, these first responders, those search and rescue crews get out to anybody who needs them. We understand that, again, power outages are going to be incredibly important here, and we know Duke Energy linemen are standing by. Reporting live in St. Petersburg, I'm Savannah Rudisell.
All right, thanks so much, Savannah. We want to turn our attention now to Pasco County and Hudson Beach, where we find Beth Rousseau. We know, Beth, you spoke with the PIO of Pasco County not too long ago with some significant updates there. What's going on?
Hey, Avery, I got to walk you over here right now. You can see these people unloading from the truck with their dogs. These are people who were just rescued from their homes here in Pasco County. I'm going to see if I can grab one of them just to talk to them really quick. We were talking briefly just a second ago. What happened?
It just started rising just so quickly.
What are you thinking as that water's coming up?
I didn't know what I was going to do until these guys showed up. I was going to actually stay and swim in my house.
How grateful are you to them?
So grateful. So grateful.
All right.
Me and my dog.
I was going to say, the pups made it out, too.
Yes, he did.
Who is this?
This is Egan.
Oh, Egan, you made it. Thank goodness. I'm so glad y'all are safe. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Go somewhere and get dry, okay? This is what's happening in Pasco County. The water rose so quickly. Charles and I experienced it for ourselves. We were about to go live. We went live and we said, well, we have a couple more minutes. No, we had to get out of there as quickly as possible. Follow me just a little bit. I want to show you the situation that we've got going on here. Again, rescues are what's happening. We got county crews that are out here. Fire rescue has several calls for water rescues at this point. You can see this is Old Dixie Highway. This is what leads to that portion of Hudson Beach where we've been all morning long. That is a mile down the road. The whole road looks like this. I was standing at the seawall earlier this morning with just an inch of water underneath my boots. Now look at it. Take a look. My boots are covered a mile from that spot. This is the middle of the road. And I want to show you something else. If we point this direction, US 19 is right there. Water is going all the way up to US 19. Severe flooding on Old Dixie Highway, which is where we are again. Power outages, we're starting to see those happen as well. More than 5,000 in between with Lakuchi and Duke Energy. So be mindful of that. There are power outages in the area. These crews out here doing amazing work, rescuing people, trying to get them out of their homes. All the streets back in this area are flooded. Keep in mind, like we've been saying, this is not high tide, okay? And storm surge is the concern. Right now, as you can see, yes, we're worried about businesses and homes, but people are what matter. You can see they are being rescued, and we're just hoping for more safe rescues. Going to send it back to y'all.
All right, thanks, Beth. Yeah, look, if you were wondering if you needed to...
We will continue checking in with our affiliates throughout the state of Florida this morning, but our coverage of Hurricane Idalia from here in New York continues right now.
Forecasters are warning of a catastrophic storm surge and destructive winds. We want to go to NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who joins us now from Perry, Florida. That is very close to where we expect this hurricane to make landfall in about a half hour or so. Gabe, just set the scene for us. What are you seeing and experiencing right now?
Hi there, Joe. Good morning. So, yes, we're here in Perry, Florida. For those who aren't familiar, that's actually about 20 minutes inland It's near Tallahassee, to the southeast of Tallahassee. Joe and Savannah, we've been hearing so much how this storm is going to bring catastrophic storm surge in many parts of Florida, but right now we are seeing the heaviest winds we've seen so far. As my hat starts to blow off, you can see that the eye is expected to make landfall just in a short time not far from here. And the major concern is the high wind speeds. We just lost power at the hotel we're staying at. Tens of thousands of people in Florida are now without power, and the local authorities say that once the winds reach 45 miles an hour, and I don't have a gauge in front of me, looks like we're getting to that point, if not past it already. The local sheriff's office says they're not going to be able to help anyone here. It's too late to evacuate. People have to hunker down at this point. Now, yesterday, local emergency management officials made a decision to close the emergency shelter here in Taylor County, and they actually bused residents to another shelter in a nearby county. Again, the concern in the Big Bend region that they've never had a hurricane this powerful hit this region in terms of wind speed. Huge concern about storm surge in other places. I was in Cedar Key yesterday, and we're seeing reports from there. Major storm surge there. Here, though, in the coming hours, we expect the wind to really pick up as it has for the last hour or so, and we're expecting conditions to deteriorate. Again, more and more people are losing power. The wind and the rain are picking up here as Idalia starts to make landfall just in the next few minutes. Joe and Savannah.
Yeah, Gabe, I mean, without a doubt, this is the most dramatic that we've seen conditions so far this morning where you are right now speaking with you. It is that Big Bend region, as you mentioned, which is where we expected high impact. But as you mentioned, you're 20 minutes inland. Do we know anything about what's happening due west of you in a coastal region with winds as strong as they are?
Well, so Savannah, if there's a little bit of good news in this storm, and again, any hurricane this powerful, not a lot of good news, but the fact that this hurricane is hitting this part of the Big Bend region that is not heavily populated, it's hitting wetlands in this region, so most of those coastal communities are very small. This is a town of about 7,000 people, and we often hear about the high wind speeds in terms of these hurricanes. That is a huge concern, don't get me wrong, and we do expect there to be potentially significant property damage here in this region. But while that is property damage, most of the deaths that happen in these types of major hurricanes happen because of storm surge. And here in this particular area, we don't expect storm surge because we're 20 miles inland. Not the case, though, in other parts of the Big Bend. Again, Cedar Key, which is seeing that major storm surge, and local authorities there, the mayor gave this last-minute warning late yesterday. About 100 people in that series of islands had decided to stay and ride out the storm. And the mayor in Cedar Key was saying, you need to get out. Same as the local authorities here said, you needed to get out. Not everyone heeded the warnings. And again, over the next 3 hours, we're expecting a test of Mother Nature. Heavy, very powerful winds are expected to hit this area, and you just saw it in the last few minutes. We're getting hit by these squalls, these more intense wind gusts, and we only expect that to get worse in the next hour or two. Joe and Savannah?
And Gabe, specifically where you are in Perry, it may not be a huge concern when it comes to storm surge, but you have the strong winds, you have the rain, and tornadoes are a huge threat up and down the coast right now, right?
Yeah, that's right. Listen, at last check, there were at least 3 tornado warnings really throughout the state. I'll leave it to Bill Cairns and the other meteorologists to give the latest update on that. But yeah, in any type of hurricane like this, there could be isolated tornadoes that really pop up. Now, just to give you an idea of the conditions we're taking, the preparations we're taking to stay safe, this hotel, again, we just lost power. Hold on, and here we're getting a really strong wind gust. So our team is right next to a concrete wall, and if things get too dangerous here, we can go right inside. There's other members of the media here. There's some local residents here who evacuated their homes but decided to ride it out in this hotel. And you can see right there, Joe, I'm going to move inside a little bit. We just saw this billboard ripping off right here. Wow. My cameraman, Paul Rigney, can get over there. I'm going to step out of frame right here. We're already starting to see that damage. This billboard is about to come down. We're right now under an awning here. We're covered. And, you know, if this thing does start flying, we can get inside really easily. But you're looking at that live picture right now you can see how powerful this storm is. The wind's really picking up here and starting to take down some property. Power lines are nearby. We're at a safe distance. We're watching that very closely as Idalia comes on shore. This is the winds we expect to pick up over the next hour or so. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Gabe and his team, veterans of covering hurricanes. We know they are doing their best to stay safe, while also showing us some of these amazing pictures as Idalia makes its way toward land, not too far from Perry, Florida, where Gabe is right now. Gabe, thanks so much. We'll check back with you in a little bit. We're going to continue our coverage of Hurricane Idalia with this moment from a press conference earlier this morning, about an hour ago, with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis.
And it's going to be very, very dangerous. And there we go with our power here. We're back.
Not even the governor immune from power outages. Right now, Florida, about 116,000 customers without power. That's up from 88,000 at the top of the hour, and we know those numbers are just going to continue to increase as this storm makes its way through Florida and beyond.
That's right. As we had just heard from our colleague Gabe Gutierrez, just losing power, as you saw how strong those winds were where he is. We're going to now bring in storm chaser Ben McMillian. He is in Madison, Florida. That's just north of where Gabe is, slightly more inland. Hi, Ben. Good morning. So tell us, what are you seeing out there right now? How bad are the conditions?
Yeah, good morning, guys. We're between Tallahassee and Gainesville. You can see those winds starting to rapidly pick up. We're the small town of Madison. I'll show you what the lake is doing here in downtown. You're starting to see that rain fly across the screen from left to right. And those winds, those sustained winds, which generally just rotate around that storm in an ongoing fashion, are going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. What we're expecting out here is an unprecedented wind of, according to the National Weather Service in Tallahassee, they have never seen in modern day record keeping this strong of a storm. A Category 4 storm in the process of making landfall, 130 miles an hour of wind speed. So that's going to create even more of those power outages. We've already seen water rescues further south across the western coast. It's getting very busy out here as Idalia moves into the region.
Ben, we have seen so many hurricanes in Florida and beyond, excuse me, over the last several years. You've chased many of them. How does this one compare so far with others that we've seen in the last few years?
You know, we've seen tropical storms where we had trouble even standing in. So as you can imagine, as this wind field moves in, we're going to have to take shelter ourselves. Generally, we feel pretty comfortable being out in the elements, but not today. Even the pros are going to be going to a place of shelter. I believe your reporter in the last segment actually was starting to do that live on TV. So this is not something you want to be out in. We're in a safe place right now, away from that eye. But as that center, that peak wind area moves into the Florida Panhandle here, we will be doing that and going to a place of safety as well.
Yeah, so explain to our viewers also, I mean, we introduced you as a storm chaser, what this means for you, how and why you're out in conditions like this, how you're going to plan to stay safe, especially as you're near areas where residents were asked to evacuate.
Generally, you know, we're the eyes and ears of the National Weather Service. We provide information in a real-time fashion to let them know what's happening. You know, having a trained eye, having the ability to interpret radar, surface analysis, wind speeds, and actually see kind of how the storm is growing and breathing allows us to put ourselves in safe positions to kind of bring you the best information live. Well, the general public does not have to risk their own safety.
And for those who did not heed the warnings to evacuate, the advice right now from the governor, from officials, is now is the time to hunker down. I'm sure you have seen people do all sorts of things they're not supposed to do during hurricanes or even in the immediate aftermath of a hurricane. What is your #1 tip to people who are bracing for this storm right now?
You know, just listen. It's pretty simple. When storms get this strong, just follow the recommendation of local officials. When they switch from that voluntary evacuation, which is more of a gentle pushing, to, hey, you might want to go somewhere, to that mandatory, that means there's an imminent threat to your safety, especially in the low-lying areas, the Zone A's in many of the counties in Florida. That means it's going to happen. It's in the process of happening. This is no longer an if, this is a when type of situation.
All right, Ben McMillian, a storm chaser. Thank you so much. Great to talk to you, as we actually now know the northern eye wall of this storm has come ashore, which means then soon after that is technical landfall.
Yeah, we expect to see that perhaps in 20 to 30 minutes or so. Let's bring in meteorologist Angie Lassman.
Yeah, hi, Angie's back on set with us. Tell us what the latest is.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're waiting for actually the center of the eye to cross onto land. That's when we get that official landfall, likely any minute now. Honestly, the eye looks a little ragged. It doesn't look great right now, but still, of course, course, coming in at 125-mile-per-hour winds, Category 3, the same deal as the top of the hour. Let's look a little closer because I want to show you this area right here where you see these really bright reds. That's the northern eye wall. That is the worst place for the most destructive winds. We have heavy rain in that area. And unfortunately for our friends in Perry, they're going to go through this here momentarily. I'd say in the next couple of minutes, if you are watching from that region, then you're going to want to hunker down for sure and make sure that you are in your safe place because that is destructive winds. The good thing is those destructive winds, they're not extending very far out. So if you are maybe 20, 40, 60 miles away from where the center comes on shore and where that northern eye wall moves through, you're probably talking about tropical storm conditions. So you can see places like Lake City, 53-mile-per-hour, Cedar Key coming in at 72 miles per hour. This still means widespread power outages. We know that the canopy in a lot of this area is fairly dense. We know that this area hasn't gone through such a strong storm as what we're seeing right now. So likely lots of downed trees, especially as the sun comes up. I have a feeling a lot of people will be noting that. We've also got some of these feeder bands starting to work their way in. And because of the circulation around that, tornadoes are likely. This is what we're going to be closely watching even into the late afternoon hours with that tornado watch lasting at least until 3 p.m. The circulation already popping up some of those tornado warnings across parts of Florida from basically east of Tampa and points south of that. We still have that tornado watch that's going to stay in effect. And some of these wind gusts, 64 miles per hour out of Perry, Lake City at 35 miles per hour, Williston out of at 35 miles per hour as well. This is what we're going to see in places like Tampa be fairly an issue. We've already seen the surge. If we can take a look at some of the video that we have, this is 275. So if you're heading from the beaches back into Tampa, this is how you get to the airport. You can see on the right side there is water, on the left side there is water. Normally this bridge is fairly long, but it is of course covered with the bay over splashing and flooding it. So that is closed. Obviously, you don't see any cars driving on it, but look how rough that water is. This is what we're seeing all across Tampa. And of course, this is far away from the center. This is why we recommend, of course, folks staying in their location, in their safe place here, because we're going to see a lot of this, not just near the center of the storm, but well to the south. Right now, here's the storm surge that we're looking at from Cedar Key, 5.9 feet. This is expected to come up. We're talking about low tide in this area. So this is 5.9 feet of inundation. This is from ground level up, so 6 feet. Think about somebody that you know that is 6 feet tall, and that is what we're talking about, water levels in that area. If you look across social media, we've seen incredible videos of homes flooded from some media and some folks that have chosen to ride out the storm in that area. Old Port Tampa right now 4 feet. If you have a structure in Tampa, say that's maybe at 6 feet, I think you're okay. The barrier islands, unfortunately, places like Madeira Beach, Treasure Island, Reddington Beach, all of those locations along Gulf Boulevard in that area, likely dealing with flooding, especially the most low-lying areas. And then, of course, we're going to see this number rise in places like Cedar Key, just off to the east of where the center of that storm comes on shore. Addition, I told you about the tornado risk. This is going to be well into parts of Georgia, in North and South Carolina here through the day today. Just be sure that you're not letting your guard down. Even if you see kind of a break in rain, Savannah and Joe, this is not the time to go outside. We'll see that, of course, tornado risk stay with us. And that's, again, one of the most dangerous parts when you see folks that are well away from the center. They think that the threat is over. Right. It, of course, is not. And this will be something we deal with at least until tomorrow when the system finally moves offshore. But plenty of flooding, strong winds, and, of course, storm surge to deal with between now and then.
The fact that it could be a Category 2 when it gets into Georgia, how surprising is that?
Yeah, I mean, this system's kind of interesting because it's fairly small, but it's powerful, small and mighty. A lot of times when you see a Cat 3, a Cat 4, it's fairly large, it's expansive. Those winds, those hurricane force winds expand well out from the center, but it is small and it is mighty. Will it stay together as a Cat 2? The National Hurricane Center seems to think so. Fairly surprising. We'll wait and see exactly what happens. It doesn't look too unhealthy right now, but of course it has plenty of time to go over the land. That, of course, weakens the system. And we likely will still see those impacts remaining the same, Joe and Savannah, whether it's a Cat 1 or a Cat 2 or even a tropical storm down the line. Places like Charleston will see it become a tropical storm as it's moving over them, but the storm surge remains the same. Anywhere from 3 to 5 feet will be, damaging for areas along the coast in that region.
And so many reasons to keep your guard up, including the fact that much of the state is under a tornado watch. Until 3 p.m. today. Wow. All right. Angie Lassman, we will, of course, be with you throughout the morning. Thank you so much. Now, let's head back to the ground in Florida. We're going to bring in NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray from Gainesville. That's a little bit inland. And NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra from Tampa. Both of you are here with us. But, Jay, I'm going to go ahead and start with you. I mean, this storm isn't forecast specifically to do too much in Gainesville. But tell us exactly what you're seeing at this point. What are you expecting once there is impact, especially since you are a little bit inland from the coast?
Yeah, we are inland, so the surge isn't going to be an issue here, obviously, and we continue to see just those outside bands moving through, so we'll get rain that picks up and wind, not real dramatic, but it'll pass, and then we'll get a bit of a break. That's going to intensify clearly. We're on the east side of the storm, or the dirty side, so we expect to see some hurricane-force winds as this storm makes its way inland and pushes through the state. We expect to see driving rain. And as Angie laid out so well, this is an area of the state that has a lot of trees, and so we expect to see those pulled down and power lines pulled down as well here. You've got the University of Florida, 50,000 students, a huge faculty as well. That campus obviously locked down. They're paying attention and watching this very closely. You've got 5,500 National Guard troops that have been deployed, and they're in key areas waiting to move into some of the hardest hit spots once things clear here as the wind picks up a bit. And then you've got all of the power crews from around the country that are staged just outside of the strike zone, and they'll rush in as soon as it's safe for them to do so. And they'll be greatly needed. The National Hurricane Center has said they still believe, even inland, that this is going to cause catastrophic damage, including a lot of power lines that are pulled down. And so for some of those who decided to ride out this storm and kind of stocked up and got ready, hopefully they prepared to perhaps be without power, not days, but weeks in places like Gainesville, because in some of the hardest hit areas, the idea is it's going to take quite some time to restore things.
Something important to keep in mind, this is not just a one-day event. It goes on and on. Marissa, let's bring you in here. Storm surge is the biggest worry right now. We're expecting a huge storm surge in the Big Bend area when this makes landfall any moment now. You are just south and east of that area in Tampa, and it's already offering a little bit of a clue as to what we could see with storm surge, right?
Exactly. I mean, this is Zone A. It's called Zone A for a reason. Mandatory evacuation. These are the low-lying areas that are most prone to flooding when we see high rainfall. So if you walk over here, you can see Tampa Bay is completely spilled over. This is Bayshore Boulevard. This is a well-known part of downtown Tampa. People use this to get around, and they were even last night, until you can see it's totally flooded out. There is a car right there that tried to get through here, and that's what happens when you try to drive through an evacuated zone and you try to drive through flooded areas, which authorities, by the way, stress over and over, please do not do so. We're told the person in that car had to be rescued. And so when we talk about the concerns, you know, we've seen the flooding around the area. We've seen it in the peninsula, St. Petersburg, Clearwater area. We've seen flooded streets, and we've also seen the bridges. We've seen at least 2 bridges closed. Skyway Bridge, for those of you who may be familiar, that one, it's a pretty high bridge, and so it's not the first time that it's had to be closed when they see wind gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour. Now, one thing I want to point out for those who don't know and didn't see us explain this the last time, you've got Tampa General Hospital right over there. That's that kind of yellowish looking building. And what you may not be able to tell is that's actually on an island. It's called Davis Islands. The only way to get there is by bridges. There's about, 2 sets of bridges over there on either side. You get in and off the island. That is the only level 1 trauma center in Tampa Bay. And so you've got the most serious of injuries go over there. And so they have to put great protections in place. They have this thing called an aqua fence, and that has meant, this barrier is supposed to protect them from upwards of 15 feet of storm surge. But Joe, to your point here, that is the biggest threat to Tampa and the Tampa Bay area as a whole. It's not a direct hit. You can see the winds not so bad right now. Maybe 50 miles per hour is the strongest that we've really seen around here. But when it comes to the biggest threat to Tampa Bay area, it's the storm surge. It's also the tornado tornadoes, and that's about all of the west coast of Florida almost. That's about half the state right now under tornado risk because of those outer bands as they continue through Idalia as she makes her landfall here, Joe.
Absolutely, and there's actually going to be those tornado watches for much of the state until this afternoon. Marissa and Jay, thank you both. Stay with us. We have some breaking news right now, which means we're going to bring in Angie Lastman because this storm has officially made landfall. That means the eye of the hurricane has actually passed onto land. Angie is here with us to walk us through the track.
Yeah, so 7:45 is the official time of landfall, guys. Still Category 3 as it moved on shore. Right now, folks in Perry going through some really intense weather with very strong destructive winds working into that region and, of course, very heavy rain. Officially coming on shore in Keaton Beach. If we zoom way in, you can see it's just to the south and east of Perry right there. This is the region, or the area, the city, I should say, that it officially came on shore. This is low-lying area. For the record books, Keaton Beach is where this system will officially have made landfall. When we talk about some wind speeds, really impressive stuff. 127-mile-per-hour wind gusts are expected in Perry. That's that little part of the eye wall that I mentioned is oftentimes the most destructive, and that's what we're expecting, 127-mile-per-hour winds. Imagine going through that. Folks in Perry, if they stayed, that is what they're dealing with right now. Far away from the center, we're still dealing with low 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. And you can see right now, this is the current gust that has come out, 64 miles per hour. I have a feeling in the next maybe 40 minutes or so, we'll get an update on that, and we'll start to see that number skyrocket as that eye wall works through. Hopefully the sensors remain. Of course, this is oftentimes a problem when it comes to these destructive storms working through. The way that we get that data is damaged because of just how strong those winds are. You can see we don't have any coming out of Cross City. We'll see what happened with that. But of course, still a Category 3 and remaining that way. We will get those updates continually here over the next hour, every hour, with this system working through. And Cedar Keys storm surge up to 5.9 feet. This is likely going to start to increase significantly. Remember, with the winds wrapping around that system, we'll start to get a really big rush of water. Of course, as we go closer to high tide time, which is later on in the day, we'll see what happens when we get those peak storm surges possible. That tornado risk is going to remain. It does spread north. I mentioned this a little while ago. Let's talk about the track because it does remain a Category 2 here as it gets into parts of Georgia, eventually weakening as it spends some time over land, but not decreasing on the impacts for folks in the southeast. Savannah, Charleston, up through Wilmington. Cape Hatteras here as we get into 9 a.m. Thursday, we'll still be dealing with some of the heavy rainfall from the system as it moves off to the Atlantic, and eventually it'll be out of the picture, and we'll of course have to look at what happens with you know all the communities that were impacted by this system here in the past day or so. Meanwhile, when we look at those damaging winds in parts of the southeast, pretty impressive too. Savannah, 76 miles per hour here as we get into the day today. Charleston, 71. Myrtle Beach, 51 miles per hour. So folks in those regions should likely have already finished their preparation. We're looking at that starting to work through the day today. So again, strong winds bringing down trees, power lines. The power outages are going to be something we'll have to watch for. Heavy rain as well with this system. It stretches from Florida all the way up into the Carolinas. Again, we could see maybe 5 to 8 inches in widespread areas, but up to a foot of rain is possible, especially in those areas closest to the core. So the flooding and flash flooding at that will be a big issue from Florida to the Carolinas here through the day today, and even potentially into the early parts of tomorrow. No surprise, we've got the flood watch up. Raleigh, Wilmington, Tallahassee, down through Tampa, guys. Tampa dealing with, of course, that storm surge that we've been seeing all morning long and the flooding concerns there. The tornadoes are going to be a big issue. That's what we'll have to watch for. And of course, the tropics continue to be active. Hurricane Idalia, just one spot that we're watching, of course.
Oh, absolutely. Luckily, those other ones are hopefully not going to be causing any damage to land, property, or people. Angie, thank you so much. We'll, of course, be with you throughout the morning. And now we're going to stay on this continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia, of course.
Yeah, and we will be back with you at the top of the hour. Right now, we're going to take a moment to listen in to live coverage from our affiliate WFLA in Tampa right now.
East through north central Florida, right through Dowling Park, Live Oak, White Springs, Jasper, Madison, and Perry, all going to get in on those really strong winds. And again, Lee, we keep talking about how strong it will stay as it moves farther inland because of the fast forward motion. It's moving at 18 miles per hour off to the northeast, so it's going to be able to hold on to those really strong winds as it moves inland. So yes, even if you live farther inland in Jasper, in White Springs, even into southern Georgia near Valdosta, we are talking about about, Lee, those strong winds continuing to be a possibility.
Yeah, and that because it's going to move still at 18 to 20 miles per hour, so it takes a long time to go from a Category 3 down to a tropical storm, and it's going to cross over I-10. Of course, Lake City, a lot of people know that as an exit off I-10 and I-75 there, so it's going to be right over that. Of course, there's Gainesville is going to be down to the south, and Tallahassee remains back to the west, so it really split the difference there. But a landfalling Category 3 hurricane at 7:45 here on August 30th. We'll be tracking, hearing from the folks in Perry. We'll be hearing from the people in Keaton Beach. It's a really, really dangerous situation for those folks.
You really feel for them because this is happening now. Who thought initially it was going to be Category 4? Right, and certainly that's what happened very quickly.
And of course, our Jeff Patterson is just south of where it made landfall. Going to take a live look in Cedar Key right now. The storm surge is significant. You guys, it's going to get worse, right?
It will, yeah. So we're going to continue to see that water piling on shore. Even though the center of the storm moving inland, that wind will continue to come on shore.
All right, take a quick break. We're back with more coverage in just a moment.
Okay. Top of the hour now. Let's get straight to the major story of the morning. Hurricane Idalia making landfall just moments ago, 15 minutes ago to be exact, in Keaton Beach, Florida. We have new pictures coming in this morning showing the sheer devastation across Florida's Gulf Coast. Here are the stats at this hour. Winds clocking in at well over 120 miles an hour, slowly trudging up that coastline at less than 20 miles an hour. We're also watching the possibility of historic and life-threatening storm surge all along Florida's panhandle, up to 16 feet predicted in some areas. Millions across the state now bracing for the worst, with more than 100,000 already without power. Governor Ron DeSantis experiencing Idalia's wrath firsthand earlier this morning.
And it's going to be very, very dangerous. And there we go with our power here. We're back.
Scene that's going to play out many times over the coming hours. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to our team that is spread across Florida as we track Hurricane Idalia. We're going to start with NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas. He is in Crystal River, Florida. Tom, good morning. So this is north of Tampa, southeast sort of Cedar Key, and east of where the storm made landfall. Obviously, it looks like waters are rising behind you. Tell us about the conditions in the area you're in.
Yeah, hey, Savannah and Joe, how are you? So first, people have to understand this is sort of a slow-moving disaster in the part where we are in Crystal River. You're right. The major concern is the water here. It's supposed to be low tide, but the water's already moving up. And that's because of the storm surge. So at 4 o'clock, that's the point when they're going to know if this area is going to be completely flooded or not. And that's going to happen over several hours, obviously. I was speaking with the mayor just before we came on. He says they have a sort of a complex buoy system, very sophisticated, out in the Gulf where they can monitor the tides, at least for this area, because it is low lying. And he's saying the numbers they're seeing right now are several feet above average. So that's worrying him because, again, this should be low tide, and already we're seeing some flooding. North of us, that's where most of the damage is right now. But again, people are still careful here. They are under evacuation orders. People, if they didn't evacuate, they should still stay inside, because at 30 to 35 miles per hour, the sheriff here in Citrus County told me that his officers aren't going to be out and about. We're not feeling that right now. Every now and then we'll get a gust like right now, but it picks up a little bit. But by and large, where we are, so far, it's not too bad. Again, it's going to be a slow-moving disaster here in Crystal River because of the water. That's what they're watching, and that's really the main concern because, you know, once that water comes through, there's nowhere for it to go, and you just have to wait. So they're waiting and they're watching the water here. There are power outages sporadically. We were under tornado watch earlier this morning. Those have since passed as the storm moves on. But, you know, it was interesting. People went to bed thinking this was a Category 3, something they had never seen before. They woke up, it was a Category 4 at one point this morning, just before making landfall. So it's come as a surprise to a lot of people. And as that track sort of shifts, you know, it wobbles right, wobbles left, different areas are experiencing a lot of damage. And, you know, to be fair, this thing moved a little further west and a little further north than a lot of people thought. So the areas south of Tallahassee are getting pounded right now. And I don't know if they were completely ready for that.
You know, this is still hitting an area that is not, say, as populated as a Tampa or farther south of that, Tom. But in general, folks there, they're used to hurricanes. They prepare for them all the time. What is the general mood from people in the area where you're at?
You know, I think because a major hurricane had never hit this Big Bend area, the nature coast, what they call it as well. You know, you have a lot of people who have second homes here. You have people who are retired here. This is an area where people come to swim with manatees. They come for the freshwater and the ocean flats fishing. So there's a lot of tourists here, but they had never seen a hurricane this size. So when I was talking to people, I could actually see it in their eyes. They were worried. Sometimes you talk to Floridians, and I'm a Floridian. I was born and raised in Miami. They're a little cavalier about storms, but here they seem to be really worried about this one. Since the track moved a little bit north of where we are, I think maybe more people stayed than they wanted to. I know that in Citrus County, the sheriff told me where we are, they were asking people to leave who just refused to leave, and there was nothing they could do at that point.
All right, and of course that becomes the concern if anybody does need rescuing who did not evacuate. They might have to wait that out. Tom Yamas, thank you very much. We'll check back in with you. Stay safe.
And Tom just mentioned Citrus County. We do want to bring in the Citrus County Fire Chief, Craig Stevens, for more as Florida is bracing and for this storm. Good morning. First of all, just tell us, what are you seeing right now? You guys are in some of the worst areas.
So obviously we're getting a lot of rain. Some of the bands are coming through. Some of the tropical force winds we've witnessed already. The wind bands are starting to pick up, and of course we are, we've got some low area flooding that's occurring. Some of our areas out towards the coast are starting to see water rising.
Yeah, so this is sort of, as you mentioned, coastal, seeing that water rising. You're between Tampa and Gainesville. This was an area that was ordered to evacuate earlier in the week. What have you seen from residents? Have people actually been heeding those warnings? Have they been evacuating? Are you concerned about any type of rescues that may need to take place, especially as day breaks?
Some of them, obviously, you know, we have our hardcore people that are probably still there, and we'll go out there and we'll get them if we have to. But at this point, it's not as bad as we anticipated. So hopefully, it just depends on when that storm surge hits us.
Chief, you say you'll go out there and get them if you have to, but do you still need to wait for this storm to pass through? It's not something you can do instantly, right?
So it depends on the winds. If our winds exceed 45 mile an hour, then of course we pull our crews off the road and we wait for those sustained winds to start to die down. Once those sustained winds die down, then we can resume missions.
What's your biggest concern in the aftermath of this as you are able to kind of get out there and see what's happened?
Our safety for the citizens that are still there, the power lines that are down, trees that are down, and then, of course, the stagnant water that's going to be there for some time. So.
All right. Citrus County Fire Chief Craig Stevens, we're thinking of you and your community right now. Thanks so much for joining us this morning and giving us an update.
Yeah, we appreciate your time. We're thinking about your community. Now, of course, let's get the latest on where Idalia is after making landfall and where it is headed.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman is back with an update. We know it's at landfall. The question is, what happens now? Hey, Angie.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, the question is, are people prepared across parts of the southeast? Because that's where it's going from now through really the next 24 hours. Latest details coming in just at the top of the hour. Winds at 120 miles per hour. Not a lot of change with that. We likely will see those numbers come down here through the rest of the morning as it continues to interact with the land and starts to weaken. 10 miles southeast of Perry, Florida right now, and moving northeast at 18 miles per hour. It's going to cruise across parts of this area of the country and eventually move offshore here by the time we get into Friday. So we'll look for that. As for what we're dealing with right now, the worst of what we're seeing occurring in this moment is that northern eye wall that folks in Perry and Dowling Park and up through Madison are eventually going to start to deal with. We do have extreme wind warnings in effect for folks there with upwards of 120 mile per hour winds possible. We were forecasting 127 mile per hour winds in that area. So not going to be surprised if we see really bad destruction of exactly where this area works through. That part of the eye is always the most destructive in the northern eye wall. This is going to last until 10:15. So they've got a couple of hours to deal with extreme wind in this area that you see outlined in the pink. As that continues to trek a little farther to the north, it will, of course, be impacting more communities to the north. Jasper, Madison, heads up if you are someone that stayed and you are hunkering down in that area and you're still able to connect with us and get this information. Right now, the latest gusts coming out of Perry say 71 miles per hour. That number likely coming up here as we go through at least the next 40 minutes or so. Pretty good gusts of wind elsewhere, more tropical storm-like as we look out towards Lake City, 45 miles per hour, even up into Valdosta, already into the low 40s for those gusts. And as far south as Leesburg, Brooksville, and Tampa still dealing with, again, those tropical storm-like conditions. We've also got the tornado watch in effect. So on top of the surge, the rain, and those strong winds, the potential for tornadoes is always there, especially in what we meteorologists call the right front quadrant of this storm. So if you divide it like this into four, with the forward motion, that right front area has the best chance of spinning up some tornadoes. A lot of times these are rain wrapped, which makes it very difficult for folks to see. If you're going through the storm in this area, you should be preparing like there is a tornado working through. But if you get a tornado watch or a warning in any of these other areas across the state of Florida and up into Georgia, you should be in the interior area of your house, away from the windows, because you may not know that it's coming with all of that rain wrapped around it. Of course, as the sun comes up, that makes it a little better for us, but still plenty of rain working through. Now, as we talk about the wind speeds right now, these are what we're expecting. I mentioned 127 miles per hour for Perry, Cedar Key, 72 miles per hour. We've already seen really incredible inundation happening in low tide for Cedar Key, 5.9 feet above ground. If you think about, say, a stop sign, that's about 7 feet. If you think about somebody that you know that is 6 feet tall, that is how much above ground level we're talking about water working in. A lot of homes that are in this area are likely flooded close to at least half of the first floor. When we get up to 12 feet, that's about the first floor of a home. Even down through Tampa, we saw plenty of flooding across Gulf Boulevard and in Port Tampa right now, 4.5 feet. If your structures are about 6 feet or higher, you're likely okay here by the time this is all said and done. But anything below that, you're probably going to come back to maybe some destruction when it comes to some flooding concerns. There's that tornado risk. It does extend all the way into parts of Charleston, Wilmington, Savannah. Heads up here as we get through the afternoon hours and even into tonight. These brief spin-up pickups are possible here as this system continues its northeasterly movement. Those storm surge numbers have not changed. Historic storm surge likely across much of the Nature Coast. The Big Bend area is where we're really concerned, especially as we go later into the day and we start to see that high tide getting into the picture, guys. This is going to be a really big issue for folks there, but we've already seen, as I mentioned, some of the issues when it comes to Tampa, St. Petersburg, the Barrier Islands, as far south as Pinellas County. That's going to be something to watch too, because we showed you the images, right, from I-275 in Tampa, and it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and it's a good reminder about that high tide, as we just saw with our friend Tom Yamas, who's in Crystal River. It might look sort of calm there, or like maybe things are getting better, but actually later in the day as that tide changes, it's something to watch out for. Angie Lassman, thank you so much. We'll see you in a bit.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, who joins us now from Gainesville, Florida, which, as we mentioned, is farther inland from where the storm made landfall. Still, they're going to deal with rain, they're going to deal with wind, the tornado threat Angie just mentioned. Guad, what's it like there right now?
Joe, we're about 75 miles east of where the storm made landfall here in Gainesville. We're right next to the University of Florida that canceled classes, of course, because of this storm. So we had rain all overnight, a lot of rain. Right now it's been a little lighter, but county authorities say that it's the wind that has been worrying them. Of course, we're under that tornado watch here. Just about an hour ago, they issued a tornado warning south of us in Marion County. We've had about a dozen tornado warnings the last time I checked in the last hour when the governor spoke and talked about these warnings, and of course a tornado watch that remains for a large part of central Florida. You can see some of the rain and some of the wind in the trees behind me. So authorities here are really warning residents about the possibility of downed trees and also power lines that could be damaged by these winds. They do have outages reported in this county as well as other parts of Florida. The last time I checked, the report was about 140,000 customers all across the state having interruptions in their power service. And of course, most of those outages are just west of us where the storm made landfall. But we also have some of those here further west. You can see how the wind gusts just pick up every minute or so. They'll come in. And this is what county authorities have warned residents about as we expect more of this wind and more of this rain to make its way through Gainesville. Joe.
Absolutely. Hey, Guad, it's Savannah. So, since you're more inland, things like storm surge, kind of less of a concern in that area. You mentioned power outages, though, being something to watch out for, as well as that tornado warning, which is something that much of the state is dealing with. What is it that you're hearing from residents who maybe are sort of used to some bad weather in the area, but, having the fact that they're inland, not necessarily waiting for that water or anything like that? What are people feeling? What are people thinking?
Well, Savannah, first of all, Gainesville is a city that about a fourth of the residents are college students. So the university played a big part preparing the college students for the storm. A lot of the residents are also curious. They came outside this morning in the area we're at to ask us if the storm was over, if the worst was over, because it can be tricky when you get these outer bands. You'll get a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and then it'll kind of die down, and then more will come. So people want to know if the worst has passed, but county authorities are asking everyone to bunker down and wait for more rain and more wind to make its way through, because as we can see in the radar, the storm is still making its way through this part of Florida. So there's still dangers out there, and there are reports already within the county here of downed trees and, as I mentioned, damage to the power infrastructure that has caused some interruptions for some of the customers. So there are some dangers out there. So authorities want people to bunker down and wait for the rain and the wind to make its way through as we continue to be under this tornado watch.
All right, Guad, thank you so much. We want to go right to NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who is in the thick of things right now in Perry, Florida. He and his team are doing their best to stay safe while also bringing us these incredible pictures. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Hey there, Joe. Well, this is Hurricane Idalia. We are in the thick of it, and we are getting pounded by some heavy winds and heavy rain that we've only seen intensified over the last hour or so. Right behind me, a few minutes ago, Joe, there was a billboard. There is no longer a billboard behind me. It was ripped apart and it collapsed. We're keeping a close eye on some nearby power lines. Don't worry, we're far enough away, and my crew can go inside at any sign of trouble. But you can see these winds really picking up. There's nobody on the roads right now. Local authorities had said that once the winds reached 45 miles an hour, they wouldn't be able to respond to calls, that people were essentially on their own. We're well past that point. The winds here, wind gusts I'm told, are over 100 miles an hour. And we are really feeling the brunt of this storm. An unprecedented storm hitting the Big Bend area. They have never seen a storm this powerful in terms of wind surge. And Joe, the story in other parts of Florida has been storm surge, 10 to 15 feet expected. That's not the case in this particular town. It's a town of 7,000 people that's actually 20 miles inland. The story here is the wind, as you can clearly see. Unclear at this point what the damage will be, but local authorities expect that it will be extensive. In winds this high, essentially a tornado, mobile homes and structures that weren't built in the last few years will have a very difficult time staying up. Just to let you know where we are, we're in a hotel. It lost power now several hours ago. Several local residents who left their homes and are hunkering down here, as well as some members of the media, are also here. And we're trying to stay safe, and we'll go inside as soon as we can. But we can show you, Joe and Savannah, that the winds are only intensifying here, and we expect them to get only worse in the next few hours. Joe?
Absolutely. Hey, Gabe, it's Savannah. So you mentioned you're about 20 miles inland, and it's about a half-hour drive pretty much straight north of Keaton Beach, which is where this made landfall about a half hour ago now. As this storm's track has kind of wobbled, changed a little bit, both north and south, as we've been projecting it, how prepared was this area for this to be as bad as it currently is, as dramatic as these winds are?
Look, emergency management officials, including the governor, have been warning that this storm had the possibility to be extremely powerful over the last several days. People were warned. Not everyone heeded that warning, however. As we get another wind squall here, not everyone heeded those evacuation warnings. And at this point, that's unfortunate because it is very dangerous here in terms of the wind speed. Again, the most powerful hurricane in terms of wind speed to hit this area. If there is a small, and I say small bit of good news here, it's that the hurricane made landfall in a place that isn't as heavily populated as other parts of Florida. It hit the wetlands. Keaton Beach obviously will be heavily impacted, and they will have to deal with storm surge. Too early to tell exactly how this area is dealing with the damage. We should know that later today when people start to assess the damage. But I can tell you, not everybody evacuated. At this point, people are hunkered down. Unclear what the property damage will be. But these winds are powerful. Savannah and Joe.
Gabe, you have covered a number of hurricanes over the years. Right now, in this moment, just how does this one compare with what you've experienced in the past?
Look, hurricanes, they are unpredictable in a sense. The forecast models tell you one thing, but to be really standing here feeling the power of the storm is something else. I've covered many storms in Florida. The ones that immediately come to mind, Irma several years ago that hit in 2017. Hurricane Michael will always stick with me for how it wiped out Mexico Beach. I had never seen destruction like that before. In terms of this storm, too early to tell. I can tell you the winds they're up there. Not as much as, say Irma or Ian even, but it is getting up there. And again, these wind speeds more than 100 miles an hour right now. They will devastate any community. And my hope is that this, that the property damage isn't as extensive as some people fear it might be.
Yeah, Gabe, on that note, just a quick question before we let you go. You had mentioned we were with you as that billboard started to destruct that you now say is gone. Of course, the concern for something like a mobile home. Structurally, right now, how is something like that hotel that you're in and that residents are hunkering down in doing?
The hotel seems pretty good right now. It's a concrete building, 3 floors, and we can go inside immediately. If we needed to evacuate or if we, see any of these power lines or power poles or any other structural damage. From what I can see from my eyes right now, the billboard is the only thing that's really come down. The power lines are still intact, but again, tens of thousands of people across Florida are without power right now. Again, in these types of wind speeds, Mobile homes can be destroyed. Well, we won't know the full extent of the damage, though, for the next few hours as the storm continues to make its way into other states, Georgia, South Carolina, bringing heavy rain along with it. We're getting a lot of rain right now, but the immediate concern over the next hour or two here in Perry is the wind. Joe and Savannah?
Gabe, we want to give you the opportunity to get inside that stable building for a moment to get some rest. We appreciate your reporting. You and your team, please continue to stay safe. We'll check in with you as much as we can throughout the morning. The National Hurricane Center, of course, has been tracking the latest on Idalia's path this morning.
And so has Angie Lassman here in studio with us. Angie, what is the latest on this track?
Let's talk about exactly where Gabe is right now. I find this very interesting. You can see just how bad the situation has unfolded for folks in that area where he is. You see this really bright pink and red, plenty of lightning associated with it. That's that northern eye wall that we were so concerned about. We said time and time again, that's the most destructive part of this eye wall with incredible winds. That's what Gabe is dealing with right now in the town of Perry. We've got an extreme wind warning that is in place here, and it's going to stay in place at least through 10:15. So we've got a couple hours still for folks that you see in this outlined pink area. This has just been extended. It now includes I-10 in this area across just short of Lake City. So this is going to last here through a couple more hours this morning as this part of that eye wall starts to work its way a little farther to the north and to the east. We're not expecting it to weaken incredibly fast. So folks that are in the path of that likely going to see major destruction from the winds. Again, it's fairly compact. We've been saying this all morning long that the system is small but mighty. Those hurricane force winds extending out just 25 miles from the center of it. But anyone in the path of that in those 25 miles is likely going to see destruction to structures as well as trees, of course, down power lines. Communication will be an issue, and we will continue to see exactly what unfolds in this region. It is fairly, it's not so populated, it's sparsely populated, but there's still communities like where Gabe is of about 7,000 people in Perry. So folks that are going through this that maybe may have not evacuated. Now, a bigger picture look, you can see how the system is moving. Right now, we've got 85-mile-per-hour winds out of Perry. It didn't really look like 85 miles per hour when I look at Gabe's live shot, to be honest. We're going to see that number likely increase here pretty quick. We'll see exactly what it ends up to. We were forecasting 127 miles per hour. Either way, folks in that area should be hunkered down because those are just some destructive winds. Across much of the region, more tropical storm force winds, 30s, 40s. Some of the higher numbers we see right now, Tallahassee, 40 for Valdosta, looking out towards Jacksonville even. You're pretty far away from the center of that system, but still up to 30 miles per hour. And we, of course, have that tornado watch. This is another thing that we're going to have to watch for through the afternoon hours, and which will likely get extended, especially the farther north we go through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening hours. Take a look at what we're expecting as far as those strongest gusts. Notice this brighter pink. That's where the eye continues to track to the north and east over the next 24 hours. So, yes, there's that forecasted number of Perry for 127 miles per hour. But as we get into the next 24 hours, we'll likely see that eye kind of hold together fairly good and bring some of the strongest winds that we'll see with this system across this area. So southeastern Georgia, a couple more spots across parts of northern Florida as it goes through the next hour or two. But again, heads up if you live in that area of Georgia. Cedar Key looking at peak wind gusts of 72 miles per hour. Look, Hernando Beach, 50 miles per hour. St. Pete Beach, low 50s as well. The tornadoes, another big issue. Orlando stretching all the way to Wilmington, Cape Hatteras. You're potentially going to be dealing with some of those spin-up tornadoes. They're brief, but they're not nothing. And especially for folks that maybe are getting some breaks from the rain, the farther south you go, places like Orlando, when it's just those kind of feeder bands working in, guys, it can be really deceiving, especially if we start to see things calming down and you think it's dry outside, Savannah and Joe, and then we have some of those feeder bands quickly working in, and we could have a spin-up or two. So the tornado watch does last until 3 p.m. for a big area of this region, Florida into Georgia and potentially up into parts of the Carolinas.
So important for people to keep all that in mind. All right, Angie, thanks so much. Let's keep this conversation on the storm and the tracking of the storm going with the National Hurricane Center, which has been tracking the latest on Idalia's path all morning.
That's right. Michael Brennan is the director of the National Hurricane Center, and he joins us now. Hi, Michael. Thank you very much for your time this morning. So walk us through what we're seeing right now. We know about a little bit over 45 minutes ago, this storm actually making that landfall in Keaton Beach. What is the latest on the track at this point?
Yeah, we're seeing it continue to move steadily northeastward at about 20 miles per hour. We're seeing the eye wall move inland over places like Perry into Taylor, Dixie, Sewanee, Lafayette counties in Florida. Those are the areas that are seeing the worst wind conditions now. We're still seeing, very dangerous water levels, life-threatening storm surge along the Big Bend coast. We're actually coming out of low tide, so water is going to continue to rise in places like Cedar Key, up along the Dixie and Taylor County coastlines, and those high water levels are going to continue for several more hours. We're still seeing inundation 4 to 5 feet above ground level all the way down south into the Tampa Bay region. And these winds and the heavy rainfall is going to expand northward and eastward up into Georgia and bring impacts all the way into the Carolinas. Could see hurricane force winds in places like Savannah and Hilton Head, substantial storm surge that far north as well, in addition to the heavy rainfall a little farther inland.
So now that this storm has made landfall, is it behaving about how you would expect? I mean, what is happening with the winds, with the storm surge, with the rain?
Yeah, unfortunately, things have played out sort of as forecast, and we are expecting a fast northeastward motion from here on out. The peak winds are going to come down, but not that quickly, so we're still going to see substantial hurricane force wind threat across portions of North Florida, southern Georgia, all the way to the Georgia and South Carolina coastlines. Tropical storm force winds all the way up through the North Carolina coast as we go into tonight and tomorrow. There's also a storm surge risk in places like Savannah, Hilton Head, Charleston. We could see 3 to 5 feet of inundation above ground level there. And then the last thing I want to touch on is the flooding rainfall risk, especially to the left of the track of the center, places like Fayetteville, Columbia, South Carolina, Augusta, all the way back to Tallahassee. We could see 4 to 8 inches of rainfall here, isolated totals as high as 12 inches. And rainfall flooding has actually been the biggest killer in tropical storms and hurricanes in this country in the last 10 years. So we don't want to underplay that threat here in the next day or two.
Yeah, and Michael, could you put in context for us the storm surge? A lot of our maps here at NBC News have been showing 12 to 15 feet. We heard the governor reference that earlier. What is that like, especially for this part of Florida? Have they seen anything like that before?
Not really. This is an unprecedented event, at least in modern history in this part of Florida, and nobody living there has ever seen storm surge inundation quite like this. I mean, you think I'm 6 feet tall, so we're talking about water that's like 6 to 10 feet above my head. Wow. And wherever that peak surge occurred. So this is why we use that word catastrophic, and we were so urgently pleading with people to get out of that storm surge evacuation area if they've been asked to leave, because it's not a survivable situation there.
All right. Michael Brennan, the director of the National Hurricane Center. Of course, a busy man this morning. We appreciate your time very much. We will check in. Thank you.
Let's head back to Tampa. And NBC News correspondent Marissa Parr. That is, of course, farther south from where the hurricane has made landfall. Marissa, what are you seeing there, especially when it does come to the storm surge?
Hey, Joe. Yeah, well, you can see evidence of the storm surge all around me. This park right now, there's only a small part of it that is above water. You walk around here, you wouldn't even know that this is a main thoroughfare that people are used to driving through. People who know Tampa know this is Bayshore Boulevard. Right now, Tampa Bay has taken over Bayshore Boulevard entirely. And what you're going to see as we pan the camera over here is what happens when someone tries to drive through Zone A, mandatory evacuation area. Oh, and there's somebody walking over there in what looks like waist-deep water. So we have a lot of people that are exploring. I don't know if our camera guy can pan over, if you can see it. We can't see through the trees, but that's a first. I haven't seen someone actually trying to walk through the water until right now. It's unfortunately you can't see it, but look at that car. Someone was inside of that car, needed to be rescued from that car. And listen, this isn't the only rescue that we've heard of, and this isn't the only flooding. I mean, we're just talking about Tampa Bay specifically right now, Joe, but we've got a peninsula over to the west of us. We've got Clearwater, St. Petersburg. If you look even online on Twitter, there's all kinds of videos of the flooding that they're seeing in the St. Petersburg area, whether it's Clearwater Beach, Treasure Island. We're saying St. Pete's Beach, lots of flooded roads. Of course, again, more or less what you're seeing behind me here. And here's the thing, while I've been here, we've been here for maybe a couple of hours now. We know that this water level is going to rise. We're expecting that it's going to hit its peak sometime in the afternoon, a few hours from now. I've already seen the water level rise on that truck over there. We've seen it start to get higher and higher. So, we're talking about, we're expecting more of those bands coming our way, which will bring more rain. Again, the tide has an impact. And guys, the other concern here is we've been talking about, people that are further down the coast that may think that they're out of harm's way when it comes to the storm surge because they're not right along here in Zone A. The other concern here is when those bands come through, there is a heightened risk for tornadoes. So if you look at the tornado risk map, it's basically half of the state. It's like the whole west coast of it. So anyone who thinks that we're out of the woods because we're seeing we're seeing a break from the rain, seeing a break from severe wind right now, there's still time for risky weather to be happening, guys.
Yeah, and Marissa, on that note, I mean, also just when you look at a map of Florida, you are significantly south of where the actual landfall was made, where the eye of the storm was up north in Keaton Beach. And then, as you mentioned, you add on top of that, it's not raining anymore, at least not right now in this moment. How seriously are people taking this? Especially, I mean, that's quite an image. It's essentially the Tampa Bay just completely inundating right over that wall as if it doesn't even exist. Are people taking this seriously, especially knowing it might get worse throughout the day?
It's a great question. So from my observations, the people who were the most afraid of this storm, they, for the most part, seem to have cleared out by Monday. On Monday, it was 50-50. When I was going to people in the grocery stores, I was going to people who were picking up sandbags. It was 50-50 in terms of people I found who were taking it very seriously. They said, we're prepping our home before we get out and find a safe place to weather the storm from that's not here in the Tampa Bay area. But I would say since Monday, whether it was yesterday, whether it's today, the majority of people I find here seem to be relaxed until they have a reason not to be. I mean, case in point, you've got this truck. I'm sure that they thought they could do it. There's a reason why it's stuck. They thought that they could pass through here, and I'm sure that relaxed nature quickly turned to anxiety when they had to find a way out of their truck to get to safety. They had to be rescued. I mean, that's kind of what we're seeing. I think that tends to be the trend here, is that people who are relaxed and unbothered tend to change their minds once they need rescuing. And we know that there was at least one rescue from a mobile home park that St. Pete's Fire and Rescue had to tend to. And those are just the confirmed cases. We've heard of others that are unconfirmed online. So that's another thing to point out here, is when they say mandatory evacuations, they're not really enforcing that. I mean, I just told you about, I saw a guy walking waist deep in water. I know that that's not what authorities want, but they're not necessarily enforcing that. But the problem is when people are in need of rescuing, especially when the wind gusts do pick up, and especially when we are seeing that storm surge, authorities are saying you're putting them at risk too, the rescue crews who have to go out into dangerous weather to rescue people who shouldn't have been out to begin with.
Absolutely. All right, Marissa Parra, stay safe, especially as those waters rise. We will talk to you in just a little bit. Thank you.
So Marissa is in Tampa. That's on the east side of the hurricane's eye. Let's go to the west side of the hurricane's eye, Tallahassee. That's where we find NBC's Maggie Vespa. Maggie, that's the side you'd rather be on, at least right now. But what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, Joe, so basically it's tough to see, but the wind gusts have been hitting intermittently here throughout the morning. And sort of like in Tampa, the flooding is a major concern. Tornadoes a major concern. There goes the wind a little bit. Here, it's the wind gusts, it's power outages, it's down trees. Thousands of people across the area already without power. Power crews, I'll just walk a little bit so you can kind of get a landscape of what it looks like behind me. Power crews are out and about, but you can hear we have massive generator here in our hotel keeping the power on after it went out a couple of times, tripped a couple of times, like in the last 10 minutes. You might have also seen this morning Governor Ron DeSantis giving his update in the middle of his press conference. Power went out there as well. That was in Tallahassee. Keep in mind, this is a major metropolitan area, 200,000 plus people. This is a college town, Florida State University, Florida A&M. Those campuses are closed. Also the state capitol, government buildings are closed. This is not an area that's used to getting hit hard by the hurricanes that hit this state. Usually they pass by and go south of this area or go east of this area. And really, Tallahassee only kind of learned, and people here only kind of learned that they were in the path of the storm in the last 24 hours or so. Originally, Idalia was kind of tracking a bit farther east. Suddenly, it swung west. You guys know even we had to change our plans. We had to send crews, us and kind of our staff, a bit farther west to make sure that we were covering potentially the hardest hit parts of the state. So again, this morning, the worst part here in Tallahassee does indeed, as forecasted, appear to be the winds, wind gusts clocking upwards of 40, close to 50 miles per hour at some times. And again, we've seen power outages kind of sprinkled throughout the area. People hoping that it doesn't get much worse here in the Tallahassee area as this storm continues to move inland, guys. I'll send it back to you.
Maggie, so what did that mean? You mentioned just these last 24 hours, plans changing as the paths shift. What did that mean for preparation in this area and also also for anybody who did maybe want to get out? What are you seeing and hearing from people?
It meant that it was frantic and it was last minute, essentially. Our crew was on the ground yesterday. People here in Tallahassee for the first time filling up sandbags, trying to do it quickly, thinking what can they sandbag, what can they put a barrier in front of in the next 24 hours or so. They didn't have days warning like we saw, like Marissa was talking about being in the grocery store on Monday or even earlier, asking people what they thought of the impending storm. That wasn't happening here. It really wasn't until yesterday that people in this area, here comes another gust, started getting warnings about the fact that they could be in the path of this storm. So it was sandbags with 24 hours notice. It was evacuations for 24 hours notice. A lot of people with pets who are worried are in our hotel behind us because they couldn't bring those pets to some local shelters. So a lot of preparation and kind of a lot of worry mounting essentially at the last minute here in Tallahassee.
Right, Maggie Vespa. Maggie, stay safe. Interesting note from our climate unit. Idalia, the strongest hurricane to make landfall on the Big Bend region in 127 years, tying an unnamed hurricane back in 1896 with 125-mile-an-hour winds. Coming up,
1896.
I know, it's been that long. Coming up, continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia as it ravages Florida's Gulf Coast this morning.
Yeah, for right now, we're going to listen into our affiliate WBBH, and we'll be back with you in a bit.
There was a little bit higher count there and some concerns around some flooding that may happen again around the high tide later this afternoon. We do want to call your attention to the United Way 211 line. So if you're waking up this morning and finding that you need extra assistance related to anything that happened overnight with the storm, dial 211 and the United Way is there to assist you. They'll connect you to any number of services, and we're here to help you out and support you if you woke up this morning and found some unexpected damage or flooding. So what's next? Our Emergency Operations Center continues to be staffed with county employees and local partners, and county crews will continue to be out on the roadways assessing the damage and working any of the problems that they come up with. We'll be continuing to provide regular community updates through our social media channels and through legov.com/storm. That's our website that we set up specifically for this storm. And now I'd like to introduce our Superintendent of Lee County Public Schools, Dr. Christopher Bernier.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you again to this wonderful community for all the help and support you've provided us over the last 48 hours, specifically to this great county commission and this wonderful emergency operations center, providing us the access and the ability to plan alongside county government makes the recovery so much easier. I'm happy to tell you that this morning crews are already out assessing each and every one of our school buildings. We do plan to be operational tomorrow. Official announcement will come later this afternoon from our office. Please continue to monitor local media, check our website, but as to our parents and community members who are part of our phone call system, you will receive information, text messages, and other things. To our employees as well, thank you for your understanding over the last 48 hours, why we needed to err on the side of safety for our students, as well as our staff members. Excited about the return of school on Thursday, and hope that all of us will come through this storm and continue to recover, not only from this one, but still recovering from Hurricane Ian. We should also think about our neighbors to the north, plan to reach out to those superintendents sometime tomorrow once the storm clears and see what they need, and then hope that our community and our schools will respond the way several school districts responded to our needs post-Ian. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Doctor. Well, thank you, Dr. Bernier, and that concludes our update for today. Are there any questions?
Just one, and that it may not be top of mind, but flooding that's going on.
Port Florida, decent storm going on now. Wind gusts, but not bad. Normal Florida summer thunderstorm at this time. That's what it's currently feeling like in Northport, Florida. We'll continue to interact with our commenters live on the WFLA Facebook page, WFLA YouTube page, and of course, with all your resources right now on WFLA.com. Avery, Chris, we'll send it back over to you.
All right, thank you guys so much.
Going to head back up now to Cedar Key, where Jeff Patterson's been all morning. Truly some heartbreaking scenes coming out of Cedar Key. Jeff, what can you show us?
Yeah, good morning. Well, things have changed dramatically in just the last 15 minutes. I want Joey to pan over here and just show you what you're looking at is the roof of an outbuilding of the faraway inn. The entire building has now washed away. You're looking at the top of that building, a front door of the building that was down there. The contents of the inside of the building have now all washed up here. And if you look down there at the condos there, the first floor of those condominiums is completely flooded. There's a kayak that is there kind of battering the outside of the building now. Some large Yeti coolers that have floated from who knows where that have come up. I see several kayaks just kind of bobbing up and down in the water. And I want you to note that there's a stop sign there that has washed.
All right, it looks like we have lost Jeff's signal there. Did we have him? Okay, we've lost his signal there in Cedar Key, but this is something that we knew was going to happen, unfortunately. Yeah. We've been watching one of those buildings kind of deteriorate all morning long, and now you see it's just covering the roof of it, which is just awful to see.
Yeah, the storm surge predictions there are very high, and I'm assuming that there's going to be more coming their way.
Unfortunately so. And you know, oh, the Cedar Key community is so beautiful. It's so, you know, for decades they've been sitting out on those porches watching the water, and now that water has turned into their enemy. And it's rising and taking away some of the things.
Really tough to see, and there's nothing they can do at this point besides let this all run its course, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, because we still have those higher tides coming up throughout the day. So as high as the water is now, it's only going to rise in our community. So again, this was sort of twofold. We knew there would be strong winds as a Category 4 hurricane passed by us, but now we have to deal with the onshore winds that's going to continue to pile up water where it doesn't need to go. So the latest updates from the National Hurricane Center on Idalia: 120-mile-per-hour winds moving north-northeast at 18, using max defender rate. Here's the center of circulation. So Perry, they're finally getting a break. It's been almost an hour. They were in the outer eye wall, which is with the strongest wind. So a little bit of a break for them. Hopefully people are able to were able to withstand that. But you can see, so Tallahassee's back here. There's Lake City, right where I-75 and I-10 come together. And you have Gainesville, of course. So all these areas dealing with strong winds. But the worst of the weather is clearly right around the eye wall. Now let's get a little closer to home, because we're still going to be dealing with impacts from Idalia all day today. Strong wind gusts, squally type weather. What we mean is, it may be kind of not too bad, maybe a little cloudy, maybe a little drizzly, and then the rain hits. That's these squall lines that are wrapping around the system and moving from southwest to northeast. And that is a very important distinction, the direction that it's moving, because that's what's going to pile that water up on our beaches, in our inlets, in our rivers, in our bays. Because again, the water's already there and more is coming. So nothing can come out, and it just piles up, especially in those areas that have sort of, you know, it's beautiful, right? Usually there's little inlets and it's nice, but then when the water gets up there, where does it go? It has to spread out onto the streets and onto roadways and onto houses, unfortunately. Even inland areas. Now, this is where we've actually had the biggest threat for tornadoes throughout the day, some of these outer rain bands. Not seeing any of that right now, but places like Avon Park and Sebring, just because you're way away from the coastline, you know you still are impacted by these tropical systems. Same thing for Duet, the southeastern portion of Hillsborough County, Lakewood Ranch. There's the Sunshine Skyway Bridge about to get walloped by another line of these downpours pushing onshore. And along with the rain is also the wind. Now, these are the sustained winds. I think that we have noticed over the last hour or so, those sustained winds have come down. Fewer of us are certainly in the tropical storm force. It's still gusty, don't get me wrong. It's 15-mile-per-hour winds in Tampa, 22 in St. Pete, and 20 in Brooksville. But when you get one of those squall lines, when you get one of those rain bands whipping through, like in Brooksville, that's when those wind gusts go up. So the sustained winds may be coming down, but the gusts are staying high. 36 miles per hour in Brooksville.
You've been watching coverage from our NBC affiliates in Florida, most recently there, WFLA in Tampa. We're going to continue our coverage of Hurricane Idalia with NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, who is in Gainesville, Florida, which is farther inland from where the storm made landfall, but we know the storm is now moving farther inland. Guad, what are you seeing right now? Set the scene for us.
75 miles east of where the storm made landfall.
And it looks like we're even having some technical issues, even though it's not as rainy or windy or stormy. They're up. I think we have Guad back. Guad, let's check back in with you one more time.
Oh, and of course, he's freezing given the weather conditions in that area and our ability to connect with him live. Let's now, though, go to Tampa. We'll get back to Gainesville and Guad if we can, but we're going to find NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra in Tampa. She's been seeing cars stranded, people waist deep in water, as it looks like she is right now, from what I can tell under that QR code, about knee deep maybe. Marissa, what are you seeing there right now?
I would say just above ankle deep. We're playing it safe because it is something you want to be careful with. I mean, honestly, especially the further out you go, you really want to be careful. Luckily, I'm right next to the step here, so we are playing it safe. We want to make sure we're pointing that out. And we're seeing the technical issues as well. I mean, it's tough reporting out here when you've got constant rain and wind interfering, so props to the crews that are making it all happen. So what we're seeing here, I'll point out something that I haven't talked about in the last 20 minutes since I was last on with you guys. Tampa General Hospital, we were out there this morning, and I know we've been talking about that at length, but what I didn't tell you is that we actually had to leave there ourselves, that little island that it's on, because we saw the water levels rising, and we ourselves didn't want to get trapped or stranded out there. So Tampa General Hospital is on an island. It's called Davis Islands. You can only get to it by a bridge. You know, there's not just one bridge, there's several bridges, but the point is, you know, they themselves have had to protect themselves from the storm surge. We've talked about the storm surge. The storm surge is the #1 threat to the Tampa Bay area at the moment, and that includes not just where we are. I'm going to step up over here as I'm talking about, we're talking about the peninsula as well. St. Petersburg, Clearwater, that's the peninsula that's over to the west of us. We already know there have had to be several rescues. There was one, St. Pete Fire Department had to do a rescue for mobile home park residents, and then there was a rescue that happened right here. This white car that's stranded in the middle of nowhere. Somebody got very confident thinking that they could drive through it, and then they were not able to. But that's why it's called Zone A. It's mandatory evacuation. Now, that doesn't mean everybody has evacuated. As you can see, we've seen people walking around, as you've mentioned, in waist-deep water, actually. We've seen people try to drive through this. In fact, when we were over in the island, we saw people having to back up and turn around and try to find their way out. There was really only one way out of that island, and that's how we got off. So in terms of the main concerns here, this water we've watched creep up slowly, little by little. We're expecting it to hit a peak sometime in the afternoon area around 2 o'clock. That's going to, of course, largely depend on the outer bands as they make their way here. And then finally, guys, it's not just the storm surge, it's also the tornado risk. Roughly half of the state is under tornado risk. And if you look at the map, it's pretty much all of the west coast of Florida.
And it's going to be that way for a few hours, it looks like, still.
At least until the afternoon.
All right, Marissa, thank you so much. Let's go back to NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. He is in Perry, Florida, which is really in the heart of where we're seeing some of the worst conditions. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Hey there, Joe. Well, since I spoke with you last, actually, the wind has been swirling around here and is now picking up quite a bit. In the distance, you probably can't see it right now, but there is a downed tree. We haven't seen any down power lines exactly where I am, but that's to be expected here in Perry. Again, a town of about 7,000 people that is 20 miles inland. So we are hunkered down here at this hotel. There are some, my crew is underneath the covering here. We lost power. Some local residents have sheltered here when they evacuated their own homes, and there's also some other members of the media here as well. This is the power of Hurricane Idalia. We've seen it intensify over the last several hours. Unclear exactly how much property damage there is, but these winds have really started to pick up. We thought for a minute they might be dying down, and then they pick back up again. Things started to get a little lighter around here. Unclear if that may be because we're near the eye wall or not. I'll leave that up to the meteorologist because our cell phone service has actually started to deteriorate as well. And I'm just pausing here to just make sure that... I'll tell you what, I'm going to move in a little bit because I'm starting to hear something above me, and I don't know if a part of the roof might be getting ready to come off. So I'm going to walk a little closer to the camera here. And I'm now covered. Someone here is apparently moving their car in the parking lot. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I'm going to walk closer to the camera here. I'm about to get knocked over.
Yeah, Gabe, we want you to stay as safe as possible
really
here.
Powerful winds, guys. No, we're good. We are in, just so you know, I'm covered right now. My crew is standing right next to a concrete wall away from the direct path of the winds. We're out here trying to show you what these conditions are. And again, this is extremely powerful winds that are ripping through Perry right now. We're 20 miles inland, and if this storm made landfall at Keaton Beach, which is about 20 miles from us, you can only imagine just the powerful wind gusts that must have torn through that community. And they're also having to deal with storm surge, which could be catastrophic. Here, we're not dealing with storm surge because we're inland, but again, it's these winds. When we start to assess the damage later today, we already saw a billboard right next to this hotel, as we were talking to you earlier, just be ripped apart and collapsed. And now, my goodness, and in these conditions, and I'll say it to you, I just wanted to show you what things are looking like here in the Big Bend region, one of the most powerful hurricanes ever to hit this part of Florida.
Absolutely. Gabe, if you don't mind just quickly explaining to our viewers, especially as they're seeing how powerful it is, how you are staying safe. You were mentioning earlier making sure you're certain distances away from power lines, things like that. And I do believe right now, as you said, you're near a concrete wall, somewhat under cover, although, of course, it's not providing much. But just tell us exactly what it's like, exactly where you're standing.
Okay. Can't talk. But what I'm seeing to my left here, I'm going to have Paul show here to my left and your screen right. I don't know how to translate on camera, but from my vantage point, these are some of the strongest winds we've seen. To answer your question, my journalist partner, Paul Reed, and audio tech, Jack Griffin, try to pick locations that have the security.
All right, so we still have Gabe's picture. We are having some audio issues right now. As someone who's covered a hurricane before, I can tell you one of the biggest challenges is trying to keep that microphone wrapped in plastic because audio equipment does not do well in wet weather. So sometimes you can have a picture, but have some troubles with the audio. We're going to see.
And you can see our friend Paul wiping the camera off as well.
Exactly. So we're going to see if we can check back with Gabe in just a moment. Right now, we want to head out to our national correspondent, Jay Gray, who is in Gainesville, Florida. A much calmer scene there. Jay, what are you seeing right now? What is that area preparing for?
Yeah, Joe, Savannah, a very different scene right now, though the wind's starting to pick up again here than we hear with Gabe there in Perry. And like him, we're a bit inland. The University of Florida here, obviously, 50,000 students, a large faculty. That campus locked down, and they're paying attention. What we've seen throughout the morning and at times when we've talked is these waves continue to move through. Strong winds, heavy rain, and then it'll break as one of the bands move through and the next one approaches. Well, as this storm continues to move inland, we'll see a more of a sustained attack here. We're on the right or dirty side of this storm, and so we'll get some strong winds and we'll get some rain that will continue without the breaks that we've seen. What does that mean for this area? Flooding in low-lying spots, and we're starting to see some of the water already accumulate. And then we've got a lot of trees in this part of Florida. We think of Florida and we think of the beaches and all of that. A lot of trees here. The concern is that they will be either uprooted because it's so wet and the wind is so strong, or just snapped. And of course, the power lines snapping as well. And so that's something that they're very cognizant of here and very concerned about. I don't know if you can see it behind me, but there's been some traffic here in the last few minutes. And I think that's a huge error in judgment by people here, because it is a bit calm right now. But the worst of this storm is still to come. It's got to push inland and really start to wrap around this area. And so hopefully these folks will take the advice that they've been given over the last few days and get inside and ride this thing out, because we know that we're going to see a lot more from Idalia than we've seen to this point.
Absolutely. What you're seeing, by the way, right now on the right of your screen is Perry, Florida. That is where we just had Gabe Gutierrez, who we were having those audio issues with, which is about 30 minutes north of where the storm had made landfall a little over an hour ago now in Keaton Beach. And we're speaking with Jay Gray, who is in Gainesville, where, as you could see where he was, quite a bit calmer. Again, this screen is Perry, but I'm going to be speaking with Jay, who is in Gainesville, who I think we can bring back up here in just a moment. Jay, walk us through exactly when you mentioned the fact that this is going to get worse. Right now, of course, this kind of split screen looks like a dramatic hurricane effect in one part of the state, and then your side a lot calmer, maybe just kind of a windy, slightly rainy day. But it is going to get worse, which is something important for residents there to know, as well as just viewers who are watching. Even if it looks kind of calm, it's going to get worse.
Yeah, no question about that. We're going to see much more severe effects of this storm. It's got to push inland, and we're a little further inland than Gabe and his team are right now, and so we're not seeing what they are seeing, though we will see something similar if this thing holds the way it currently is. And to speak to the intensity of this storm, I mean, you're seeing that on the opposite side of the screen. What the National Hurricane Center is saying is that this is such a strong system. It will still perhaps be a Category 2 or if not a 1 as it moves into Georgia later in the day and continues to push up and into the Carolinas. So that'll tell you a little bit about the strength of this storm. And as Gabe mentioned, not something they're used to in this part of the state. Sure, a bit to the south, they've experienced that. Ian last year was just a devastating storm to the south. But in this area of Florida, this type of storm is just something they don't deal with, and especially there along the coastline where they're seeing that wall of water move in, where the Hurricane Center has said they believe the strike point just south of Perry may end up looking more like a tornado than a hurricane because of the devastation there. And again, it's that power that is in part on the way to this area. And so while we always knew that the storm would make landfall and it would be a bit before we saw the strength of Idalia, we know that it is now on the way. And so not a time to let down your guard, not here or anywhere else that may be not even in the cone, but near where this storm is moving.
All right, Jay Gray in Gainesville. Jay, thank you so much.
Stay safe as it continues to get worse there. All right, we will, of course, continue covering Hurricane Idalia as it ravages Florida's Gulf Coast this morning.
We're going to be back in a couple minutes, but right now we're going to listen into live coverage from our NBC affiliate WFLA in Tampa.
Idalia coming up here on News Channel 8 today. You can also find all the updates on WFLA.com, and we're streaming now on WFLA Now.
Red Hoagland Hyundai Winter Haven.
Satisfying customers over 75 years.
Just listen to what our customers say. They're honest.
Lisa, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Alan. So we are getting ready to do a shift change. Kyla Gaylor and Chris Redfern are getting ready to come in and head up the news while our First Alert Hurricane Tracking Team continues to track Hurricane Idalia. And again, we're going to continue to stay on the air and keep you updated as long as there are threats to Southwest Florida. So be sure to stay with us for continuous coverage as we track Hurricane Idalia.
Breaking right now on Morning News Now, Hurricane Idalia slamming Florida's Gulf Coast after making landfall as a Category 3 storm this morning. Right now, Idalia is churning its way through the state, bringing life-threatening storm surges, heavy rain, even winds of up to 120 miles an hour. Already this morning, we've seen some of the devastation, like here in St. Pete Beach on your screen. You can see several homes are underwater. And take a look at the conditions in the city of Perry. That's where our Gabe Gutierrez was as Hurricane Idalia made landfall.
We are in the thick of it, and we are getting pounded by some heavy winds and heavy rain that we've only seen intensify over the last hour or so. Right behind me a few minutes ago, Joe, there was a billboard. There is a longer billboard behind me. It was ripped apart and it collapsed.
We'll see more from Perry in just a moment. This is just the beginning. The slow-moving system is expected to continue northeast all day and into tomorrow. Good morning. Thanks for being here. I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer. We're going to start our coverage with meteorologist Angie Lassman.
Good morning, guys. We've got a couple of areas that we've been keeping a very close eye on when it comes to storm surge issues. And we know that's the Big Bend area. This is what we've been saying for days and days, where they could see upwards of 12 feet of storm surge. Right now, we're getting some reports out of Cedar Key that it's been over 6 feet of inundation in parts of Tampa, over 5 feet. So we're seeing flooding. Look across social media and you'll see plenty of reports and videos of folks with some flooded roadways in front of their homes. We've seen structural damage coming out of Cedar Key as well, with that wall of water working its way in. Luckily, this is at low tide. So thankfully, we're seeing the worst of some of this moving on shore during low tide, but there's still more to come as that system continues to work to the north and east. Here's just one more look at some of the storm surge forecast numbers that we're looking at. 6 to 9 feet for places like Hudson, 4 to 6 feet for Tampa, but that highest range right along that curvature of the Big Bend area, anywhere from 7 to 16 feet. We're looking at here through at least the early afternoon hours. We'll have a potential until we start to see that winding down. Then our focus goes to parts of the southeast coast. We could see places like Charleston get maybe into the top 15 of high water levels for folks there as we get into the later parts of today. As that system works farther to the north and east, we'll start to see the storm surge become an issue, and during high tide and during a full moon. So we're talking king tides for this area, likely anywhere from 2 to 5 feet, again, stretching from Charleston down to Fernanda Beach. We'll be watching that closely here as we go into the afternoon hours. A fresh look at the track you can see as we get into maybe an 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. rather, and 12 p.m. we'll start to see the system move across the border from Florida into Georgia. North Florida still has some time to deal with this, the worst of it, the core of that system here, before it moves over into parts of southeastern Georgia as a Category 2 hurricane. Winds still holding on to 100 miles per hour at that time. That's into the early afternoon hours. So heads up for southeast Georgia. You'll have some rain out ahead of this. You'll have the really strong winds right near the center of that. And then as we get through the next 12 hours into the early morning hours of Thursday, it loses some steam. Winds coming in at 70 miles per hour by 2 a.m. on Thursday as it's over Charleston. But still, I mentioned the storm surge, the strong winds near the core of that system, and of course, the heavy rain that we're going to track at least through the day tomorrow for that region. Let's focus on the winds right now. Perry, 127 miles per hour. You saw our friend Gabe Gutierrez there. The winds so far gusting up to 85 miles per hour in that region. We're expecting it to continue to take the strongest of the winds right along with it here as we go through the next 12 to 24 hours as it moves into parts of Georgia and eventually the Carolinas. You can see Savannah, hurricane force winds later today. Charleston close to it, ending up 71 mile per hour winds there. Florence, 41 mile per hour winds. Those are more like tropical storm force winds, but nothing to of course, laugh at. We're going to see likely some power outages, some downed trees in that region. Let's focus on one of the spots that I just mentioned. We've been watching it closely. We likely saw the system go through an eye wall replacement cycle. So you might have noticed if you were watching the radar before landfall, the eye looked really nice and kind of healthy but small, and then it kind of got a little ragged. We started to see some of this happening, and that eye wall replacement cycle made it look a little weaker than it was, but it kind of expanded that eye and brought the eye wall all a little larger than we initially thought it would be. So here's some of the worst of it on that northern eye wall, the leading edge of the eye wall that we were tracking when Gabe was in Perry, where we saw wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour, potentially even stronger than that. We'll see when it's all said and done what sensors have stayed online through all of this. But the damaging wind, the heavy, heavy rain moving to the north. And we do have that excessive wind warning. It's kind of hard to see with all of what's going on in this region. But where you see this brighter pink, it includes I-10. That is where we have an excessive wind warning in effect for at least another a little over an hour for this region. And again, this is going to move farther to the north, but this is going to still be the area with the strongest winds, the closer to the center of that storm. Still going to have to go through the backside of that eye wall for people like Gabe that are in Perry, but it doesn't look quite as strong as what they've gone through. They were in it for about an hour there. And right now, Madison seeing some of the worst of that, again, moving across I-10 and eventually working into parts of Georgia here over the next hour or two. Right now, we're watching also that tornado watch that was put into effect earlier this morning. That's going to go until 3 p.m. and it encompasses a large area. So most of at least the central to northern Florida, excluding parts of the Panhandle, but stretching up into parts of Georgia. And this is going to be something we'll watch well into the evening hours as that system kind of ticks just a little farther to the north and east. Wherever the system is, the right front quadrant is where we're going to be watching closely for those brief spin-ups with the circulation of this system, popping those up. While they're brief, they still can be damaging, and of course you don't want to be outdoors when any of that is going on. We'll watch for some tornado warnings. I think we've only had one report so far of a tornado warning earlier this morning just to the east of Sarasota. Either way, that's something that could still potentially happen. Here are some of the reported gusts that we've seen so far. Lake City, 45 miles per hour. Valdosta, 52. Of course, Perry, I told you about, 85 miles per hour. A lot of this is tropical storm force winds, so you'll likely see some debris on the roadways. You'll see maybe some down power lines, especially down trees in some of the areas with a little more of that dense canopy, a little closer to where the center of the storm is. Places like Tallahassee, winds up to 46 miles per hour with trees that have not seen a super strong storm come through in some time. You'll likely see some of those coming down. So watch for that. We're going to see the potential for those tornadoes through the day today and extending up into parts of the Carolinas. That's who's going to be on tap for some of this really damaging and difficult weather here as we go through the later parts of today. You can see the hurricane warnings in effect for parts of Georgia and South Carolina. That's because the system eventually going to work a little farther to the north and east and bring with it heavy rain. Now, you'll notice this is through Thursday. Some of those brighter reds that you may have seen as we've been forecasting this system for days and days have diminished. Well, we've already seen plenty of rain working across parts of Florida, the Panhandle, right there in the Big Bend area as well, stretching into Georgia. But some of these numbers have come down as the system works across this area, maybe 3 to 5 up to 7 inches of rain. Still pretty good amount of rain, and the potential for flash flooding is still going to be there as well as it continues to work that way. The flood concerns will be something that we'll see. We could see anywhere from isolated amounts up to 12 inches. So a foot of rain definitely impactful, hence the reason that we have that moderate risk for Wilmington stretching down again to the area that system made landfall earlier this morning around 7:45 in Keaton Beach. There's the flood watch in effect. Flash flood warnings ongoing. No surprise. Again, you saw where I showed you with that really strong winds in places like Perry and Madison, but it's also very heavy rain, impressive rainfall rates. We're going to continue to be watching that here, guys, over at least the next couple of hours. And if we can look at, I see some of the video that we have on screen. Let's look at 275 so we can briefly talk about what's going on in Tampa. We've got the inundation happening along 275. You'll see right there. They have closed off the roadway, but notice how rough that water is as well. This is going to be something that actually has improved slightly. We're not at high tide in that area, thankfully. One of the best things is that we have seen this system come on shore in places like Cedar Key too during low tide. Imagine, we've already had 6 feet of inundation, guys, in Cedar Key, and that was at low tide. So thankfully we were not at high tide. You can imagine what it would have been like had we seen a bit of a different timing with this system as it worked towards Florida.
All right, Angie, wow, keeping an eye on all of it, especially as it continues up the coast here. We will keep talking to you. Thanks so much, Angie. Let's bring in now NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. We have been talking about this location he is in all morning as it's been so bad in Perry, Florida, about 20 minutes inland, sort of near Tallahassee, and about a half-hour north of where this storm made landfall. Hey, Gabe, so we actually just had Angie mentioning, and it does look a little bit calmer right now. You may kind of see the actual eye pass. You dealt with the north side of that eye wall, then you're going to have to deal with the southern eye wall. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Well, Savannah, you hit it exactly right. There has been a dramatic improvement in conditions here over the last 20 minutes or so. That could change, though. We've seen the wind really swirling over the last half hour to an hour or so. Much calmer winds. We're still getting hit with some rain. We are starting to see, though, some downed trees. There's one over there outside a camera frame. We talked about that billboard, actually, that used to be here that no longer is there. We're starting to see some minor damage to the gas station over there. The hotel we're staying in, some of the roofing, the siding started to peel off, but nothing too serious. Residents at this hotel that evacuated their homes, they had actually come and stayed here, so did other reporters as well. They're really starting to get out now. We're starting to see more cars on the streets. That is some good news here in Perry. Again, we're 20 miles or so inland. You can only imagine how strong those wind gusts must have been when this powerful storm roared ashore. One of the most powerful storms that this region, the Big Bend region, has ever seen. In some parts of Florida, the story will be storm surge, but again, here it appears the story in Perry, again, 20 miles inland, that the story will be these high wind speeds. Don't have a damage assessment yet. That will come in the next coming hours and into later today and perhaps tomorrow. But at this point, I can tell you the conditions are improving slightly here in Perry as this storm continues to move north. The landfall, not too far from us at Keaton Beach. We talked to one resident who's actually staying at this hotel. He says he lost contact with some family members that have stayed behind, to be expected because of this cell phone situation here. We think at least one tower may have come down because we are starting to have some issues with cell phone service. That's another concern as the storm moves through, and another concern for emergency responders. And we just heard from officials at the state level, Governor DeSantis and others earlier today, saying that they have those Starlink portable Wi-Fi communication systems that they plan to distribute throughout the state as the recovery process gets underway. Joe and Savannah.
A reminder how much technology has improved over the years. The fact that after what you just went through, we can still communicate with you right now, Gabe. I was struck during your last live shot moments ago when conditions were far worse. I saw cars driving around. I was stunned to see. Were those just everyday folks? Were those emergency responders that people are actually driving around during this?
Look, we did see some sheriff's cars, but I don't think the ones you may have seen, there's at least one media truck that's outfitted for that from another network that I believe was driving around. If it wasn't that, there were a few people that were going about. You see this car parked right behind me. I think he's just checking on his vehicle because it's actually really close to where the billboard fell down. Right now I'm looking, there are people with gas cans and a couple people driving around, perhaps some of the early people assessing the damage. But yes, and authorities have said people should stay and hunker down. There will always be those that kind of come out and want to get an early look at what was an incredibly powerful storm. Joan Savannah.
Wow. Gabe, before we couldn't even see the green of the grass with the hedges. It was just gray lashings of rain. It is pretty incredible how it's improved. But of course, you will be on guard for us as it may deteriorate again. Thank you so much, Gabe. We'll talk to you in just a little bit. Let's now check in with NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. He is in Gainesville. He's further east from where Idalia made landfall this morning, a little bit more inland. Hey, Guad, good to see you again. So tell us conditions there right now. We know it hasn't been so bad yet, but that is expected to get worse as those bands kind of continue to swirl around throughout the state. What are you seeing right now?
Savannah, we're about 75 miles east of where the storm made landfall. We've had a lot of trouble also here with cell phone connection. Now, county authorities here have reported some power outages, and they have said that their main concern right now is the wind that has come with this storm. We did get rain overnight, all night. We've had light rain this morning, and the gusty winds that come and go. And of course, we're also in that area that's under a tornado watch. We had a tornado warning in the county just just south of us in Marion County about an hour ago. So that's also something that is worrying authorities. Now, most people here in Gainesville have stayed home. This town shut down last night. A big part of the city here is, of course, the University of Florida. More than a fourth of the residents here are students at the university. So the university had a lot to do helping those students to hunker down and wait for the storm to pass. We don't have rain at this moment. We still have some of this wind. And behind me, we have a lot of trees, and I can see branches that have been fallen because of the storm. Authorities also report some fallen trees in the county. And the power outages, the last I checked with the state of Florida, we have about 200,000 customers all across Florida with power outages. Some of those here in the county. Most of the affected, of course, are going to be west of us where that storm made landfall. So authorities here want people to remain at home because, as you mentioned, we still have more of this wind and of the rain as we remain under that tornado watch here, Savannah.
And Guad, this is Joe. We have more than 230,000 customers in Florida without power right now. That number is going to continue to go up. You are in Gainesville, which is not on the coast, so they don't have to prepare for hurricanes the same way many coastal communities do. Were people a little bit surprised that this was going to be such a big deal so far inland?
So when I spoke to some of the people in the area that have kind of stepped outside to see, and you can hear the wind pick up, it just picked up here, and every few minutes that'll happen. So some of the people that are coming outside will sort of stick their head out and try and figure out if the worst has passed. They've asked us if we already went through the worst, and that's because they've never been through something like this, right? But of course, they prepare for a hurricane the way others did in Florida with food and water. People went home. The businesses shut down. I mean, last night, Gainesville was a ghost town with a lot of police officers parked around the area. So the difference here is, of course, that we don't have the ocean and there's no storm surge that people had to worry about. But the rain was a danger here, as well as the winds. And now, of course, we have this tornado watch. So it's a little different, but authorities did a good job warning everyone to stay at home and, of course, pay attention to the alerts on the phone. You know, since yesterday, we've been getting alerts on our phones. Yesterday, we were, of course, by the coast where we get the alerts for those evacuations. And here, even watching TV, you get that alert that says there's a new tornado warning when there was a tornado warning that went into effect just south of us. And, of course, reminders of the tornado watch. So authorities are doing what they can to keep people informed. And like I said, it's very quiet. Everyone is at home waiting for the worst to pass here in Gainesville, Joe.
All right, we will be on the lookout for if the worst is yet to come, and we will keep checking in with you. Guad, stay safe. Thank you.
Let's go to NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra, who joins us once again from Tampa. So we know, Marissa, that storm surge is the big worry right now in the Big Bend area where the hurricane made landfall. They're bracing for up to 16 feet of storm surge. It's not as serious where you are in Tampa, but still, storm surge has been a huge story in the Tampa Bay area, right?
Exactly, and it's one that continues to be a problem. I'm going to turn over my shoulder to see if we could see that guy that was walking waist deep, and you guys just keep taking me as soon as he leaves. It's okay. Next time, the next time we have a hit, we'll catch the guy that's paddleboarding, because we've seen some interesting things. It just always happens when we're not live on the air with you. So we've seen a lot of people walking out here, scoping this out. I've had a chance to talk to a number of them and ask them, how normal is this? Now, the thing is, Tampa Bay is used to flooding. They're used to seeing these kinds of sites, but maybe this is a little extreme for them. I mean, look, you see someone got really confident with driving. This is supposed to be Bayshore Boulevard. You can see that Tampa Bay has completely taken it over, and that car was not successful. That person that was inside of it had to get rescued, and they are not the only ones that had to get rescued. From what we understand, there have been several rescues in the area. We know of at least one confirmed one by St. Pete Fire Department that was over in the peninsula that we've been talking about. To the west of us, it's St. Petersburg and Clearwater, surrounded by the Gulf of Mexico on one side and Tampa Bay on the other. So, you know, when it comes to how residents are feeling, because I know that that's a big question, we mentioned the fact that they're used to seeing flooding, but I did find it interesting. It depends on where they are. Clearwater Beach, we talked about that peninsula. I'm getting a lot of texts from people that I met yesterday who were very nonchalant, very unbothered and unconcerned. And then within the last hour, I actually had a chance to check in with them, and they've been sending me photos and videos, and they said that they're surprised because last year during Ian and during some of the other storms of, you know, the recent memory, They're seeing more flooding in those streets than they're normally used to. So I think it's kind of 50-50, right? You've got people who are used to seeing flooding, but they're seeing flooding maybe more so than they're normally expecting, I guess, when it comes to hurricanes. I asked somebody who was here during Ian. She said it wasn't like this during Ian, but I've also heard stories of there have been hurricanes in the past where, and this is really sad, there were manatees that washed up on the shore here. I know, and so we haven't seen anything like that because right now we're still in the thick of it. We're getting bands right now. That's going to be on and off throughout the day. Right before you guys took me live, we were getting hit by some rain and some wind. It's kind of subsided for now. I'm sure it'll come back as soon as we get off the air with you guys. But that's going to be on and off throughout the day. And get this, when we talk about whether or not the threat is going to be moving out, well, we know that this is going to continue to rise. We're expecting the surge and the floodwater, the tide, to reach its peak sometime this afternoon. So that's kind of what everybody's waiting to see, is how bad that gets before it gets better, guys.
Marissa, I know somewhere, I believe, behind you, maybe to one of your sides there, the bridges that you were referencing that head over to where the hospital is. I know that that's on that island that you had left from earlier so that you don't get stranded there. But something interesting was happening there. They put up sort of this, I think you called it an aqua fence, this guard around it, because I know it's one of the only trauma centers in the area. So to try to keep that hospital functional, as though people can't even get to or from it. Do we know how things are going there and if that was sustainable, that guard that they put up?
Yeah, so far it seems to be working. I mean, it's supposed to protect them from 15 feet of storm surge. Tampa Bay is not supposed to get anything beyond 7. They said somewhere between 4 to 7 feet of storm surge. That said, as we mentioned, we did see flooding to the point where it was difficult for us to get through. We know this bridge over here leading to it is closed. The other bridge is still open. We've seen some cars traveling through it. So far, their plan, their backup plans, emergency plans to stay operational seems to be working, and we hope it continues to be so, of course. Guys.
All right, Marissa Parra, thank you so much. We want to now go to Tallahassee and NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa. So, Maggie, we know that you are sort of on the west side of the eye of the hurricane. What is it you're seeing there in Tallahassee, a place that does not typically experience hurricanes?
It does not typically experience hurricanes. You're absolutely right. It's almost like kind of more what we're hearing right now as opposed to what we're seeing. Generators in the background, like the song of generators on throughout the city. I'm going to walk a little bit so you can just see. Luckily, the gusts have lightened up just a little bit, but we're still getting extreme wind gusts here, at least a couple every few minutes or so. But yeah, power outages throughout the city. That is the big issue across Tallahassee, across the metro area right now. Thousands of people without power. We actually have a power truck coming this way toward me now. Crews out here already kind of working to restore power, and they say they've actually had thousands of homes restored. I'm going to hop on the sidewalk so he can go through and get where he needs to go, and I'll wave him on through. But once again, here in Tallahassee, the winds have been the big concern, you guys. City of Tallahassee, your own utilities. That is, again, the power company here. A couple thousand people as of this morning had already lost power, like within the last couple of hours or so. And again, that was the major concern. But we talked about this during our last hit. I mean, keep in mind, people here in Tallahassee really only had about 24 hours worth of notice. This system was not supposed to track this far west. And then it was like yesterday morning that people here really started getting alerts that they had to be concerned about this system as well. This is rare for Tallahassee. This is rare for the capital city of Florida, the home of Florida State University, Florida A&M. But here, 200,000 plus people, perhaps definitely one of the more populated areas, being hit by kind of the worst remnants of this storm, just kind of hunkering down, bracing, hoping essentially, guys, that these 40+ mile-an-hour wind gusts are the worst of it, and they can ride out what is still headed their way this morning, guys.
All right, Maggie, thank you so much for that update there. Let's bring in Assistant Chief Michael Kavasov of the St. Petersburg Police, which is, of course, in the Tampa Bay area, just west of Tampa. Thank you so much for joining us. We've seen your police department putting out these just incredible pictures this morning showing some of the flooded streets. You had to rescue at least one person in a mobile home park. Just what's your assessment of what you're seeing so far this morning?
Well, more importantly, this isn't over yet. We still have quite a bit of flooding we expect and storm surge to hit the Tampa Bay area coming up through the Tampa Bay and the Gulf Coast. So we want to really encourage residents to stay hunkered down, stay in place, and we don't want anybody going out. I think the worst of the storm surge will continue through 2 o'clock this afternoon. And the key thing is we do not want to have to go out and try to worry about rescuing people if they can just stay in place.
Absolutely.
But go ahead. So
Go ahead, continue.
So what we're seeing is widespread power outages, not too bad with traffic, but the bridges are closed right now surrounding our peninsula. And key things is we're just expecting the storm surge to continue. Although the storm hit 150 miles north of us, the bottom line is we are going to see quite a bit of damage as we continue on throughout the day.
Yeah, given how far away this storm did make landfall, but then also the fact, of course, that you're sort of surrounded by water with the Gulf of Mexico on one side, Tampa Bay, old Tampa Bay on the other. How prepared were you, and how is this sort of meeting or not meeting your expectations of what to expect when it comes to storm surge?
So we prepared for the worst. We wanted to make sure that we were going to take care of everything we have. We work with our local partners in the sheriff's office, and we were prepared for anything that needed to come. Luckily for us, it went by, and now we're just in cleanup mode to make sure that we can address the needs of our citizens as the water continues to rise in our low-lying areas.
Assistant Chief, just how deep is the water in some areas, and how tough is it to rescue someone in conditions like this?
So we've seen a few feet above normal in some areas, knee deep, and we've had a few areas in our northern portion of the city where we had to assist with the fire department on a rescue for individuals that did not heed the evacuation warnings. And we do have a few in that area that are still requesting assistance to come out because they cannot navigate it through their vehicle. So we're having to go in there with high water vehicles or boats to have a few people removed from those areas.
Another reminder to folks to not drive through these high floodwaters.
Absolutely. But, one other question for you before we let you go, Assistant Chief. Sure. You mentioned that it's supposed to get worse throughout the day, kind of until 2 p.m. What exactly is it that you just want your last message to be of people in St. Petersburg area?
We really prefer everybody to stay home, stay sheltered, and allow for the rest of the day for emergency responders to have access to the roads. When it is clear and when the water is resided, we can essentially put information out through social media that is safe to go on about your day, and hopefully we do not have to go out and rescue anybody else.
All right, Assistant Chief Michael Kovacev of the St. Petersburg Police Department, thanks for everything. We wish you and your department well and your community well as you continue to deal with the aftermath of the hurricane there.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you. Stay safe. Well, now we are joined by Pat Tully, the Police, Fire, and Animal Control Commissioner of Ingles, Florida. He joins us now. That's about approximately 5 miles east of the Gulf of Mexico. Pat, hi. Thank you so much for being with us. So describe what the conditions are like where you are at right now.
Well, good morning, and thanks for having us. Well, as you can tell, we have winds. We've had rain. We've been dealing with power shortages since about 6 o'clock this morning. So we are just asking everybody to stay in place. We gave out the sandbags and the water the past few days, so hopefully everybody is prepared. The Levy County Emergency Management does have the disaster preparedness readiness team ready to go out and about as soon as they are able to assess the damages. We do have some flooding in our neighboring town, Yankeetown. I've heard down on Riverside and Magnolia, it's about waist deep about an hour ago. However, we're still bracing for this afternoon because we have high tide scheduled to come in at 2:47 this afternoon. So we're just keeping our fingers crossed that everybody in the Yankeetown area, as well as everywhere in the path of this hurricane, stays safe.
Are you hearing of folks who need to be rescued at all right now? Do you have an idea of how many people were able to evacuate and how many stayed and hunkered down?
I don't have any numbers for our area. But I do know up in Cedar Key, 108 of them had stayed. And from what I understand, their water and stuff got shut down yesterday afternoon. So there was some assistance needed there. Not that much that EMS could do about it. But we are staying prepared and trying to cross our fingers and hope that the Yankeetown area, as well as all of Levy County, survives this storm.
Absolutely. What are you preparing for over the next few hours? As we've been talking to our colleagues, our correspondents across the state of Florida, as we've been checking in with them intermittently, you know, it's getting better, it's getting worse as these bans come through. But I think the big message is that this is not over yet. What are you expecting throughout the next few hours?
More rain, more wind, and in the Yankeetown area, definitely the storm surge. Luckily, in Inglis, we are 6 miles inland. I'm 6 miles from the Gulf of Mexico where I'm at right now. So we are safe, but our neighbors are not. So please say prayers for them.
If you have one message for people in your community right now, what would that be?
Stay home, stay safe, and say your prayers.
Absolutely. All right. Police, Fire, and Animal Control Commissioner Pat Tully, thank you very much for joining us. We are thinking about you. Stay safe.
And please stay with us. We're going to have continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia throughout the morning.
Yeah, we're going to take a moment to listen into the live coverage from our affiliate WFLA in Tampa right now, and we'll be right back with you.
Street, and it gets even more unfortunate when you see it here. Take a look at where this water is on these homes, on these cars. These are people's property that are just inundated with water at this point. Now, as Charles continues to zoom right on down this road so you can see the extent of this flooding in Hudson, I also want to tell you things are getting even messier because you can't see it, but there is a haze in the air and there's also a thick smell of smoke. That's because there are reports of a big fire that's happening not far from here. As you can imagine, with flooded streets like this, makes it very, very difficult for fire and rescue crews to reach that. And they're already busy in this area. Take a look right up there where you see those flashing lights. That's US 19. We started the morning out more than a mile from here at Hudson Beach, and that whole area inundated with water as well. It's continuing to rise. As I said, we've seen more equipment with Pasco County being brought in as they try and rescue people. We've seen boats out in this water. You can see these two right here walking. They have life jackets in their hand. At some places along Old Dixie Highway, water is waist deep. Again, those rescues have been happening, people and pets. We were able to talk to one woman who was just so grateful that she was able to get into her home and able to rescue her pet. Take a listen.
There was no water, just rain. That was at 6. I got a call at 6:15 that the place was almost underwater. I'm very thrilled. Very thankful for the police officers because they wouldn't let me go past that where that white truck is, and they went in themselves and got him.
And again, home and business owners in this area, they're bracing for even more as we head towards high tide. Again, these floodwaters expected to get at least a little bit worse as we head towards that time. That's why they're blocking off Old Dixie Highway right at US 19. You can take a look. You can see some of these businesses did put out some sandbags, so that's good. But Charles and I checked inside, and there is water inside this building as well. A very unfortunate situation. However, we are grateful to see the crews out here trying to help everyone get out if they need to get out, rescuing people and pets. That is what matters. And of course, we'll be out here keeping in touch with them. There are power outages in this area. Again, the message from officials is just stay home if you can. Deanne, Avery.
All right, Beth Rousseau live for us in Hudson this morning. Thank you, Beth.
All right, thanks, Beth. In Clearwater, police are leading a convoy of city workers to clean tree debris from all of the roads. We're taking a look at some video of that taking place earlier this morning. And over in Pinellas County, water overtaking Clearwater Beach. Take a look at this video. This was shared from the police department of water just surrounding Tower 1 on the south part of the beach. We're seeing this in several parts of our area, Avery.
And that includes in St. Pete, where the pier is now closed. And this is why police say Bayshore Drive Northeast is flooded. And that's what you're looking at here in this video. I want to take you now to Citrus County this morning. Trevor Zahaki's been live in Crystal River for us. Last time we spoke with you, Trevor, you were in some floodwaters that were so high they actually came over the tops of your boots.
Yes, that was some cold water, but replaced the socks, so we're all good now. But just look at how bad it has gotten here. I mean, take a look at this. It has just, it's crested over the road now. I don't even know how to describe it because it seems like it's coming faster and faster and faster. The water is turning everything into this kind of river, basically, and you can see the shops out in the distance. Dockside Deli right there, this gift shop and boutique. Of course, we got a little spray from the car there, but the gift shop and boutique, it's looking like those places are going to see a fair amount of water today. The only question is how much. That is the big worry for a lot of the business owners. We actually spoke with a business owner who owns a business on the other side of US 19, this body shop right here. He said that he is pretty worried about these floodwaters that you see coming in right now, this storm surge. He said that they've taken all of their cars and moved them up. They've tried to elevate everything as much as they can to get everything off the ground and make sure that these floodwaters don't touch any of these cars or any of the tools. But he said at this point there's nothing much you can do besides just try and, you know, hope for the best. And that's what a lot of the people here are doing. You know, I also spoke with another guy who owns some rental properties, maybe 10, 15 miles down the road. He said that he owns 5 rental properties there, or I should say he just owns 5 homes there, and they are his retirement. And he believes that by 2 or 3 o'clock today, they are going to be flooded as well, and he has no idea what to do. So we have business owners that have no idea what's going to happen to their businesses. We have people, we have homeowners who are going to have no idea what to do with now their retirement. And we have a road, just like, you know, Beth Rousseau, just a few miles down from us, I should say, maybe more than a few miles down from us, but she's dealing with US 19. We are now seeing the same effects right up here, and I wouldn't be surprised if they start shutting down this road to general traffic because it's deep. If I step anywhere out there, even just, you know, 5 feet from here, it will go above my boot and probably get close to my knee. So people, if they are worried about the storm surge, now is the time to get out. As the sheriff has told us multiple times throughout the day, now is the time, especially if you're thinking about leaving, you should be leaving. So I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, our thoughts are definitely with all of those folks being impacted by that.
Absolutely. 9:35 is the time right now. Cedar Key really taking a hit right now from the storm. Jeff Patterson is live in Cedar Key with the very latest. Jeff.
Good morning, Avery. We are back in the Max Defender 8 storm chasing vehicle because the signal from here is the best that we can offer you. A little sketchy when we get outside of the vehicle, but I want to take you outside. I want to show you what's going on. Right now, you're looking at images from the faraway inn here in Cedar Key. You can see the water pouring out of that window there. The glass broke out maybe an hour or two ago. And then if we pan left, if Joey Capistrano, the photographer here, can pan left, what you're seeing is debris that maybe an hour or so ago was a building. That's the roof of the building. There's some furniture that you can see there that was inside of the building. A front door there, that blue item that you saw there was a front door. We've noticed that there's been some coolers that have been floating by, some kayaks that have floated by. At one point during the course of the night, we saw an entire dock float by, but then when the building here at the faraway inn kind of disintegrated in front of us, we knew then things were getting really bad on the buildings that are the closest to the Gulf of Mexico. And as Joey was zoomed in there on that telephone pole that is there at the end of the street, there's a gauge there that shows the storm surge. And we've been keeping a real close eye on that overnight. It has hung in around 9 or 10 feet here for the last hour or so. I was told by Cedar Key Fire Rescue that we could expect the storm surge to get above 16 feet. But we have seen it just kind of hanging around 10 feet. We know that the tide is going to start to come up here over the next several hours. And we're going to take you for a little drive around here now to show you some of the rest of Cedar Key. But I will tell you that Cedar Key Fire Rescue has advised us that the bridges, all 3 approach bridges leading out to Cedar Key, are now underwater. Of course, we have no idea, when the water recedes, if the bridges will physically still be in place. But you can see a lot of debris just in front of us. There's a lot of branches that have come down in the storm. But if you look straight ahead, if we can, Joey, to just show you at the end of the street, at the bottom of the hill here, there's a street that should be at the end of this hill, and it's completely underwater now. And we're going to ask Joey to kind of zoom to my right. There is a hotel at the bottom of this. Their pool is now completely underwater. It's now become a saltwater pool, and it's part of the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to take them a while to clean up There's a lot of debris at the end of the street, not just tree debris, but building debris as things have washed out of the first floor. We saw some condominiums that were completely flooded out on the first floor, and some of the newer buildings that are up on stilts are doing much better, but older buildings, you know, they have a built-out first floor. They're getting a lot of water inside right now. We're going to continue to drive around a little bit on Cedar Key just to show you. You can see that, you know, some of the buildings here, they have boarded up their windows, things like that. Some people have, some people haven't boarded up their windows, but we are surrounded right now on all four sides by water. We're on one of the highest points of the entire Cedar Key Island, if you will, and that's why we elected to be where we are, because this is the highest point. But you're looking straight ahead towards the water there, and that means that the downtown businesses here are flooded out. I was advised by Cedar Key Fire Rescue that the businesses downtown are flooded, and it's going to take them a while to clean up. It's not just the water, it's the silt and the muck that has come inside. So we're going to toss it back to you guys in the studio, and we're keeping a close eye on things here in Cedar Key.
A lot of flooded streets in that Cedar Key area. Jeff Patterson, thank you. New this half hour, with Withlacoochee River Electric has now shut down power to all of Pine Island, Bayport, Hernando Beach, Weeki Wachee, and Arapika as a result of storm surge.
Our Nicole Rogers is live right now in Weeki Wachee. Nicole, yeah, behind you, the flooding, it looks pretty bad. I guess that's why they're shutting down everyone's power.
Avery, Deanne, it is here. It sure is here. If you take a look right here at my boots, I am just barely from the road here. And as you can see, several inches. And if you go all the way back there, if we pan back there, you can see this goes a lot deeper. Plenty of these houses now flooded. And, you know, some people did decide to stay. You know, the people that we saw, some people now are biking through this, walking through this. And the people that we spoke with, many of them decided not to evacuate. And we asked them, you know, what made you make that decision? And they said that they had been through this before, from the no-name storm back in the 90s to Hurricane Hermine back in 2016. Now remember, Hurricane Hermine, that brought about 4 to 6 feet worth of storm surge. This is going to be a lot more than that. So now these houses are having to brace for that, as well as the continued rain and wind gusts, as you can see right here behind me. But most importantly, we did speak to a man, and his house is currently right behind me being flooded, about his take on what's going on. Tell me, what's your house look like right now?
It's right now, it's got about that much water in it, and I've got my furniture up on the countertops and stuff like that. The river going up as fast as it's going looks like it did in '93 in the no-name storm.
And of course, we will continue our coverage on this hurricane right here in Hernando County on our WFLA app, online, and right here on air. Avery, Deanne.
All right, thank you so much, Nicole. I want to take you to St. Pete right now, where Mayor Ken Welch is updating us on the state of his city. Let's listen in.
County, please seek out an area higher than Zone B, just in case the forecasted conditions get worse. And as we know from Hurricane Ian, the storms can change their projected path. And keep this in mind, you don't have to travel hundreds of miles away. You can steer clear of zones A and B and still be within the city limits or in one of our closest neighboring cities. 10 shelters are now open in Pinellas County. 4 of those shelters are right here in St. Petersburg. John Hopkins Middle School, which is also a special needs shelter, Gibbs High School, which is pet friendly, Campbell Park Elementary, and New Heights Elementary. Again, this includes a special needs shelter at John Hopkins Middle School. Special needs transportation also began this morning and is underway. Pre-registered with the county, staff will contact you to arrange for your transportation. During Hurricane Ian, we had many residents who decided against evacuating because of their pets. I personally understand your concern as a proud pet parent as well. But please remember, several pet-friendly shelters across the county are also available for your whole family. I want to thank our team. They've handed out more than 69,000 sandbags since Friday, more than 58,000 just yesterday. Please note we are no longer distributing sandbags due to safety concerns and to allow our employees to secure their own homes. That's just one action to help minimize flooding in our neighborhoods. Another significant action is to drop water levels at all ponds and lakes. And our public works teams got that job accomplished yesterday and will continue to monitor levels across the city. Our sanitation crews will make their final rounds today, so your trash will be picked up as originally scheduled today, August 29th. Once picked up, please make sure your cans are secured after the pickup. Finally, St. Pete, we are all in this together, and we all have to work together for the best possible outcome. Time is running short to make sure you're prepared for this storm. Again, think of the village, check on your neighbor, and assist when you can safely. Grab a few extra bottles of water or other beverages to share, especially with many of our large retailers' shelves empty right now or running extremely low. Please stay informed and watch the forecast. Last-minute changes can occur, so be ready to react if needed. Adaptability is the key. We are St. Pete. Thank you all for your partnership. I do want to recognize Jeff Baker from Duke Energy, who will have some words right after Yolanda.
All right, that was St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch. Right now, we actually want to check on the current conditions of what's going on in our Pinellas County area. We know Chloe Sparks has been live in North Pinellas County.
Good morning, Deanne. Yeah, I have been live here pretty much all morning now and all throughout the night, and I think that the most we have seen it rain has been just within 5-minute to 10-minute spans, and believe it or not, that rain has done all of this damage you can see right here behind me. All the residents now waking up, coming out to see just what is done. And you can see some are walking through the water, but there are some county officials out here, some electrical crews, saying not to do that because there have been a couple of electrical boxes down the street. You can see a couple of them smoking if we zoom in closely, and they are causing electric currents over there. You have the chance to get electrocuted if you walk out there like some of these people have been doing this morning. And this is near the Sponge Docks in Tarpon Springs. So over by the marina, the water is level with the boats, level with the concrete, level with the docks. Over the river, that's going to be the Ancodal River, there has been a lot of debris coming across there. We've seen full-size garbage cans floating across the river. So just a lot of debris out here, palm trees that have been knocked down by some strong winds, and then as you can tell, all of this flood water. And while some of the electrical crews out here, they have said that the water does look like it's receding, but just like many of our reporters in those other counties have reported, high tide is coming. So this water doesn't seem to be going anywhere, only going to get higher. So just stay wary of that. Stay out of this area. Me and my photog Malik have driven throughout the area, and it is hard to get around. There is some deep water over here, many homes being affected, and crews out here just wanting everyone to stay safe. And again, stay out of this water. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks. Chloe Sparks reporting live from Pinellas County.
Well, we do have a reminder for you right now. If you see price gouging on essential items, you can report it to Florida's Attorney General, and you should report it. The price gouging hotline number is on your screen. It is 1-866-9-NO-SCAM. And you can also download the state's free No Scam app. It's a tough reality when we have these big storms like this.
Yeah, just to see people trying to kind of take advantage of that. It's not good at all.
All right, well, right now, all access to Clearwater Beach is closed. The Clearwater Police Department says you can leave the beach, but you cannot get there by taking Memorial Causeway or Sand Key.
Yeah, even with a barrier access permit, even an ID with the actual address on your ID, you won't be able to get into that area as well. Officials say they are seeing flooding in that beach area.
Going to take a live look at the track of Hurricane Idalia as we send it to break. The time is 9:47. Stay close.
when it comes a lot calmer. And as it's continuing to push off towards the east, that's what we are expecting here in Tallahassee. We're just going to have to continue to deal with some of these feeder bands with some of the nice moderate showers, which, again, we're seeing right now. I did check the totals over at the airport, looking like rain totals throughout the evening and throughout the morning hours, roughly about 1.3, 1.4 inches of rain. And I can tell you guys, it's been pretty much nonstop since we've been going at about 2 o'clock this morning. We're going to continue our team coverage up here in Big Bend as Hurricane Idalia still continues to impact us as we see the last back part of that storm pushing out of our area. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Justin, thanks. Stay dry out there. We are just, excuse me. You've been talking a long time. Yeah, I'm losing my voice. But we are just about 10 minutes out from the 10 a.m. update. And so I wanted to get you guys caught up with the 9 a.m. because if you can see, we're actually seeing Idalia moving into Georgia, but it is still a very strong system here. So we're just waiting on that update and we'll be sure to bring it to you. So we can go ahead and take that full, but I wanted to show you still how we're looking at Category 2 hurricane strength with winds sustained at 110 miles per hour. We're seeing the movement has not slowed down whatsoever. So if you're just joining us, it is still moving very quickly to the north-northeast at 18 miles per hour. And that is why initially this was not forecasted to be as strong as it is in Georgia and eventually South Carolina. So we're still seeing this pack quite the punch despite land interaction. Category 2 strength, that's 96 to 110 miles per hour, but I would anticipate some significant weakening with this next update in about 10 minutes. Power outages, you heard Justin talking about that for a moment there. We're seeing significant power outages near Tallahassee at about 50,000 without power, down towards Cedar Key, closer to about 10,000, and 900 for Lee County locally. So still dealing with that. I want to show you this video we got in from Brooke Davis. This is near Bayshore Boulevard South up in Clearwater. Tampa Bay area getting in some significant flooding as well. She actually says that's her boyfriend kayaking there, trying to make the most of it. You can see it is up to the ankles there, so some significant flooding in the Clearwater area as well. Locally for Lee, Charlotte, and DeSoto counties, we are still under tropical storm warnings. These are likely to get lifted heading into the afternoon as conditions drastically improve, and hopefully you'll be able to salvage the rest of your evening. But in the meantime, we're seeing lots of reports of flooding on the roads, standing water. This one shared for us from State Road 92 heading to Goodland. So we're looking at just before Marco Island. Significant flooding. You can see how dangerous this can be. The vehicle up there seeing a significant water getting caught up. And we are encouraging you to just stay inside today. If you don't have to be out and about, don't. It is not in your best interest whatsoever with a lot of standing water. Another video from Joni Purdy, from the Cape Coral Yacht Club, where we are seeing that water coming in, creeping in way too close for comfort. And
you can see a giant green awning. I don't know if the video does it justice. This awning is probably 30 feet to 40 feet long, 20 feet wide, extremely heavy. And this is sort of where the luck of a storm comes in or can come in, because if that awning had flown from the condo complex on South Platte, where it was supposed to be, onto a car, it would have smashed a car. It's very, very heavy. There's also a second piece of that awning that is blocking the off-ramp from Davis Island, partially at least. And then that's within really blocks of the Bayshore Boulevard flooding. We can take a look at that video as well. We watched this rise throughout the morning. I think around 2 o'clock, I noticed that the water was maybe 4 or 5 feet from getting to the sidewalk, but it rose steadily. An hour or so later, it was lapping over the top of the seawall, and then it was coming all the way onto onto Bayshore Boulevard. I think by 3 or 4, there was one lane blocked, but after that, it was a steady flow, and it has sort of engulfed all of Bayshore Boulevard, about a 4-mile stretch, I think, and not extremely deep. I'd estimate a foot maybe, but think about that. During that time, the water rose the 5 feet to get out of the bay, over the seawall, and then another couple of feet to get onto Bayshore Boulevard, which who knows when it will be passable again. I've talked to some folks, and they say they've never seen it like that before. We've seen flooding on Bayshore Boulevard, but not like this. And a lot of people, more than likely, woke up this morning and are wondering how are they going to get out of their driveways along that stretch of road. So we'll be watching that as the water recedes, but there's no telling when that's going to happen, and it might even get a little higher before then.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been looking at some videos on Twitter and Instagram this morning, especially at Bayshore Boulevard. It's actually making its way up to some people's front porches, which is very substantial. I know we see the water cover the road a lot there, but to make it to the front porch that's a little rough.
It is rough, especially stepping out the door when you just kind of want to see what's happening.
Right.
You're like, oh, wait, no, it's happening right here.
All right. Thanks so much, Walt. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
All right, right now, 9:53 on your Wednesday morning, taking a live look at the Howard Franklin Bridge. Those northbound lanes of the Howard Franklin moving from St. Pete into the Tampa area, they are still closed. I would say about an hour ago, I was showing you this live look, and all of the northbound lanes were completely covered by flood waters. Thankfully, the water has started to recede. However, those northbound lanes remain closed. If you are waking up this morning, eastbound lanes of the Courtney Campbell Causeway are closed as well, and all north and southbound lanes of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge are closed.
Well, Tampa police are warning people, what we've been saying all morning long, do not drive through the floodwater.
We're asking everybody to stay home. And if you are driving, do not drive in flooded water. Turn around, don't drown. That's the...
Oh, yeah, we've seen a lot of people get stuck from St. Pete to Gulfport, a lot of places right now, Lee.
And unfortunately, we're going to ask you to stay put for a little while longer as the tide continues to rise. So speaking of the tide, because it's not pouring, we can actually see what's going on now outside the trade winds at St. Pete Beach. And certainly the water is rough. The water has come up higher than we normally see it. It has receded some. Remember, we are technically in a lower tide, and then the tide's going to rise back out, rise back in. But again, this is certainly much higher than we normally see. The winds have calmed down, but boy, are those seas that really churned up with this. The 9 a.m. update still going on. It has a Category 2 hurricane winds of 110 miles per hour and still moving quickly north-northeast at 18 miles per hour. So the rain bands, that's what we're going to feel throughout the day today. I'm going to zoom up here to where the center of circulation is, and it is a dramatic drop in the way it looks. You wouldn't even be able to tell me that that was a hurricane when it was just 3 hours ago it made landfall as a major hurricane. So we've really seen the eye itself, according to Max Defender 8, sort of become a little more ragged. It's great news, especially for folks in the South Georgia, South Carolina area, because maybe it's not going to be quite as strong when it moves through their communities. Meanwhile, the rain bands are still whipping through our communities. So there'll be plenty of time when it's not raining, you think, okay, all right, I'm done with this. And then a strong band of rain will come right through, and that's what we're dealing with along US 19 from Hernando Beach all the way down toward Palm Harbor. That's going to be pushing inland. That's where we could see tornado warnings. Anytime you have these rain bands wrapping around a tropical system, tornado watches and warnings are possible. We're seeing those scattered heavy downpours. Again, they're moving so quickly you can be completely dry and almost sunny for a minute, and then these big downpours come swinging through your area. That's what we're seeing in Fort Meade. We go down into southern communities. Notice that these areas no longer in a tornado watch. That's why you don't see those red shaded counties, but a tornado warning anytime is possible in these rain bands. So we're keeping a close eye on all of that. And it's still gusty. Now, these are the marine winds, and so these are buoy data and right along the coastline. So Arapika, 12 miles per hour. Cedar Key, still 29, and then closer about 112 miles away from Tampa, where that hurricane made but sort of a beeline right over that buoy. We're glad that it continues to be out there. It's 34 knot winds right now. Clearwater Beach, you're at 36. The cruise terminal in Tampa is at 27. Old Port Tampa's 23. And this buoy here at Egmont Key has come down from it's sort of its height at about 13 to 14 foot seas down to 10.5 foot seas, which According to meteorologist Amanda Holly, the avid boater, this is usually about 1 to 3, right? So the fact that it's still pretty churned up even well after the storm passed.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we saw the view from Clearwater Beach, right, and how churned up the seas are, how rough that surf is right along the coast. Well, those waves shortly offshore, just a mile or two offshore, they get really high really fast, and they're going to stay churned up for the next several days heading into Memorial Day weekend. Weather's improving, yeah, but we are going to continue to see some rougher seas out there, and just kind of a washing machine type effect with those waves moving in different directions as it calms down. Now, with the surge levels, we continue to see that push of water. Updated what's happening right now. Well, now we're going into our next high tide. We're about 2 hours away from most of our first high tides, but those tides are still running about 4 to 5 feet above normal. Those gauges really haven't moved much since our low tide this morning around 6 a.m., and they have continued to rise really since our last high tide at midnight. So the water levels holding steady at the moment. We've got 2 more hours, though, before most of those high tides do hit. So I do think that the water levels could actually rise 1 to 2 more feet when we hit those high tides across the area. When will we get back to normal? When is this water going to recede out? After that high tide around midday, it happens between 12 and 2 o'clock across the area. That's when the water levels are going to start to slowly recede. I think most of our water levels will be below the street levels by about 5 and 6 p.m. tonight. But keep in mind, we still have that king tide going on. So tomorrow, the tides are still going to be about 1/2 foot to 1 foot above normal just because of that full moon. But the next high tide will walk you through when they are in Venice at 11:52. That's when the water levels will be highest. In Sarasota Bay at 12:16 this afternoon. At the pier at Anna Maria, 11:44, that's when that high tide will be. And in Bradenton, right along the Manatee River here at 12:30. Up in Tampa, we're talking about the Davis Island gauge reading at 1:57. That's when that high tide will occur. Clearwater Beach at 11:29 and Madeira Beach 12:22. And then, of course, our highest tides occurring along the Nature Coast. Newport Richey coming up at 12:51. Hernando Beach at 1:29, Lee. And then the latest high tide in Kings Bay all the way up in Crystal River at about 4:44 this afternoon.
So we're not done, right? We may continue to see these waters rise, heavy downpours off and on, still keeping that rain chance today at about 90%. Here's the thing. We talked about Amanda just talked about the fact that the tides will still be high tomorrow because of the king tide, but also because of an onshore wind. So it's not going to be as bad tomorrow, but still a 70% chance of passing tropical type downpours. It's still a 60%.
Top of the hour now. Let's get straight to the major story of the morning. Hurricane Idalia making landfall earlier this morning near Keaton Beach, Florida. We have new pictures coming in showing the sheer devastation across Florida's Gulf Coast. That includes this jaw-dropping new video of a flooded bed and breakfast being washed away from a storm surge. It happened in Cedar Key, just south of where Idalia made landfall. Here are the stats at this hour. Winds clocking in at 110 miles an hour, slowly trudging up that coastline at less than 20 miles an hour. We're also watching the possibility of historic and life-threatening storm surges all along Florida's panhandle, up to 16 feet predicted in some areas. Millions across the state are now bracing for the worst. Idalia's powerful winds knocking out power to more than 200,000 people so far in Florida. Take a look at this video from NBC's Gabe Gutierrez. He's in Perry, Florida, one of the areas really feeling the brunt of the storm's destructive winds.
We are in the thick of it, and we are getting pounded by some heavy winds and heavy rain that we've only seen intensified over the last hour or so. Right behind me, a few minutes ago, Joe, there was a billboard. There is no longer a billboard behind me. It was ripped apart and it collapsed.
The scene that's playing out in communities throughout that region. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Guad Benegas. He is on the ground in Gainesville, Florida. That is a little bit more inland east of where Idalia made landfall now, a little bit over 2 hours ago. Guad, tell us, what are you seeing at this point where you are?
Savannah, we've had some light rain and still some of the wind here in Savannah, and authorities are warning people about the possibility of downed trees as they come back outside after the worst part of the storm came through. And also, we do have some power outages in this area. We are also in the tornado watch zone. We had a tornado warning into the county just south of us about 2 hours ago, so authorities want people to keep that in mind. But I will say the last hour we've seen conditions improve here. We haven't seen as much wind as we did overnight and into the morning, and then some light rain still continuing to come down here in Gainesville, where most of the residents, or a large part of the residents here, are college students. The University of Florida had canceled classes, and last night this place was a ghost town with police officers parked around the city just waiting for the storm to come through. So right now, the message is for people to keep it in mind that we're still under that tornado watch. We have some customers, about 15,000, that have issues with their power in this county. And of course, we still have some wind that can cause some more trees to fall down. We have some branches behind us and other debris that was blown around by the wind. But it looks like the worst of it has passed here in Gainesville, Savannah.
You know, Guad, so far more than 200,000 people across the state have lost power. Interesting tidbit posted on NBCnews.com. In some counties, as many of 80% of customers are without power right now in the state. So clearly that is a major concern. Guad, where you are, there really wasn't much of an evacuation, right? Did a lot of people stick around there?
So people here hunkered down, and when you look at the percentages, when I last checked, about 11% of customers in the county here in Alachua, where Gainesville's located, have a power issue. Now, before the storm came, the power companies were prepared. They brought in extra trucks, and they brought extra workers, a lineman that had been waiting before the storm even came to go right into work. Of course, as the storm made its way through the state of Florida, we saw more and more people go through these power outages. The number grew this morning. I think it was like 50,000 people had power outages, and as of now, more than 200,000 people have these power outages. So they are working hard. They had all of these trucks and workers on standby, and that's why authorities are also warning people to be careful in case there's any down power lines in their area that, of course, could be dangerous, aside from the trees that could have been knocked over by the wind, Joe.
Hey, Guad, also, as we've seen, it's kind of gotten worse, better in a lot of these places, which is to be expected as kind of the bands of the storm continue through the area. What are you looking out for as the day continues in Gainesville?
Well, the main concern here is that tornado watch that remains into effect. It remains in effect into, I believe it's till 3 p.m. local time. That, of course, could change, but that was the main concern. Looking at the radar, most part of the storm has already passed us. Like I said, the last hour we've seen conditions improve. We're not getting as much wind, and a lot of people are going outside now. People had remained inside their homes overnight, so we're still waiting for authorities to issue more information on that tornado watch, and they did say that there was still a possibility for some more winds in the area here in Central Florida, Savannah.
All right, Guad, thank you so much. Meteorologist Angie Lassman has been tracking the storm for us all morning.
Of course she has, and she's back on set with us with the latest. Hey, Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. We've got an update as of 10 a.m., and as expected, this system has weakened. Winds now down to 105 miles per hour. That puts it at a Category 2 storm, sitting just 5 miles east-northeast of Madison, Florida, and still moving fairly quickly into the northeast direction at 18 miles per hour. You can see that much of the heaviest of the rain is to the north of that system, and stretching back to the east, but we still do have a couple of these wraparound bands that we're watching stretching from Tampa down through Fort Myers. Those are some spots that we could see some really quick moving heavy downpours that folks might think they're in the clear. Places like where Guad is, we'll start to see slowly but surely getting back to more normal conditions. But in the meantime, we still have this system working to the north and east. Let's talk about some of the strongest wind gusts that we've seen so far. We've been saying for days and days now, we knew that those higher wind gusts were going to be closer to the center of the storm where that core was. So far, Perry coming in at 85-mile-per-hour gusts. Horseshoe Beach close to that, 81 miles per hour. That's again right in the Big Bend area along the Nature Coast. We've got high 70s in Keaton Beach. You'll remember this is where it officially made landfall. I have a feeling this number will increase here, but these are, of course, the first indications that we have of the strongest wind gusts that we've seen over the past 12 hours or so. Hampton Springs coming into the high 60s, and Cedar Key, similar story to Keaton Beach. Beach. I'm expecting this number to go up as well. Just from the images that we've seen coming out of that location, they've had really impressive storm surge, of course, but 55 miles per hour as of right now, those are the strongest wind gusts that we've seen. Guad mentioned it, that tornado watch, he is absolutely correct in that it lasts until 3 p.m., but I would be prepared for this to be extended, especially for areas north of the Florida border. We'll likely see this stretch into parts of the Carolinas through the afternoon and evening hours tonight as the system continues working its way closer to those regions and bringing all the same impacts, the storm surge, the heavy rain, and those wind gusts. Here's some of the wind gusts that we've seen in recently: 67 miles per hour out of Valdosta. That, of course, close to where that system is working. The center of the system is working close to that area. High 40s in Lake City, low 40s in Jacksonville, and Perry still sitting into those low to mid 50s at this hour. The excessive wind warning is still in effect for that same kind of region that we showed you, including I-10. That'll likely expire here shortly as the system continues to work to the north, but some heavy rain and potentially really strong winds moving through Valdosta. I showed you that high 60s report that we had. You notice out towards Gainesville, where Guad is, that we're looking at much quieter conditions with just some of those wraparound rain bands coming in. But the worst of it moving now into Georgia and heads up to Georgia. This is where we're going to be watching here through at least the next 12 hours or so to see the worst of those conditions kind of deteriorating and then moving into parts of the Carolinas, where we will look at storm surge. Current storm surge reports right now in the Big Bend area coming up at about just over 6 feet in Cedar Key. That's where we've always been expecting the worst inundation, and we've seen indications that it's a little higher than this, but right now those tide gauges are showing us just over 6 feet again. From ground level up. So Old Port Tampa looks like it's going down, but we're going to see another high tide cycle with folks there as we get closer to 11, 12 o'clock, guys. So we are not done with the storm surge for our friends in Tampa, but we could see that coming back up here as we get through the next couple of hours.
All right, Angie, thank you so much for the update. Let's go now to NBC News Now anchor Tom Llamas, who is in Crystal River. So that is southeast of where the hurricane made landfall, a little bit southeast of Cedar Key, where Angie was just talking about. Still, it's on the dirty side of this hurricane storm surge, a huge concern there. Tom, what is it you're seeing?
We're going to be out of this soon. Yeah, actually, Joe, we've moved to Yankeetown. We came out here because there are ongoing rescues there. The problem is that Yankeetown is about a mile that way. It's now been cut off. What you're looking is at, this is a road where the river and the bay have met. This is the surge that they were talking about. And as my photographer Gil keeps panning over, you can see this home here. This is a home that's on pilings. It's on stilts. It's probably about 2 stories high. And you can see that water's already rising. And Joe, what we have to understand, and all our viewers across the country and Florida, this is just getting started. A lot of times with hurricanes, you're covering that massive wind event when it makes landfall. But the story here in the Big Bend area is going to be the water event. And high tide is not until 4 o'clock in this area. So if the water's rising this fast, if the river and the bay have already met, and it's 10:30 a.m. on the East Coast, that's going to be a pretty dangerous situation for many of the residents out here. We know closer to the water, rescues are ongoing. Florida activated their 8 search and rescue teams, their urban search and rescue teams, but it's really hard to get out there right now. You need a high water vehicle or a boat, to be quite honest with you, because it's just too dangerous at this point. They had those in place just in case something happened. Building collapses may happen because of the wind, but really it's that tidal surge. People who didn't evacuate, they get trapped in their homes. They have nowhere to go. They start moving up, all the way to the attic. And if they have nowhere else to go from there, that's when it becomes incredibly dangerous. Right now, something interesting that we just witnessed, and I've covered hurricanes for almost 20 years now. This is so strange. We saw armadillo and deer getting caught up in the floodwaters. They were trying to cross from the riverside over to the bay side, and they became trapped. They were swimming out. But, I mean, I've covered hurricanes for a long time. I've never seen animals sort of get caught in the crosshairs, if you will. And it's a bad situation if the wildlife is caught by surprise. Just some of the stuff we're seeing here. There's still mass power outages. Again, the big headline right now is that this is just getting started. It may look fine with the rain gone and the wind dying down, but look, this is the story right here. It's the water. It's the tidal surge, and this water is going to continue to rise until 4 o'clock Eastern. Back to you guys in studio.
Absolutely. Important reminders there of how much worse this can get throughout the day, even if it's not raining, even if there's not that heavy wind. Tom, stay safe. We'll talk to you in a little bit. Thank you so much. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa is joining us now from Tallahassee. Tallahassee, where they did not have a lot of warning to understand just how bad this was going to be in this area. Maggie was telling us earlier they had just about 24 hours to even understand maybe we should sandbag some things. Maybe we're going to get some flooding. Maggie, tell us what you are seeing now there on the ground and what officials are watching out for.
Yeah, so Savannah, essentially, I mean, you're absolutely right. Like the sandbags, like in front of this business here, you can bet we're sort of filled and set there within the last 24 hours. People here not getting much notice. Thankfully, you can see there's still intense winds, right? There's still intense rain coming down here in Tallahassee. It does seem to be lightening up just a little bit, but not before knocking out power for thousands of people across the metro area. We've lost power at our hotel. We have a very noisy, you might be able to hear a generator behind our crew right now, keeping the power, the lights on anyway. There, Governor Ron DeSantis losing power during his press conference this morning in Tallahassee. So it was like state emergency response leaders who were coordinating efforts to help people ride out this hurricane. They were enduring the worst of the hurricane while coordinating that response. So that was really something to see. Tallahassee, the state capital, not normally hit with storms of this intensity. We've been talking about that all morning. Typically, the storms go to the east of them or kind of to the south of them. Really, we only got about 24 hours notice here. People in Tallahassee, this major urban metro area of 200,000 plus, they initially were not in the path of this storm. And it was really yesterday morning that forecasters, including ours, noticed that Idalia was tracking basically farther west than they initially thought. She had kind of turned a little bit, and suddenly you've got hundreds of thousands of people in this state capital, in this major college town, Florida State, Florida A&M, wondering should they evacuate, should they board up their businesses and homes, should they put sandbags in front of their property. So this kind of really came in fast. It's been intense this morning. Thankfully, we haven't seen any major reports of damage, but keep in mind, it's just lightened up here, guys, in the last hour, in the last half hour, really. So if there is any damage, we're going to have emergency response vehicles out assessing that probably in the next few hours as this continues, hopefully, to lighten up. People here hoping they've missed the worst of this storm. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, definitely hoping for that. Maggie, how bad did the winds get there during the peak of the storm in Tallahassee?
I apologize, guys. We're having trouble hearing you over the generator here and the winds. Could you ask that one more time?
Yeah, sure. Just how bad did the winds get during the peak of the storm there?
Sure. So basically, wind gusts were topping well over 40 miles per hour. And when you think about what emergency first responders were having to deal with out here, they basically warned the public that, hey, when winds get to 30, 35 miles per hour sustained, they said that's when we can't help you anymore. We're in a major metropolitan area. Trees are likely to come down. Power poles are likely to come down. They couldn't be out on the roads with just 30-mile-an-hour winds. So there was a period of time this morning where deputies and, again, first responders were saying, hey, you really need to hunker down. You really need to take this seriously because we can't come out and help you. It does seem like that period has passed, thankfully. And one key sign of that, we've already seen utility crews out here roaming around, restoring power, we've been told by local officials, to homes already. But guys, we are by no means out of the woods. We're still in the thick of it, as you can see. So we hope that progress continues, but officials want people to continue to heed those warnings.
Yeah, absolutely. Maggie, before we do let you go, just tell us a little bit about what it is that people should be, especially as the storm, continues rotating, kind of moves out of the area, but then those bands continue to come through. How long is this going to be a concern for this area? How long should people be staying vigilant?
Sure. So we have our meteorologists on staff who you guys know can answer that better than I can. But basically, people have been warned to kind of really be vigilant throughout the morning. That was really when they were told, basically between 7 and kind of going into the lunch hour, the noon hour, possibly as late as 1 p.m., that this could really impact this area. Obviously, it's been changing all morning, right? Like it came out on shore. It made landfall as a Category 4. It's been downgraded since, which is good news. But we still have those outer bands kind of traveling over Tallahassee. This thing is turning quickly, but it is very large. So people here are just aware this is a developing situation, hoping, though, that kind of by early afternoon, they can have some clarity and things can calm down, guys.
All right, Maggie Vespa, thank you very much. Stay safe. We will check in soon, and we do have some devastating news at this point. Florida Highway Patrol has confirmed 1 death, the first weather-related death so far, as an SUV went off the road and hit a tree. We may get more information, and as soon as we do, we will bring that to you. Let's now bring in Ruthie Slaybaugh for more. She is the citrus County Chairman and Commissioner of District 3. She is joined alongside Emergency Management Director Chris Evan. So for our viewers, just so you know, in case you're not as familiar with the geography of Florida, Citrus County is located between Gainesville and Tampa. It does include some coastline within that county. Good morning to both of you. Ruthie, I will begin with a question to you. Are you hearing anything now at this point about how Citrus County is handling this? What is the latest? Have you been able to sort of assess how things are going, especially in those coastal areas?
Well, good morning. Yes, we have emergency personnel out assessing damages. We sustained, I think at our highest level, 40-mile-per-hour winds. We are checking for life safety, making sure that our citizens are okay. We haven't hit our storm surge yet, so we're in a holding pattern, I believe. So we're not out of the woods until past 4 o'clock. So we're all waiting on duty right now.
Chris, help us understand the storm surge situation. That's such a huge worry for the coastal communities. At what point do you expect to know how high the water is going to get? What are your worst fears right now for how high that storm surge could reach?
Well, the National Weather Service has predicted 11 feet above ground level. And at this point, we have water coming across our major highway. We're still at the early stages. We have about 6 hours left before high tide, and that is going to be the most critical time. That'll be the peak of the storm surge. And what we're concerned about right now is, it turned out to not be a wind event. And we're worried about people walking out right now going, oh, everything's over, everything's fine, not realizing that we still have 6 hours until the peak. It is still a dangerous situation, and it is catastrophic storm surge expected.
Absolutely. And on that note, especially as it may continue to get worse and we sort of see waves of that, what do people need to know right now, people who maybe need help within the next few hours? What's it going to be like to even try to get to people?
Well, that is definitely going to be an issue. What we're telling people now is those that are not in the surge zone, hopefully everybody has evacuated from the surge zone. But stay in your homes. If you're inland, don't venture out. The conditions are still dangerous out there. If you're in the area of Zone A, do not return home. That storm surge is coming. Stay where you are in a safe area.
Ruthie, as the storm came through, what was it like? What did you see? What did you hear? What are you hearing from people?
Well, there's a lot of trees down. We've got some power outages. We can't get to those people right now that are on the coast with power outages. It was a long night. Fortunately or unfortunately, it pushed north of us. But this mama, Adalia, she pushed right through us, and she left a lot of little children, unruly children, right behind her. So we're dealing with the children right now of her. So it's going to be a long afternoon.
Absolutely, and that's an important reminder to everyone that even if it seems better outside, that does not mean that this is over. Ruthie Slaybaugh, Chris Evan, thank you very much, both of you, for joining us on a busy morning. We're thinking about your community. We'll check in.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We're going to check in now with Vincent Long. He is the Leon County Administrator. That is located in Florida's Panhandle. What can you tell us about what you're seeing as the hurricane makes its way through Florida here?
Well, thank you for having me. Yes, as you've reported, we're still just about 2 hours after landfall of the Cat 4, and we're still very much here within the envelope of the storm. We continue to have continuous rains and heavy winds, and while the storm is becoming more disorganized, again, we're still dealing with these conditions, which we anticipate will continue to last throughout the afternoon. So again, we're continuing to advise citizens to remain vigilant and heed the emergency management orders that are in place and guidance that's in place to remain sheltered, to remain indoors, allow us to get out of this mode of preparation and move into our response and restoration mode. And we're going to need a little time. Our first responders and our public works crews are going to need some time to do that, to make those disaster assessments and to ensure that the community is safe.
Vincent, I understand that your county did have several shelters open. You still do, and given that you're a little bit more inland, obviously that seems like a safer place for people, especially that live in coastal communities, to get to. However, I do know that one of those shelters lost power this morning after the hurricane made landfall. How are people there holding up, especially people who may have just evacuated to your community and they're still dealing with these types of impacts?
Yes, we have 7 shelters open. We have a capacity of about 3,200. We've only received about 500 folks. And for the most part, again, the reports have been very good in terms of our folks that sought shelter here. Much of our community sought shelter, and our surrounding communities, our neighbors, our coastal neighbors to the south in particular, moved west, and they didn't have to go too far west to really get out of the storm, and that's really what we encouraged folks to do. But as you mentioned, those who were unable to do that, we were able to accommodate in our shelters here locally.
What is your primary message to folks in your county right now, especially if maybe they look outside, feel like, hey, there's less rain, there's less wind, I feel like I can go outside? What would you say?
Well, yes, what we're continuing to do is to advise them, again, to continue to shelter. This isn't going to take much longer, a few more hours. Later this afternoon, we expect conditions to improve dramatically. Again, we are particularly susceptible in our community. We have beautiful trees. If you've ever been to Tallahassee and Leon County, you know that, but they do constitute a very significant threat to us. It takes us and it constitutes a very unique challenge to us in our restoration and recovery efforts as we remove trees and we deal with entangled power lines. So again, our message to our public is to stay away from down power lines. Check on your neighbors when it's safe to do so. And if you're going to use a generator, if you happen to be out of power, to do so safely. Remember, never inside in a well-ventilated space, not your garage, because doing so and not preparing properly for that ventilation can result in death within just a very few minutes.
Good advice. Our Maggie Vespa reporting from Tallahassee says the sounds of generators already filling the air there. Vincent S. Long with Leon County on the Panhandle. Thank you so much. Wishing you the best.
Thank you.
Let's now go to NBC's Marissa Parra. We have been checking in with her throughout the morning. She is in Tampa, and even though that is quite south of where the eye of the storm actually made landfall, we have seen quite a bit happen there this morning with this storm surge, Marissa. We saw that car that was parked, somebody had to evacuate from. You say that you've seen people paddleboarding, people waist deep in water. Tell us what's going on right now.
Hey, sorry, it's a little hard to hear you, but I think you said tell me what we're seeing right now. And we're seeing more or less pretty much what we've been seeing all morning, which is a lot of water. And we're seeing Tampa Bay over the seawater, over the seawall, rather, making its way to the streets of downtown. So this is normally totally drivable and passable, but as you can tell, a lot of water is creating difficult conditions for people to get around downtown. Now, you're not seeing this everywhere. This is mainly located to the Zone A. It's called Zone A because these are the mandatory evacuation areas. These are the higher priority, the highest of priorities, because they are the lowest of elevation in the area, which is why you're seeing what you're seeing behind me. And so we're definitely seeing, when I've been getting a temperature check from people, I would say that it's kind of 50-50 when it comes to downtown. There's a lot of people who are saying, well, we're used to flooding. This is maybe a little bit more than we're used to, more than we're used to seeing. I think particularly when you go out further west, Clearwater Beach, St. Petersburg, they're seeing a lot of flooded streets. And I'm talking to people over text who are telling me that they were surprised. They really didn't think they would get as much as they're seeing right now, guys.
And the view in the upper left-hand portion of your screen right now, was there a moment ago, is also Tampa. Marissa, I know, in addition to Tampa, just to the west of you is St. Petersburg. They've been dealing with a lot of issues this morning, haven't they?
Yeah, so we actually saw, I mean, there's been a couple of rescues. We talked about the rescue that was over to my left, that person that was inside of their car. We also saw St. Pete Fire Department had to rescue someone out of a mobile home. And so that, of course, all of that area also being Zone A that was supposed to be evacuated. And so we right now, as I mentioned, are talking to people who say that they're seeing flooded streets on a level that they haven't seen in a while. I don't know if you're able to see images of Treasure Island, for example. We know that there's a lot of flooded streets. We know that there's a couple of bridges that are closed, not because of flooding, but because of the wind speed. So it looks like Skyway Bridge, for example, closed because they got gusts upwards of 50 miles per hour. So I think the key takeaway here is, guys, that access is a lot harder, especially when you go to these smaller little beaches, these smaller islands. The access to and from those is much harder. So there are going to be people who are cut off from the rest of downtown, if you will, at least temporarily. We spoke to someone, it's called Davis Islands. We've been talking about Tampa General Hospital all morning, but if you don't know, there's actually some people who live on that same island as well. And so when they came up to us as we were doing our live shots, they were concerned as well about getting trapped on the island. So far, we haven't heard that anyone has been trapped, but I know that that's something everyone's keeping an eye on, especially in those smaller little islands around here, guys.
Absolutely. Actually, all three of your screens that you're seeing, all three of those boxes are flooding happening within Tampa, which is also where Marissa is standing right now. Before we let you go, Marissa, you're talking about kind of access in and out. Generally, of course, the state of Florida is not somewhere that people are getting to or from right now. What is the status of airports? I know nothing has come in or out of the Tampa airport, but tell us what the latest is with air travel in the area.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Not much has changed. Tampa International Airport, we got St. Petersburg's airport also closed, understandably, because while right now we're getting a break from the rain, you guys missed it again. Maybe 10 minutes ago, we had a giant outer band come our way. We were getting absolutely drenched, and there were some heavy wind gusts. We've seen the wind pick up now and then, and that's what we're going to be seeing off and on all day. So in terms of air travel, these are not good conditions to travel by air. So the airports in this area remain closed. We know that in maybe further inland, like Jacksonville, those airports, as of right now, there's airports like Jacksonville Airport that remain open, but there are a lot of delays and cancellations expected throughout the day. Obviously, understandably, given the fact that we have a hurricane passing through half the state right now.
Absolutely. All right, Marissa Parra dealing with that storm surge in Tampa. Marissa, stay safe. Talk to you in a bit. Thank you.
The town of Perry, Florida, population about 7,000, took a direct hit from Idalia as it came ashore earlier this morning.
Yeah, our NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez was right in the middle of it as it was making landfall. Here is some of his report from earlier this morning.
Right now in Perry, Florida, he and his team are doing their best to stay safe while also bringing us these incredible pictures. Gabe, what can you tell us?
Hey there, Joe. Well, this is Hurricane Idalia. We are in the thick of it, and we are getting pounded by some heavy winds and heavy rain that we've only seen intensify over the last hour or so. Right behind me, a few minutes ago, Joe, there was a billboard. There is no longer a billboard behind me. It was ripped apart and it collapsed. We're keeping a close eye on some nearby power lines. Don't worry, we're far enough away, and my crew can go inside at any sign of trouble. But you can see these winds really picking up. There's nobody on the roads right now. Local authorities had said that once the winds reached 45 miles an hour, they wouldn't be able to respond to calls, that people were essentially on their own. We're well past that point. The winds here, wind gusts, I'm told, are over 100 miles an hour. And we are really feeling the brunt of this storm. An unprecedented storm hitting the Big Bend area. They have never seen a storm this powerful in terms of wind surge. And Joe, the story in other parts of Florida has been storm surge, 10 to 15 feet expected. That's not the case in this particular town. It's a town of 7,000 people that's actually 20 miles inland. The story here is the wind, as you can clearly see. Unclear at this point what the damage will be, but local authorities expect that it will be extensive. In winds this high, essentially a tornado, mobile homes and structures that weren't built in the last few years will have a very difficult time staying up. Just to let you know where we are, we're in a hotel. It lost power now several hours ago. Several local residents who left their homes and are hunkering down here, as well as some members of the media, are also here. And we're trying to stay safe, and we'll go inside as soon as we can. But we can show you, Joe and Savannah, that the winds are only intensifying here, and we expect them to get only worse in the next few hours. Joe?
Absolutely. Hey, Gabe, it's Savannah. So you mentioned you're about 20 miles inland, and it's about a half-hour drive pretty much straight north of Keaton Beach, which is where this made landfall about a half hour ago now. As this storm's track has kind of wobbled, changed a little bit, both north and south, as we've been projecting it, how prepared was this area for this to be as bad as it currently is, as dramatic as these winds are?
Look, emergency management officials, including the governor, have been warning that this storm had the possibility to be extremely powerful over the last several days. People were warned. Not everyone heeded that warning, however.
Again, dramatic images from our colleague Gabe Gutierrez earlier this morning. Our coverage of Hurricane Idalia will continue all morning long.
Right now, we're going to listen to live coverage from our NBC Tampa affiliate, WFLA.
That was completely blown apart by the rising storm surge. And so now you're seeing the roof of that. There's a front door right here and furniture from inside of that. There's a number of condominiums that are over here to this side of me. That the first floor of them is now flooded out. I want to walk up the street here a little bit. We've seen a lot of this driving around Cedar Key. Just tree debris, branches, leaves, and things like that that have fallen from above. Fortunately, we have not seen any power lines down, although the power is out right now in Cedar Key. But if we can take a look over here, you can just see how devastating this has been throughout the course of the night. Much of this happened in the last couple of hours, where we saw the storm surge come up, and with it, a lot of debris, furniture, and things like that from people's homes that live down there close to the Gulf of Mexico. The storm surge behind me, we've been watching it all night long. There's a power pole down there with feet that are marked off, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 feet. At one point, the water was above the 10-foot line. We understand that because of the position of the hurricane right now, that the worst of the storm surge is past us, but the high tide is still coming in. We still have several hours left before we reach peak high tide. And I did speak to Cedar Key Fire Rescue a couple of hours ago, and they told me that all of the approach bridges leading to Cedar Key are now underwater. And of course, it will take several hours for them to be able to get out after the floodwaters recede to see what the conditions of the roadway are, what the conditions of those bridges are. We have seen some people out and about just kind of driving around that have stayed here on the island overnight. And so we've seen people out taking care of their property throughout the course of the evening, business owners who were checking on their property, homeowners checking on their property. But Cedar Key Fire Rescue told me that the businesses that are downtown, the first floor is now completely flooded out from those businesses because of the rising storm surge. And that water came up very fast. We were in downtown Cedar Key at one point throughout the course overnight, and I was able to put my hand down in the asphalt. A half hour later, the water was above that point, and an hour after that, we had to leave because it was coming up so fast. We had to drive up the hill here to be able to be safe to where we are. So power is out. There's no running water right now on Cedar Key, and Cedar Key Fire Rescue told me that Joey Capistrand, my photographer, and I may be with them for some time to come until they're able to get out and to totally assess the roadways coming into Cedar Key. I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, I'm sure hearing that was definitely kind of something that they had to just sit with and realize, yeah, we're going to have to ride it out with these folks as well.
I know. It's so hard to see, Lee, anytime something like this happens, and to see such a charming little town like Cedar Key just be devastated like that is just awful.
Yeah, a lot of the hardest hit communities are those quaint, old Florida type cities. We're seeing some video coming in out of Perry, which was not where landfall was, but unfortunately just to the north and west of it, Perry, Florida, and that sat in the eye wall for almost an hour. So a lot of downed trees in that community. Now the system, as of 10 o'clock this morning, 105-mile-per-hour winds, still keeping it a Category 2 hurricane. I mean, it's nearly in Georgia as a Category 2 hurricane, so it's crossed over I-10 and continued to race off to the northeast at about 18 miles per hour. Using the Tallahassee radar, you can really see those rain bands now on the northern side of it through Moultrie and Tifton and Albany. There's Valdosta. So again, the center of circulation now north of I-10. There's Perry. I'm sure they're glad to be able to get a little breathing room at this point, but a flood warning there. And then on the southern side of it, that's where we are, right? That's where the rain bands continue to whip on shore. So you just kind of heard it there from Jeff. Moving along, not too bad, and all of a sudden the wind just kicked up. And we're going to see this off and on throughout the day as these rain bands whip through. So right now, if you're in Hernando Beach or Bayonet Point, you think, okay, finally, it's all said and done, right? Well, more rain bands could continue to whip through, like the one that's happening right now through Pasco, Newport Richey, down through Tarpon Springs. We're also seeing some of those rain bands extend all the way in through Polk County. And you see these red shaded counties. Those are all the ones still under the tornado watch. When you have rain bands that wrap around a tropical system, there are often tornadoes in it. Now, they're small and they're short-lived, but they are there. We've seen several of them throughout the day today, and we're still dealing with heavy rain, some lightning, gusty winds in Bartow and Dundee and Haines City down toward Fort Meade. This is one rain band that is crossing down into Hardee County just west of Wauchula and Zolfo Springs. It's going to rain through there. We just had another one pass through Sebring. We can go even farther to the south down to Sarasota County. Same thing. You go from a relatively nice day. You might even see peaks of sunshine. That destabilizes the atmosphere so that when you do get one of these rain bands to come through, it could produce even stronger thunderstorms or perhaps even those tornadoes. So we're going to be watching this all day along with those winds coming off the Gulf of Mexico. This is a look from our Bayonet Point camera. There's the Gandy Bridge, or the approach to the Gandy Bridge, which appears to be open, but we have the cloudy skies. And the bay here, you know, we may see that continue to rise. It's still yet to be determined how high we're going to see this at high tide. But I'm going to bring in meteorologist Amanda Holly because all the waterways have the potential of being super high.
Yeah, we have 4 official gauges that are reading 3 in Tampa Bay and 1 up in Cedar Key. And this really gives us an idea of just how high that water is compared to what it would normally be on a normal day without a king tide, without the full supermoon, and of course without the storm surge. So we're looking at the gauge that's next to the port of Tampa Bay. This is in East Bay. It's next to McKay Bay. There's a little bit of a port over there. And the last reading just within the past 20 minutes read 6.7 feet. I will say it's come down about a half a foot from its peak, but it should be reading about 2.4 feet. And you can see that's about 4 foot above that, what it should be. And we're still not quite to high tide just yet. In Clearwater Beach, that last reading in the last 20 minutes, 5.3 feet is what it is reading at right now. Again, also has come down about a half a foot, and we're approaching that high tide here. When we look at the Port Manatee gauge, that's reading at 5.6 feet. It should be reading at 2.3 feet, and we're not quite to high tide yet. So I do think that water levels are going to stay about what they are, if not rise about a foot or 2 more when we hit those high tide times. Now, up in Cedar Key, that's where we have the most significant storm surge. We've seen the highest push of water. In the last 20 minutes, that gauge read 9.7 feet. It should only be reading 2.6 feet. So we are seeing about that 7 feet of storm surge. But you can see within the last 20 minutes or so, it has come down a little bit from that peak of just over 10 feet of storm surge. So when we look at the next 3 hours, these are the high tide times. After these times, water levels will begin to recede. In Venice, that high tide comes up at 11:52, so just over an hour from now. Sarasota Bay, high tide is at 12:16. Anna Maria Pier, that high tide comes up at 11:44. In Bradenton, along the Manatee River there, 12:30 is when that highest tide will occur. In Clearwater Beach, 11:29. In Madeira Beach, 12:22. And up in Tampa Bay, it does happen a little bit later near Davis Islands there at 1:57. That'll be the high tide. And then after that, those water levels will be receding. In Hernando Beach at 1:29 is that high tide. In Newport Richey at 12:51. And then Kings Bay all the way at the mouth of Crystal River, 4:44 will be that high tide, so not until a bit later this afternoon. Hopefully, though, those tides will then begin to recede as we get toward those later hours. So we've been talking about these surge levels. This map hasn't changed really in the past 3 or 4 days, and we are seeing these surge levels that we did predict several days ago. 7 to 10 feet up in Citrus and Hernando, Citrus and Levy County, 4 to 7 feet of that storm surge in Pasco and Hernando County. It's that push of Gulf of Mexico salt water moving onshore thanks to these really strong winds that we have been seeing. We've been watching it on our tower camera here along the Hillsborough River. This is looking at Ashley Drive here in downtown, looking toward Browreen, and you can see the water level is inundating that Ashley Drive portions of it. So again, we've seen it with our reporters, Lee, all across the area. The water's on our roadways and in some cases, unfortunately, in those houses that are close to the water itself. So we're going to continue to watch this because I do think that we are going to see at least a foot more of storm surge.
And so while the conditions may be improving over the next couple of hours, we really need to keep in mind about that surge in water. Again, the winds aren't as strong pushing the water from the Gulf of Mexico onshore as maybe they were 5 or 6 or 7 hours ago, but it's still not allowing anything to recede much. We just want to leave you with the wobble tracker. So we started this with Hurricane Ian. We certainly broke it out with Hurricane Idalia. What this does is it shows you where the storm has been, and then it also compares it to where it is forecast to be. Very interesting with Idalia. We didn't have a wobble for a long time. It made a beeline to the north very quickly and without really changing its direction. It was straight north until last night, where we started to see it jog a little bit to the west. And then we saw it jog a little bit to the right and then to the west. Now, for us, it was already basically past us. But for those folks along the Big Bend and Panhandle of Florida, those wobbles meant everything, because if it had continued to wobble west, places like Tallahassee could have seen a lot worse weather. If it had wobbled a little bit toward the east, Cedar Key would have seen even worse weather. And now, of course, we're seeing that track move through the northern portion of the state and into Georgia. Back to you.
Yeah, a lot of my friends and family up in Tallahassee, they are good, and they're thankful things weren't that bad.
Very good. All right, we'll turn to Chloe Sparks now, who is live in North Pinellas County. Here is pretty rainy and windy where you are, Chloe.
Looks like it's so rainy and windy that we lost her.
We lost her shot. All right, well, we do have an important thing to tell you about here. A reminder, if you see price gouging on essential items, then you need to report it to Florida's Attorney General. The price gouging hotline number is on your screen. It is 1-866-9-NO-SCAM. And of course, you can always download the state's free No Scam app.
Yeah. All right. Well, it is 10:43 on your Wednesday morning. Our coverage of Hurricane Idalia continues right after this break.
Attention, if you're a seat.
will join us again in a few minutes. But joining us now, Stacey Scheibel, good to see you.
Thank you. We're tag teaming coverage as we continue to do that. You know, it was interesting, the track it took. I left last night just before midnight, and watching the track that it took going up, I know a lot of people in Tallahassee suddenly got very nervous. I know you have a lot of friends and family up there. Everybody good up there this morning?
Everyone is okay because they were nervous. Like, we were texting because a bunch of people texted me saying, hey, are you good? And then I'm like, wait a minute. Are you good?
Yeah,
exactly.
Now it's your turn. And the good news, I guess, is we didn't see as much wind damage here locally, but we absolutely saw the flooding that the meteorologists told us to expect, the storm surge. And with high tide still coming over the next several hours, we're going to see even more flooding.
Creating a big old mess. Someone who's had a bird's eye view to it right in the thick of everything, Walt Butill, live for us in Tampa. Where are you now, Walt? How are things looking?
We're on the Hillsborough River, and you can see the rain has stopped. It was picked up a little while ago. And as you look across, it looks like part of the river walk is definitely underwater. And then farther upstream, as we get toward Bayshore, the river has gone onto Bayshore, covering all 4 lanes. I wonder if we have the video that we took early this morning. We saw that river rise from about 5 feet below where the sidewalk is, and then by 3 or 4 o'clock, it was coming over the sidewalk, and then by 4:30, 5 o'clock, the water had taken over all 4 lanes of Bayshore Boulevard, and really, in a way, trapping people inside. They would not have been wise for them to leave, but if they woke up this morning, they might still be at home wondering when they can leave. And there's no telling when the water is going to go away, but we can tell you that many people are telling us they'd never seen it like that. A 3 to 4 mile stretch of Bayshore Boulevard covered all 4 lanes in water, closed down at this point. And obviously, if somebody lives in that area, they're going to have a hard time driving out of their neighborhood, let alone walking. So we'll be out here monitoring it, and we'll send it back to you.
I was thinking, thank you very much, Walt, for your continuing coverage throughout the night. Deanne, one of the things I was thinking is visually, it came to me that as that hurricane cut right up the Gulf of Mexico, it's almost like when you have a mixing bowl and the beaters are spraying everything to the side. That's what we're seeing now, is everything just rushing in and no place for the water to go. I think that's the frightening part. And people who really didn't expect flooding, seeing flooding locally.
That's a really great analogy, because we literally saw that with all the water splashing onto the Howard Franklin, splashing onto the Courtney Campbell Causeway. We saw those effects of Hurricane Idalia in our area as it just rose, or just kind of rode the coast of our area.
And what a difference when you're on the good side of the storm versus the bad side of this time, we're on the bad side of the storm. Last time we were on the good side of the storm. So you never quite know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and we're getting an update on Hurricane Idalia. We now know it's a Category 1 storm. Checking in with Lee on the latest.
Yeah, that's a Category 1 hurricane. The latest update. The Hurricane Center sent in that 11 a.m. update about 10 minutes early, right? But it's a good update. The thing is continuing to weaken, although it's still a Category 1 hurricane with 90 miles an hour, very close to Valdosta, Georgia. So again, just on the other side of the border, beginning to move right over the Florida-Georgia border there, as this races even faster now, northeast at 20 miles per hour. So we've continued, of course, to track this from its Category 1 status yesterday morning through its Category 4 status this morning, and then back down to Category 1. So here's the latest forecast track. Again, this just came in. It came in 10 minutes early. So this is the 11 o'clock update. Amazingly, through tomorrow morning, Thursday morning, it could be a Category 1 hurricane along the South Carolina coastline, because it gets close enough to where it can start bringing in some warm water and feeding off that Atlantic water. Then it finally moves out into the Atlantic. So we may be talking about Idalia for a long time. Obviously, the impacts here, not going to be so much. But when we look at the Tallahassee radar, really Valdosta getting some of that heavy rain. And then for us as well, we still have bands of downpours. And if you get under one of these bands of downpours, it's going to be heavy, it's going to be gusty, and then you have a break from that in between. But all day tomorrow, we could see these passing downpours, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Lee. And it's important to note, What we're running into a lot now is people out trying to survey the damage. Maybe too premature to do that with high tides still coming. So people, if they can stay put, we don't want to have our crews make rescues while they're surveying the damage.
And speaking of rescues, Beth Rousseau actually witnessed a few rescues taking place throughout Pasco County, particularly in the Hudson area. Beth, are you still riding on that ATV? How are things? Yeah, it looks like you're right there. What happened to the guy who was actually on the ATV that you all rescued? How's he doing?
Okay, so Shannon, I have to tell you, when he said that he lives on the water, he meant on the water. He lives in a boat. And so that boat, he was in it when all this flood water came in. So what we actually did is we took him and the person who was with him, we took him back to his boat, and it was still intact. Everything was fine. He was happy as a clam. So we are thrilled for him, obviously. Not as many people here in Hudson, at least, are having that same joyous reunion with their property. Again, we're driving around in this ATV, and you can see the flood water still just so high. We're not at high tide just yet. We're seeing these houses that are built on stilts. Those are fine, of course, right? But the homes that are not built up, those actually have muck around the bottom, the water still encroaching on them. We've seen people out here in canoes, some people still choosing to ride it out here in Hudson. We've been here since 10 o'clock last night, and the water has just been incredible that has flown in. Every single person that I've talked to here, they tell me that the rain and wind with this storm, that wasn't what the issue was. And again, the Max Defender 8 team never said that it was going to necessarily be the issue. It is the storm surge, and of course, that's what we're seeing right now. We're continuing to weave in and out of these streets with a Good Samaritan that's driving us around, really looking for people who might need help. Because like I said, some people are still riding out this storm, or I should say the storm surge at this point, in their homes. So we're going to be out here riding around. I do want to let people know some of the power has been shut off to Hudson as crews continue to be out here making the rescues. It can be dangerous out here for fire rescue teams as well as police officers. We know that FWC is out here with their power boat as well, just trying to make sure everybody is safe. So if you don't have to come back to assess your property now, please don't, because that just puts them in danger. It puts you in danger. So you will be able to get back here, but wait till that storm surge passes. Wait until it is low tide again, until some of these waters recede. We will show you the damage that we're seeing. We're going to bring you all the visuals right here. Dan, Stacey.
Well, that really is the strong message at this hour. As much as it looks like the weather's clear, the sun's kind of trying to come out, we're not seeing those strong winds, but this is a very dangerous time. A lot of people get hurt in the flooding, more so than even the wind.
Absolutely. Beth, before you go, I had a question for Beth there, but it looks like we just lost her. And we want to let you know today, St. Pete Clearwater International Airport also planning to resume flights at 3 o'clock. However, Allegiant Airlines, they have canceled all of their flights. Now, if you have a scheduled flight, you must contact the airline. Tampa International Airport is closed today and plans to reopen tomorrow. They've been providing some updates on their social media pages.
And that's a good place to keep checking for both of those airports as well as your airlines, because you can imagine with the airports being closed, it's going to take a minute for the airlines to get caught up. And remember, tolls are not being charged on state roads in Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough Lake, Pasco, Pinellas, and Sumter counties. Toll collections will resume at noon on Tuesday.
Yeah, that's something I was actually pretty grateful for.
Yes.
Checking in with Lise Van for an update on Hurricane Idalia.
Yeah, so we always stream now this real-time wobble tracker. I just found it so interesting that there wasn't a wobble for so long. This thing had a foot on the gas, moving straight north. It just became a hurricane at 5 a.m. yesterday. And then it went through category 1, 2, 3, up to 4, and then back down to a 3 at landfall. And that's when it got to a category 4 status, it began to wobble. And again, the reason that we care about a wobble is because we want, if that trend continues, that determines who gets the worst of it. And unfortunately, the person who got the place that got the worst of it was around Keaton Beach, which is in Taylor County. And Perry, Florida, did not make landfall in Perry, Florida, but just to the east. And that put Perry, Florida in the eye wall for almost an hour. And a lot of trees down are in that community. So now we are looking forward to see that little wobble right there, taking it right toward Keaton Beach. Steinhatchee is right there. Cedar Key, we've got Jeff Patterson there, had a storm surge that continues to really inundate that area as this now races to the north and east, heading into Georgia. It has winds of 90 miles an hour. Again, we did get that early update from the 11 a.m. Advisory, moving north-northeast at 20 and continuing to push off toward the north and east. So this is a look at Max Defender 8 Tallahassee radar, where, again, if the center circulation is right there at Valdosta, those winds are circulating around it, pushing these passing downpours into our community, and bringing in meteorologist Amanda Holly, not only pushing the rain, but also the water into our community.
Yeah, sometimes with tropical systems, you know, we talk about freshwater flooding as well because we can see a lot of rainfall. But for the most part with this storm, it's been saltwater flooding because of the storm surge. We've been keeping an eye on our Winters and Yonker camera along Bayshore. These are the roads of Bayshore. You can see the street signs here, and it's been covered in water since well before sunrise this morning, since around that first high tide at midnight early on this morning. So that is going to continue. Those onshore winds are going to continue as we go through the day today, but after about noon, we'll start to see some of those winds recede.
It looks like basically in our area, we're going to be dealing with those effects and storm surge right around the noon, 2 o'clock time, right?
Yeah, over the next 2 to 3 hours, because while the winds aren't as strong as they were overnight, the water didn't get to recede at all.
Right. So, Lee, that's really what, for people in Tampa proper and areas that they are seeing flooding and didn't expect to, stay put. That's
Definitely.
the key, right?
All right. The key. All right, we're back in a minute with more on Hurricane Idalia.
Our southern weather is unpredictable.
We know you've seen a thing or two.
We still have tropical storm warnings in place for Lee, Charlotte, DeSoto County, so tropical storm conditions still expected, especially right along our coast. Our coverage on Hurricane Idalia continues here at 11 a.m. You're watching NBC 2 News.
Good day to you, and thank you so much for joining us here on NBC News. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. We are coming on the air with breaking news. Hurricane Idalia has made landfall in Florida as a dangerous and powerful Category 3 storm.
Now, it came ashore just this morning before 8 a.m. Eastern near Keaton Beach, Florida, along the state's Big Bend region. That's essentially the area where the Panhandle meets the peninsula there in Florida. And it hit that area with a maximum sustained winds of 125 miles per hour. The storm surge, specifically in in that area rapidly rising, already inundating areas with several feet of water that really only seems to be getting worse at this hour. That same area could get 12 to 16 feet of storm surge, which is catastrophic.
You are looking at these powerful images on your screen here, just showing you the fury of this storm. The National Weather Service office in Tallahassee said locations may be uninhabitable for several weeks or months. There are widespread power outages, as you can imagine. Some of the airports there, of course, closed, and a full moon tonight means the tides will actually be even higher.
Thankfully, we have a team of reporters across that storm zone right now. Some, though, currently in the midst of it, losing power as we speak, some losing cell service. But we're going to do our very best to bring you all the latest information as it happens from those hard-hit areas. First, let's go ahead and get right to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns for an update on Idalia's path. Bill, we understand that Idalia is now weakening just a little bit. What does that mean, and where is it happening?
The weaker the winds, the less power outages we'll get, mostly because the less tree damage. So every little tick down, now we're down to a Category 1. But we don't think it's going to get too weak in the next 12 hours. It'll probably go from a Category 1 to a strong tropical storm. So we're still going to have some wind problems with it. We still have issues with water. I mean, the number one thing going into this was the storm surge for threat to property and lives. And we still have a storm surge of 6.3 feet at Cedar Key. Old Port in Tampa, still a storm surge almost at 4 feet. Now, the storm came in at low tide, thankfully, or the pictures that we've been showing you would be even worse. High tide throughout this region is like 4 o'clock this afternoon. So right now, we kind of have two things going on. One is that the storm surge is beginning to relax and start to go down, but the high tide is trying to rise at the same time. So the water levels aren't dropping that quickly. So we're going to see high water in these areas. I don't think they're going to get any higher than they are, but they're not going to recede that quickly, especially compared to if the water was, blowing out. As far as the winds have gone, we do have a lot of extreme wind damage, especially in areas near where landfall is, as you'd expect. Perry had the highest gust we saw at 85, Horseshoe Beach at 81, and Horseshoe Beach got the winds and the storm surge. A lot of that area underwater. And then Valdosta, Georgia, even with a wind gust to 67 miles per hour. And that's kind of where the storm is hitting the hardest now, into areas of southern Georgia. Most areas of Florida, the winds are under 45 miles per hour. Lake City, you just had a gust of 43. That's one of the highest. But notice Valdosta at 67. Our tornado watch still goes from central Florida all the way into southern Georgia. They've actually extended this now up into areas of South Carolina and eastern North Carolina until 10 o'clock this evening. So isolated tornadoes are an obvious threat for the remainder of the storm. Here's a close-in view of the radar in the Valdosta area. It's just pouring here, too, so it wouldn't surprise me if we get some flash flooding going on in this region. Notice a lot of the rain has ended where the storm hit the hardest down there around Dowling Park and over towards Perry. Here's the Valdosta area, and Interstate 75 is probably one of the worst drives out there with the storm. So what are we going to worry about from here? Well, the storm is still pretty strong, 90-mile-per-hour winds. So that means you can at least get gusts 70 to 80 out of this. And then we're going to watch these bands coming into the coastal areas. The problem we have is that high tide will be approaching early this evening at the same time as this full moon. We're going to get these strong winds coming from the coast, 60 to 70 miles per hour, bringing in the storm surge at the high tide. So where it was the low tide on the west coast of Florida, it's the high tide in the southeast. So even though it's expected only to be maybe a Cat 1 or a tropical storm at 6 p.m. this evening, that's the rough position of it. This 2 to 5 feet is going to be in addition to the peak of the high tide with the astronomical full moon. So that combination already has predictions in Charleston of being close to like top 10 highest water levels ever recorded for the city. And that includes all the hurricanes of the past and tropical storms too, and same with Savannah. So these are the key times to watch. Savannah 7:37 is your high tide. Charleston at 8:24 p.m. Myrtle Beach, it looks like you should get through your high tide, probably heading towards low tide when you have your highest storm surge. Wind gust forecast. A lot of trees throughout the areas of coastal. If you've been to beautiful Charleston or Savannah and New Brunswick in here, and even to Georgetown, a lot of trees. So 75 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts will cause some damage and power outages. So now my advice to people on the coastal areas of the Carolinas: charge all your devices, get prepared for the possibility of losing power. You may want to put some extra, water in your freezer to freeze and help keep that cold in case you do lose power if you don't have a generator. So some few tips that you may need in case you do lose power. In additional rainfall, heaviest will be South Carolina and areas of eastern North Carolina. That's going to be a possibility of flash flooding through this evening. So I think you guys get the picture here. Just because we've seen the worst of the storm surge in the west coast of Florida, we're not done with all the damage from this storm. I mean, there's a possibility we could have significant damage just from it being a tropical storm on the Carolina coast.
You know, Bill, it's interesting. You mentioned the high tide, you mentioned the storm surge, but you really mentioned these tornadoes. And a lot of times when I hear this coverage, I hear people talk about the dirty side of the storm. And is that the area where you're most likely to see those tornadoes? What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, it's almost always on the eastern quadrant of the storm. So let's say if the storm's located here near Valdosta, this map actually shows where the Storm Prediction Center is saying the risk of tornadoes is. So we kind of have two things going on. One, we have the low-level winds coming in from the ocean, bringing in the humidity and the bands of rain. And then the storm itself will be moving in. And then we can get just enough rotation in the atmosphere for these little spin-ups. Now, these won't be tornadoes like we get, in the southern plains or in the southeast in the springtime. They're not big, huge ones, but typically you can get ones that are enough to damage and knock a roof off a home. And usually they're kind of short-lived. Some hurricanes and some tropical storms produce lots of tornadoes. Others produce hardly any at all. So that's kind of a random. But we've already had a couple reported with this storm system, and conditions are very favorable, especially the Carolina coastal areas down to North Florida later on this afternoon, especially if we get any sunshine breaks in between these bands to get that heating. That's where we could see some issues.
All right, Bill, Karen, stand by for us. We want to bring in one of the folks from the hardest hit areas in Levy County, Florida. That's along the Gulf Coast in the northwest part of the state. Lieutenant Scott Tummond is with the Levy County Sheriff's Department. Lieutenant, thank you so much for taking some time to join us today. We know you have had evacuations in parts of your county. Walk us through what's happening there with your deputies, your first responders. What's the situation with injuries and rescues at this point?
Right now, I don't have any current reports of injuries. We are ready and standing by to launch our rescue and recovery efforts. We're still not done with the flooding. We're not looking at our high tide peak on our king tide until 2 o'clock today. So last report I had, Cedar Key was 6.5 feet. We expect that to rise by probably double. Over my shoulder, we're looking at our flood and surge inundation map. We're going to be in the yellow and green zones before this is over with and the waters start to recede.
Lieutenant, you mentioned the yellow and the green zones. We know that the state of Florida, about a third of the state, was under some form of evacuation, some even voluntary. Do you get the sense that in your county, most people who were encouraged to leave did?
Yeah, we saw a huge compliance with the evacuation order that was due to be complete by Monday at 4 o'clock. We did have some of those folks that decided to ride the storm out. That was against every urging and every public notification that we could make to leave, run from the water and hide from the wind. The water is our worst enemy right now, and we're expecting a lot more here in the very near future.
We're looking at reports there, Lieutenant, that Idalia reached the size of Colorado. Basically, this storm was 350 miles across. You're no stranger to hurricanes in Florida, but talk to us about why this one was different and why you think we saw fewer people saying, I'm going to hunker down and ride this one out. It really does seem like more people complied with the orders this time.
I don't know what was different about this storm other than the messaging was telling everybody this is different than anything that we've seen in the recent history of our folks. But, I am proud to see that our coastal communities heeded the warning and most of our people got out, but we're still very worried about the folks that decided to hunker down and stay. And again, the worst is not over for them if they're in the coastal area. The water's going to continue to rise, and that's going to hamper our rescue efforts.
Lieutenant, you mentioned just how important the messaging was this time around. Just speaking to your own constituents right now, what do you want them to hear, given where the storm is?
Shelter where you're at. We're coming as soon as we can safely launch and get to you. We have unlimited resources right now on the ground and ready to go. We're just waiting on Mother Nature to give us just that break so that we can get out there and help the people that need the help.
All right, Lieutenant Scott Tummond, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. We want to also now bring in Mayor Jane Castor. She is the Tampa mayor. Thank you so much, Mayor, for joining us this afternoon. Bring us up to speed with what's happening in your area there in Tampa. We know flooding was a major concern, winds, obviously, but you're not in that area of Cedar Key where we're seeing the storm surge quite yet. At this point, what are you advising residents to do, and what are your rescue crews seeing?
Right. We are advising same thing, shelter in place. We just don't want anybody to think that this storm is finished with Tampa and the Tampa Bay area. We're continuing. You're showing a lot of photos from Tampa. 3 of our bridges that connect us with Pinellas County are currently closed, with the expectation that they will remain closed until about 5 o'clock. You know, none of this water caused by the hurricane has been able to recede. So we've had a surge. We've had extensive flooding along our 126 miles of coastline. And we expect to see, as this tide continues to come in, the king tide, you know, high tide caused by a full moon, we expect to see a couple more feet at minimum come in on surges. And so we're not done yet. We're asking everybody to stay off of the roads, stay inside.
It's really important, Mayor. You said we're not done yet. Given what you just said and the threat of those floods, what emergency plans do you have in place right now for just the next few hours?
Well, you know, we've got our push crews out. So as soon as the sun came up, they were out getting the debris off of the roadways and things. We have clearly extensive marine resources that we can put out in the water when we get those calls. We have high rescue vehicles that we can go. We've unfortunately had to pull people out of stalled cars along flooded roadways, but we expect those calls to continue and escalate as that water comes in. We also have our drone teams out, and they're flying over the impacted areas to pinpoint where our services need to be right now.
Mayor, we have a report from the Florida Highway Patrol. At least one person was killed so far in this storm. A man driving this morning sometime around 6 a.m., driving into a flooded highway area. What are you hearing in your area in terms of injuries and the rescue calls that are coming out?
Right. I saw that news release, and that is very sad. But that, again, is an example, a very unfortunate example of what we have been saying, is that we don't need anybody out driving on the roadways right now. The rain has subsided. We're getting bans here and there. The winds have died down significantly. I've even seen the sunshine here and there, but that doesn't mean it's over. We're going to continue to see that water coming in. And once it does, there's no stopping that. And so we just want our community to remain vigilant and to stay safe.
Mayor, frankly, you are in the thick of it right now. What is the hardest part of this job for you at this moment, and where do you need the help?
Well, the hardest part, you may or may not know, but I spent 31 years at the Tampa Police Department, and now I've been mayor a little over 4. And really, it's the individuals that have never experienced the fury of Mother Nature. Right. And, you know, that thought that, well, we're just going to wait and see what happens is always something that is very concerning to me. So that is top on my mind right now, are individuals just taking this for granted, thinking we are safe right now, we're out of the woods, and everything's fine, and that's not the case.
Mayor, that's a really interesting point. You do have a lot of new residents there in Florida post-pandemic. A lot of folks moved there to your state. Talk to us a little bit about the activity that's happening behind you. What are we talking about in terms of manpower? What are people doing? We can certainly hear a lot of dispatchers and radio communications in that location where you are.
Right. This is our emergency operations center. So we have all of the administrators, all of the key personnel for our city in here. We also have representatives from other organizations as well, electric company, TECO, from, you know, just a number of different weather services. But we also have resources spread throughout our community. As I said earlier, the push crews, our first responders, they're geographically placed so that if one area is cut off, we still have our personnel down in that location to serve our community. So we have prepared for decades for a hit. We're fortunate that we haven't taken a direct hit in over 100 years, but sometimes that tends to make people become complacent, or those who've never seen the fury of Mother Nature, they just don't understand. And so we try to communicate that message, not to scare people, just to make sure that they're cognizant of what can happen, and just to ensure that they keep themselves and their families safe.
I love that point you made, Mayor. I mean, you talk about the fury of Mother Nature and the people who perhaps have not experienced it. You're there in Tampa. There's a lot of people who are visiting, a lot of people who are recent residents of Florida and haven't seen something like this. What is the most common mistake that you see people make, and what do you want them to know at this point?
The common mistake is to underestimate the gravity of the situation. I have responded to so many locations throughout the Southeast that have been directly impacted by a hurricane. And the one constant response I get from everyone who has made the decision to stay through that is that I will never do that again. And so we don't want anyone in our community to have that experience before they make the decision to heed the warnings that are given.
All right, Mayor, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your efforts. Our thoughts are with you. Our resources are with you all as you continue to hunker down. Thank you and Godspeed.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's go ahead and bring in Maggie Vespa now, who is standing by for us with the very latest on... Maggie, I'm not even sure where you are. Are you in Tallahassee at this point?
We are in Tallahassee at this point, guys. Yeah, we're in the capital. Not a place historically often hit by hurricanes, by storms this strength. And as you can see, when we know now that the storm has been downgraded to a Category 1. This is kind of like a giant metaphor for that downgrade. Things have lessened in intensity here in Tallahassee, which is great news for people here. We had wind gusts. We just saw a report topping around 46 miles per hour at their peak. That was enough. If you guys know this area at all, you know that there is a ton of tree coverage here, kind of a ton of a tree canopy. A lot of those trees came down. A lot of people lost power. Utility crews already miraculously out restoring power. We even just got power back to our hotel behind us. So the generator that was kind of making that really loud noise during our morning live hits, that is turned off. You can see again, a lot of businesses did have those sandbags out in front. We haven't had to worry about flooding in this part of the state, but the winds were the big concern. And we are seeing authorities. In fact, we just had the sheriff walk out here to tell us that he's helping people get to where they need to go across town. We are seeing authorities out and about basically assessing damage and helping find anybody who was really impacted by this storm. As you know, statewide, you just talked about it with local officials, the effort is huge. Close to 5,500 Air National Guard, on the ground in the air, kind of assessing damage, going to those harder hit communities. People here in Tallahassee, again, this is a really highly populated area, 200,000 plus people. This is a college town, Florida State, Florida A&M, all here, those campuses closed. People here just hoping that they have seen the worst of this storm, knowing that their sort of other Floridians and other parts of the state are dealing with far worse than they are here in Tallahassee, guys.
Yeah, Maggie, you mentioned 200,000 people, a college town. Do you have a sense of how many of those evacuation orders were in fact heeded, and perhaps how many people have still been left behind they're looking for?
So here in Tallahassee, they actually weren't under an order like other parts of the state were, but they were definitely given advice to stay home and hunker down or to get out if they could. We just got a word that hundreds of people, close to 400 to 500, are in shelters here in the area. We also have a ton of people in the hotel behind us that had come from other harder hit areas, only to find out yesterday that the storm had turned and kind of taken aim at Tallahassee. Remember, guys, our forecasters know this, but for those at home, really, Tallahassee wasn't in the path of Idalia at first, and it was really not until yesterday morning that suddenly everybody realized the storm had kind of turned a little bit to the west, just enough to put Tallahassee in the crosshairs. So people came here to evacuate from other areas and then realized
Tallahassee was the refuge.
Tallahassee might not be safe. Exactly. Tallahassee might not be the refuge that we thought it was. So thankfully, it seems like, again, the worst is behind us, but the damage assessment, guys, is just beginning.
Maggie, we were just talking to the mayor of Tampa, and she was saying they have these push crews that are out all over the city, basically in place, ready to engage if they get a call of a stranded driver or a situation, right? Are you hearing that in terms of the Tallahassee response where you are? It looks like a ghost town, which is a good sign, just you as a reporter out covering the conditions, but are you seeing any emergency crews? You mentioned the power crews are out.
We haven't seen emergency crews in this part of town. I'm going to let this car go through. And the fact that people are out driving again is really a good sign. As far as the emergency crews that you're talking about, the push crews, those kind of basically responders out to help people who are stuck. We were told those resources were ready to be deployed. And part of the reason that we know that is because you guys saw early this morning, state leaders, including Governor Ron DeSantis, gave and have been giving their press conferences from here in Tallahassee. That was when the power went out in the middle of his press conference. That was here when they were talking about everything being deployed across the state. This is the epicenter of that. So you can absolutely bet that those resources are ready to go, or on the ground here in Tallahassee. Basically, guys, the good news is the headline out of this part of the state, they don't need it here as much as they do in other parts of the state, especially in the Tampa area.
You know, Maggie, you mentioned how deeply unexpected this was for Tallahassee and how people were encouraged to shelter in place. Can you give us a status on the shelters themselves? Have many people used them? Were they at capacity? What is the status there at this point?
Sure, that's that kind of 500 number that we know about. But one thing that we're seeing a lot in the hotel behind us where we're staying is a lot of people are here who have pets, many with pets, many with kids. You know, we see this in natural disasters. They don't want to go to shelters. It might not be the ideal environment for a lot of people. So we're hearing close to 500 people in the Tallahassee area in those shelters. But a lot of other people do what, you know, a lot of us might do in these scenarios. They go stay with family. They get a hotel if they can afford it. They get out of town, especially if they have kids, especially if they have pets, and they really just need a little more privacy or a bit more of a controlled environment. So the shelters are absolutely doing their jobs from what we're told, according to local officials, but a variety of choices that people are kind of utilizing to you know, weather this storm, guys.
Yeah, Maggie Vespa live in Tallahassee for us, where they're getting a little bit of a break there. Thank you so much, Maggie.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC's Guad Venegas, who's in Gainesville, Florida right now, quite a ways inland, but still feeling the effects of the storm. Guad, what are things looking like where you are right now?
Morgan, Vicky, we're about 75 miles east of where the storm made landfall. So we had a lot of rain and wind overnight. And about an hour ago, I would say that the wind has stopped. It hasn't been raining for about half an hour now. But we are under a tornado watch. We've been under one all day. It extends through 3 p.m. local time. About 2 hours ago, we had a tornado warning just south of Gainesville in Marion County. So authorities want people to keep that in mind, right? We can feel the temperature change when the storm was coming through. It was obviously a lot colder, and now we can feel the humidity and that heat in all of Central Florida. But people are starting to come back outside. Maggie was talking about Tallahassee being a college town. This is also a college town, the University of Florida right behind me. In fact, a large part of the residents here are students at the University of Florida. When we arrived here last night, this was pretty much a ghost town with some police officers guarding some areas, but most of the businesses were closed, and some people were staying in this hotel where we were staying, waiting for the storm to come through. Of course, the dangers here were different from other parts of Florida, where we had evacuation orders in place, some mandatory, especially for people in those areas where they had the dangers of the storm surge. Here, it was really the wind and now this tornado watch that's in effect. And also, authorities want people to keep in mind that the wind could have caused damage to power lines, and there's always a danger when people start coming back outside for some infrastructure to be damaged related to these power lines. Now, we have had some outages in this area as well. The last time I checked, the state of Florida had more than 250,000 customers affected by the power outages. Of those, about 13,000 customers are in this county. So they're making the repairs as the storm makes its way out. Even before the storm arrived here, the governor spoke about the thousands of workers and vehicles that came to the state of Florida. They were being staged just south of us in an area that was considered safer for them to wait for the worst to go through the state, and then the workers would, of course, make their way to make those repairs. And they must be doing a lot of that work right now because, as I mentioned, there's still a lot of customers without power in the state of Florida. But as you can see, the weather here has improved drastically. There are a lot of branches behind me and a lot of debris that was blown around, and authorities also want people to keep that in mind as they begin to come outside. But for the most part, the worst has passed here. I'm seeing some people go out on walks, students here going out for a run, but the tornado watch does remain in effect again until 3 p.m. local time.
All right, Guad Venegas in Gainesville, Florida, for us 75 miles east of where Idalia made landfall there in Florida. Looks like the worst has passed you there. Thanks for the updates on people being safe as they go back out and watching for those electrified power lines. Guad, thank you. We'll check back in with you a little bit later.
That's right. Hurricane Idalia intensified into an extremely dangerous hurricane that's already wreaked havoc along the Florida Bend, as Gwa just mentioned. Now it's barreling north. NBC News senior national correspondent Tom Yamas reports from Yankeetown, Florida.
Parts of the Big Bend area right now, the rain has stopped, the wind has slowed down, but the water continues to rise. Just behind me is Yankeetown, and you can see the river as it's creeping closer to meet the bay. It's all because of that rising storm surge. You can see this house over here. It's maybe 1 story to 2 stories off the ground, and you can see how high that water's coming up. Here's the thing, this is just getting started. High tide is at 4 p.m. today, so the water is going to be rising for all those hours, and that's what worries emergency management officials the most. Many people in this area went to bed thinking it was a Category 3 hurricane, already historic. They woke up at the time, and it was a Category 4. There were tornado warnings going off all around them in the morning, and right now the big questions about how much water will continue to come. This morning, Idalia making landfall, the storm rushing ashore along Florida's Gulf Coast, waves and torrential rain hitting Tampa Bay overnight, flooding the streets of St. Petersburg and Clearwater. The storm pummeling Cedar Key and restricting access to some islands. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis updating this morning.
The storm and those conditions will change very, very quickly. So wherever you are, hunker down and don't take anything for granted.
I think things are starting to happen.
Coastal communities got early impacts of Idalia starting Tuesday. Violent waves crashing along Sanibel Island Causeway as cars drove by. But further north in Crystal River, residents like Larry Howe telling me he was waiting to leave despite the mandatory evacuation orders.
When do you sort of make that call?
When I see enough water in the street right here that I can still drive out.
The Citrus County Sheriff says once the storm gets bad, with winds stronger than 35 miles per hour, residents that stay may be on their own.
I'm not going to have my deputies out there in a flood zone because I want my deputies to be able to, 1, complete their mission, but number 2, go back home to their families at the end of their shift.
This morning, some rescues beginning as many Floridians struggle to make it out of the storm zone.
It just started rising. Just so quickly.
I don't think anybody expected it to be this bad. Matter of fact, we've been here so long, over 20 years, and we've had so many false alarms.
Airports like Tampa International, Tallahassee International, and Sarasota Braden International have all shut down commercial flights until the storm passes. New images from the International Space Station show the massive size of Hurricane Idalia as it intensifies along Florida's Gulf Coast. Biden administration mobilizing FEMA to help.
Very few people can survive being in the path of major storm surge, and this storm will be deadly if we don't get out of harm's way.
Florida has activated its 8 urban search and rescue teams just in case, and they may actually need to use them, not so much because of building collapses, but more because of that rising tidal surge. People get trapped inside their homes, and there's nowhere to go but the attic, and by that point, it's too late. Reporting from Yankeetown, Florida, Tom Yamas, NBC News.
Tom, thank you. And we want to bring our viewers up to speed. The Florida Highway Patrol has confirmed at least 1 death from Idalia. That happened in Pasco County, just north of Tallahassee. 40-year-old driver driving in the highway on flooded roads.
And Idalia is currently posing a threat right now in Savannah, Georgia. We have the mayor there warning that conditions are going to get worse throughout the day. That city's expecting flash flooding, storm surges, power outages, even possible tornadoes. Mayor Van Johnson joins us now. Mayor, first off, thank you for taking time. We know that you are in the thick of things right now as we speak. And we know that the rain, the wind bands, that's such a huge threat right now. What is the focus of your emergency response at this point?
Oh, right now, we're just preparing. And thank you for the opportunity. And our hearts should certainly go out to our friends in Florida and now southern Georgia. What's happening is we're telling people that if they don't have to be out, don't go out. We practiced this from June all year long for these times right here. So this is our opportunity to make sure our residents stay safe. If they don't have to go anywhere, we're opening up a safety shelter as well as kind of a shelter's last resort. We know that the conditions will deteriorate greatly as we go through the day, and then it'll be on.
Mayor, give us a sense of the resources that you have there on the ground. What's the plan for emergencies and potential rescues? We know even with these warnings, people sometimes get in their cars, they get behind the wheel, and then they find themselves in a flooding situation. What are your crews prepared to do, and how are they going to respond?
Well, we'll save lives as long as it's safe to be able to save lives. We have first responders and folks on the ground. This is what they do, but there'll be a point at which we'll pull them for their safety, for the safety of their families, out of harm's way as well. Again, we experience this. Rarely does it come at this intensity from our west end. Usually it comes from the Atlantic, but we're prepared, and we're prepared to do what we must do. But again, our message to Savannahans is that if you don't have to go out, don't go out. This is nothing to play with. They need to stay home, and we hunker down, and then this will be by us this sometime early in the morning, and we'll see what we have to deal with.
And Mayor, give us a bit of context here. I mean, for people who aren't familiar with Savannah and this part of Georgia, how unusual is something like this for you all?
Well, first of all, everybody's familiar with Savannah. I mean, everybody. 15 billion visitors come every single year to see this outstanding city. But we're right on the coast of Georgia. Again, we are in the middle of most Atlantic hurricane activity. We're about 2 hours north of Jacksonville, about 2 hours south of Charleston, South Carolina. So we are surrounded by water. We're low land. So we have over 80,000 trees, which people come and see every year. So we're affected by wind, we're affected by rain, we're affected by storm surge. And so all of the things that makes us a very wonderful place to visit are the same things that makes it very dangerous when we have severe weather. And so, we practice this all year long. We tell people to be prepared, get prepared, because these days come. And so we just pray and we work.
That's a great point about the same things that make Savannah such a beautiful attraction are at this moment the same things that can prove deadly.
Yeah, we appreciate you. We see that you've got your hat on, Mayor. You're proud Savannian. Thank you so much for giving us a sense of what you all are prepared for right now. Hopefully people are heeding the message to hunker down, to stay in place. And hopefully this is a fast-moving storm. We're going to check back in with Bill Cairns in just a bit. But for now, Mayor Van R. Johnson, thank you so much for your time, and we hope you will be safe.
We appreciate it.
Thank you, and thank you for checking in on us.
Absolutely. And just to set the scene for our viewers out there, power is out right now for more than 200,000 throughout the state of Florida. Idalia is impacting air travel, too. The ripple effects, they're really being felt across the country. Hundreds of flights canceled in and out of that region. And then tonight, supermoon teaming up with the storm to make tides throughout the region even higher. Let's go back to NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns right now. Bill, we talk about the storm surge. We talk about the possibility of these tornadoes that you said perhaps aren't like the typical tornadoes we're used to seeing in the southern plains, but a little bit different when they spin off of something like this. Where is the area to watch at this hour?
Yeah, if we're going to see additional damage from storm surge and tornadoes, it's going to be the southeast coast or areas of North Florida. That's the area of greatest concern. If we're going to see additional trees falling on homes and threat to lives that way, and also power outages, that's likely occurring in this big orangish reddish area here from Valdosta, Georgia, up 75 to Albany to Douglas. This is where, if we still have any hurricane gusts, this is where they are occurring. The isolated tornadoes will be more towards the coast. And I saw a little red icon popping up on my map here off I-95 just to the west of St. Mary's, reported tornado from an earlier thunderstorm. So a zoomed-in view shows Valdosta's been in the heavy rain. It's going to last in about another 20 minutes or so. Then it should be improving. Here's our tornado watches. We have two of them. One is the one that's been with us all morning long, including Tampa, Orlando, Daytona Beach to Jacksonville. That goes until 3 o'clock this afternoon. And then the one that's going to be with us all evening long goes from Savannah to Charleston, Georgetown, Myrtle Beach, all the way to Wilmington. And that's until 10 o'clock this evening. And I will notice this little red dot right in here. That's the only active tornado warning just south of the Charleston area, but we'll probably see additional ones later. So the Hurricane Center, it's Category 1, 90-mile-per-hour winds, moving pretty quickly. A lot of these storms don't move this fast. That's the only saving grace, is that this is in and out in a hurry. 20 miles per hour to the northeast. We would like to get this past Savannah and Charleston before tonight's high tide. I just don't know if that's going to happen or not. It's going to be close. Savannah may get a little luckier than Charleston, but Savannah Savannah, it looks like right around 8 p.m. That's when the storm's closest to you. Charleston, roughly around 9 to 10 p.m. So it's the winds out ahead of that is when you'd get your storm surge. That's where we have the hurricane warnings, the southeast coastal areas, still tropical storm warnings all the way down to the Space Coast, the Melbourne area, including Daytona Beach. 2 to 5 feet of storm surge is possible. Now, that number is the peak maximum. So that's if it hits at high tide with the strongest winds coming on shore at the full moon. So we know we got the full moon tonight, so that's going to happen. So these are the key times to watch tonight, Savannah and Charleston. If we're going to have significant flooding in the downtown areas, this is when it would occur. Savannah, 7:37, and roughly about 40 minutes later than that in Charleston, almost following the direct path of the storm. As far as the current winds go, Valdosta still gusting to 67 miles per hour, so that still tells me some tree branches are coming down. Winds are picking up in areas of Savannah now, Vidalia, Whitecross at 38. Nothing in the way of power outages additionally should be really happening in much of Florida. Now it's Georgia, and eventually these strong winds off the coast will come into areas here from Brunswick northwards to Savannah and towards Hilton Head. And the damaging winds, max 76, 71 miles per hour. So when you get winds that strong, you're going to get isolated. I'm not saying millions of people without power, but you will see some trees coming down that haven't been either thinned out from past storms or taken down because, they're dying anyways. So, the pictures on the coast, though, that's still the story. The water is still up, and it hasn't receded from the storm surge yet.
As we heard from Maggie and Guad, it does sound like those power crews in Florida are out and are doing their repairs as the sun comes up, as they get a better picture of the damages. So hopefully those outages won't last too long. Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll mention that we're showing you those pictures, the live. That's the first aerials I've seen from where the storm made landfall, that Keaton Beach. That was at 7:45 this morning. We saw that just a second ago. We had the video showing the one house, obviously, with the roof torn open. You could see the bed just sitting there on the second level. And that was with that's what you'd expect with a major Category 3 landfall, is to have damage like that we saw. So not surprising. Still our thoughts and prayers go out with the people. That's the video I was talking about right there.
Right. Wow.
That home's a total loss. Looks like the homes next to it withstood it a little better than that one. But that's exactly where the worst winds were expected as it came ashore.
All right, Bill Cairns for us there. I know, Bill, you'll stick around so we can continue to follow this. We thank you.
And we are starting to hear some stories from people who had to be rescued from the storm surge today in Florida. Here's just one of those stories from our affiliate WFLA as the water poured into Pasco County, north of Tampa.
Y'all are okay? Swimming it like a trooper.
Yeah.
You guys, what
coming
happened?
and getting us.
I mean, they carried up one of my
Didn't see it coming, really. I mean, I took the dog for a walk at like 3:30 in the morning. Everything was fine. Tree was fine. Went back in, looked outside like an hour later, and it was halfway up the trailer.
Oh my God.
That terrible.
What are you thinking as that water's rising?
I'm thinking, what am I going to do? I didn't know my dog could swim so good.
So sweet.
All right, guys, on the road. Yes, sir.
Wow, a dog rescue that's just dog and people. There are a lot of people.
Yeah, they got 3 pups. Good job, y'all. Look at them.
This is why we say evacuate. Thank God they're safe.
I believe that we have Jeff Patterson back on the line. Libby, we're going to come back your way in a little bit. So stay.
Hey, Avery, I got to walk you over here right now. You can see these people unloading from the truck with their dogs. These are people who were just rescued from their homes here in Pasco County. I'm going to see if I can grab one of them just to talk to them really quick. We were talking briefly just a second ago. What happened?
It just started rising just so quickly.
What are you thinking as that water's coming up?
I didn't know what I was going to do until these guys showed up. I was going to actually stay and swim in my house.
How grateful are you to them?
So grateful. So grateful.
All right.
Me and my dog.
I was going to say, the pups made it out too.
Yes, he did.
Who is this?
This is Egan.
Oh, Egan, you made it. Thank goodness. I'm so glad y'all are safe. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Go somewhere and get dry, okay? This is what's happening in Pasco County. The water rose so quickly. Charles and I experienced it for ourselves. We were about to go live. We went live and we said, well, we have a couple more minutes. No, we had to get out of there as quickly as possible. Follow me just a little bit. I want to show you the situation that we've got going on here. Again, rescues are what's happening. We got county crews that are out here. Fire rescue has several calls for water rescues at this point. You can see this is Old Dixie Highway. This is what leads to that portion of Hudson Beach where we've been all morning long. That is a mile down the road. The whole road looks like this. I was standing at the seawall earlier this morning with just an inch of water underneath my boots. Now look at it. Take a look. My boots are covered a mile from that spot. This is the middle of the road. And I want to show you something else. If we point this direction, US 19 is right there. Water is going all the way up to US 19. Severe flooding on Old Dixie Highway, which is where we are again.
That was really incredible reporting there down in our affiliate WFLA in Tampa, Florida. I do want to go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, who is live for us in Tallahassee. Maggie, I know there in Tallahassee, officials have really been asking people, encouraging them to just stay in place, to shelter in place, to not leave if they don't have to. Right. You also spoke with a recent police official. Can you tell us what they're telling you now?
Hey guys, yeah, so we just talked to the sheriff here in Leon County, basically the sheriff here in the Tallahassee area, and he told us he is just thanking his lucky stars that here in Tallahassee, basically this wasn't worse. He said, and this is his description, he said, we were expecting, he said, I was fearing basically a Hurricane Katrina scenario here in the Tallahassee area. And you can see, obviously, nothing close to that. Like, we just have wind and rain right now. We had wind gusts close to 50 miles per hour throughout the morning, and we had a lot of down trees, down power lines. But it does seem like Tallahassee has avoided the worst of the damage and also the worst of kind of the tragedy of this storm. Elsewhere in the state, especially in Pasco County, that's near Tampa, basically, we have at least one confirmed death. In Pasco County, we believe that's now two car crashes in the state of Florida that have turned fatal. So 2 fatalities. We know at least one of them to be in Pasco County, now blamed on this storm. So people here in Tallahassee know how dire this was, how tragic this was, how tragic this continues to be as this storm continues moving inland into Georgia and up into the Carolinas. But for now, here in the Tallahassee area where we are, the capital city of this state, a major college town, as we've been reporting all morning, people breathing a sigh of relief, seeming like they've dodged the worst of this storm, guys.
Hey, Maggie, we know you're there in the Capitol. You mentioned to us earlier in your reporting that's a college town. Give us a sense of what students are being told, because some of them are not going to be able to go home, right? They're sheltering in place in their dorms. What's the messaging to the student community there?
Yeah, so basically campus is closed on Florida State University at least today. In other words, classes are at least canceled today, and it seemed like the school was going to basically assess what happened today and then move forward from there. On Florida A&M University, on their campus, that campus is closed through Friday. They weren't taking any chances. They shut school down for a week. So again, this all happened basically yesterday. So students didn't have a lot of time. You guys are right, to get out if they wanted to. Feasibly, in theory, maybe they could go home, they could get farther out of town. The dorms, of course, remain open. Like buildings where kids were living, students are living, remain open. But that being said, campus is being shut down, classes are canceled. So basically, they're telling those kids what everyone else here is being told in the Tallahassee area: shelter in place if you can't get out. If you can get out, absolutely evacuate. And again, guys, that was advice given ahead of this storm, which now the worst of it seems to clearly have passed in the area. Thankfully, no serious reports of damage or injury in the Tallahassee area. Guys.
And you mentioned what, the sheriff was expecting, and basically what you're experiencing now, which you mentioned is a lot of wind, a lot of rain. What does that mean for those emergency crews, Maggie? Where are they focusing their efforts now for the next few hours?
Yeah, it's interesting. So, the sheriff said basically what's happening right now, and we've gotten some reports of this, and other officials elsewhere have said this, is that basically damage assessment across the state of Florida, especially in those harder hit areas, is just beginning. And he says what is going to happen next, he said, is that basically other counties will sort of put out the call for help and say, hey, we need help here in, for instance, Pasco County, where we've seen those accidents. We need help here farther south in the Tampa Bay area or beyond. And he said that's what we're getting ready to kind of adjust to and answer, meaning those calls. He said basically we're getting ready to send our deputies elsewhere, deploy them elsewhere to areas that were much harder hit. He said, so right now we know those processes are underway. We know damage is being spotted in real time as areas kind of get a break from the storm. Maybe they're not done with the storm, but they get a little bit of a breather and people can kind of start to, again, assess damage, or rescues are underway, as we heard in that last piece. So in the areas like Tallahassee, where it seems like they were largely spared, first responders, emergency crews are getting ready to basically go elsewhere and help where they can, guys.
Really important information there. Maggie Vespa on the ground in Tallahassee. Maggie, thank you so much.
And inland in Gainesville, we have Mayor Harvey Ward standing by to talk with us. Mayor, you're not near the coast. There's still major concern, though, for the rain and wind where you are. I believe you're about 75 miles east of where Idalia made landfall. Talk to us about, what you've experienced so far and what you're advising residents to do in the coming hours.
So, yeah, my advice to anyone in the Gainesville area is stay home. If you could possibly stay inside, please do that. We were very fortunate not to have borne the brunt of the storm, and but we did have tropical storm winds here, lots of rain. We still expect a few bands of gusts later in the early afternoon. We've had some trees down. We had some power outages here and there. But we were largely very fortunate, and but I don't want everybody to let their guard down entirely. As the more gusts come through, we can have more limbs down, more trees down, and I really hope people will use their best judgment and stay inside. Nothing bad to you is likely to happen if you stay inside. But if folks go out and start looking at damage, you might get in the way of emergency vehicles or things that are really they really need to get to places where there might be trouble. We are, again, fortunate to be able to offer some of our services through mutual aid agreements to go north of here and west of here to help out with some communities that were not as fortunate and that are smaller and have fewer resources than a city like Gainesville or like Tallahassee is able to offer.
One thing that makes you all so unique, Mayor, is just the University of Florida students, right? You have so many students, so many people who travel there. What were the preparations like to get to this point to help keep people safe in anticipation?
So the city of Gainesville, the University of Florida, Alachua County, Santa Fe College, we've been through this before. This could have been much, much worse than anything we've experienced before, but fortunately it was not. So we know how to prepare for these, generally speaking. The University of Florida does a great job at providing a safe experience for students who are here in our community. My daughter lives in a dormitory at the University of Florida. She's a Gator. I am intimately connected to how they do things there. That is part of our community that we're very pleased to have. But they have a great emergency planning and emergency response group there that works in close connection with the city of Gainesville, with Alachua County, with the state of Florida. I want everybody to know if mamas and daddies in South Florida who have sent your child to the University of Florida, we're taking good care of your child.
That is reassuring.
So many parents are going to want to hear
We know it's back to school. A lot of people dropped off their kids for the very first time. As a parent myself, I am curious what's happening on those campuses. So Mayor Harvey Ward, really reassuring to hear your words. We're glad that you kind of escaped the brunt of it. And of course, people staying inside for the next few hours. Don't get in the way of those emergency responders. Now, I do understand there is a mutual aid response. We were listening to our reporter, Maggie Vespa, talking about what they are prepared to do because they're okay there in Tallahassee and prepared to send their rescue crews to Pasco County and other counties that may need the assistance. Talk to us about that coordinated effort.
Absolutely. We maintain through our excellent municipal utility mutual aid agreements across the Southeast. So when there is a disaster like this in places that need our help, we send our linemen, our bucket trucks, line workers, I should say, to wherever the most need is. And there's a protocol among all the signatories to those mutual aid agreements for exactly how much help needs to go where, and we are actively involved in that response.
Mayor, this is incredibly important work you all are doing. We thank you so much for your time. We thank you for the efforts. Our thoughts go out to your daughter and other students like her. Go Gators, and we hope that they stay safe in the meantime. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Thanks for checking in.
Let's go ahead and listen to some of our reporting from our local affiliate now. We've been following the storm since the very beginning.
Hey, Avery and Deanne. So we are actually riding around on an AT vehicle through the floodwaters here in Pasco County. This is going to be the best look that you can get about the damage that some of these homes are seeing. You can see some of it. It's up to the door. It's varying quite a bit. Now, as we mentioned this morning, there are crews out rescuing. That's one of the crews that we're riding along with right now. We have seen pets and people rescued over and over and over again from these floodwaters. Look at that car. Look at that water that has just risen up on that car. Keep in mind, we are not at high tide just yet. We're still seeing people trying to drive out of these floodwaters. Their vehicles are getting stuck. That is why these good Samaritans are coming out here to try and help people. We have seen people out in canoes as well, just doing everything that they can to get out of these waters as they do continue to rise. So there is danger that comes with these, not only for first responders, but for these good Samaritans that come out in it. We have seen people coming out to assess their businesses, trying to get back here to assess their homes. Deputies, law enforcement, fire rescue are asking you, please don't do that, because when you come back out here, then they have to come back out here and get you. And in some of these areas, you can see water not necessarily all the way up to the door, but in other areas, it's waist deep. So you have to be really careful while you're out here. We're going to keep riding along, taking a closer look at this damage so we can bring you more of these images. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you in studio.
Powerful pictures there. We want to now dip into live coverage from our NBC affiliate WFLA. Their coverage area is Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg, and Central Florida.
Because we have a lot of people in the Tampa Bay area, including Lizbeth, asking about FSU up in Tallahassee. You've been monitoring the weather situation up there, Libby, and you've been monitoring it on Max Defender 8 and our other radar technology here, Eric.
Yeah, that's right. Right now, Tallahassee, really not much going on. As you can see on radar, there's just a few leftover showers on the extreme most outer band of Idalia moving through Tallahassee. So, Libby, I'm sure there's probably not much in the way of rain. The rain's just about all said and done for you.
Yeah, it's definitely quieted down here. When it comes to up at FSU, I would imagine that it's likely trees down and power outages. I'm up here at the state EOC, obviously monitoring just across Tallahassee those power outages. But yeah, things definitely lightening up here.
All right, let's get you to this question. It comes in from Stephanie Hunt. I'm throwing this your way, Eric. Hashtag AJB, how long do we think it will take storm surge to fully recede? This is a great question.
Yeah, you know, definitely not this evening. I would say at least tomorrow. You know, when Ian hit Southwest Florida, it was days and days and days. So low-lying areas, there's still going to be water left over in some really heavy storm surge areas. But, hey, you know what? We've got a dry weekend ahead. So by this weekend, that water should recede.
All right. Derek is in our comment section, too, asking, hashtag AJB, any idea when they will allow people back into the Reddington Beach and Madeira Beach areas to access the flooding to our homes?
Well, as soon as it's safe for you to go back, that's when they were allowed. In fact, probably not today, but over the coming days. It looks like that tornado watch for us here in the Bay Area has also just expired.
Yeah, and we've had questions coming in for Libby specifically interactively as well, Libby. We know, of course, you're going to be in the room with Governor DeSantis when he gives that press conference at 12:30. Tom on Facebook Live was asking about the insurance relief situation, so we know that that's on the minds of our viewers as well.
Yeah, that's been on the minds of our viewers for, you know, over, I guess, years now, you could say. And it will be something that I will be asking about as it's a priority as rates, you know, skyrocket across the state, especially in the Tampa Bay area. And we also see, you know, citizens' policies there, Hillsborough, Pinellas, that's where most of those policies are.
Our, of course, stream continues on Tracking the Tropics on WFLA.com, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and yes, we will be streaming Governor DeSantis' remarks at 12:30 Eastern. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, the story right now is a lot of the flooding, but you and I were just talking off camera about property insurance.
Oh, my goodness.
And then you don't think about it because we're already dealing with the increased rates. We're already seeing companies leave the state as a result of other storms and pandemic and everything else.
And we haven't even touched on auto insurance with all the cars that are going to get flooded out. Auto insurance has been
skyrocketing in Florida, too. So these are things we'll be looking at in the coming days, not what we want to think about right at the moment.
The flooding, though, is the big issue right now. People are asked to just stay off the streets, let the waters go down. We're still waiting on that high tide. That's why we're going to stay with you on the air throughout that cycle and see how the flooding stacks up. But we're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size.
It's good to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, we are happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
Thanks for joining. I'm Morgan Radford, and welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with breaking news as Hurricane Idalia moves up the southeastern coast after ripping through northern Florida. This is now officially a Category 1 hurricane, but it made landfall at about 7:45 this morning as a powerful Category 3 storm. It rushed ashore near Keaton Beach right along the Gulf Coast in the Big Bend area. Idalia is the strongest hurricane to touch down there in more than a century. Officials now confirming at least one person has died, and as of this hour, more than 280,000 homes and businesses without power. Along the coast, storm surge topped 8 feet in some areas, and maximum sustained winds hit more than 100 miles per hour.
You can see the sheer power of the storm here. The winds top of this billboard just moments after our correspondent Gabe Gutierrez had been reporting nearby. The damage already widespread. These are images from Pasco County. That's just north of Tampa. The roads there turned into rivers and many buildings destroyed. This mother and daughter, they were forced to leave their home and walk through the floodwaters with just the things they could carry, as you can see there. The National Weather Service now reporting some areas could be uninhabitable for several weeks or even months.
Thankfully, we have reporters fanned out across that storm zone, and NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is here with us, standing by with the very latest on the storm's path. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, who is live for us in Tallahassee. Maggie, you have been talking to residents. You have been talking to the sheriff in the local county. You've been talking to officials there who frankly have told you that they are thankful that this storm did not do even further damage. What's the situation right now, and where are they focusing their emergency efforts?
Yeah, Morgan, exactly. People here in Tallahassee basically thanking their lucky stars, according to the sheriff. Those were his words, that it wasn't worse here in this part of the state. That being said, they know that the damage is far worse and that there are tragic repercussions of this storm elsewhere across Florida. But I mean, I'll just walk around. I've been doing this walk all morning, right, to show you how intense the storm was. Now you can see how clear things are, really almost entirely cleared up, like a sunny skies. The rain is pretty much stopped here in Tallahassee. The sheriff telling us they don't have any reports of any major or serious injuries across, again, this city, the capital city in the state of Florida. And he said at this point, their main concern is getting power turned back on for people in Tallahassee, thousands without power because trees did fall. Also doing potential damage assessment in case trees fell, and they just haven't come across that damage yet. But he said basically right now they're mainly in a holding pattern, knowing that other parts of the state across Florida, especially as you get closer to Tampa, kind of farther east, farther south, that those areas were much harder hit hit. And he said basically those emergency crews are out right now. Those first responders are out right now. Those emergency response agencies tallying up the need, so to speak. And he said at some point soon, likely today or tomorrow, they will start getting requests for deputies and first responders from areas like this that were largely spared to send those first responders to the harder hit areas, guys, and basically give help where it's most needed. So that's kind of the phase that we're in here in Tallahassee, guys.
Maggie, wow, what a difference a few hours makes. Even just an hour ago when we were talking to you, there was still some rain, some wind coming down. Now it's clear. We know that Florida's Emergency Operations Center is there in Tallahassee, and you've been telling us they're prepared to send their rescue crews out to other more hard-hit areas of the state. Bring us up to speed there.
Yeah, essentially. So that is kind of that operation that we were just describing here. But the sheriff saying that they're basically waiting with bated breath, knowing that other areas are doing their damage assessment as we speak. And you're right, the entire state kind of apparatus that is here to respond to this hurricane is headquartered here in Tallahassee. We saw the press conferences throughout the day with Governor DeSantis, and we saw early in the morning when during that press conference the power went out. That was as the storm was hitting in real time. It was like you were watching the state first responders who had to coordinate the response to this storm get hit by the storm as they were working to get those first responders out and give those help to those who need it most. So again, Tallahassee largely spared, other parts of the state dealing with far worse repercussions. And then also we know parts of Georgia and the Carolinas are bracing as Idalia continues to move inland, guys.
Yeah, that's where she's headed next. All right, NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, thanks for your great reporting all morning long.
Idalia is the first major hurricane to hit the Appalachia Bay region 25 miles south of Tallahassee in over 170 years. That's all according to the National Weather Service.
Now, the capital of the Sunshine State is facing widespread power outages. We were just talking to Maggie about that. We want to bring in the mayor of Tallahassee, John Daly. Now, Mayor, thank you very much for your time and joining us this afternoon. So there were initial orders. You thought this was going to be a lot worse. You're telling everybody to shelter in place. What's the situation now? When do you expect people to start being able to move about?
Well, I appreciate you having me on. We are still strongly encouraging people to shelter in place. And the problem is that while the storm is moving on, so as Maggie just pointed out, the weather is looking better in Tallahassee. People want to get out and they want to see what's going on. But we still have trees down in the roads. We have power lines down. It's not necessarily a safe situation. So we're encouraging everybody, hey, take the day, stay at home, take care of your family, your loved ones, check on your neighbors. But let's be smart about it and let the experts get out, clear the roads, let the first responders check on those in need to make sure they're okay. And let's let our great utility crews get out there and restore the power and do the great job they're known for doing.
You mentioned those utility crews, Mayor. We understand that Tallahassee tripled its electric line workers just to make those repairs after the storm passes. So when you describe those power outages, what are the numbers we're looking at today? And how quickly do you think that those crews can actually expect to get those power lines restored?
Well, under the leadership of our city manager, Reese Goad, and the incredible men and women that work in the City of Tallahassee Utility, you know, we prepared for this storm. We tripled the number of crews that we have. We brought in mutual aid agreements from as far away as Nebraska and Oklahoma and Ohio, Louisiana, Mississippi. We wanted to make sure that we were absolutely prepared for the worst case scenario. So we have about 58,000 people that have lost power. The crews have been out already. They have restored about 21,000 individual accounts with power. So we're still looking at about 37,000. We are not out of the woods. We have a lot of work to do. But we've got incredible teams that are out there working really hard. They're working as we speak. And I think that the citizens of Tallahassee will be very pleased with the response. We were prepared. We spread the assets out across the community so that we'd be ready to respond now that the storms are done. And we are responding. But again, I'm asking all my friends and neighbors, hey, let's give the city the opportunity. Take the day, stay at home. Let's shelter in place. Check on your neighbors. Let us clear the roads. Let the police and first responders check on our friends and neighbors as well that need help. And let's let the utility company get the power restored.
Mayor, we're glad you escaped the worst of it. Give us a sense of the number of shelters that were open across your city. What's the situation for folks that were staying in some of those shelters?
So we had a number of shelters that were opened up all over across the city, not just to be open for our friends and families and neighbors here in Tallahassee, but we knew that we were going to have coastal evacuees that needed shelter as well. And of course, Tallahassee is a very welcoming community, and we want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to be safe. And of course, we will operate those shelters for as long as they're needed. You know, my heart goes out to my friends and colleagues in the coastal communities that suffered the storm surge and a lot of damage. I had a chance to speak to my friend Heath Davis, who's the mayor of Cedar Key, not too long ago. And of course, once we get our neighborhoods and our city in order, city of Tallahassee will be prepared to help our great neighbors all up and down. That's how we do it in North Florida, and we're Tallahassee strong, and we're going to lend a helping hand. But first and foremost, it is important for us to take care of the needs of the city of Tallahassee, get the power restored. I'm proud we had no problems reported to date with our sewer system, our stormwater system, our water system worked perfectly because we planned in accordance, and our teams were out there making sure in our planning process that they would work, and they did. And so we're going to keep moving on. Again, we're not out of it. We still have a lot of work to do, especially with electric utility, but we're moving forward.
A real bright spot there. Tallahassee Mayor John Daley, thanks so much for your time today, sir.
Let's go in and bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, who is there in Gainesville, Florida right now. Guad, you have been there hunkering down since the beginning. We do have an update at this hour. The Florida Highway Patrol is reporting a second storm-related death near right where you are. What can you tell us about that and the conditions currently at this hour, Guad?
Maury and Vicky, we know that the report was that the accident happened under extremely rainy conditions. And we always know this when we report in storms. One of the biggest dangers is when people go drive during the storm, a rainy condition, even during winter storms. We have icy conditions. We know about these dangers, and now we have this report. So the conditions here have improved. We're getting a little bit of rain now, and we still have some wind. And we also have to keep in mind we are still under a tornado watch that's extended through 3 p.m. local time. But we have seen a lot of residents go outside now. The hotel where we stayed, that's just over to my left, had a lot of residents from the area that checked in during the storm and are now going back to their homes after they checked if they had power and the property was okay. In fact, we have some folks right now that just, somebody just walked over to their car. He's driving the car to load their stuff because it's still raining. But a lot of the folks here have decided to check out and make their way back to their homes. This specific family is a little south of us, so that's why they decided it was time to go back. Earlier, we helped another woman that had her cat, and she had checked into the hotel because she said her home was surrounded by trees, and that's why she wanted to feel safe, which is also important for people to keep in mind that there are reports of downed trees here in Alosha County, and the mayor has also spoken, said people need to be careful because we still have some wind, and there's also the possibility of damage to the power lines. We know that the last I checked, there was about 270,000 customers in Florida had power outages. We know that 12,000 customers remain affected here in the county while crews work to make the repairs necessary. And we also know that thousands of vehicles and crews were waiting, standing by even before the storm to move in and make these repairs. But as of now, authorities want people to keep in mind that the tornado watch is still in effect. We still have some rain and some wind that can cause some more trees to perhaps fall or affect the power lines. Those are things people have to keep in mind. So they're asking people to stay at home and hunker down just a little longer while they wait for all of this to pass.
Yeah, and Guad, that seems to be the prevailing thought from officials from Tallahassee to Gainesville. They're saying, hey, look, even though it looks like it might be clear outside or perhaps the rain has stopped temporarily, that does not mean that the threat is over, and still stay inside. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas for us there in Gainesville from the beginning. Guad, thank you so much.
We want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now, who has been tracking this storm for us for days now. So, Bill, let's talk about this. It's moved pretty quickly, which is good news for folks in Tallahassee, Gainesville. But what's in store for the next few hours in Florida, and is the worst of it over?
The worst of the storm surge appears to have occurred. The water is still up, but it's not getting any higher. We did have a storm surge of about 8 feet in Cedar Key. That has now dropped about 2 feet from the peak, but it's a slow drop because the high tide is moving in at the same time that the storm surge is trying to, relax. In the Tampa area, we were up about 5 feet. That's dropped about a foot now. So this area is still all the water is, just maybe about a mile or two inland in some cases here, especially this area of red here. So the high water is still with us. It'll be with us probably till through the high afternoon. Then after the high tide, it'll begin to push out. And then tonight, we'll start to watch this area up in the South Carolina coastline. Right now, there's no storm surge of notice in Fort Pulaski. This is the Savannah area or the Charleston Harbor area. But later on tonight at high tide at 8:30, that could be a different story. We do have the potential at least of 2 to 5 feet. So the highest winds we've seen, Perry 85 miles per hour. Where that landfall was, we did have a gust of 77. It was in a pretty remote area where the eye made landfall on shore, so we may not actually know officially what the highest ever was, but that's of the gauges we have that are measuring. And we're still losing power in areas, still 45-mile-per-hour winds, Jacksonville, St. Simmons, Waycross area. We do have a flash flood emergency in Valdosta going on right now, and tornado watches. This one was just canceled, it looks like, but we do have a tornado watch for the Carolina coastline till 10 p.m. So still many hazards throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, a lot of hazards there. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
Well, how Florida is dealing with Hurricane Idalia, that's coming up. What reporters are now seeing in northern cities there. You are watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
We are following the very latest developments out of Hurricane Idalia as it barrels across the state of Florida. This morning, Perry was hit by Hurricane Idalia's northern eye wall as the storm made landfall.
NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez encounters some of the worst conditions as Idalia came to shore.
Any type of hurricane like this, there could be isolated tornadoes that really pop up. Now, just to give you an idea of the conditions we're taking, the preparations we're taking to stay safe, this hotel, again, we just lost power. Hold on, and here we're getting a really strong wind gust. So our team is right next to a concrete wall, and if things get too dangerous here, we can go right inside. There's other members of the media here. There's some local residents here who evacuated their homes but decided to ride it out in this hotel. And you can see right there, Joe, I'm gonna move inside a little bit. We just saw this billboard ripping off right here. My cameraman, Paul Rigney, can get over there. I'm going to step out of frame right here. We're already starting to see that damage. This billboard is about to come down. We're right now under an awning here. We're covered. And, you know, if this thing does go start flying, we can get inside really easily. But you're looking at that live picture right now. You can see how powerful this storm is. The wind's really picking up here and starting to take down some property. Power lines are nearby. We're at a safe distance. We're watching that very closely as Idalia comes on shore. This is the winds we expect to pick up over the next hour or so.
I mean, that is incredible.
Just shortly after that, that billboard actually did come down. Our thanks to Gabe Gutierrez for his reporting.
Well, joining us now from Gainesville, Florida, NBC News correspondent Jay Gray. Jay, I know that you're about 100 miles east of where Idalia made landfall. What is the biggest threat that people there in Gainesville are facing now at this hour?
Yeah, Morgan, Vicky, we're getting a spitting rain at times. We'll see more of that and some wind gusts, nothing like we saw overnight into the early morning when it was much more substantial and much more driven here. Look, the biggest threat right now, not only here, but along the path of this storm is those tornadoes and the concern for tornadoes. Warnings and watches still in place. Here we know that there has been some damage. Some power lines are down, some trees and limbs are down, as well as standing water in low-lying areas. The bulk of it along the coast, where we have confirmed surges of more than 10 feet now, wall of water moving in. We also know that the wind there was so severe it looks more like a tornado than a hurricane, just ripping areas apart. But again, as this thing is cleared through, things have eased up a bit here in Gainesville. The storm, Category 1, it's still a hurricane, even after being over land for several hours. So that really speaks to the intensity of this system. And now it's Georgia, the Carolinas that are in the crosshairs of Idalia.
All right, NBC News correspondent Jay Gray there in Gainesville live for us. Thanks so much, Jay.
And just a little bit later this hour, we're going to talk to a volunteer with the Cajun Navy about what they're doing to help those people who are affected by this storm. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's great to see that, man.
So much work to be done here still.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back now with more coverage of Hurricane Idalia. It slammed the west coast of Florida with full force. It is now heading up the east coast. Now, earlier today, we talked with the fire chief of Citrus County, Florida. That is an area north of Tampa that's extremely vulnerable to flooding. He told us how people there responded to the warnings to leave.
Some of them, obviously, you know, we have our hardcore people that are probably still there, and we'll go out there and we'll get them if we have to.
Chief, you say you'll go out there and get them if you have to, but do you still need to wait for this storm to pass through? It's not something you can do instantly, right?
So it depends on the winds. You know, if our winds exceed 45 mile an hour, then of course we pull our crews off the road. And we wait for those sustained winds to start to die down. Once those sustained winds die down, then we can resume missions.
What's your biggest concern in the aftermath of this as you are able to kind of get out there and see what's happened?
Our safety for the citizens that are still there, you know, the power lines that are down, trees that are down, and then, of course, the stagnant water that's going to be there for some time. So.
Well, let's go to D.C. now, where the White House is closely monitoring this storm. President Biden has been in contact with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis over the past 48 hours. He promised the governor his full support. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell is live for us right now in Washington. Kelly, it's good to see you this Wednesday. We know that Governor DeSantis is, of course, a huge critic of President Biden, especially as we have this upcoming election looming. But right now, in this moment, they're both putting politics aside. What kind of help is the White House now giving Florida?
Well, that distinction is very important because what we certainly see is that when it comes to these sort of life and death emergencies, politicians, even though they may often be contentious adversaries, can put some of that to the side. And we're seeing that play out both at the White House and so far from the State House in Florida as well. So the White House took steps urgently when governors like Governor DeSantis and others in the path of the storm requested federal emergency declarations. And that allowed departments like FEMA to flood the zone with pre-positioned resources. And so part of that is what's coming into play. It also is something that they're watching very closely, and we expect to hear from the FEMA administrator at today's White House briefing. And the president will also be speaking this afternoon, talking about this storm and also the ongoing response to the fires in Maui. So part of what we have here is an administration that is dealing with multiple natural weather and emergency events that are coming together. Part of what the president wanted to convey is that Florida and the others in the path of the storm will have full support. Here's part of what the president had to say on that in the Oval Office yesterday.
I spoke with the governor last night. We're providing everything that he possibly needs. We're in constant contact. I had the director of FEMA in here today, earlier, talking about it. It's there's going to be, I think we're worried about the surge, the ocean surge. We don't know exactly yet. It's hour to hour we're watching this. But I told the governor that, and the mayor, and the regions that are likely to be hit first, that we're there as long as it takes. We're going to make sure they have everything they need. Thank you.
And so those resources go in, and then the president makes some direct contact with both local and state officials in the path of the storm, those that are dealing with it now and who are still to face it as Idalia continues on the move. Morgan?
Yeah, Kelly, I was really glad to hear you sort of mention these dueling disasters, so to speak, because I think the context of this moment is, of course, important because, as you mentioned, the president will address the storm later today. But the president has also faced criticism in recent weeks for taking too long, many said, to visit Hawaii after those devastating wildfires. Will we see him visit Florida anytime soon?
Well, that is undetermined, but typically the cadence of this is after a storm, or in the case of Maui, the fires get to a point where the visit of a president, this president or those who've come before him, would not hinder the local efforts on the ground. That is a delicate balance. There's a demand to see a president interacting with those who have suffered through these kinds of disasters that we seem to be having more of. And at the same time, there is an awareness that the sort of security footprint that's involved, the resources that can be drained away from the urgent work that's going on. So typically it does take some time. We have not gotten a sense yet about visits to the path of Idalia. Idalia, but that would follow what we typically see from the president. Morgan?
Yeah, that's a really important distinction there. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the break?
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we fix the dishes, should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, we are back right now with our breaking news coverage of Hurricane Idalia. It is now a Category 1 with winds moving at around 85 miles per hour, and we're already starting to see some of the damage unfold.
Take a look at some of these images of Cedar Key. This is an island off the northwest coast of Florida. That is a hotel that was flooded. It eventually collapsed and washed away. And this is a pier in St. Petersburg. At least it was a pier before it was overtaken by the floodwaters. The coastal town is expecting water levels to rise again soon when high tide hits in just about an hour. Our reporters are stationed across Florida covering the very worst of this storm. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart is in Crystal River, and here he is now joining us. Thank you, Jose, for being with us. So you're about 110 miles south of where the storm actually made landfall. How high is the surge where you are right now, and what are folks being told who stayed and didn't evacuate?
Yeah, that's a great and hello. It's great seeing you. We're about just to give you an idea, we're just north of Homosassa, and we're just south of Yankeetown and Inglis, which is an area that has a great dock. It's really popular with folks, but there are residential areas throughout this area. And I mean, Vicki, take a look at this. This is, as you say, this isn't exactly ground zero for where the storm hit, but yet we're still dealing with this water, which continues to come. I'm right outside the hotel where we have set up shop at NBC and MSNBC, and we've had to move locations throughout the morning because it's just the water from the bay has just risen and risen and risen and risen, went over seawalls, went over canals, and it's just, I mean, unfortunately, it flooded this whole hotel. And just a little while ago, I was speaking to Phil and Brenda, who live just about 3.5 miles from here in a little island. They did evacuate. they're grateful that they did. They're waiting to go back in, but they've talked to people that didn't. And this is part of the conversation that they told me.
Pushing water with the hood of my Jeep. People swimming out of their windows down in the islands right now.
Phil, are you talking about people swimming out of their windows?
Swimming out of their windows.
Literally, from their homes.
From their homes.
Yeah, it's, you know, we saw a couple of people just in the houses about 100 yards from here that were coming out of their houses. Most people, this is a Zone A evacuation zone, did evacuate, did leave. Phil and Brenda are on their way back in. As a matter of fact, Phil's brother has a boat, an airboat that they're trying to get so they can go in there and see how their house is doing and how their neighbors are. Most people heeded the warning and got out, but it's just this water.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. This is still hours after that, and yet it doesn't seem to be receding anything.
Hey, Jose, it's Morgan here. I mean, you mentioned people swimming out of their homes. I mean, that's just sort of an unimaginable image for a lot of people. But you're a Florida guy. You're from Florida. You have seen not only the 3 hurricanes that have hit Florida in the past just 12 months, but you've also seen hurricanes hit that state historically. I mean, how does this sort of compare when you think about just as your own personal living and also as a professional, as a journalist who's been covering these storms?
Yeah, I mean, Morgan, I think back on covering Hurricane Andrew in 1992, in August of 1992. That hit South Florida, where I live, and where, you know, one is, born and raised in South Florida. And to see that hurricane hit, it was a Cat 5. It was kind of tight, small, relatively small, and moving so quickly. It was a relatively dry storm, but boy, I got to tell you, with the areas it hit in Homestead and just north of Homestead, just devastated it. And I think back on last year, when we were in the west coast of Florida, at Fort Myers Beach, and the destruction and devastation that it caused in Fort Myers Beach and in some of the communities that are around Fort Myers Beach, Arcadia being one of them, that has a large Latino population, and they were essentially incommunicado for days. The water came straight up and it wouldn't leave, and there were hundreds of people in there. This is, in some ways, similar because of the water, but I just got, I mean, you know, it's to it hit here, you know, 2018 in Tallahassee, but in this area, more than 100 years.
Yeah, no, unbelievable. All right, MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart. Jose, stay safe, try to stay dry, and thank you so much for your reporting.
Thank you, Jose. We want to bring in Marissa Parra, who is standing by live in Tampa for us, where they are very accustomed to the flooding. But because of that location on that water, you're now seeing worse storm surge than other areas in past years. Talk to us about the conditions there as we watch that water rising.
Hey guys, well, I want to point something out right now. While we can still see this shot, you've got people kayaking down the road right now, which just goes to show how much water is still on it. And this is after we have seen quite a bit of water. I would say at least a foot, if not more, of water has receded since we've been out here this morning. And so these are not the first kayakers or people on paddle boards or doing some sort of water sport out here this morning. And so I think that kind of speaks to the attitude among the people who are still here. Now, of course, there's a big difference between the people whose homes were not impacted and people whose homes were. And I would imagine that people who have submerged cars like this one, although, again, the water has receded quite a bit. When we were here this morning, the water was just above those tires, and clearly you can see how much water has gone down, but the person that was inside of that car had to be rescued. So I can only imagine they probably weren't as relaxed and so calm and cool and casual as the kayakers we're seeing here. So the thing that we've heard from the Tampa mayor repeatedly, this is a good example of what she's talking about when she says, don't let your guard down quite yet. You can see there is not really much wind. There's definitely no rain happening right now, because those outer bands, they make their way. We've seen it. It kind of comes out of nowhere sometimes. You can see it on the horizon coming your way, but then you just get a downpour. And on top of that, we have what's called king tide. People around here in the Tampa Bay area know exactly what that is. It happens about once or twice a year with the full new moon. Today, we're seeing king tide this afternoon. So the Tampa mayor just wanted to express concern because we are seeing some of the water recede right now, but they've been saying that we're expecting to see another surge sometime soon. So that is the biggest threat and concern here in the Tampa Bay area. Of course, St. Petersburg and Clearwater as well. And then finally, tornado risks with those outer bands, guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent Marissa Parfor is there in Tampa. Marissa, thank you so much. And as we just heard from Jose, Idalia has now been downgraded to a Category 1 storm, but the aftermath is still going to be pretty significant.
Yeah, disaster zones will need organizations like the Cajun Navy that specialize in immediate relief and rescue efforts. We want to bring in now from just outside of Tallahassee, one of those Cajun Navy volunteers, Owen Belknap. Owen, thanks so much for being with us and for the work that you're frankly doing right now. Yeah. Let's talk about where you are and what is your focus. What are you all going to be doing to help the people of Florida?
Yeah, so right now we have a Pathfinder team that is deployed very close to the epicenter of the storm. And they've been working all morning and last night sending us information as to what they're seeing, what resources they need, what teams they need, what equipment. And I'm on the second wave and just outside of Tallahassee heading to them right now. And bringing some of those supplies and assets with us so we can begin to work and help the community. So from here on out, the work that we do is based off what we see and what the community needs. It could be search and rescue. It could be all the way to handing out water bottles, doing food distribution. As this event progresses, we adjust and make plans accordingly and continue to help the community as we best see fit.
Hey, Owen, this is Morgan. I want to just take a pause and go back for a minute here because the work you guys do, it is so important. Can you just please tell our viewers who you all are, why you do this work, and how long have you been volunteering with the Cajun Navy?
Yeah, so Cajun Navy Relief really started out of the Louisiana culture. Being a poor income culture, throughout history, they relied on each other, right? When storms and floods or even their neighbor's tractor broke down, they would help each other out. And that ideology still exists very heavily today in our community. And so through events like 2016 floods, Hurricane Laura, a group of individuals came together and said, hey, like, we want to make this part of our priority in our daily life. How do we prepare, train, so when these things happen, we can go help them? Because one day I may be the one on a roof. Right? I live in South Louisiana. I deal with these storms. And one day that's my family that's life's at risk. That's my home that's being destroyed. And I need to rely on my neighbors to come help me. So, you know, that's why we do what we do, is because that's what we would do for our neighbors.
You do it because it's right.
Personally, yeah. I mean, I've been personally involved since Hurricane Laura in 2020. I just showed up randomly in a parking lot. And here I am 3 years later, 7 storms going all around. And it's honestly the most fulfilling part of my day-to-day life. Every time we get to do this and go help the community, it's incredible.
Thank you.
Owen, thank you for putting a smile on both of our faces. Before we let you go, just talk about how logistically you get your supplies, how you get to the people in need.
Yeah, so logistics is probably the most complicated part of our organization. We have an entire back-end team with volunteers from all around the country that organize supplies, create volunteer lists, so that when we in the field say, hey, I need A, B, C, D, and E, they say, here's a list, here's how far they are away from you. They get them to us, they get them on the way, and we have incredible support from all kinds of companies and donors and stuff around the country that say, hey, we're here to help you too. So it's awesome.
You know, Cajun Navy volunteer Owen Belknap doing this work because that's who you are and just showing the best of us. We talk about looking for the helpers. Thank you. Thank you for being a helper. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Owen.
Let's go in and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's been tracking this all for us. Bill, you know, is this storm sort of moving along its projected path? Because we've been talking to officials, some who expected much worse, others who said we didn't even expect to see this storm.
At this point, I'd have to give the National Hurricane Center like an A for their intensity forecast and for their path. It didn't change a whole lot in the last 48 hours up to the landfall. I mean, it was always supposed to go into the Big Bend area, drifted a little bit west by maybe 20 miles or so, but it made landfall, almost exactly where they said it would about 2 to 3 days ago. So the concerns are now changing because the winds are starting to come down. So we're not going to see as much wind damage as we did earlier. Now we're starting to have problems with rainfall. Some areas have already picked up 3 to 6 inches of rain. We've got a flash flood emergency around Valdosta. Then that's been caught right in this area of bright red earlier this morning, and it's continued throughout early afternoon. And the chance of tornadoes. We haven't really seen anything too horrible. A couple isolated tornadoes, but we'll have to watch that. So the flash flooding will continue to be an issue as we go through the rest of the day. Everywhere in green is under the flood watch. This little area of maroon in here, this is where we have that flash flood emergency in the Valdosta area, and that extends. You can kind of like picture it as the storm moved to the south of this area. That heavy northerly band of rain is where we've seen the worst impacts. Other concerns from here, the heavier rains will push towards the South Carolina-Georgia border, and then eventually through the upstate portion here of South Carolina, south of Columbia, though, away from the coastal region, and then into the Wilmington-Fayetteville area in North Carolina. So numerous concerns continue with the storm, but the high gusty winds and the damage, that part of the storm is slowly beginning to wind down.
Oh, that is some good news there. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, as always. Bill, thank you so much. Stay with us straight ahead. How Georgia and South Carolina are bracing for Idalia next. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
We are tracking Hurricane Idalia's path outside of Florida now. It is slamming Georgia at this moment. Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina have all declared states of emergency.
Well, as that core sort of continues to shift north, officials say this ensures that all resources are in place so they can respond really as quickly as possible. And right now, the biggest concern the East Coast is dangerous storm surge and that flash flooding. Let's go and bring in MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, who is live for us right now in Savannah, Georgia. Lindsay, more than 50 42,000 people where you are. They've already lost power there in southern Georgia. Some areas, they're under tornado watches as those winds continue to spin off and spin out. This currently is expected to get a little bit worse later on this afternoon. How bad is it right now?
Yeah, Morgan, it just started pouring. And so we're seeing these waves today here in Savannah where we're seeing really heavy bands of moisture come in, heavy rain, stronger winds. You can see some white caps here on the Savannah River, but the worst in terms of the winds is still expected later this evening. So Idalia did enter Georgia as a Category 1 this morning. Some areas, as you mentioned, in the state are seeing flash flooding. 9 to 10 inches of rain fell in some areas. They're seeing high winds, gusts as high as 90 miles an hour, and 61,000 people are without power. Hopefully this afternoon, those winds will die down and crews can go out and make those repairs. But here in Savannah, we are still preparing for strong wind gusts tonight. There are a couple positive factors, Morgan and Vicky, with Idalia in terms of Savannah. By the time it reaches us, it looks like it will have weakened into a tropical storm. That still means 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Another positive factor is this is happening during the daytime, not at night. So that is safer for residents. But we are definitely going to be expecting even stronger winds, and then it will hopefully move, not hopefully, it's not good anywhere this hits, but move into South Carolina around 8 or 10 p.m. this evening, you guys.
All right, MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser for us live in Savannah. Lindsay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Lindsay. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Kathy Park now, who is standing by live in Charleston, South Carolina. So, Kathy, Idalia is expected to become a tropical storm by the time it reaches South Carolina, where you are. When can people there expect to start seeing that extreme wind and rain, and what are folks most concerned about right now in the lead up?
Hey, Vicki, good afternoon to you. Well, we are already starting to feel the impacts of Idalia right now, but conditions are expected to deteriorate in the coming hours. But as you mentioned, as it makes its way this way, it will be downgraded to a tropical storm. But the big concern here in the Low Country, here in Charleston, of course, is flooding and the possibility that it could coincide with high tide. And that's why a lot of residents here in downtown Charleston, they've actually started stacking up these sandbags in front of their homes. And this is something that we're also seeing in the downtown area of Charleston, an historic King Street. We actually spoke with a business owner not too long ago, and she said she is not taking any chances. Take a listen.
It kind of just like slopes down into our back door right here, and we do have that big drain outside, but it doesn't seem to be able to really catch the water. So pretty much just any kind of storm, all the water leaks into here and just makes a big puddle right here. So we're worried if too much water fills up, it'll start to get really humid back here, and then it might even like flow over towards where our inventory is.
And Vicki, I was told that even when there is a bad thunderstorm here in Charleston, flooding is a good possibility. And that was Juliana that you just heard there. And she says that even a couple of months ago, when there was a bad storm, they had some minor flooding. So that's why you saw all those sandbags that were stacked up. But obviously, residents here, they know the drill, and they are bracing for what's to come.
It's not their first rodeo. All right, NBC News correspondent Kathy Park in South Carolina for us. Thank you so much, Kath.
And stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
As Hurricane Idalia moves north, communities in Florida, they're really assessing the damage from that storm that made landfall as a dangerous Category 3 hurricane just this morning. NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas is on the ground with more.
That monster hurricane Idalia slamming into Florida. The storm rushing ashore along Florida's Gulf Coast with winds of 135 miles per hour. A storm surge of up to 16 feet expected. Waves and torrential rain hitting the Tampa-St. Pete area. The storm pummeling Cedar Key. Overnight, the hurricane gaining speed and strength. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis updating this morning.
The storm and those conditions will change very, very quickly. So wherever you are, hunker down and don't take anything for granted. This is a very, very powerful storm.
I think things are starting to happen.
Coastal communities got early impacts of Idalia starting Tuesday. Violent waves crashing along Sanibel Island Causeway as cars drove by. But further north in Crystal River, residents like Larry Howe telling me he was waiting to leave despite the mandatory evacuation orders.
When do you sort of make that call?
When I see enough water in the street right here that I can still drive out.
The Citrus County Sheriff says once the storm gets bad, with winds stronger than 35 miles per hour, residents that stay may be on their own.
I'm not going to have my deputies out there in a flood zone because I want my deputies to be able to, one, complete their mission, but number two, go back home to their families at the end of their shift.
In another community, the streets at Indian Rocks Beach already flooded. With that warning sign, residents boarded up homes and stores before heading out of town.
I'm scared. I have 100-mile-an-hour winds. My house in Cedar Island won't be there tomorrow or Thursday morning when I get there.
Airports like Tampa International, Tallahassee International, and Sarasota Braden International have all shut down commercial flights until the storm passes. New images from the International Space Station show the massive size of Hurricane Idalia as it intensifies along Florida's Gulf Coast. Complicating the situation even further, tonight's full moon will cause tides to be among the highest this month. It's known as a king tide. The Biden administration mobilizing FEMA to help.
Very few people can survive being in the path of major storm surge, and this storm will be deadly if we don't get out of harm's way and take it seriously.
That was NBC News Now anchor Tom Yamas reporting.
Morgan, we are getting an inside look at how local officials in Florida prepared their communities for this storm. Earlier, Emergency Management Director for Leon County, Kevin Peters, joined our Today colleagues to break down what his team is seeing there. Take a listen.
Our concern is the safety of the public with a storm of the magnitude of Idalia. Even though it's making landfall a little bit east of us, we are definitely going to feel the effects here in the Tallahassee area. So citizens in our area, they need to stay indoors. They need to stay in or near their safe room and have a way to get updates from their local media, such as NBC or through our resources within Leon County and the city of Tallahassee.
With that said, what is the biggest threat your county faces at this hour?
Yeah, so right now we're going to be facing the increasing wind gusts as the storm is making landfall. Your field reporter showed it. We're seeing the winds get closer and closer to tropical storm force strength in Tallahassee in our wind gusts. So with all the trees, we want people to stay off the roadways. We also have the rainfall that's happening now. So the safest thing to do is to stay home right now if you're in the Tallahassee area.
Director Peters, I wanted to ask you about the level of preparedness within your county. There's about 300,000 residents there, but given the historic nature, the unprecedented nature of this storm, are you worried that people aren't as prepared as they could or should be?
We've been experienced by storms in the past. 2016, we had Hermine. We had the effects of Irma in 17 and the effects from Michael in 2018. So our community has experience with storms, and we put a lot of effort here at Leon County to educate the public on disaster preparedness. We work throughout the year, not just for hurricanes, but for any disaster that could strike our community.
Our thanks to our Today colleagues for bringing us that interview.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thank you for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We begin this hour with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Idalia. Right now, it is unleashing heavy rain and dangerous winds across Georgia, and it has South Carolina in its crosshairs.
Now, just last hour, Florida Highway Patrol officials confirmed that a second person has died in Florida. Across the region, more than 350,000 homes and businesses are without power. Idalia made landfall in Florida's Big Bend area. That happened about 8 o'clock this morning. It touched down as a powerful Category 3 hurricane. This is the strongest storm to hit the region in more than a century. It's causing widespread flooding damage. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis giving an update on the situation just moments ago. Take a listen.
All 8 urban search and rescue teams are deployed. Our National Guard has folks in places like Taylor County. They're getting on scene there to do things like clear major pieces of the roads and get debris that has been knocked around.
We have reporters fanned out across the storm zone, and NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's standing by with the very latest on Idalia's path. But first, let's get NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa live in the capital of Florida, Tallahassee, about an hour-and-a-half drive northwest of where Idalia first made landfall this morning. Maggie, good to see you again. So the state's Emergency Response Center, it is there where you are in Tallahassee. Bring us up to speed right now on what's happening and what they're doing with their search and rescue efforts, because Tallahassee was fairly spared.
Tallahassee was
fairly spared. I think that was someone in the background of our camera there. We apologize, guys. Tens of thousands of people across this area still without power. That's kind of the worst effect on Tallahassee right now. We had a lot of downed trees and a lot of severe winds in the area. But again, as you said, Tallahassee really coming out of this largely unscathed. And a lot of people here are really grateful, especially knowing what other parts of the state have basically suffered. In the Tampa area, you've heard about kind of the rescue, search and rescue efforts going on there, water rescues, and a lot of people kind of going out and just learning about the damage caused in that part of the state. At the same time, we know that first responders and emergency response agencies are going out in a lot of the affected counties and doing real-time assessments of damage, preparing, we're told by first responders here in Tallahassee, to basically ask for help from unaffected counties. So in other words, they know places like Tallahassee weren't hit very hard, and because of that, they're going to be asking for first responders from here to come be deployed to areas of the state that have just been ravaged by this storm. We have gotten the update from state troopers, basically Florida Highway Patrol, saying that we've now had 2 accidents confirmed fatal as a result of this storm. And both of those, in both cases, we were told the person was driving in inclement weather. So again, both being blamed on the weather as this storm rolls in. But again, we have real-time rescues happening in a lot of the affected areas, a lot of kind of dire circumstances playing out as we speak, with emergency first responders here in Tallahassee ready to help guys across the state.
And speaking of those first responders, Maggie, can you give us a sense of timing here? We know that tens of thousands of people right where you are, they were without power just last hour. I mean, how much progress are those crews making at this point, just trying to get the lights back on? How much progress can they make?
I mean, they've been out here since, Morgan, we were talking about it this morning, when the winds were still howling, when the rain was still pounding, they were basically out already starting to restore power. I can tell you that the block that we're on has power once again, but it is a massive undertaking. I mean, we're talking about 40,000 or close to it still without power in the Tallahassee area. And they're also going out in real time and assessing the damage. So in a weird way, that question is kind of being answered as we speak, as they see essentially what caused power to be knocked out in certain areas. Is it a massive tree that's come down? It's going to take a while to, as you guys know, break apart and remove. There are all kinds of circumstances during this where high winds can knock out power. So they are making progress, but they're also doing that as they kind of clean up different parts of the city where those power outages, you know, really took effect, and kind of figuring out what caused it. So a lot of diagnosis happening alongside the cleanup, and that, of course, as you know, takes time.
A lot of activity picking up where you are there. We see people walking around, checking out the damage. Not too much to report. Maggie Vespa doing a great job for us in Tallahassee all morning. Thank you.
Let's go now to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas, who's live for us right now in Gainesville. Guad, I know that you were able to speak with residents there, those who have been sheltering in place. You spoke, in fact, to one woman who was outside a hotel there in the area. What did she tell you?
Morgan, she was staying in the same hotel where we stayed, and we saw her loading up a lot of stuff into her car. She was one of the first people that began loading up all of her things to go back to her home. So she lives nearby. She says her house is surrounded by trees, so she felt like it was vulnerable to the storm if the winds were to knock one of those trees over. It's just her and her cat, so she decided to check into this hotel for the storm. Here's part of the conversation we had.
My property floods in the back. There's a big oak tree back there, and, you know, I keep my eye on it, and I don't want it to fall on my house. And that happened a couple houses down. They had some property damage. And being without electricity, sitting there is not what I want to do. And so I did all the preparations. I know the drill, and I came here.
You know, she even brought enough water to her hotel room to fill up the bathtub. She told me how important that is just in case the water was shut down. She's been through many storms living in different parts of Florida, she told me, and that's why she was prepared. Now, she did go to her house before bringing all her things just to make sure that the power was okay. We do have reports, as she mentioned, of other trees or trees that have been knocked down here in the area, and power outages. You were talking about all these outages and what the crews need to do in Tallahassee. Maggie was discussing what these crews have to do and evaluate the damage, as the governor also mentioned. A lot of these crews were staged near us, a little south of us, waiting for the storm to pass, for them to then make their way into the areas that have been damaged by the storm. We knew before the storm hit that there were going to be power outages, and they did prepare with enough crews and vehicles that made their way over to Florida from other states, many of them even coming from the Midwest. And, you know, we have a crew from our colleagues at Telemundo. They were here a few hours ago, and they made their way to Tallahassee. And just so you can get an idea of what it's like between here and there, we spoke with them on the phone about 20 minutes ago, and they got stuck on the major freeway that goes east to west, essentially that connects this part of Florida to the west part, and that's the Freeway 10. They said there were so many trees that the road was closed down, and authorities were doing everything they could to clear those trees and assess the damage. And that's one of the main freeways, one of the main areas that is known. So you can imagine authorities going in there and then crews going into the side roads and trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh, wow. All right. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas bringing us all the reporting from that area. Guad, thank you so much.
Well, once a Category 4 storm out in the Atlantic, but Idalia has now been downgraded to a Category 1. It's done most of its damage across 350-mile swath of Florida at this point.
That's right. And storm chasers and videographers like our next guest make it their job to see the very worst of the worst, putting themselves in the eye of the storm. Joining us now is veteran storm chaser and videographer Brandon Kopic. Brandon, thank you so much for joining us. First off, just where are you? Where do you think you saw the worst of the storm just today?
Well, right now I'm just in between Perry, Florida and Keaton Beach right now, just south on State Route 19. It's been incredibly rough all day. Trees, power lines down, incredible amount of that happening, causing so much gridlock in roadways and honestly risk with people that try and drive over the down power lines and such. But Perry actually got hit very hard early this morning, and there's a lot of damage in town.
Yeah, you've clearly been doing this for a while. You've chased other storms. Brandon, give us a sense of the context here. How does this Idalia and the damage that you saw, the storm surge, the winds, how does it compare with other hurricanes you've been in?
Well, it reminds me a lot of last year. I was out for Hurricane Ian. I wouldn't compare it identical to that, but I work with a company called Radar Omega, and we deployed hurricane probes out, and one was in Horseshoe Beach where the surge came up 12 feet and actually took out our probe, even though it was well above sea level. It's just absolutely catastrophic, and law enforcement and local authorities are trying desperately to get down there. Just coming back north from that area, there's an endless amount of boats and emergency personnel racing to get down there.
Speaking of racing, I got to tell you, Brandon, thank you. Thank you for bringing us kind of these videos, these pictures, these images, and even just the context you have being in the eye of a lot of those storms. Brandon Kopic for us there. Brandon, thank you. We appreciate it.
Well, as Hurricane Idalia barrels up the East Coast, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, they are now bracing for dangerous storm surge and damaging winds. Right now, the eye of the storm, that calm part, it is passing over southern Georgia.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking the storm's every single move for us. Bill, what is in store for those people in the southeastern states, especially when we look sort of the low country there over the next few hours?
Yeah, the biggest fear is probably water and falling trees. So we're worried about the rainfall, inland flash flooding. We're worried about the gusty winds if they're still strong enough to knock down some old trees and on power lines or maybe on someone's house or car. And then later on this evening, as we go through high tide, we'll have some water issues too. So you mentioned where the storm is. Here's the forecast. By 8 p.m., it's going to be crossing over the Georgia-South Carolina border. So it's moving at a fairly good clip. And then by early tomorrow morning, it's going to be coming off the coastline here around Wilmington and Wrightsville Beach. So that means during the overnight hours, it'll be closest to Charleston, Georgetown, and up here to Myrtle Beach. So here's the concerns. Number one is going to be the water from the storm surge. This will be at high tide this evening. Right now, there's not much of a storm surge. We're heading towards low tide. We'll reverse that at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. And then as that onshore flow continues out ahead of the storm, I think the areas of greatest concern is from Savannah, especially Charleston, and possibly up towards Georgetown. That's where the Hurricane Center has 2 to 5 feet max if it's at high tide. So the storm surge at the high tide, that could cause some high water issues, especially Charleston. Right now, we are predicting major coastal flooding, and right around the 10th highest water level ever measured for the city. We have isolated chance of tornadoes. We've dropped our tornado watch in areas of Florida, so that's great for you. But the best chance will be here in the areas of eastern Carolinas, especially from Savannah northwards through South Carolina and a little sliver here of southern portions of North Carolina. We've already had some significant rainfall, estimates up to 8 inches near Valdosta, Georgia, about 17 million or so under flood watches. That goes all the way up to Virginia Beach, Norfolk, southwards, still including the Tampa area for some of that heavy rain. But the heaviest has been from Valdosta to Douglas. This area has been under a flash flood emergency, including the Valdosta area, and this will continue to pour probably for another hour or two before letting up. And then the heavy rain this afternoon shifts into interior South Carolina. We still could get upwards, our computers are hinting at another 5 to 7 inches of rain on top of what's already fallen in the Carolinas. So besides the tornado threat, the heavy rain threat, the wind threat, and the storm surge threat, it's going to be a very stormy afternoon and evening in the Carolinas and possibly life-threatening, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, Idalia still has some power left in her. All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, thank you.
And when we come back, we're going to check in with folks in Crystal River, Florida, where families are dealing with flooding all the way up to the ceilings of their homes. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are continuing to track Hurricane Idalia, a storm that is now weakened to a Category 1 hurricane.
Now, Idalia has triggered a strong storm surge for nearly the entire west coast of Florida. Many communities are seeing their neighborhood streets just completely turn into rivers. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart joins us now live from Crystal River, more than 100 miles south of where Idalia made landfall. Jose, we've seen what the storm surge looks like, for example, in places like Cedar Key. But how high is it where you are right now? And really, what does that mean for the people who are living there?
Morgan, it's great to see you. Yeah, absolutely. So this is a actual bench, and this is the parking lot of the hotel where we have set up shop for this storm coverage, and lost power on this hotel. It's ironic because power was with the hotel until just about an hour ago, so just power went off. Now, there are still literally hundreds of thousands of people without power as we speak here in the state of Florida. More than 100,000 have been reinstituted, or the power has been reinstituted in the last couple of hours alone. The good news, Morgan, if there is, good news, is that this water is subsiding here where we are, and this is an area that's very low lying. This is a category, it's A as far as evacuations. You've got to evacuate, and most people did, but the waters are subsiding for the first time since about 3 hours ago, when it just filled everything. This whole hotel, the first floor, is completely flooded. And just a little while ago, Morgan, I spoke to Phil and his wife Brenda, who came by in their Jeep. They evacuated, and we're very grateful to have evacuated. Now they're looking to get back in. But take a listen to what they and their neighbors experienced.
We're fine. We're
Thank God.
We're alive and we're safe.
But water's probably to the ceiling of our house right now.
I think we've lost everything, but I don't know. When we left, it was.
You're thinking the water is up to your roof?
Up to my roof by now.
I don't know.
We live on an island. I'll show you.
Oh boy. Yeah, Phil's brother has an airboat, and so they're in the process of getting that airboat to head on over to see what is left of their house. They fear the worst, but they're so grateful to be alive, and that the folks, their neighbors and their friends, are also alive. But it's a very difficult situation that these low-lying areas in Florida experienced overnight.
Yeah, difficult situation indeed. We are wishing the best for them as they sort of fight their way out of that. MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart in the ground and frankly in the water there. Thank you so much, Jose.
We want to go now to Gainesville, where we find NBC News correspondent Jay Gray. So, Jay, we know power is out for thousands of Floridians. That means no way to keep cool now that the storm is over, the humidity setting back in for folks. Talk to us about the shelters. Are they prepared right now to help people kind of ride this out until power is restored?
Yeah, Vicki, Morgan, I think they are. What we've heard is that the shelters have enough space and feel like that they can accommodate people for as long as necessary until they can move back into their homes or wherever they may end up going. Here in Gainesville, which is a bit inland, we've had some power outages. It appears that most of that's been restored at this point. Still some standing water in some areas. Trees and power lines were pulled down. We're getting a bit of a spitting rain right now. We'll continue to see some rain on and off through the evening here, just remnants of that system that are tagging along behind it, if you will. The big issues, obviously, as we just heard from Jose, is down along the coastline and areas where that water feeds into rivers and lakes, and that's going to continue to be a problem. Also, this is a storm downgraded now to a Category 1, but a hurricane still after several hours on land. That's just a testament to how powerful this system was, ladies.
You know, Jay, where you are, I mean, we're talking about University of Florida. Tons and tons of students there, many of whom are from other places, who are experiencing something like this for the very first time. Yeah. We know that U of F, they canceled their classes today, but for students who aren't from the area, who aren't used to this type of weather, what is the university doing to keep them safe? What are they doing to reassure their parents?
Yeah, very frightening, and they've put out a lot of information online. Obviously, they've talked with the students there and with parents and really worked them through the process of preparing, getting a kit together if you're going to stay, making sure you have items of food and water that will last for an extended period of time. But also, ladies, they've urged many of them to go to higher ground.
Jay, thank you so much. Jay Gray, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, there are some pretty breathtaking scenes of flooding and rescues coming out of Florida as we speak. Beth Russo from our NBC affiliate WFLA was in Pasco County, which is just north of Tampa, earlier today, and she spoke with a woman who managed to save her dog just in the nick of time. Take a look.
So we were able to make it a little bit further down the flooded street, and it gets even more unfortunate when you see it here. Take a look at where this water is on these homes, on these cars. These are people's property that are just inundated with water at this point. Now, as Charles continues to zoom right on down this road so you can see the extent of this flooding in Hudson, I also want to tell you things are getting even messier because you can't see it, but there is a haze in the air, and there's also a thick smell of smoke. That's because there are reports of a big fire that's happening not far from here. As you can imagine, with flooded streets like this, makes it very, very difficult for fire and rescue crews to reach that. And they're already busy in this area. Take a look right up there where you see those flashing lights. That's US 19. We started the morning out more than a mile from here at Hudson Beach, and that whole area inundated with water as well. It's continuing to rise. As I said, we've seen more equipment with Pasco County being brought in as they try and rescue people. We've seen boats out in this water. You can see these two right here walking. They have life jackets in their hand. At some places along Old Dixie Highway, water is waist deep. Again, those rescues have been happening, people and pets. We were able to talk to one woman who was just so grateful that she was able to get into her home and able to rescue her pet. Take a listen.
There was no water, just rain. That was at 6. I got a call at 6:15 that the place was almost underwater. I'm very thrilled. Very thankful for the police officers because they wouldn't let me go past that where that white truck is, and they went in themselves and got them.
Glad to see they got out okay. Well, in just about 20 minutes from now, President Biden is expected to address the storm. The White House has been monitoring Idalia. The president said he will offer Florida his full support. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell live in Washington for us. Kelly, good to see you. So this administration dealing with multiple national emergencies. First, of course, we had the wildfires in Maui. Now this hurricane in Florida. What can we expect to hear from the president today?
Well, we're already getting a sense of that because the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, is in the White House briefing room right now, and she has just updated the president and said that he has directed her to travel right away to Florida to meet with Governor DeSantis and to be able to assess on the ground the path of this storm, the destruction that has taken place, and what the needs are going forward. The federal government has already done things like pre-positioning some resources. That includes personnel, everything from search and recovery teams, people who are setting up shelters. There is an expectation of availability to house 20,000 people in shelters. They have sent in more than 1 million meals and more than 1 million liters of water. That gives you a sense of some of the resources that have been pushed ahead to the zone where Idalia has already hit and where it is headed. Deanne Criswell was updating reporters a short time ago. Here's part of what she had to say.
The president reiterated that if anything is needed from the federal government, we will be able to support, and we have over 1,000 personnel currently deployed, prepared to support not just Florida, but all of our states that are in the path as needed.
And Criswell also talked about the fact part of the reason she's at the White House today is the president had planned to hold a cabinet level meeting with all of his key components of agencies that are working on Maui, as you referenced, Vicki, that, of course, the ongoing need to rebuild, to help people who have recovered or in the process of recovering from such a horrific set of wildfires. So there are these dynamic situations happening at the same time. The president will address both of those in the next hour. Vicki?
Kelly, we know that there's always the immediate need for resources, but then the aftermath of these storms, the rebuilding, the lack of insurance in Florida. Do you have any sense of how the administration is preparing to deal with all of that?
Those are huge, big problems. And some of it is through grant money. Some of it's with money that is dispensed to people from FEMA immediately. Those are smaller amounts that can help with some instant needs like housing and covering your basic expenses. The big issues about rebuilding are very, very large in scope. Some of that can be loans, and some of it can be grants for rebuilding. It's a complicated, difficult process. And as we see more of these weather events, there are more Americans who are dealing with this kind of tragedy in their lives.
Absolutely. Kelly O'Donnell, thank you so much. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily, and thanks again for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. 11 people have been hospitalized after experiencing severe turbulence on a Delta Airlines flight. This happened yesterday as the flight that originated in Italy was approaching Atlanta, its final destination. The Federal Aviation Administration is now investigating the incident.
Meanwhile, Canada is issuing a travel warning for LGBTQ travelers who are coming here to the United States. The new travel advisory tells Canadians to look into state and local laws that may impact them in the U.S. as it comes as several states are enacting anti-LGBTQ legislation.
And an opioid overdose medication is about to become more accessible. Starting next week, you will be able to purchase Narcan over the counter. The drug can quickly reverse overdoses from fentanyl, heroin, and other opioids. But the life-saving drug comes at a hefty cost. It's $45 for just 2 doses. Well, we are following Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way from Florida into Georgia and now South Carolina. The storm is a Category 1, but it is still wreaking havoc as it marches north. The Florida Highway Patrol has reported a second person has now died, a 59-year-old man from Gainesville who hydroplaned and then crashed his car into a nearby tree line.
We are continuing to see pretty shocking videos like this one that depict the level and the scale of damage. Look at that, just falling over there. Watch as that heavy wind knocks down a gas station. That happened in Perry, Florida, just along the Gulf Coast. Wow. And then here near Tampa, floodwaters so high, a woman seen there with her puppy paddleboarding just to get down the street. So many more images coming in, flooding in, so to speak, as this hour. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is with the first crew there in Keaton Beach, Florida, where the storm first made landfall. Gabe, I mean, you've had some pretty intense moments just since the hurricane made landfall earlier this morning. You mentioned earlier how you sort of experienced firsthand how strong those hurricane force winds were. What was that like, and what is it like now?
Hi there, Morgan and Vicky. We're actually just saying hello to some of the residents here in Keaton Beach. And take a look at this water. There is still all this storm surge that has flooded this road. That boat you're seeing there is from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. They actually just put that boat there. There are active water rescues going on right now. Now, my partner, photojournalist Paul Rigney, is with me right now. We are the first crew that's here where the storm made landfall here in Keaton Beach. The storm came here very powerful this morning. We actually rode out the storm in Perry, which is about 20 miles to the north of here. But this is on the beach, and all that water came in. You can see right now how many first responders are lining up here. The National Guard is on the move, trying to see who survived this storm in this community. This is something that is going to be going on really throughout the day, Morgan and Vicky. An active search and rescue effort underway as this powerful storm, the most powerful to hit this region in recorded memory.
Wow, Gabe, really powerful to have you just walking us around that area of Keaton Beach. We haven't seen these images just yet. I know earlier today you were nearby a billboard that blew over just minutes after you completed a live report. You mentioned the National Guard there. 5,500 National Guard members, we understand. Yeah, there's that billboard, are spread out across Florida. Give us a sense of what their mission is right now. You mentioned water rescues are underway.
Yeah, that's right. So, Paul, if you can walk with me here, we're going to be very careful because this is a very active scene. You see these EMS vehicles. This is where all that water blew through. This is where, all this water, the Gulf of Mexico, just poured into Keaton Beach. You actually see the sign there coming into Keaton Beach. If you can imagine the storm surge that came through here and devastated this community. We're going to walk over here again, trying to stay out of the way of first responders, but it was actually very tough to get here because when we were here, the main road that leads into town, there were power lines everywhere, trees down. This is something that you see over and over again when you come to these devastated communities, but first responders had to come here and really carve a path. We were basically following them in, and now you see some residents asking here to get back into their homes. Many of these homes built on stilts, the ones that weren't, are basically flooded at this point. So this is going to be a very long recovery here in this area. Again, a lot of wind damage in nearby Perry as well, where we rode out the storm overnight. Here, if you can imagine, it was wind damage, but also that devastating storm surge.
NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez there in Keaton Beach, first crew to give us a look at what happened when this storm first made landfall. We wish you and your crew, Paul, a lot of safety as you check out that area now and come back to us with more reporting. Thank you so much, Gabe.
Let's go now to NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra there in Tampa. Marissa, I know that the Tampa International Airport, they announced that it will be reopening for arriving flights at around 4 p.m. local time there. What else do we know? Are other flights making it in?
Yeah, so from what we've heard, it's supposed to be by tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning, they're going to be resuming their normal schedule, which I think is a big sign of hope here. And we're actually seeing the progress ourselves. So just to give you some perspective, we have seen the water recede quite a bit. When I came out here earlier this morning, the water was probably just below my knees if I had to eyeball it. And now you can see I'm able to walk in a place where I couldn't even see the bottom. I honestly couldn't have even told you whether this was grass that was underneath my feet right here when I was looking from over there. But the interesting thing is you can see how much water still remains when you look behind me. Look at those street signs. It's still pretty deep in parts of this. You can see just how high the water comes to those street signs. And as you had mentioned earlier, you have seen people kayaking through here. In fact, you see a couple of them just across the way over there. People are starting to come out. We haven't seen one of those outer bands in about an hour or so. But the thing thing to remember is the bans are still coming. We're still going to see the waves of water. We're still going to see the waves of not just the rain, but also we've also been told we're expecting, it's called the king tide. It happens twice a year, approximately here in Tampa. It's related to the moon, either a full moon or a new moon. And so those are things that the Tampa mayor is cautioning people. Look, the sun is out. It is kind of a nice day right now at this moment, but we're still expecting those bans to come through. And I want to point one thing out, because we still have that car. For those of you who've been tuning in all day, you've probably seen it. It's like a landmark here now. When the water was at its highest, when we were here this morning, it was just over those tires. We've seen people try to tow that car out and fail. We have video of that from earlier, actually.
So we see people just jumping in the water there. People are cannonballing off the side there. Whoa.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I didn't even see them through the trees. Yep, the ones that are waving in the back there.
Right now. They're giving you a big wave. So
they're not taking the advice of the emergency officials.
They're not hunkering down or staying safe right now. Wow.
Marissa, let me ask you about this. You said you showed us yesterday how the Tampa General Hospital constructed a barrier to block out the floodwaters so the hospital could remain open for emergency care. How is the hospital doing?
Hospital's doing great, from what I understand. You know, those barriers did their job. It's called the aqua fence. For those who haven't had a chance to see it, I hope you're getting a chance to see the video of it, because it's really quite impressive. It's supposed to protect the hospital from upwards of 15 feet of storm surge. Now, we were expecting anywhere between 4 to 7 feet. And so you have those barriers, and that's so crucial, because for those missing the context, we're talking about Tampa General Hospital is the only level 1 trauma center in Tampa Bay, and it's on an island, Davis Islands. And so you can only get there by bridge. And so we're obviously in a totally different position right now than we were earlier this morning. Those waters were coming up really high, and there were concerns about whether or not people would be able to get on and off those islands. But I think we're doing okay right now. Now we're just in the cleanup and recovery for right now, as long as these waters don't get higher than they are, guys.
Wow. All right, I know people are having some fun out there, but the emergency officials, yeah, they're making it clear they need to keep the roads clear for the emergency crews. There might be some power lines down, so people need to be careful. Exactly. All right, NBC News correspondent.
Or other things in the water.
Absolutely. Marissa Parra, thank you so much. We want to give you an update now on the path of Hurricane Idalia, which has been downgraded to a Category 1 storm.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, who's been tracking this all for us really since the beginning. Bill, I know that you said that you'd give the National Weather Center an A rating for forecasts on the intensity and the path of the storm. Is that sort of still the case this hour? And frankly, which areas at this moment are bracing for that flash flooding?
Yeah, no surprises. You know, even when it got to barely a Category 4, that wasn't really a big shock. They said it would be a Category 3 and intensifying to landfall. A couple things about the pictures that we showed you. First, we gave where the landfall location is. Typically, when you have a major hurricane landfall, notice the structures weren't really destroyed. We'll have to see what the exact peak intensity of the winds were. But we have roof damage, maybe some top levels of buildings have significant damage. We're not seeing things that were completely level. Most of the damage from this storm has been caused by that storm surge, and that's what we were most fearful of, by the way. And the water is coming down. So gravity's doing its thing. The wind is not pushing the water towards the shore anymore. So gravity's taking it back out. Storm surge was 8 feet in Cedar Key. Now it's at 3 feet. So we're going in the right direction. In Tampa, we were about 5 feet. Now we're about 2.8. So as we continue to go past this high tide this afternoon, then the water will quickly go out this evening. Then we'll focus our attention further to the north for the high tide cycle this evening at around 7 to 8 o'clock in the Carolinas. We still do have that hurricane warning for this region, and that's where we're going to see some of the stronger winds as we go throughout the evening, as we get some bands setting up. Rainfall is also an issue. This area here from Valdosta into central Georgia, now all the way up to Vidalia, is all under a flash flood warning. Very heavy rain. Estimates around 3 to 6 inches at least has been occurring in this region. So that's possibly life-threatening. Later, we'll take the heavy rainfall through South Carolina, especially central portions, heading away from the coast, and then into North Carolina, too. Don't be surprised with some flooding issues around Fayetteville, heading just north of Jacksonville here in Onslow County. So that's some of the issues we'll have. And then as far as the current winds go, I don't think we're seeing too much more in the way of damage. We shouldn't see widespread power outages. I think they're going to be isolated. Notice these wind gusts in the 49-mile-per-hour range. Earlier, Valdosta got up there near about 70, so we definitely have seen a weakening of the storm. And if we don't see any higher gusts soon, I wouldn't doubt if it becomes a tropical storm as we go throughout this afternoon. These are the max wind gusts that are predicted. I'm hoping with the weakening of the system, we don't get into the 70 range, because if we do, that could cause power outages. I definitely feel like we're going to deal no matter what with that storm surge threat in the Carolina coastline tonight. It'd be nice if we don't have to worry about trees falling on homes.
And you were saying around 7:30 is kind of the time frame, 7:30, 8:30?
Yeah, 7:30 is the high tide for the Charleston area, and around 8:30 for, 7:30 Savannah, around 8:30 for Charleston.
All right, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
And stay with us as we continue to track this storm. We're going to have updates as Hurricane Idalia barrels up the East Coast. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
morning. Right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize you have to wait the dishes, you leave.
Allegations of Russian pork hunting.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
an exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, Hurricane Idalia is barreling up the southern East Coast as we speak. Georgia, the Carolinas, they've all declared a state of emergency.
Yeah, officials say they want resources at the ready as some areas brace for storm surge up to 5 feet high. We are already seeing dangerous conditions with damaging wind gusts and heavy rains, and that storm is expected to ramp up into the afternoon. We have a team coverage now of the storm as it moves north. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is in South Carolina, but we begin with MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser, who's live there for us in Georgia, where we can already see the rain coming down on you. So, Linz, Savannah, seeing that tropical storm force weather. Officials say it's going to get worse as the evening wears on. How bad is the flooding expected to be?
Well, hey, Vicki and Morgan, good to be with you both. I mean, we have seen on and off heavy rain. You can see here in the Savannah River, the current is picking up. We see some white caps, but the river has receded a little bit. Now, we know that Idalia came into the state of Georgia as a Category 1 hurricane this morning. Some areas seeing gusts as high as 90 miles an hour, some 61,000 people without power. And we also know some areas saw 9 to 10 inches of rain. So that's caused some flash flooding in parts of the state. Hopefully crews will get out this afternoon when the winds slow a little bit in those areas to repair and also just assess the damage. Here in Savannah, we are expecting to see the hurricane weakened to a tropical storm. That's some good news here, but we're still going to potentially see 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Now, the mayor of Savannah told MSNBC last hour he is predicting the storm to be here from 5 to 10 this evening. That's a larger window than what Governor Kemp had told us the previous hour in a briefing. And so we are bracing for the highest winds of the day later this evening. And the mayor's also concerned because we are surrounded by water and we are in a low-lying area. So they're telling people to hunker down, ride it out, get to safety if you need to before that storm, which is very fast moving. One of the maybe saving graces here in the situation, moves out of Georgia and into South Carolina.
All right, MSNBC anchor Lindsay Reiser in Savannah, Georgia for us. Thank you, Lindsay.
It has really been shocking just how quickly that storm has been moving, especially we've seen that sort of as a pattern in recent years. Let's go ahead now to NBC News correspondent Kathy Park, who is live for us in Charleston, South Carolina. Kathy, I know the brunt of this storm is expected to hit there a little bit later tonight, and then there's concern about the timing with the high tide. So what are officials sort of telling people to do? What are they telling them about the flood risks?
Well, Morgan, good afternoon to you. We are already seeing the impacts of Idalia right now. In fact, we were slammed with heavy bands of rain within the past hour, and it led to flash flooding. We're kind of standing in some ponding right now, but I can tell you in the past, 10 minutes or so, the water has receded very quickly. In fact, let me show you here this flood gauge. The water, I would say, in just the past 10 minutes or so, was close to a foot. So the good news here is that crews have done a very good job clearing the drains in the area, these low-lying areas, also putting out pumps for bracing for what's to come. Because as Lindsay mentioned as well, the storm here is supposed to be a tropical storm as it strikes later on this evening. But as you mentioned, Morgan, this could coincide with the high tide. Flooding on a good day when there is just a normal thunderstorm, that leads to flooding. But when you add a high tide, also the full moon, that could only worsen the flooding, especially in these low-lying regions. So in anticipation of this storm, a lot of residents as well as business owners have prepared yesterday. They're also preparing today. We saw a lot of them stacking up sandbags in front of storefronts as well as businesses. We spoke with a neighbor, a resident of Charleston, a longtime resident, just a few minutes ago, and he knows the drill and he prepared. Here's how he's doing it. Take a listen.
We got, I think, 10-inch pipes going down the street, 2 of them, and everybody else has 30 or 40 or 50.
And then you were talking about this right here. You've kind of fortified your house in case there is flooding. If you could talk about this.
Put these up, and then I found out, unfortunately, I turned it into a swimming pool because my whole yard was enclosed.
Now, evacuation orders have not been issued here in Charleston, but of course the mayor is urging people to hunker down, stay indoors, especially as the storm moves in later on this evening. We're anticipating extremely high wind gusts, anywhere between 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, also heavy rain, several inches of rain, and of course that could lead to more flooding in this area. Guys?
Kathy, it is good to see that the water receded so quickly. The storm drains are clear. It sounds like at least the residents are getting the message to prepare to get the sandbags. You were telling us about some business owners earlier just getting their shops ready. What more do you know about that?
Yeah, so yesterday there were 5 different locations here in Charleston where they were able to fill up their sandbags. There was a limit, 10 bags per person. And they kind of followed the protocol, and they got ready yesterday. They're also getting ready in the next coming hours. But once again, officials are warning people that the storm is headed this way.
Kathy, thank you so much.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. It's great to see you.
So much work to be done here still.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hurricane Idalia is quickly moving north, but not before leaving behind massive destruction and a rising storm surge. From our NBC affiliate WFLA, Jeff Patterson surveys the damage in Cedar Key. It's a little-known island community tucked away along Florida's Nature Coast.
We are back in the Max Defender 8 storm-chasing vehicle because the signal from here is the best that we can offer you. A little sketchy when we get outside of the vehicle, but I want to take you outside. I want to show you what's going on. Right now, you're looking at images from the faraway inn here in Cedar Key. You can see the water pouring out of that window there. The glass broke out maybe an hour or two ago. And then if we pan left, if Joey Capistrano, the photographer here, can pan left, what you're seeing is debris that maybe an hour or so ago was a building. That's the roof of the building. There's some furniture that you can see there that was inside of the building. A front door there, that blue item that you saw there was a front door. We've noticed that there has been some coolers that have been floating by, some kayaks that have floated by. At one point during the course of the night, we saw an entire dock float by, but then when the building here at the faraway inn kind of disintegrated in front of us, we knew then things were getting really bad on the buildings that are the closest to the Gulf of Mexico. And as Joey was zoomed in there on that telephone pole that is there at the end of the street, there's a gauge there that shows the storm surge, and we've been keeping a real close eye on that overnight. It has hung in around 9 or 10 feet here for the last hour or so. I was told by Cedar Key Fire Rescue that we could expect the storm surge to get above 16 feet, but we have seen it just kind of hanging around 10 feet. We know that the tide is going to start to come up here over the next several hours.
Our thanks to Jeff Patterson from WFLA. Morgan?
Well, Vicki, right now we're getting an inside look at how local officials in Florida prepared their communities for Idalia. Just earlier, Emergency Management Director for Leon County, Kevin Peters, joined our Today Show colleagues to break down exactly what his team is seeing there. Take a look.
Our concern is the safety of the public with a storm of the magnitude of Idalia. Even though it's making landfall a little bit east of us, we are definitely going to feel the effects here in the Tallahassee area. So citizens in our area, they need to stay indoors. They need to stay in or near their safe room and have a way to get updates from their local media, such as NBC or through our resources within Leon County and the city of Tallahassee.
With that said, what is the biggest threat your county faces at this hour?
Yeah, so right now we're going to be facing the increasing wind gusts as the storm is making landfall. Your field reporter showed it. We're seeing the winds get closer and closer to tropical storm force strength in Tallahassee in our wind gusts. So with all the trees, we want people to stay off the roadways. We also have the rainfall that's happening now. So the safest thing to do is to stay home right now if you're in the Tallahassee area.
Director Peters, I wanted to ask you about the level of preparedness within your county. There's about 300,000 residents there, but given the historic nature, the unprecedented nature of this storm, are you worried that people aren't as prepared as they could or should be?
We've been experienced by storms in the past. 2016, we had Hermine. We had the effects of Irma in 17 and the effects from Michael in 2018. So our community has experience with storms, and we put a lot of effort here at Leon County to educate the public on disaster preparedness. We work throughout the year, not just for hurricanes, but for any disaster that could strike our community.
Thank you so much for our Today colleagues for bringing us that interview.
Well, this morning, Perry, Florida was hit by Hurricane Idalia's northern eye wall as it made landfall.
NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez encountered some of the worst conditions right as Idalia came to shore.
Hold on, and here we're getting a really strong wind gust. So our team is right next to a concrete wall, and if things get too dangerous here, we can go right inside. There's other members of the media here. There's some local residents here who evacuated their homes but decided to ride it out in this hotel. And you can see right there, I'm gonna move inside a little bit. We just saw this billboard ripping off right here. If my cameraman, Paul Rigney, can get over there, I'm going to step out of frame right here. We're already starting to see that damage. This billboard is about to come down.
And Gabe did get to safety. His crew did as well. All right, I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and you are watching NBC News Daily.
Now is raw.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is real.
The Fed's decision today to help us translate that into very plain English.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Sinclair Samoa.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, August 30th, 2023, breaking news, the wrath of Idalia. The monster hurricane roars ashore in Florida, hitting the Gulf Coast with flooding and ferocious wind.
But water's probably to the ceiling of our house right now.
We've lost everything.
Florida Highway Patrol has confirmed the violent storm system has turned deadly. Our NBC News correspondents are in the places being hit the hardest.
We are in the thick of it, and we are getting pounded by some heavy winds and heavy rain that we've only seen intensify over the last hour or so.
And now, as the storm turns northeast, we're tracking where it's going and just when it arrives. Thank you so much for being with us. So many people impacted today, so we're going to get right to it. We begin this hour with the breaking news. Hurricane Idalia delivering a powerful hit to the southeastern U.S.
Yeah, the hurricane is now a Category 1 as it moves through Georgia towards the Carolinas. But this morning, Idalia officially made landfall as a major Category 3 hurricane in Keaton Beach, Florida. That's about an hour and a half south of Tallahassee. This is drone footage you're looking at of the damage there. You can see the roof ripped off of at least one house that appears to be a gas station just completely turned over.
That's right. And if you can't tell already, Idalia has already made history. It is the strongest storm to make landfall on the Big Bend of Florida in 127 years. The Florida Highway Patrol has confirmed at least 2 people have been killed in connection to this storm. One of those is in Pasco County, just north of Tampa. Police say the driver of a Ford Ranger lost control of their car and it hit a tree. And these are photos of that area released by the sheriff there. You can see the sheer amount of water covering the streets right now.
It's unbelievable when you look at these images. Entire neighborhoods have been flooded by the storm surge. And then there's the wind. At one point, Idalia brought sustained winds of 125 miles per hour, causing widespread power outages between Georgia and Florida. More than 350,000 customers are without power right now.
So let's get right to it with NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, we just got a new update on the storm from the National Hurricane Center. What do we need to know?
We're seeing a weakling Idalia, barely holding on to hurricane status, probably a tropical storm as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. We haven't seen any gusts close to hurricane strength. The storm is located just south of Idalia, pretty much just to the due east, northeast of Valdosta. So it's going to be heading up towards Savannah. There's not a lot of rain. There's not even any rain bands out ahead of it coming off the water, which is pretty rare. You have to go all the way up here to Charleston and heading up and towards areas near Myrtle Beach and Georgetown to get into some of these bands. So it's a lot of dry air that's wrapped around it. That said, there's still a big concerns with flash flooding. So we'll get to that in a second. The highest wind gust, by the way, was Perry. There were likely higher gusts down at the coast in areas where they made landfall. Perry's about 20 miles inland. So here's the latest from the Hurricane Center. And ever since it made landfall, pretty much moving in a north-northeasterly direction. We expect it to take more of a turn towards Savannah and Charleston as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. It shouldn't lose too much more of its intensity. Hurricane Center does bring it down to a tropical storm, but not until after this evening. It could happen a little earlier. But regardless, we're still going to have that onshore flow for that high tide tonight. That's the next item of concern. How bad will the coastal flooding be along the South Carolina and Georgia coastlines at that high tide this evening? We do expect a storm surge possible of 2 to 5 feet. So if we get to the upper ends of that, along with hitting that high tide on this full moon, that's where we could get into some issues. Hopefully, we'll hit that storm surge peak earlier, or maybe the winds will be weaker, and we'll get to the lower portion of that. The wind predictions, if that storm is continuing to weaken at the rate it is, we may not get these 70-mile-per-hour winds that are predicted for the coastal areas. That'd be great because I'm sure people here don't want to lose power and have the trees falling down. Inland areas, I think you're going to be okay. Should be very isolated power outages away from the coast. And then the tornado threat, we've already had about 3 or 4 reported today. Nothing really significant damage-wise, but we are under that tornado watch for coastal sections from Georgia all the way up to southern North Carolina. That's still 10 p.m. this evening. So as you said, we know with a major hurricane making landfall and moving through the southeast, we have multiple issues we'll continue to watch.
All right, meteorologist Bill Cairns with the latest there. Thank you very much.
Let's bring in Lindsay Reiser, who is in Savannah, Georgia, where the storm is headed now. Lindsay, we've been watching just devastating video from earlier today when the hurricane made landfall. It seems to be losing some steam, but that doesn't mean it's any less dangerous, right? Tell us, what is the scene like in Savannah? I can tell you're getting hit by some rain bands.
Yeah, I mean, a couple positive factors that Bill was just talking about. It's expected to weaken by the time it really hits us. That's expected this evening. The mayor is predicting between 5 and 10 p.m. local time this evening. But you can see here some rapid currents here in the Savannah River. Now, right now, we do have a lull. We have seen on and off heavy wind and heavy rain in the area. But again, we are predicting that later this evening, that is when we will see the most intense winds. Still some 50 to 60 miles and at mile-an-hour winds, even though it will be downgraded to a tropical storm, you guys.
And Lindsay, of course, we have anticipated this storm for days. Authorities have encouraged residents to heed these warnings, right, and evacuate, plan for the worst. What are the impact of those warnings right now?
Absolutely. I mean, Zinkley, the storm hit the state of Georgia as a Category 1 hurricane this morning. And so we saw 90-mile-an-hour winds. We saw flash flooding in some areas. In fact, the governor addressed that. Let's go ahead and listen.
We had multiple counties in the affected area that are seeing winds in the 70 to 80 mile per hour and some gust up to 90. We know by radar it looks like we may potentially have in some areas 9 to 10 inches of rain. The good thing is this is a narrow storm and is very fast moving, so it's not sitting on us and dumping even more rain than that at one time.
Some 61,000 people without power in this state. The governor says hopefully this afternoon, when the winds die down in those areas, crew can get out there to repair. Zing, Clay, and Ellison.
Yeah, hoping everyone stays safe. Lindsay Reiser in Savannah, Georgia for us. Thank you.
The hurricane brought some extreme flooding to the Tampa Bay area. Take a look at this drone video. Some of the streets there, they look more like rivers, people actually kayaking in them. And the water is so high, instead of cars, that's what they're turning to. Jet skis, kayaks, other ways to get around.
It's really just unbelievable. NBC's Marissa Parra is in Tampa for us. Marissa, I do hope you're keeping safe out there. I know this area is, of course, no stranger to flooding, but you all seem to finally be getting a bit of a break. So what's it like out there?
Yes. Well, I can tell you right now that when I first stepped out here earlier this morning, the water was just below my knees where I'm standing right now. I probably couldn't have even told you what I was standing on back then. Now you can see the water has receded quite a bit. But you talked about people taking creative measures to get around. I'll point out, if you go one block over this way, you can absolutely use your car. So it is possible. I think people were more so just having fun, taking their kayaks and their paddle boards out here. But it was just seconds ago, guys, right before you and I started talking, that we saw Tampa police take a car out here, and they quite literally, they asked everyone to stop doing exactly what we were talking about. They were enforcing getting off of the roadways, the flooded roadways, with their kayaks and whatever they were choosing to take out of here. And I asked them, is it because of a safety reason, because you guys are trying to clear the streets, because it's going to pull resources if they need rescuing? And they said yes, and because the water is contaminated. There's a whole lot of things in here that you don't really want to be swimming in. You can use your imagination. We've also seen photos of things like rattlesnakes swimming in the water in the county that we're in. We know that the sheriff's office released a photo of that. So please keep that in mind as you are making your way through the area, because this water is not clean. But when we talk about the break here, the nice thing, when we talk about how things are improving, the Tampa Bay Airport, the Tampa International Airport, it's reopening for incoming flights. That's this evening. They are expecting to fully reopen sometime tomorrow morning. But we do know that there's a king tide that's supposed to roll in at some point. So we're staying cautiously optimistic as we're waiting a potential another band. But so far, so good. We haven't seen heavy rain in at least an hour or two, guys.
Marissa, have you seen any sort of damage in that area, or are most residents telling you they feel like they got a bit lucky here?
Well, I will say historically, Tampa residents say they always feel like they've gotten lucky with hurricanes, or at least in recent memory. And so I will say, though, that if you look in certain places in the Zone A, you look at Clearwater, St. Petersburg, that peninsula that's surrounded by Gulf of Mexico and Bay waters, there are some areas that had to see evacuation. So in terms of damage, that's something that will still need to be assessed through daylight and in the coming days, guys.
All right, Marissa Parra, thank you.
Let's bring in MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart. He is in Crystal River, Florida. That is north of Tampa along the Gulf Coast. Jose, thank you for your coverage down there. You are in the area where we were actually expecting the worst of the storm surge. So how is it looking right now? What's the damage like?
Good afternoon. Things are starting to look better here where we are. And just to give you a little bit of a broader kind of geographic location than we are, we're about 10 miles north of Homosassa and about 9 miles south of an area called Ingalls and Yankeetown. They're sparsely populated, but they've been affected. Almost all of these places have been affected because they're so low-lying by these waters. I mean, I've been here for hours, and it's still here. I have to tell you that it's a lot lower than it was. We're right in front of the hotel where we've been staying, and this whole first floor of the hotel got flooded, and it's still in bad shape. There's no power here. About 272,000 households in Florida still without power. Ooh, something was moving around here. As you know, we were talking about Melissa Parra talking about the things that are happening and that go around here. You know, there's a whole life thing going on under the water, and one has to be careful. Those are some of the dangers, because I've got to tell you, you know, a lot of the injuries and even some of the deaths that occur during a storm actually happen after the storm. And it's because of things like walking in an area where there may be down power lines, or how about when you walk out of your house and you don't see the power lines that are covered over by shrubs, by leaves, by debris. And it's a hot power line, and that happens over and over again, and we've seen it. And I remember from Hurricane Andrew in 1992 to last year, right here in the west coast of Florida, all the way through all of the hurricanes that we've covered, there are a lot of injuries that occur after, and it's so important. That's why we were listening to Marisa just talking about really be aware of that. It's something that is happening. The good news is that the waters here, at least, are receding.
No, Jose, that's so critical, and there is still so much risk, including moving items in the water and creatures. So really important people stay safe, especially with those electricity concerns, too.
That's what they always advise, stay out of the water, because bacteria can form there, and that can make you so sick in the days and weeks after a storm. Jose Diaz-Balart, thank you. We appreciate your reporting.
We, of course, are continuing to track Idalia all afternoon on NBC News Daily, including the latest from the landfall zone, how people there are assessing the damage. That's up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We are back now with our coverage of Hurricane Idalia. We're going to take you to the small Gulf Coast town of Cedar Key, Florida. They just took a very big hit.
Yeah, storm surge just poured through the streets. You can see the piles of debris floating in the water. Many businesses and restaurants in town are really feeling the impact. Joining us now is Jordan Keaton. He owns 83 West, which is the largest restaurant in Cedar Key. Jordan, we appreciate you joining us. We're so sorry that you and your community are having to deal with this. We're glad you are safe. Can you talk to us about what you've seen? We understand you just returned to Cedar Key. What is the damage like at your restaurant?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I haven't been able to assess the damage yet on my restaurant. We're still waiting at the bridge to get let on. They're doing some assessments to make sure that the bridge is safe to drive on. So FDOT is working currently on that, and we're just kind of waiting for that moment. We're hoping it's not too bad. From what I've seen, it looks like the deck around my building is gone, and it's not the first time that's happened from a hurricane, but it's definitely a big loss for us.
No, for sure. And we're so sorry for that loss because, of course, this is your livelihood, your business. And you talked about it not being the first time. I know you've had to repair your restaurant several times before following storms. So how did you prepare this time, even though I know you have not yet seen your restaurant? And how does this compare to previous storms?
It's a pretty strong storm that came through. I mean, the surge is, it's still underwater around here. So we're dealing with this as we can. It's not been easy. I mean, it's been really terrifying for a lot of people out here, and but we're trying to make it. You know, it's you just got to take it one step at a time. Luckily, we're in a town that helps each other out, and we're all here to you know, get cleaned up and make this a great island again.
Can you talk to us a little more about that? What are you hearing from other business owners, other members of your community, and how are you guys trying to help each other?
Well, first is just kind of clean up the debris and assess where we're at that point. But, you know, I mean, the town gets together pretty well, and people help out in any way they can with, you know, whether it's just sweeping something up or, you know, jetting down pilings again. We're hoping it's not too bad at that point, but I do know we have cut out for it.
Yeah, and Jordan, I mean, I heard two things from you. I heard you say that this was terrifying, and I heard a big sigh from you. How are you feeling about all this? Jordan, can you still hear us? All right, Jordan, it looks like we lost you. Understandably, the conditions out there are pretty rough, but we appreciate you, Jordan Keaton, making the time to speak, and we wish you the best with your business as you build and step back into recovery. Of course, so many are reeling from Hurricane Idalia, rooted in Florida and now making its way up to Georgia. Our teams have been covering it all day.
No matter how many times you see the images or how many times a community has been through a storm, it still makes it difficult, challenging. And as soon as you try to get back in to assess the damage, your brain goes to, how do I fix this as I move forward? It's good to hear that community already is familiar, at least, with working together. There is a live look we can give you right now of the radar and show you where Idalia is. It is currently a Category 1 hurricane over South Georgia. We're continuing to track the storm right now at NBCnews.com. We have reporters everywhere as we follow this, as we hear from members of the community as they're dealing with it, still moving their way, preparing for it, and also as they try to make their way back into their homes and recover. One thing we keep hearing, Clay, from our reporters, other people on the ground, is the caution people have to use as they're making their way back. You don't know what is in the flooded water, be it down power lines, be it a bacteria starting to form. This is an important stage for people as they safely assess their damage and figure out where they go from here, and also just mentally wrap their head around what happened.
This is extreme loss, and it is so important that people heed the warnings of authorities. Just because the storm may have passed your area, there's still a lot of risks. We heard it from Jose, the flooding, right? That water is dangerous. You should not go near it. And so we encourage people to heed the warnings of officials and stay with us, because we're going to bring you a lot more updates right here on NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So,
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are continuing to follow today's top story. Hurricane Idalia is now moving northeast after making landfall as a Category 3 storm in Florida.
At this hour, Idalia is over Georgia. This is video out of Valdosta, Georgia, where there is a flash flood emergency right now. You can see people trudging through the dangerous floodwaters. They're also using kayaks to navigate the streets that now look a lot more like rivers.
Idalia is expected to continue moving northeast over the next 24 hours. We are going to bring you a live update from the storm zone in just a few minutes.
But first, turning to some breaking news out of Kentucky. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell appeared to freeze again. It was during a Q&A.
Yeah, with reporters, and you can see him stopping for more than 30 seconds after being asked if he would run for re-election.
We're going to play that exchange for you now in its entirety. Take a listen.
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing you.
That's okay. What are your thoughts on running for re-election in 2026?
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026? All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator. Thank you. Yep.
Okay.
Let's get right to NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. She is following these developments for us on Capitol Hill. Julie, this was a scary episode. It was not the first time we've seen something like this happen to Leader McConnell in recent months. You were actually there when he froze during a press conference back in July. What do we know about this latest episode?
Yeah, exactly, Allison and Zinkley. And watching this on my computer as it happened, I almost thought it was the moment that I witnessed a month ago when he froze. But this time, he, of course, froze for more than 30 seconds. I should note he was speaking for about 30 minutes before this. He had a lengthy statement on Ukraine and congressional funding. This was actually at a local Chamber of Commerce event in northern Kentucky. You heard him being asked about his re-election plans. Ironically here, his term is up in 2026. He froze there. An aide by his side tried to move him away from the podium. She couldn't even do that. Then you see a detail walking up to him, seeing if he's okay. It really did remind me of that moment on July 26th, right before the extended congressional recess, where we were there for their weekly leadership press conference, and McConnell unable to finish that. Take a listen to what happened and watch that moment here. Are you good? Now, look, guys, McConnell has been holding events all month along back home. This is publicly at least the first time we've seen him freeze up since that moment at the end of July. But this is not the last in his health scares, and not the first, of course, either. In March, he suffered a fall at a local D.C. hotel, suffering a concussion and broken ribs, where he was in recovery and out of the Senate for over a month. He came back to perform his duties. He was sharp on the Senate floor. He was sharp in other matters as well throughout the last few months. But we've seen just these continuous health scares from McConnell, and certainly today is no different.
Julie, of course, we wish him well, though we don't want to speculate on what exactly that is. How is Leader McConnell's office responding right now, especially amid questions around the age of our lawmakers today?
Look, it's hard to get a straight answer from them. Obviously, they're sensitive about this issue, and they haven't really offered up more information than they need to. And it's not just about this. This is sort of how they operate in general. But they did release a short statement to NBC News with a spokesperson telling us, quote, Leader McConnell felt momentarily lightheaded and paused during his press conference today. He also added, while he feels fine, as a prudential measure, the leader will be consulting a physician prior to his next event. That's something we'll be keeping a close eye on. By the way, the Senate set to return a week from now.
All right, we're sure you'll stay on this one, Julie Sirkin. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Julie. Here's another live look at Idalia as it heads north. We'll have a look at the conditions in areas in Georgia as well as the Carolinas, what they may be expecting to see over the next few hours. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. We'll be right back.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily.
We continue to track Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way across the southeast. The storm made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane just before 8 a.m. Eastern time, pummeling the Gulf Coast and areas between Tampa and Tallahassee.
More than 200,000 people in Florida are without power at this hour. The storm is packing wind and rain, but it's the storm surge that's the biggest concern. Officials warn it could reach 16 feet. 16 feet in some areas. This video from Pasco, Florida, with water levels over 8 feet, nearly drowning street signs. The storm reportedly already claiming at least one life.
And here's where we are right now. Idalia has been downgraded to a Category 1 storm, but it still is packing a major threat of wind and rain as it makes its way across Georgia and the Carolinas. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has been tracking this storm around the clock. So, Bill, where is it headed next?
Well, we're watching the concerns in the Carolinas now. That's where we're focusing our attention. The water levels are beginning to drop on the Florida coast. And by the way, the prediction, the highest, was a storm surge peak could have been 12 to 16 feet. We won't know for days, maybe even weeks, what the actual highest was. They'll go in with the experts and they'll try to find some measurements of the buildings that have survived at the coast and the hardest hit areas. We already know for a fact it's been at least 10 to 12 feet in around the Horseshoe Pass area and Horseshoe Beach. So we'll continue to monitor. And by the way, this is just our latest latest storm that has undergone what we call rapid intensification. This happened during the day yesterday. So yesterday morning at 2 a.m. it was 70 miles per hour. Then at 2 a.m. it was 120. The definition only has to be 35 miles per hour in 24 hours. That's how much it has to increase to meet the definition of the hurricane underwent rapid intensification. This was 50 miles per hour stronger in 24 hours, and then moved on shore. It was briefly a Category 4, then it moved on shore as a Category 3. There was a little bit of what we call an eye wall replacement cycle taking place right before landfall, and that's why the winds were down just a little bit. But still, the storm surge was enormous, and that's still the big issue, that even though the water is beginning now to all head back into the Gulf. So the storm itself, you can see it spinning here in southern portions of Georgia. Not a lot of rain bands right near the coastal areas, not even raining really from Brunswick to Savannah. The downpours are more from Charleston up to Georgetown, heading to Myrtle Beach. There is one tornado warning that just was issued here in between Savannah and Vidalia, just to the north of the interstate. We will continue to watch isolated tornadoes through the rest of today. Flash flooding is going to be an issue. We had significant rains around Valdosta. There were some homes, people being rescued from their homes. There was a flash flood emergency in place that has now been dropped, but we still have some flash flood warnings in between Douglas and Vidalia. And we'll have to see how heavy it rains in areas of South Carolina this evening. That's kind of the next target area for the heaviest rainfall. It's this area right in here. So this is where Myrtle Beach is. This is around Fayetteville, just to the north of Wilmington. And that's a possibility of up to 7 inches of rain. So a significant rainfall event is starting now and will continue through this evening. As far as the winds go, it doesn't look like we're going to see much in the way of additional power outages. This is the highest gust we've been seeing in Jacksonville and St. Simons Island, right around 55 to near 60. So isolated power outages with a wind like that up towards New Brunswick. Savannah's doing just fine. Charleston, your strongest winds will come this evening, probably right around 4 p.m. to about 8 p.m. That's when you'll be the closest to the circulation, and the wind will be coming off the open water. So that's when you have your best chance of any power outages. The winds are way down in Tallahassee as the recovery efforts begin. The sun's even breaking out in a few spots. So here's what we have left. We still do have tropical storm warnings for Tampa area all the way down to Fort Myers. One hurricane warning left. That's for the Savannah area to New Brunswick. So we're slowly watching the storm weakening, but we still have to get through that high tide tonight before things, really improve.
Yeah, still a lot of risk. Bill Cairns, thanks so much.
Now let's get to NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. She is in Charleston, South Carolina. Kathy, the brunt of the storm is expected to hit where you are later tonight. What have you seen so far, and how is the community preparing for the bulk of this?
Hey, Ellison, good afternoon to you. Well, right now it seems like we're getting a little break from these outer bands of Idalia. But just a few minutes ago, we were slammed with heavy showers, downpours. But once again, things are clearing up. But this is kind of what we've been seeing throughout the day today. But the big concern, especially here in the Low Country, of course, is flooding. We've noticed pockets of flash flooding here near the downtown region of Charleston. But the good news is it appears that drains are working, because yesterday a lot of the crews here in the city went around clearing some of the drains, picked up the debris. So this is kind of what they're hoping won't happen later on this evening as a storm gains strength and heads this way. We just heard from the governor of South Carolina a few moments ago. He told residents here in South Carolina, of course, to be on high alert starting at 6 p.m. onward. Right now, the track of the storm is still a bit fluid, but that in combination with the high tide, which is supposed to be around the 8 o'clock hour, that could only worsen some of the flooding in this area. But earlier today and even yesterday, a lot of the residents here in Charleston began filling up sandbags, putting those sandbags in front of storefronts as well as businesses. In fact, we spoke with one business owner along historic King Street earlier today, and she said she didn't want to take any chances. Take a listen.
The back, just like it goes straight down into our back door. So when there's any kind of rain at all, we get like a puddle in the back. So we're a little worried about that.
So what concerns you the most, I guess, with this one?
Probably just if the water gets in the back, it like creates a bunch of humidity in our back room. And then since we have so many paper products, it'll like cause them to kind of like warp and stuff. And so it just damages a little bit of our inventory if it gets like too humid back there.
And Allison, we should point out that here in the state of South Carolina, no evacuation orders have been issued. However, officials are saying, look, after 6 o'clock,
you do want to stay home. Don't go out there. Don't endanger first responders as they try to come rescue you if you put yourself in that situation. Of course, crews, once again, going out, making sure they clear the drains and also pick up the debris as we await the storm. Ellison?
Kathy at Zinkley here. Do you get a sense that residents there are going to actually heed those warnings? Because as you mentioned, a big worry here is the timing of all this, especially with the full moon tonight. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so folks here in South Carolina, they know the drill because as you heard from that store owner, when there is even a thunderstorm, they are used to dealing with flooding. So not taking any chances. You saw a lot of folks putting those sandbags in front of their homes and businesses. They don't want to take any chances. Obviously, water could ruin their homes and also their businesses as well. So, yes, I would say for the most part, a lot of those folks are heeding the warnings. We'll have to wait and see right now. Once again, the conditions, it looks like things have kind of calmed down a bit, but it keeps picking up every so often. So once again, the storm is supposed to hit later on this evening. The timing somewhere between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. And of course, the worry is that king tide, which is around 8:30 tonight. So there is this trifecta of the king tide, the tropical storm conditions, as well as the full moon. So we'll see what happens later on.
All right, Kathy Park, stay safe and thank you.
Well, earlier in the show, we showed you some of this video.
Wow. It is of Keaton Beach, Florida. That's where Idalia made landfall this morning as a Category 3 storm. Our Gabe Gutierrez made it to that area just a short while ago and spoke to our colleague Andrea Mitchell about what he's witnessed.
Hi there, Andrea. Well, we're here just outside of Keaton Beach. We actually rode out the storm in Perry, which is not far from here, about 20 miles or so. And when we were driving out of Perry just now, we saw extensive tree damage, a lot of down power lines, a collapsed gas station as we were going out of town. Now, this is the main road into Keaton Beach. And right behind me, you can see the Taylor County Sheriff. First responders are now heading into this beach and checking to see for any survivors. And they're trying right now to see if, who decided to ride it out and whether they're okay. We're told to hang back for just a few moments while those first responders are able to do their job. Now, Andrea, I can tell you that earlier this morning when we were in Perry, there was extremely powerful winds, well over 100 miles an hour, and that was 20 miles inland. You can only imagine just how powerful those wind gusts must have been here at the beach where this powerful storm, Idalia, first made landfall. Again, we're still trying to learn the full extent of the damage here in Keaton Beach. This was where that eye first made landfall a little earlier this morning. We're hoping to get behind this roadblock. Some residents have been trying to come in. This is, again, that main road, and driving in here was very difficult. Just a short time ago, it was impassable as first responders were there cutting through power lines, cutting through down trees, trying to be the first ones to reach that beach on the other side of this roadblock, Andrea.
And any moment now, President Biden is expected to deliver remarks about his administration's response to Idalia.
Yeah, right now you're seeing live pictures inside the White House, and they are monitoring the storm closely and the damage left in its path. Senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now. So, Kelly, of course, this is impacting millions of Americans, and it's not the only national emergency the administration is dealing with, right? First, these Maui wildfires, now this. So what is the Biden administration doing to help? Of course, we haven't heard from him yet, but what are we expecting?
Well, we certainly have heard from the FEMA administrator who addressed reporters at the briefing room, and she has talked about the fact that these cluster of crises that are happening are a part of a new normal with extreme weather and other kinds of things that are a real concern for the FEMA budget, which is limited, and they're now going to a kind of emergency services component there where they're going to devote the resources they have to these current crises, what's happening in Florida, onto Georgia, and so forth with Idalia, and obviously what's going on in Maui. They have already pre-positioned more than 1 million meals, more than 1 million bottles of water. In Florida, they have capacity for shelters at about 20,000. And Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, talked about the approach the government is taking to try to be responsive to these crises.
The president and our entire administration are committed to supporting all communities impacted by the hurricane. We will be with you every step of the way, as we have been when we have to deal with these types of disastrous situation, hurricanes, extreme weather. This is an administration that will be with this community from before it started, as you all know, from what you heard from the president earlier this week, and also the administrator after it hits, and we will be there until they are able to rebuild.
And Administrator Criswell said that in her meetings with the president today, he asked her to travel to Florida so she can meet in person with Governor DeSantis. She's been briefing the president from the headquarters here, and so she's going to make that trip and also be able to contact the other governors in the line of the storm to address whatever needs they have as well. Sinclair?
And Kelly, it's Ellison here. Can you tell us what sort of conversations the White House has been having with the governors of these states that have already been impacted by this hurricane and those that likely will be in the coming hours?
Well, Ellison, so often those phone calls are the first way to get information to the White House about the immediate needs. And the president has spoken to Governor DeSantis. The administrator talked about speaking to the governors of all the states in the line of the storm's path. And they're also talking to local and other state level officials to try to make sure they know what resources are needed and to try to help flood the zone with additional resources from other states and from the federal government. Ellison, Zinclay?
Kelly O'Donnell, thank you.
As we await President Biden, here's a live look at Kiawah Island, South Carolina, feeling the impact of Hurricane Idalia. This live shot coming to us from Earth Camp. What people are seeing in some of the hardest hit areas in Florida. That's next. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We We are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Idalia with a look at one of the areas hit hardest by this storm.
Joining us now is Lieutenant Scott Tummond of the Levy County Sheriff's Office. Lieutenant, thank you so much for joining us, especially at this time. I understand that Cedar Key is actually in your county, and just yesterday, mandatory evacuations were ordered there. Now we've seen flooding. So can you just tell us about some of the damage your office is seeing and dealing with?
Well, we have a lot of structural damage due to flooding right now down in the Cedar Key area and our other coastal community in Yankeetown. I am very pleased to report that our search and rescue efforts have already been completed. The list of individuals that decided to hunker down on Cedar Key have been checked on. Everyone is okay. We only have one minor injury to report. A citizen was trying to navigate around, tripped and fell and struck their head pretty hard. We were able to get them off the island and to emergency services very quickly after that report came in. So right now our waters are hopefully starting to recede a little bit. Our king tide hit us at 2 o'clock, and we're hopeful that water will get out of there quickly enough that we can really assess the storm damage and start our recovery and rebuilding process.
I mean, that really is incredible. Yeah. Search and rescue completed, one minor injury. That's impressive.
I was going to say kudos to you and your team, Lieutenant. One thing people often, no matter how many times I've covered a hurricane, I'm always amazed at how many people stay, even when there are mandatory evacuation orders, not seeming to process that when they can't get out, that means first responders can't get in either. For people who maybe are in some of these other counties where they have been told that they should leave or stay put, could you talk to us a little more about the difficulty teams encounter when you are trying to go back into these areas to see if people are trapped or if they need help? Why is that process such a struggle?
Well, it's a struggle because our small counties are constrained with the types of vehicles that we have to get in there. Governor DeSantis threw everything and the kitchen sink at us. We have a large contingency of National Guardsmen in Levy County right now, and they're partnered up with our local assets and assets coming in from the Florida Sheriff's Association to check on our residents and make sure that everything in Levy County is safe. So I can't thank the response from the governor's office and from the Florida Sheriff's Association enough. We weathered the storm. We're not totally out of the woods yet. The process of recovery and rebuilding can start now that we know everyone is safe.
And Lieutenant, you say you're not totally out of the woods. I understand neighboring Polk County Sheriff's Office says it is sending a rescue team to Levy County to assist. And given that you face the storm surge, flooding, harsh winds, what assistance do you need right now?
Right now, it's going to be recovery, and the island of Cedar Key is still closed. So people trying to navigate back down to Cedar Key to get on the island, they're going to be turned away at the number 4 bridge unless they have a reentry pass and they have a high wheel vehicle to get there. The island still has a lot of water on it. Probably 40+% of that island still has standing water on it. That includes the homes and businesses there. So we need to let that water recede so that the folks, when they do make reentry into these areas, they're safe getting to where they need to go.
Lieutenant, how long should people who are watching this and maybe wanting to get in as soon as they can to check on their homes, their businesses, how long would you advise them to wait before trying to come back into the community?
Obviously, if they can wait until tomorrow and guarantee that the water has receded totally, so they can see where to put their feet. Right now, they're putting their feet underwater if they try to get onto the island and check their houses or check their businesses. That's just dangerous. You never know what's down there. We want to keep the injury at just 1. We don't want to add additional to that list. So give it a little bit of time. Your property is safe. There's a large contingency of law enforcement at the number 4 bridge forbidding entrance onto the island. So nobody's getting down there unless they come through us.
Lieutenant, really briefly here, what is the biggest risk right now to residents there?
The biggest risk to residents right now is trying to start too early. Give Mother Nature time to go ahead and remove the water from our homes and from our businesses and get in there safely.
Absolutely. Hoping people stay safe. Lieutenant, thanks for your time and your work.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see that.
So much work to be done here still.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I've been living in the water for 5 years.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Not a storm surge like this, no. This is the first time. This is an exceptional one, big one.
I didn't know what I was going to do until these guys showed up. I was going to actually stay and swim in my house. I'm grateful, so grateful.
You can see I'm standing in the middle of State Road 24 right now, and it's completely underwater. In general, our structures are in trouble, our roads are in trouble, but our community here is strong.
We are continuing to track Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way northeast across Georgia and the Carolinas. The storm made landfall earlier today in Florida as a Category 3 hurricane. Idalia has now been downgraded to a Category 1 storm. Make sure to stream NBC News Now for complete storm coverage throughout the day.
Let's turn to some other stories making headlines today. The opioid overdose reversal medication Narcan will be widely available for over-the-counter purchase starting next week. The drug was previously only available by prescription, but it was often free at local health departments and through needle exchange programs. Overdoses are actually the leading cause of accidental death in the United States. Public health officials have long called for increased access to Narcan to fight the nation's worsening opioid epidemic. Shipments are on their way right now to major retailers like Walgreens, CVS, and Walmart. The Biden administration is attempting to rein in skyrocketing drug prices for millions of Americans who depend on Medicare for their prescriptions.
The White House has listed the first 10 medications that will be subject to price cut negotiations with major drug companies. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
Yeah, good day. This is a big fight shaping up with major drug companies, the Chamber of Commerce, and Capitol Hill Republicans moving to block this law. But this is a very popular move among Americans, capping drug prices. Both Republicans and Democrats out there in the general public, and many seniors who struggle to pay for their meds.
49 million Americans depend on Medicare for their prescription drugs. Now a big change.
We're going to keep standing up to Big Pharma, and we're not going to back down.
The White House taking on Big Pharma, listing 10 widely prescribed drugs now subject to Medicare price negotiations, including blood thinners, drugs for diabetes, arthritis, heart and kidney disease.
I am on 8 medications altogether.
Robin Gilden is a retired Pittsburgh teacher.
One that really bothers me but is helping me stay alive and healthy is my Jardiance for my diabetes.
Jardiance is on the list. Nationwide, Medicare out-of-pocket expenses can average $6,500 and more per year.
The out-of-pocket costs that they have to spend on drugs sometimes limit the ability for them to buy food, limit their ability to pay for heat or electricity. So this is life or death for many of them.
If drug companies don't participate in negotiations, they face tax penalties. The pharma industry is suing to block the new law, claiming it'll mean less money for new drugs. And politics should not dictate which treatments and cures are worth developing and who should get access to them. Sheldon Armis retired from the pharmaceutical industry. Now he takes 8 to 9 meds and sees friends struggling to pay for their meds.
I'm not proud that I once worked in the pharmaceutical industry. I no longer trust many of the things that they say.
If you're struggling to pay for prescriptions, experts have some advice. Ask your insurance company how much it covers for a particular prescription and whether there's a preferred pharmacy with a lower cost. Check directly with the drug manufacturer for coupons, savings, and assistance programs, which in some cases may be available even if you don't have insurance. Sites like GoodRx and Blink Health offer comparison pricing. And ask your pharmacist if a generic version of your drug is available at a lower price. Some discount pharmacies offer lower costs if you sign up for their memberships.
So drug companies have until October 1st to decide whether they will negotiate. If they don't, they could lose both Medicare and Medicaid contracts. So the stakes are high. The actual price cuts will take effect in January of 26. then more drug cuts in the years ahead. Republicans on Capitol Hill oppose this, but a recent poll found 83% of Americans approve of negotiating prices down. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thanks so much. That's going to be really important for a lot of Americans.
Incredibly huge.
Well, I'm Zinklea Somwa.
And I'm Ellison Barber. You're watching NBC News Daily. We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live. The news continues right after this.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun. All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Zinklea Somwa.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, August 30th, 2023, breaking news, state of emergency. Hurricane Idalia makes its historic landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast.
Bill, are you talking about people swimming out of their windows?
Swimming out of their windows.
But local leaders warn this storm is far from over. The urgent warning being issued to millions right now.
Record storm surge transforming roads into rivers. NBC cameras capturing catastrophic winds shredding a billboard. Our teams are on the ground in the hardest hit communities.
And now this monster storm is spinning north, threatening to bring destruction far beyond Florida. We're tracking where it's going and when. We got a lot of news to get to on this storm impacting millions of Americans across the country. So we're going to start this hour with breaking news. Hurricane Idalia delivering a powerful hit to southeastern U.S.
The hurricane is now a Category 1 as it moves through Georgia up towards the Carolinas. But this morning, Idalia officially made landfall as a major Category 3 hurricane in Keaton Beach, Florida. That's about an hour and a half south of Tallahassee. This drone footage of the damage there.
This is video from Perry, Florida, about 30 minutes north of Keaton Beach. You can see a gas station that has been completely knocked over. Idalia has already made history. It's the strongest storm to make landfall on the Big Bend of Florida in more than a century. The Florida Highway Patrol has confirmed at least 2 people have been killed in connection to this storm, one in Pasco County, just north of Tampa. And these are photos of that area released by the sheriff there. You can see all the water covering the streets. Police say the driver of a Ford Ranger lost control of their car and actually hit a tree.
Entire neighborhoods have been flooded by the storm surge. And then there's the wind. At one point, Idalia brought sustained winds of 125 miles per hour, causing widespread power outages between Georgia and Florida. More than 40,000 customers are now without power.
Yeah, that's 400,000. So many people. Last hour, we actually heard from President Biden at the White House as his administration closely monitors the storm. Take a listen.
You know, when you have your home washed away, when you are a fire that's taken your home away, when your school has been destroyed and there's no way you can't send your kid to school, these are urgent needs.
Urgent needs. We will have more on the administration's response later this hour, but we begin with MSNBC anchor Jose Diaz-Balart. He is in Crystal River, Florida. That is north of Tampa along the Gulf coast. Excuse me, Jose, I know you've been speaking with so many. We heard from one of them at the top of the show, and you were actually in the area where we were expecting the worst of the storm surge. So how's it looking right now?
It looks a whole lot better right now, and again, a whole lot better compared to how it was just a half hour ago, and certainly a lot better than it was 8 hours ago. The waters have receded. We're right outside the hotel where we've set up camp. And this hotel is right by Kings Bay. But Kings Bay is also now the canals and also came all the way through to here. This is the front part of the hotel. The waters have receded quite a bit. I don't know if you can hear that. But there's an airboat that is going through the streets. And we've been seeing actually some cars also going through other streets. People are going back to their homes that they left. This is a Zone A evacuation center. Most people did evacuate and leave, and now they're in the process of going back, including the people we saw just a little bit ago, Phil and Brenda, who left their home, but they were able to keep in contact with their neighbors. And this is something that they say they went through.
Pushing water with the hood of my Jeep. People swimming out of their windows down in the islands right now.
Phil, are you talking about people swimming out of their windows?
Swimming out of their windows.
Literally, from their homes.
From their homes.
Yeah, and I mean, Brenda was thinking that she's fearing that maybe they lost their home due to the water. And Zigley, as you were saying, this was what a lot of experts believed could be the place where the hurricane hit. It hit far more north than here, but the effects of it are very, very severe here, and in no small part because of the water. And again, this is hours after, and we're still seeing flooding, still no power in great part of this world, of this area here. And as you hear that that airboat coming, there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of, we just saw a whole convoy of National Guardsmen go by. So they're out and about, the sun is out, but the water's still here.
Jose, one of the reasons it's so important for journalists and teams to be out in the destruction, the aftermath of these storms, is so the world, people who control the purse strings right in Washington, D.C., can see what these communities are dealing with. You're talking about some of the immediate aid that's on the ground there, National Guard, airboats going out and about. What other resources have you seen come into that community? And from your point of view right now, what more do they need?
Well, that's a great question, and I thank you for that, because, you know, there's been a whole planning, and, you know, Florida is pretty well versed in planning for hurricanes, and they've had to, unfortunately, do it over and over again. I mean, just last year, we were here last September for a hurricane somewhat close by, right around the Sarasota area, where, again, this problem was massive. There's a lot of help that needs to happen to the communities here that oftentimes are ignored. And I think that it's important that people recognize that these are people who have been so severely affected and they do need help.
Jose Diaz-Balart, thank you for being there and showing us that destruction. So hopefully some more of that help can come to those communities. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Well, let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Now, Bill, where is Idalia right now?
The storm is heading from Georgia and on its way to South Carolina. And it's good to see that the water is finally retreating on the coast. The storm surge moved in at low tide. We went to high tide this afternoon, and now we're past high tide and going to start going to low tide. So quickly, a lot of the water is going to be rushing out already in Cedar Key. You know, the storm surge peaked at 8 feet, and right now the storm surge is about 1 foot. It's already come down 7 feet. So, you know, gravity's doing its thing there on the coast. So the storm itself, you know, barely holding on to Category 1 status, likely becoming a tropical storm later today. This is what you expect with storms over land. But it's going to be close enough to the coast that the Hurricane Center actually has it remaining a pretty strong tropical storm all the way out through the good portion of tomorrow when it exits right around Wilmington out there by Wrightsville Beach. So the next area of concern is going to be what happens at this high tide. We just hit low tide on the Georgia-South Carolina coast. High tide is going to be around 7:30 to 8:30 tonight. And at the same time, we think the storm is going to be pushing up the southerly winds at their strongest. So that's a bad combination. We got this super full moon going on. We also have high tide at 8:30, and that's when the storm's winds could be the strongest. So that combination could bring us into some pretty, you know, I'm not going to say all-time record, but pretty close. And right now, Charleston is predicting the 7th highest water level in their city's history. And that's going to be from the storm tonight at 8:30. So we'll see just how bad that flooding is. The other areas of concern, isolated tornadoes. I don't see any active tornado warnings currently, so that's great. We've had a couple isolated earlier today. You can easily see where the center of the circulation is, almost right over the top of Waycross right now. But these bands coming in here to South Carolina and North Carolina are the areas of concern. Here's a closer view of Idalia. This area's been getting a lot of heavy rain. Earlier to the south, Valdosta, Georgia, reports of around 6 to 8 inches of rainfall, and there was a flash flood emergency that has since been dropped, and there were some water rescues down here too. Notice the highest winds. This is still a pretty good gust. St. Simons Island just had a gust of 66 miles per hour. So these exposed areas on the coast is where we still could see some trees coming down, and that's where we still could get some isolated power outages. But yeah, the storm is not completely done. It's still a strong tropical storm to low-end hurricane, and those can do damage.
Meteorologist Bill Cairns, thank you so much.
Let's bring in our Lindsay Reiser, who is in Savannah, Georgia. That's where the storm is heading, as Bill was just explaining and showing you there. Lindsay, the storm has now made its way into southern Georgia. We're talking about Vidalia, areas like that are oftentimes not seeing this sort of heavy rainfall. They get aftermath of storms, but maybe not quite like this. Talk to us about what is happening where you are. What are people saying to you? Do they feel like they're prepared?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what we're expecting first, Ellison. Bill was just talking about low tide. We have seen the Savannah River recede somewhat. We have seen on and off heavy rains and bouts of heavy wind. We're seeing it pick up right now. It has been for the last hour or so. And we are expecting, by the time it reaches us this evening, about around 5 to 10 p.m. is the latest that the mayor has said. It will have weakened to a tropical storm, but we're still looking at 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And so we definitely haven't seen the worst of it here in Savannah. People are preparing. I talked to one family, their power was out, so they were actually out here just so they wouldn't be sitting in their dark house. There have been people walking around. It definitely feels like they're not expecting the worst of it until later as well, Ellison and Zinkley.
Lindsay, what about elsewhere in Georgia? What are people feeling?
So elsewhere in Georgia, southern Georgia, Zinkley, this Idalia came as a Category 1 hurricane. And so some areas saw 90-mile-an-hour winds. Some areas saw 9 to 10 inches of rain and flash flooding. Tens of thousands of people are without power. Hopefully crews, once those winds die down, can go out this afternoon and repair those. But we've seen flooding in some areas, you guys mentioned at the top. And so we know that right now Georgia is getting the brunt of it, is going to get the brunt of it before it hopefully weakens further and then goes to South Carolina.
All right, Lindsay Reiser with the latest for us out of Savannah, Georgia. Thanks so much. Stay safe out there.
Just ahead, we will talk to the mayor of Savannah, Georgia. We're continuing to track the storm right now at NBCnews.com. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. We are continuing to track the impacts of Hurricane Idalia.
Yeah, and joining us now is the mayor of Savannah, Georgia, Van Johnson. Mayor, we appreciate you being with us. We were hearing earlier from one of our correspondents who is on the ground in Savannah. Talk to us about what you are expecting. What could the worst impacts be from the storm? And do you feel like your city is prepared?
Well, first of all, thank you for checking in on us. Your reporter can come in City Hall. She's actually right behind us. And the weather is deteriorating here. We actually expected that it would be a strong tropical storm. It seems more like a Cat 1 for us. Obviously, we're very, very concerned about high winds, sustained up to 75 miles an hour, gusts up to 80, 85 miles an hour. The rain, which has restarted here and is continuing to do so. We're surrounded by water. There's an astronomical high tide here, which is affecting our river and certainly water around us. And so we have 80,000 trees in this beautiful city. And so therefore, falling leaves, we have folks that are having electrical problems and maintaining electricity. And we expect that that will continue and actually expand as the day goes on.
Mayor, I mean, clearly you are the mayor of a very resilient town, but you're talking about a lot of obstacles here. Winds, high tide, 80,000 trees. So despite all the warnings, some people still will go out in the middle of a storm or decide not to evacuate. What is the plan for rescues in those situations for those who decide to stay?
Well, we did not evacuate. Obviously, for us, evacuating will require us to go west, which will actually put us in the path of the storm. So what we've asked folks is just stay home, hunker down. We've opened up a safety center as a center of last resort for those folks that need that assistance, that need electricity, that need food and a place to lay their head. Obviously, our roofless neighbors, we are pulling them in where we can. But at the end of the day, people just have to have good common sense. And if they don't have it, that's their issue. For us, we have law enforcement and first responders that are out risking their lives to save people. We're not going to let them risk their lives on foolishness. So, at the point at which we pull them in when it's not safe for them to be outside, folks who choose to be outside, in spite of all of our warnings, in spite of all of our preparation, they're just going to be on their own.
All right. Savannah Mayor Van Johnson. I'm a Georgia girl myself. Savannah is a beautiful city. If you haven't been at another time, people should definitely take a visit. We know you have dealt with storms in the past, and we wish you and your teams the best of luck there. Thank you for being with us. We appreciate it.
Friday will be better. Come and see us.
All right. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
The White House, they are monitoring the track of Idalia closely, as well as the damage that's been left in its path.
We've also learned that President Biden has called the governors of Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, and he told each of them that they have his administration's full support. Senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now with the latest. So, Kelly, this is clearly impacting millions. It's not the only national emergency we're dealing with. Maui wildfires, now this. So what did Biden say?
Well, the president did say that he is putting as much federal support behind the path of the storm and to help address the concerns of people on the ground. The president is meeting with his cabinet to deal with the Maui fire situation. He talked about the extent of what the federal response can be there, and he's obviously tracking what's going on with Idalia. The president spoke just a short time ago about updating what the hurricane response is from the federal government.
I let each governor I spoke with know if there's anything the states need right now, I'm ready to mobilize that support or what they need. I don't think anybody can deny the impact of the climate crisis anymore. Just look around. Historic floods, more intense droughts, extreme heat, significant wildfires have caused significant damage like we've never seen before.
And the president said his contacts with Governor DeSantis of Florida have not been political. It's been focused on getting this job done.
Kelly, the president faced some criticism in recent weeks because some felt he took too long to visit Hawaii after those devastating wildfires. Do we expect to see him in Florida anytime soon? And if so, do we know how soon?
Well, he was asked that, and that's a typical question when disasters are happening. But the storm is still unfolding, so we don't have any update on his schedule. He spoke at great length about having visited Hawaii last week and addressing a lot of the concerns that people in Hawaii, Maui in particular, have about what the rebuilding process will look like and how long that will take. The president says he does not know exactly how his schedule would be reshuffled at this point, but certainly a visit is something that we will stay on top of in the days ahead.
Kelly, we do want to acknowledge there's some feedback, but we're going to keep with you. Any surprises from the president's statement or anything the audience should not miss here?
Well, I think it's important that the president emphasized that he wants to send those resources as quickly as possible, and whatever the governors need, he wants to address that. He was also asked about Senator Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, who has had some health issues, had an episode again today where he appeared to have a halting stop. His office said it was lightheadedness. The president says he intends to call Mitch McConnell.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thank you. We appreciate it.
As we head to the break, we've got a live look at Kiawah Island, South Carolina, courtesy of EarthCam. That's just south
of Charleston.
Charleston. Tropical storm warnings are up in the area, so don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back. NBC News Daily continues.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, nice to see you tonight.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're continuing to follow today's top story. Hurricane Idalia is now moving northeast after making landfall as a Category 3 hurricane in Florida.
At this hour, Idalia is over Georgia and heading towards the Carolinas. Charleston, South Carolina is already seeing some of the effects of Idalia. You can see some of the flooding is creeping into the streets there.
Idalia is expected to continue its northward movement over the next 24 hours. We are going to bring you a live update from the storm zone in just a few minutes.
But first, we're going to turn to other news making headlines today. Breaking news out of Kentucky. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell appeared to freeze again during a Q&A with reporters.
You can see him stopping in video from the presser for more than 30 seconds after being asked if he would run for re-election. We're going to play that exchange for you now in its entirety. Take a listen.
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing you.
That's okay. What are your thoughts on running for re-election in 2026?
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
That's
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026? All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator. Benny.
Okay.
Let's get right to it with NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin. She's following these developments for us on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, Julie, this was a scary episode. Viewers will probably remember it is not the first time we've seen this happen to Leader McConnell in recent months. And you were actually there when he froze during a press conference in July. What can you tell us about this latest episode? Are there any similarities to the one you witnessed a few weeks ago?
Yeah, certainly there are, Ellison and Zinkley. Look, he froze today for more than 30 seconds. About a month ago, at the end of July, at their last leadership press conference that happens here in the Capitol before they went on that lengthy recess, McConnell froze then for about 20 seconds when asked a question by a reporter. It was a similar scene, only then it was senators by his side trying to get him away from the podium, asking him if he's doing it okay. Today, one of his security detail, you probably couldn't hear it during that exchange, but he did ask Leader McConnell if he wants to follow him away from the podium. You saw McConnell there appear to say no and then try to answer or struggle through answering a few more questions. Take a look at what happened to McConnell about a month ago when he had a similar moment here in the Capitol in which he left and then came back a couple minutes later and continued answering questions. Watch.
Are you good?
Okay, Mitch?
Of course, none of this is happening in a vacuum. McConnell suffered a fall back in March. He was out for over a month. He suffered a concussion and broken ribs, his office told us at the time. And look, back in June, he froze again when someone asked him a question. He couldn't hear it initially. That happened then. Then we reported in July that he actually fell again at DCA Airport, Reagan National Airport, a couple of miles from here. So this is certainly a health scare that we've been unfortunately watching from the 81-year-old over and over again.
And Julie, of course, we wish him well. We don't want to speculate too much on what he's dealing with, what condition, but how is Leader McConnell's office responding to this?
Well, unfortunately, they're leaving us to speculate because they are not elaborating or illuminating on much when it comes to McConnell's health here, only to say in a statement to NBC News, quote, Leader McConnell felt momentarily lightheaded and paused during his press conference today. They went on to say while he feels fine as a prudential measure, the leader will be consulting a physician prior to his next event. I should note, in less than a week from now, the Senate is set to return after being on recess for more than a month. McConnell has been holding regular events back in Kentucky, and he did speak for about 20 minutes before we saw that freeze happen to him when he was taking questions from reporters.
Julie Sirkin on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well, after the break, we will continue our coverage of Hurricane Idalia, the storm now a Category 1, moving away from Florida and further into Georgia and the Carolinas. You can track the storm right now on NBCNews.com. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize the way the dishes
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that. So
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily.
We continue to track Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way across the southeast. The storm made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane just before 8 a.m. Eastern, pummeling the Gulf Coast and areas between Tampa and Tallahassee.
Wind gusts, I'm told, are over 100 miles an hour. And we are really feeling the brunt of this storm. An unprecedented storm hitting the Big Bend area.
More than 200,000 people in Florida are without power at this hour. The storm is packing wind and rain, but it is the storm surge that's the biggest concern. Officials warn it could reach 16 feet in some areas. The video you see here, it's from Pasco, Florida. Water levels over 8 feet, nearly drowning street signs. The storm reportedly already claiming at least one life.
Idalia has been downgraded to a Category 1 storm, but is still packing a major threat of wind and rain as it makes its way across Georgia and the Carolinas.
We don't know exactly when it's going to get here, and of course the winds will get here before the center of the storm gets here, but any time from about 6 o'clock on, everybody needs to really be on their guard, and they need to go ahead and prepare right now.
NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has been tracking this storm around the clock. So, Bill, where is it headed next?
Well, once we get done with Georgia, South Carolina, then coastal areas of North Carolina, but they're already feeling the effects, though. They already got pretty gusty winds, and they are dealing with some bands that could potentially at least have isolated tornadoes. We just updated some of our highest wind totals. We've been gathering some of the information. How about Sarasota with a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust, far, far away from the center of the landfall, which was near Perry. Horseshoe Beach is one of those areas. We haven't seen a lot of pictures out of there. It's a small community on the coast north of Tampa, and they had not just high winds, but they had an incredible storm surge, too. So we still haven't seen some pictures of the worst hit areas, the Steinhatchee, the Horseshoe Beach, northwards up to the landfall spot, the Cedar Key. Those areas are the spots that had that 8-foot-plus storm surge. Other areas, Clearwater Beach had a gust of 65. The highest in Tampa was 61. St. Petersburg was 59. Tallahassee on the backside of the storm, the kind of quote-unquote weaker side, 54 miles per hour. And it was going to be a close call for the Tallahassee area. Thankfully, the storm, for you at least, took that little right turn at the end. So the storm itself is located in southern portions of Georgia. We'll wait and see if they keep it as a hurricane. We did just have a gust on the coastline down near New Brunswick and Jacksonville, right around about 66-mile-per-hour winds. So they may leave it there, or they may bring it down to as strong as they can tropical storm. Regardless, the intensity is not going to change much between now and even as we go through tomorrow. It only drops down into the 60s, so it's pretty much going to stay status quo. Even as it goes back over the water, we really don't think it's going to increase in intensity. And then, if anything, it's heading out to sea anyway. So the next story that we'll be developing, we just hit low tide, and now we're heading towards that high tide this evening for Savannah and Charleston. That'll be the drama in the story, is how high does the water get and how much more damage is done.
Bill, let's talk about storm surge. It's a word we keep saying, and most people are familiar generally with what it is. But give us the science here. What exactly is storm surge? How does it work? Why is it such a concern for this particular storm?
You have to think of storm surge like this. The storm surge is just the component of what the wind does to the water. So if you want to do a little experiment with your kids, you could just take a fan, take like a cake pan and put water in it and put a fan at one end, and then turn the fan on. And if you mark the edge of the water before, you'll see that the water rises at the other end of the pan because the wind is pushing it. That's all the storm surge is. So when we say the peak storm surge of 2 to 5 feet, that's kind of the range of what we think the wind is going to do. That's how much it's going to rise. That doesn't have anything to do with the tides. Now, what we got lucky and fortunate with on the Florida's west coast was the peak storm surge came in this morning at low tide. Now, the tides don't change dramatically on the west coast of Florida. They only range in about 2 to 3 feet between high and low tide. But with all the stories that you've seen and all the pictures, if that had hit at high tide today, that water level would have been 3 feet higher than what we saw. So the storm surge is one component of it, but you really have to combine it with that high tide. And tonight we may have a bad combination of both.
Yeah, a lot to watch out for. And that inclement weather hitting at night can be particularly dangerous. Yes. Bill Cairns, thank you so much. NBC's Guad Venegas is in Gainesville, Florida for us. Guad, you are about 100 miles east of where Idalia made landfall. Now, of course, there's a lot of cleanup. So what are people there telling you? Any word on how the damage looks?
Zinclay, people here are glad that it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I was just listening to the mayor of Gainesville speak on MSNBC saying that originally he was prepared for the storm to come right through Gainesville. And at some point when he was going around and he said he left the emergency center, came back, and then the hurricane had gone in a different direction. Of course, he was glad. We did get the wind. We got a lot of rain overnight. We arrived here last night, and this place was a ghost town. Everyone had hunkered down. A large part of the population here are college students from the University of Florida. The university, of course, had a lot to do preparing the students and just asking everyone to stay indoors as the storm made its way through. We were also under a tornado watch earlier today, and that was also keeping people inside their homes. At some point, we had a tornado warning just south of us in Marion County, but all of that has passed. As you can see, conditions have improved. We've been getting some wind and some rain, but for now, the message for residents is to be careful when they go outside because we do have a lot of branches and debris on the streets, a lot of it coming from the trees when the storm made its way through. Of course, it damaged some of the trees. And there are some reports as well of some power lines that were damaged and also some trees that were torn down by the storm. All of that, of course, being taken care of by responders right now.
Guad, a lot of people know Gainesville because of the University of Florida, right? It is a college town. Most of the people there, they are students. Some of them might not be from that area. So what is the University of Florida doing to make sure they stay safe?
So, Ellison, classes were canceled so students could stay at home and hunker down. The hotel where we were staying actually had a few students also staying here, along with some other residents from the area. The University of Florida is actually right behind us. And I made my way into one of the shopping centers here that a lot of the students frequent to get food. I was speaking to one of the owners of the restaurants, and they said, you know what, we were open up until yesterday. We closed at night. Everyone went home. This place went quiet. And then now, just probably around 2 to 3 p.m., people have started making their way outside as things go back to normal. We're going to hear from one of the students who spoke during the storm.
I lost power a few times last night. I woke up to the sound of our power coming back on, actually. So it seems like we're about to get another band of rain. But yeah, you can hear the wind right now.
And that was part of the experience. And I should say that the power company has been working to restore power for all of those that have been affected. In this county, they have about 10,000 people that are still being affected by those power outages. Authorities say they are doing what they can to make the repairs necessary. Allison Sinclair.
Guad Venegas, thanks so much. Well, we showed you some of this video at the top of the show.
It's of Keaton Beach, Florida, where Idalia made landfall this morning as a Category 3 storm. Our Gabe Gutierrez made it to that area just a short while ago and spoke to our colleague Andrea Mitchell about what he's witnessed.
Hi there, Andrea. Well, we're here just outside of Keaton Beach. We actually rode out the storm in Perry, which is not far from here, about 20 miles or so. And when we were driving out of Perry just now, we saw extensive tree damage, a lot of downed power lines, a collapsed gas station as we were going out of town. Now, this is the main road into Keaton Beach. And right behind me, you can see the Taylor County Sheriff. First responders are now heading into this beach and checking to see for any survivors. And they're trying right now to see if, who decided to ride it out and whether they're okay. We're told to hang back for just a few moments while those first responders are able to do their job. Now, Andrea, I can tell you that earlier this morning when we were in Perry, there was extremely powerful winds, well over 100 miles an hour, and that was 20 miles inland. You can only imagine just how powerful those wind gusts must have been here at the beach where this powerful storm, Idalia, first made landfall. Again, we're still trying to learn the full extent of the damage here in Keaton Beach. This was where that eye first made landfall a little earlier this morning. We're hoping to get behind this roadblock. Some residents have been trying to come in. This is, again, that main road, and driving in here was very difficult. Just a short time ago, it was impassable as first responders were there cutting through power lines, cutting through down trees, trying to be the first ones to reach that beach on the other side of this roadblock, Andrea.
Joining us now is Sheriff Kristen Graziano of Charleston County, South Carolina. Sheriff, please correct us if we mispronounced your name there. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. For people who live in your community and are watching this right now, tell us, how is your team getting ready for the storm, and what do the people at home need to be doing to make sure you can do your job?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for thinking about us. First, I want to say our thoughts and prayers go out to our friends and our neighbors to the south. It looks like Florida really got hit hard. This storm is now moving to our immediate neighbors to the south towards Savannah, Georgia, and southern Georgia. So as they brace, we are preparing, and we have got assets scattered throughout this county. This is a long county, so it's along the eastern seaboard, about 1,000 square miles. Ranging from just south of Myrtle Beach to almost to the coast of Georgia. So we are preparing. We're expecting a lot of water.
I understand there are a lot of low-lying areas in your county. I know you also said it was a long county. So briefly, what is your message for people in those communities?
Yeah, so they don't call it the low country for anything. You know, we're at sea level and below. So my message is we expect a large water event with some wind, probably about 8 o'clock tonight, depending on which way the storm goes, whether it stays to the west or east of us. That wind could push. High tide is at 8 o'clock, around 8 o'clock. So that wind could push a lot of water up into our harbor. It's already flooding our streets. Our streets are inundated right now, but that could be a pretty extensive water event. So we're asking people, stay off the road, stay out of harm's way. We expect fallen power lines. We expect tree limbs. We expect some debris flying. Maybe not a lot of wind, but all that with a lot of water can be a very, very dangerous situation.
All right, Sheriff, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Stay safe.
Thank you.
Here's a look at where the storm is right now. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. In California, one hospital's maternal ward is shutting down this October following the death of a 31-year-old black mother this past January.
I will not have any complications. I will have a good birthing experience.
April Valentine said these affirmations every single day. She thought she would live to see her first child, Anaya, born. But April didn't make it out of the maternity ward at Centinela Hospital in Inglewood, California.
April Valentine was 31 years old.
Now, following months of protest, that ward is set to close October 25th, 2023.
Oh, no.
Valentine's family filed a lawsuit on Tuesday, alleging in part wrongful death and professional negligence with demand for a jury trial. The Valentine family filed a complaint with the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, alleging systemic and racist practices and seeking answers regarding the circumstances of her death.
We are here to amplify the story of April Valentine.
An initial inspection of Valentine's incident found Centinela failed to prevent the deficiencies that caused or are likely to cause serious injury or death. The LA County coroner ruled her cause of death on January 10, 2023, a blood clot, which the hospital failed to assess for and intervene in.
Come on, my little jitterbug.
Valentine's partner, Nija Robertson, and her sister, Keisha Cordova, were at Centinela during the labor. They allege Valentine's doctor, Gwen Allen, did not arrive to the hospital for hours.
They said, well, we can't call the doctor will cuss us out. The doctor don't like us calling her.
A formal inspection saying the hospital repeatedly failed to notify the physician as Valentine's vitals became abnormal. They allege as the hours went on, nurses were inattentive, turned her doula away despite previously greenlighting it, and pressured Valentine, who wanted a natural birth, to get an epidural. Soon after, they allege Valentine's legs began swelling and she threw up. Valentine's partner and sister say eventually April stopped breathing, but nurses did not perform CPR, so Robertson did. According to the inspection, minutes later, doctors intervened with CPR, but April died. Their baby delivered by crash C-section, unresponsive but alive. Beyond Valentine and the maternity ward, an ongoing NBC investigation found substantive instances where Centinela failed to keep records and notify physicians and family about patient pain and conditions. Following a public information request, NBC obtained statements of deficiencies and plans of correction, outlining incidents at Centinela, including failing to notify family following a drastic change in patient condition, ongoing reports of rodent activity in the hospital due to an unfixed broken door that was later fixed, and, in one case, patient death as a result of failing to ensure proper medical care. Documents say the hospital took plans of corrective action, including multiple incidents of staff counseling and re-education, random cleanliness tests, and, in at least one case, employee suspension and termination. In a statement, the attorney for Valentine's attending physician, Dr. Gwen Allen, said Dr. Allen is prohibited by federal law from publicly commenting about her treatment of Miss Valentine. Dr. Allen did not cause Miss Valentine's death. In a statement to NBC, Centinela Hospital Medical Center said, in part, the center disputes the allegations made against the hospital and is dedicated to delivering compassionate, quality care to all patients. The center denies allegations of systemic racism, noting that their healthcare team reflects the varied ethnic and racial makeup of the community, adding that the hospital has been recognized as a top national facility. Centinela says they're closing their maternal ward due to an exponential decrease in demand for maternal health services. Though the ward will soon be gone, Valentine's family says their fight to preserve her legacy is only just beginning.
When she gets older, what are you going to tell her about?
Her mom, I'm going to tell her mom was an amazing woman with a great personality.
And it's important to add, the state of California also issued Centinela Hospital a $75,000 fine earlier this year, citing an unidentified maternal death and hospital administrative penalties. And unfortunately, April's story is no anomaly. While California's maternal death rates are among the lowest in the country, for Black women in the state, that rate of maternal death is more than 3 times higher than compared to white women. And so Valentine's family tells me they are devastated that she became one of the statistics, but they're calling for #justice for April Valentine. And to them, this is just one step of many. Allison.
I can imagine there's so much there that needs to be done in this country to deal with the maternal health rate and the maternal care that particularly women of color receive in this country. And this is one of, unfortunately, many examples.
No,
but thank goodness they are speaking out about it.
Yeah, and it's not just California. Nationally, Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die than their white counterparts due to pregnancy-related causes. And so the work continues, and this is just one step, this story.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. There's a whole lot more news ahead. Stay with us.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're continuing to track Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way across Georgia and into the Carolinas. Here are live pictures from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina via EarthCam. Idalia made landfall this morning as a Category 3 storm. It has since lost some of its punch, but officials warn it could still pack dangerous winds, rain, and flooding. Stay with NBC News Now for full coverage of the storm. We will continue to track it and bring you more images, more reports as we get them.
Let's talk about some of the other stories making headlines today, including at least 11 people recovering after being hurt on a Delta Airlines flight from Italy to Atlanta. The plane hit severe turbulence just moments before landing at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. The airline says the passengers and crew members were taken to the hospital, but none of the injuries were life-threatening. The FAA is investigating the incident.
4 people and their dogs are safe after being rescued off of New Jersey's coast. Their boat started sinking 50 miles north of Atlantic City over the weekend. The Coast Guard was able to get everyone onto a rescue boat just moments before their boat capsized. It's unclear why that boat sank, though the owner blames a loose plug. Amazingly, no injuries were reported.
In political news, a federal judge has found Rudy Giuliani liable for defaming 2 Georgia election workers in 2020. Ruby Freeman and her daughter, Shay Moss, say their lives were turned upside down when Giuliani falsely and repeatedly claimed the women committed fraud while counting ballots. The judge said Giuliani violated orders to hand over evidence in the case, resulting in a default judgment against him. Giuliani has been ordered to pay punitive damages, which a civil trial will determine.
This has been a busy day, a lot of news, so why don't we try and end it on a little bit of good news?
I like
what
the
do you
sound of
say?
that.
Let's do that. The biggest names in late-night television, they are teaming up for a brand new podcast.
How big, you asked? Well, we're talking Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, and John Oliver, just to name a few. They're all hosting Strike for Force 5. All proceeds will go to their out-of-work staff affected by the ongoing writer's strike. NBC's Chloe Millas has the details.
Hey there. With the dual Hollywood strikes dragging on, late-night hosts are uniting for a limited series podcast, providing fresh laughs and support for their out-of-work staffs as the industry remains largely shut down.
I mean, John Oliver.
It's the 5 of us together for maybe an hour.
Who do you mean?
The stars of late-night TV coming together after almost 4 months off the air.
Strike Force 5 is the name of our podcast. Subscribe to it now.
Starting today, Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, Jimmy Kimmel, Stephen Colbert, and John Oliver are joining together for Strike Force 5, a podcast featured on Spotify. The 5 competing comedians appearing together via Zoom to make the announcement.
One more time, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Fallon.
I'm Stephen Colbert.
I'm Jimmy Kimmel. I thought when you said Jimmy, you meant me, Jimmy, but you meant Jimmy.
I always mean you.
But when you say
Each unscripted episode featuring one of the late-night hosts at the helm, with the proceeds going to their respective out-of-work show teams.
Who's got the power? We've got the power!
In May, 11,500 writers went on strike. 2 months later, SAG-AFTRA, with its over 160,000 actors, followed suit, protesting against Hollywood's biggest studios, their demands including higher wages and protection over the use of AI. It's estimated California's economy has lost over $3 billion in revenue since the strike began.
So really, the majority of our members are working people, just trying to put food on the table and pay their rent. And we couldn't make a deal on their behalf.
Throughout the summer, the hosts showing their support.
Americans have been forced to read books and occasionally even speak to one another.
During the last writer's strike in 2007, late-night TV returned after 2 months off the air. The hosts at the time growing beards in solidarity and finding unique ways to pass the time.
That's a good spin. That's a good spin.
This time around, the comics have committed to at least 12 episodes of the podcast, with casual, unscripted conversations, providing financial relief to their staff and a few laughs.
Now, Spotify says that the inspiration for this podcast came back in the spring when the hosts would meet weekly to talk about the strikes. But now fans are finally getting the chance to listen in on these once private chats. Now, we should also mention that we have reached out to the studios and the unions for comment, but we have not yet heard back. Back to you.
Can't wait to tune into that one.
It'll be good. And for a good cause. We like it. Thanks for being with us. I'm Ellison Barber.
And I'm Zinclair Samwan. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hammer delivered.
All right, it just me too.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Chuck Todd reporting from Washington. But of course, we are all tracking Hurricane Idalia as it makes its way across Georgia and South Carolina after slamming into the Big Bend of Florida this morning. Idalia made landfall with sustained winds north of 120 miles an hour. This is footage from Keaton Beach as the then Category 3 storm came on shore. This is the strongest hurricane to hit Florida's Big Bend, right where the Panhandle meets the peninsula. Strongest hurricane to hit that Big Bend in 127 years. These wild images out of Perry, Florida show you the extent of the wind damage alone as it basically destroys a local gas station and sends debris flying. The storm surge has been, as was feared, catastrophic in certain areas. Slightly south in Cedar Key, it carried away an entire building on the property of a local inn. And here are the images south of where the storm hit, out of Tampa, which avoided a direct hit, but still faced widespread flooding. It was on the dirty side of the storm, so they had the storm surge, and it swallowed entire roads and other areas. So the damage is extensive and is still being assessed. Footage of some of the aftermath in Keaton Beach and drone footage of Crystal River shot by our NBC News team that you're watching here. 2 deaths have been attributed to the storm so far, according to local officials and an NBC News count. Search and rescue efforts are underway in Tarpon Springs and Hernando County. And the National Guard has already arrived in the hard-hit town of Keaton Beach to aid efforts there. The governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, was on the ground in Perry last hour and praised the National Guard's readiness.
We have many hundreds of National Guard just right here in Taylor County. This is kind of the ground zero deployment for them. And if there's more that's needed, we'll be able to surge more accordingly. We've activated 5,500 members of the Florida National Guard. We also have some of our members of the State Guard. And then we have 8 urban search and rescue teams. So we are well equipped to be able to respond to whatever comes down the pike today into tomorrow. And hopefully, we're hoping for the best. We're hoping that there's not going to be a need to use all those resources to effectuate rescue operations, but we'd rather be safe than sorry.
More than 275,000 people across Florida and another 180,000 in Georgia are without power right now. As Georgia and South Carolina remain in the path of the storm, Idalia is expected to hit Savannah this evening and then move on through South Carolina. And you can see here the dirty side of the storm now. It's really going to wallop Charleston, South Carolina, for what it's worth. Now, flooding already has begun in Valdosta, Georgia, and the governors of both states are warning residents to exercise caution.
This is still a bad storm that's coming through, and when you have a lot of rain, you have the potential for trees to come down, and we just got a report of someone we know that a tree just went through their roof in Valdosta. So it's a dangerous storm. People need to prepare. They need to be ready when it's coming.
Anytime from about 6 o'clock on, everybody needs to really be on their guard, and they need to go ahead and prepare right now.
Our team is all across the southeast following the path of this storm. Juan Venegas is on the ground in Gainesville, Florida, where cleanup is beginning. Kathy Park is in Charleston, South Carolina, as residents brace for the storm there. And in a moment, I'll be joined by our NBC News meteorologist, Bill Cairns, to break down the current status of this storm. But, Guad, let me start with you in Gainesville. in some ways, if people want to try to get their bearings here, this storm essentially, if you want to just talk about it through the prism of Florida State and the University of Florida, it went right in between Tallahassee and Gainesville.
Chuck, it did. The mayor was talking about his experience earlier, saying that originally they thought the storm was going to come right through Gainesville. At some point, he said he stepped out of the emergency room, came back, and the storm had slightly moved. So now we're about 75 miles east of where the storm made landfall. And Chuck, I think it's important to keep in mind that about a year ago, we were all reporting on Ian, the hurricane that hit Florida, and that storm, that hurricane is still fresh on a lot of people's minds. So when these evacuation orders went out yesterday, there were about 22 counties in Florida that had evacuation orders. A lot of people took it serious, and the state, as we can see, the governor has been doing press conferences all throughout the last 24 hours. The state was prepared. We had the first responders waiting. The power companies had thousands of linemen and thousands of vehicles that came in from other states precisely to be ready to respond. So the storm, as we know now, did not go directly through Gainesville, but Gainesville was bracing for it. A large part of the population here, of course, the students at UF, the university, asking them to hunker down. So this became a ghost town last night, everyone waiting for the rain and the wind to make its way through. We did have a tornado watch earlier today throughout most of the central part of Florida. We at some point, Chuck, had a tornado warning just south of us, but fortunately, there was no major damage other than the trees that were reported that were damaged by the storm, and some damage to the power lines here. Of the customers you've mentioned that have lost power, about 10,000 of them remain in this area around Gainesville, but they are working to restore that power. So the state has done a very good response assessing that damage, and here in Gainesville, everyone's going back to normal. There is a message for the residents here as they go outside, because you mentioned there's two deaths that were attributed to the storm. One of those was in this area, and it was a driver that, according to state troopers, was driving under very rainy conditions. So there are dangers with the wet roads and some debris, a lot of tree branches and other stuff that was blown into the roads as a result of the storm, Chuck.
Guad, I know you were in some of the harder hit parts in Perry earlier. Just describe what you saw there, and I'm curious, you know, I don't know whether Mother Nature is being fair to the west coast of Florida or cruel. It feels like every one of these hurricanes hits a different part of the Gulf Coast over these last 3 or 4 years. So this was an area that hadn't been hit. Its infrastructure, how ready were they?
So, Chuck, yesterday we were in Citrus County, which is slightly southeast of Perry, where that storm made landfall. We were very close to there. We were in one of these areas that's an evacuation zone. It's a Zone A. Florida has different zones, evacuation zones that have been preset. So the area we were in was an area where residents had to evacuate. And like you mentioned, it seems like every year we're reporting an area that has never been hit by a hurricane. Of course, we can never predict these things. Last night we had a meeting. We talked about where we thought the storm was going. We came to Gainesville because Gainesville was one of the places that was bracing for the storm. Of course, now we know that the storm ended up moving into a different direction. So there's just no way to know. What we know now is that the state was very prepared, having the experience from Ian last year still fresh in people's minds, Chuck.
Well, look, that was one, I believe, everybody thought it was in Tampa. It took a quick, harder right turn and then pounded Fort Myers, Naples area in a much tougher place. Guad Venegas, I'm glad to see the sun shining a little bit out there, people trying to get back to normal there. Let's move over to Kathy Park, where just the opposite. People are bracing now for what's to come. And this is a strange one. Charleston is used to worrying about Atlantic hurricanes. Here's something coming across land that might have some hurricane force winds to it.
Chuck, that's absolutely right. Idalia is slowly making its way to our region, but it's still packing quite a punch. Right now, we are starting to feel the outer bands of the storm. The rain has stopped for a bit, but the wind has really picked up. This is a preview of what's to come. And here in the low country, of course, a concern is flooding. And the timing of the storm is going to be pretty critical because high tide is set to happen closer to the 8, 9 o'clock hours. So it could worsen conditions here and only exacerbate the flooding, especially in the low low-lying areas. Behind me here is a Charleston Harbor. You can see right now the water is pretty choppy, but of course when there is high tide, this water could push along the seawall and it could lead to a lot of problems, especially with homes along the Battery here and farther inland. We know earlier today as we were driving around, a lot of the residents and store owners began putting sandbags in front of their businesses or in front of their homes. Along here, the Battery, some of the storm shutters are closed, so folks know the drill. They are prepared for what's to come, but once again, the big issue is flooding. We heard from the governor of South Carolina not too long ago, and he also said from 6 o'clock on, the best advice is to stay indoors. Don't chance it. Just hunker down until the storm passes. Right now, he anticipates the winds to really pick up later on this evening, especially during the overnight hours, so that could lead to down power lines as well as tree limbs. The power outages we're anticipating close to 200,000 statewide. So, of course, several hours to go before the storm is supposed to make its way to this region. But once again, Chuck, we're starting to feel the impacts of Idalia slowly but surely. But it appears, based on what we have seen and the folks we've spoken with over the past 2 days, they are prepared and they're bracing for what's to come.
Well, it's all about how high the storm surge, tide, all of that coming together, and we will find out together. Kathy, you be safe as well as you're out there reporting on this for us. Kathy, thanks very much. Let me bring in Bill Cairns there. And Bill, let's start with Charleston, because Charleston can flood on a sunny day, right? Like so here we go. And, you know, I have so many questions about the storm for you that you're coming back a second time. But here we go. What's, you know, how concerned are we about high tide and this storm hitting at the same time?
The prediction right now, Chuck, is for Charleston at 8:30 this evening to have their 7th highest water ever measured in the city's history, which goes back, you know, over 120 years. So when you hear that stat, you're like, okay, like that gets your attention. You know, it won't be as bad as Hugo, which is their storm of record back in 1989. Probably be about 3 or 4 feet under that, just to give any locals kind of like an estimate of what to expect. But be more similar to what we saw with Matthew possibly a couple of years ago, and that was some serious water that went into homes and stuff on the coast. And
boy, that was a hurricane that barely did wind damage, but it wreaked all sorts of water havoc.
Yeah, and that's kind of what this one's going to do. I'm not expecting mass power outages with this. The winds have died off, and they still kept it barely a low-end Category 1 hurricane, but we haven't seen any winds close to that in a while. You know, I think we're going to deal with 50, maybe 60-mile-per-hour winds. So we will get some downed trees in the coastal Carolinas and Georgia, but we're not going to see anything mass power outages. And you can see this forecast. The key here is going to be how quickly we can get the storm out. We already hit low tide. High tide is approaching. We'd like to get this through fast as we can, because if it's sitting in this area at 8 p.m., Charleston's high tide's at 8:30. That means the wind is coming in at the strongest right before the storm, right at this blue moon high tide. One of the biggest astronomical high tides of the entire hurricane season is tonight, and that's why we're having these issues. So Savannah, the key time for you is 7:37 p.m. That's when you'll have your high tide, and then Charleston at 8:24. Right now, Charleston, as I mentioned, the predictions for you. Savannah, it looks like you would just be outside your top 10 all-time for flooding. And of course, obviously there's everywhere in between, beautiful Hilton Head and areas too that we're concerned with. We haven't had a ton of tornadoes today. Doesn't mean we still won't. We have one active tornado warning to the west of Charleston. This tornado watch goes out till about 10 o'clock this evening. We have had considerable flash flooding in the Valdosta area. We have 2 counties here in Georgia near Vidalia that have flash flood warnings. The storm's moving so fast that I'm not expecting widespread rainfall problems, but anytime in the Carolinas you have a chance of getting 7 inches of rain in about 12 hours, that could also be a problem, Chuck. But all eyes will be on the coast and what happens with this upcoming high tide.
Look, I hesitate to, I want to frame this very carefully because I don't want people to think that we're downplaying the storm. I don't want to downplay it at all. But if this could have been more destructive, this could have hit more populated areas. We caught a little bit of a break here on its path, did we not? So far.
I mean, you talk to anyone that's in Sarasota, St. Petersburg, and Tampa, and they're like, they thought for sure that their luck was going to finally run out. It's been over 100 years since Tampa was hit by a major hurricane. You know, they dodged Ian last year. They dodged Irma. Wilma went to the south of them. They've had numerous storms go up towards the Panhandle. So they thought maybe this was going to be theirs. But Tampa, you know, they had some minor coastal flooding, but the winds weren't that strong. So, yeah, I'd say for the millions of people that live in one of the most populated cities and probably one of the most flood-prone areas that we have in this country, it looks like they lucked out on another storm. I mean, you shift this thing 50 miles, and we would have been talking about this devastating thing that hit Tampa.
North or south.
For a week, Yeah,
we could have north or south, frankly. I mean, because Tallahassee missed out. One more question for you on this storm itself in particular. Hurricanes do crazy things, right? They never follow the normal. This thing is it's doing a weird loop. It's going south again when it gets in the Atlantic. How long will it go south? I'm just curious.
There are no computer models that take it off the Outer Banks and then actually strengthen it and bring it back. It does look like it's going to head off the coast. It gets in what we call weak steering currents. It'll probably still be a tropical storm, but it's just going to kind of sit there and spin. It's not going to re-intensify. It probably will linger off the coast. Nothing shows it coming back at the U.S. We've had it before, Chuck. We've had storms come off the coast, loop all the way back, but we've never had one do it and be meaningful. You know, it's kind of like an interesting, like, oh, that's kind of crazy, but instead of like doing damage. So, yeah, I'm not concerned about it. And
old Floridians in the 60s will tell you the story of Hurricane Betsy one day. But anyway, that's a long story.
Easy, too. Look up Easy.
Yeah. Bill Cairns, I'll see you in a few minutes to talk a little bit more about the changing nature of storms hitting the state of Florida. But that's in another segment. Thank you. Let me turn now to the Tampa area with Rob Herron. He's the public information officer for Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. Look, I don't want to minimize anything you're dealing with here, but the Hillsborough County dodged somewhat of a bullet. You tell me how the county held up today.
We did, and I can tell you that Hillsborough County Fire Rescue is wrapping up demobilization of all the extra personnel that we brought in for the event, all the technical search and rescue teams that we had positioned throughout the county. All of our boat assets are returning. So yet again, as was just spoken, Tampa dodged another one. That's a blessing and a curse, because it's good that it happened, but you know, it adds to the lore of the bubble that exists over the Tampa Bay.
It's funny you say that. I grew up in Miami, and we went 30 years without a storm, and people just got used to it. And then Andrew came, and people weren't prepared. That, to me, seems to be the biggest challenge you're going to have going forward in Hillsborough County, is convincing people. I mean, I'd love some scientific researchers to figure out what protects Tampa Bay, because it's amazing. But I do think you have to worry about that people are going to start to believe that they're protected.
You're exactly right, Chuck. And that's one of the challenges for us as far as messaging and getting that message out. And I'm hopeful that, you know, today and the events over the last 24 to 36 hours have kind of demonstrated to those in those low-lying, vulnerable areas what 4 to 6 feet does. And so if they have that kind of as a benchmark foundation, and here comes a more major storm with a more direct hit onto Tampa, and now we're reporting 10, 15 feet, maybe they can put 2 and 2 together and figure out, well, 4 to 6 feet went this far, 10 to 15 is going to be devastating. I need to get out.
Let me ask you this. Are you guys being asked to help in other areas to the north now?
So now that we're done protecting the Hillsborough County area, our urban search and rescue team is going to what's called go green. So we'll tell the state that we're available for deployment for help in the state part of the state that was affected. So yes.
Let me ask you this: what did you learn something from every one of these preparation processes that you have to go through? Anything you learn on this one that says, hey, you know, we probably should have done this better or this better? I'm just curious.
You know, I think from our side, I think we did okay. I think we did, you know, we were well prepared with from the county and Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. I would like to think that, you know, we sent out all of our technical search and rescue teams and needs assessment teams, and, you know, didn't find any real threats to public safety out there. Maybe it wasn't a big enough event. Maybe the messaging got through and some folks did evacuate. But you know, we're going to err on the side of caution and say, you know, that bubble and that luck just continues here in Tampa. But I think we, you know, we were ready. We were prepared to protect our citizens and respond as necessary. So moving forward, like you said, it's going to be, we got to get through to that stubborn Floridian who doesn't want to go anywhere from that level A, level B evacuation zone.
It seems like one other challenge you have is the way these Gulf storms develop. They go from zero to hurricane in like 3 days. You know, when you're watching on the Atlantic side, you're like, oh, that storm's going to miss the peninsula and it's going to veer into the Gulf. And the point is, everybody, you would have a week. The systems have a week to sort of, okay, where are we short on personnel? You don't have that luxury with the way these storms develop in the Yucatan.
You really don't. And, you know, we were just talking about that, how quickly this has come and gone now. Like you said, Ian, Irma took forever, it seemed like. But we had time. And maybe, you know, coming on the heels of Ian threatening our area last year, we had a lot of processes that we just put in place and practiced.
Sure.
So kind of like, you know, not knocking off much dust off the playbook that we just used a year ago. So you're exactly right. These Gulf storms are the most dangerous, in my opinion. They spin up fast. They spin up big. They spin up intense.
Yep.
I mean, that storm went to a Cat 3, Cat 4, almost Cat 4 in a matter of a couple days.
It's astonishing. And it's something, actually, I'm going to get our weather people back in to sort of explain how it's almost like I've described it like a pinball machine down there. All of a sudden, somebody launches one of these storms, and it's like, we have to brace ourselves. Anyway, Rob Heron, glad everything's good in Hillsborough. And let's hope that people still learned a lesson or two. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
You got it. Coming up, we've got our live breaking news coverage of Hurricane Idalia. It'll continue. We're going to speak with the mayor of Tallahassee, another city that dodged a bit of a bullet today as well. We're going to take you to the White House for the latest on the federal response. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Emmy Award-nominated journalism is streaming free on NBC News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is where Carrie is located. See the bright
Morning, right behind me, there were little ones included, and you realize should we do the dishes, should we?
Allegations of Russian war crimes.
Storm zone in Florida.
Essentially on that, so.
An exciting and a long night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We're following Hurricane Idalia as Florida continues to feel the impact of the storm, and both Georgia and South Carolina are obviously getting hit hard as well. Tallahassee's mayor told NBC earlier this morning that Idalia could be the worst storm in the city's history. Fortunately, the city was able to avoid the worst path from this storm, but thousands in the area still remain without power. Power lines and trees were downed in the storm. Florida First Lady Casey DeSantis tweeted this photo of a tree that fell next to the governor's mansion earlier today. So let's go to Tallahassee, Florida. We have Maggie Vespa there reporting on the ground. And as Guad's report from Gainesville, as I was describing this, Florida State on one side, University of Florida on the other, and this hurricane just missed both campuses, it seems.
Yeah, clearly wanted to split the difference as far as its allegiance goes
Correct.
between those schools.
Right.
But you know what? In Tallahassee, in Tallahassee, officials here are very blunt. They say that essentially they feel like they really were mercifully spared by this storm. I mean, you talked about the fact that this is one of the hardest or one of the most severe storms to kind of make landfall in the area. That's because Tallahassee typically doesn't get hit by storms of this severity. Just the fact that this city was in the crosshairs of this storm as of yesterday morning, meaning people only had about 24 hours before they realized it had kind of tracked that far west. That was rare. Okay, so people here in the capital city of Florida, and as you point out, Florida State, Florida A&M campuses very close to where we are, actually, those shut down, government buildings shut down. You saw Governor DeSantis' press conferences earlier today, including the one where they lost power mid-press conference. That was here in Tallahassee as well. So right now, kind of the focus here in Tallahassee is also a focus statewide, and that is getting the power turned back on, and in some cases, getting cell service back up, specifically in Perry, Florida. Communications there are really tough. Our crews have had a tough time throughout the day. Cell service largely gone there. And then we have to talk about just power across the city and across the state. I just checked on the Tallahassee City's utilities website. Basically, they have about, by my count, 25,000, give or take, that still don't have power based on their outage map. Statewide, crews say, according to the governor's office, they have restored power for well over 250,000 people just today. So since this storm moved through, crews have been out restoring power for 250,000 people so far.
Right.
But by our count, that's not even halfway. That's not even half the job they have yet to do. And of course, everybody here knows the vast majority of the worst devastation is farther east, farther south, areas like Tampa, where this storm has, just wielded insurmountable damage and has turned deadly.
And I assume in Tallahassee, you're seeing more downed trees because this is one of those, it's obvious the minute you say it, which is doesn't get hit by as many storms.
Yeah.
Has more tree growth. So a tropical storm is going to have more impact there than it would down in South Florida where they get hit all the time.
Exactly. I mean, the one that fell on the governor's mansion, that's a 100-year-old oak tree, I think they said. It's a century old. And that's what happens, to your point, when you don't get hit by storms of this magnitude. Trees have that time to grow. So they're taller. Oftentimes they're weaker. And yeah, that was a huge concern going into the storm this morning. And crews are out kind of doing this evaluation in real time. We're getting updates and kind of still waiting on a lot of the causes. But for a lot of these power outages, that was indeed the suspected cause, kind of the diagnosis of, if you will, was those falling trees, Chuck.
That's why you can't just blow off a Cat 1 storm if you've never experienced any hurricanes before.
Exactly.
Maggie, Vespa on the ground for us. Maggie, thank you. I'm going to stick with Tallahassee as our Dateline here. Got John Daly with us. He's the mayor of Tallahassee. Mayor Daly, let me start with you. Mayor Daly, I'm sure that's not the first time. Not a bad way to be remembered, I think. Let me ask you this. How much of Tallahassee has buried power lines?
So the percentage of most of Tallahassee still has above ground power lines. We require all new development and redevelopment to be buried, and we have been working for many years now to bury our power lines. It is such an expensive proposition in our community. It's well over $100 million proposition. So, but we are actively and aggressively trying to bury the power line, especially with new development and redevelopment.
What would you say? Obviously, we just had a report. You've said it yourself. This could have been more devastating. You guys were prepared for more. What have you learned from this storm, and what is the damage?
Well, I give full credit to the leadership of our city manager and the amazing men and women that work in the utility department. We started planning and preparing for this storm as soon as we heard about it, started communicating with the public immediately. As you know, there's 200,000 people in Tallahassee, another 100,000 in the unincorporated. Student population is 70,000. We got to keep them safe. But I think one of the key differences that we did was we tripled the size of our electric utility department immediately by calling in our mutual aid agreements as far away as Nebraska, Oklahoma, Ohio, Mississippi, Louisiana. And those additional crews arrived in Tallahassee. We were able to put our assets all over, and as soon as the storm passed and it was safe, they've been out restoring power. Chuck, I'll end on this. 1/3 of our customer base lost power, and we are the largest utility provider in the Big Bend area. To this moment, I think we're about 65-70% restored. That shows you how hard those men and women are working right now.
Let me ask you about the prevention issues. You talked about the expense of burying power lines. Look, here in the Mid-Atlantic, we got hit pretty hard this summer, and you're now seeing a lot of people are trimming trees lower than they've ever done before. What kind of tree preventative measures are you guys thinking about any of that going forward here? Because, again, I go back to a conversation I had earlier. I mean, these Gulf storms, they come out of nowhere now, and they come from zero to hurricane in a matter of hours sometimes.
Right. Well, with the new technology, it is important that we keep being aggressive with burying the power lines when we can. But it's also a cost issue that, as a community, we need to continue to have that conversation. Chuck, I also think what's interesting is think about it, the intensity and the size of the storms these years. Look, I've been a local elected official for 17 years, and it seems that every year the storms are becoming bigger, more intense, even our rainstorms. And you grew up in Miami, you know what those summertime rainstorms are like. We used to use the measure of the 100-year storm event. Now we are having 100-year storm events on a regular basis during the summer with our rainstorms. So, yes, we need to keep moving forward with technology, new trimming practices. We want to take care of our trees, but we want to make sure that people have electricity as well.
Look, I don't mean to go back to this burying power line issue because it was such a movement in South Florida. It really, it does make getting the power back on faster and things like that. Is there any, is there state money that you could ask for to do this? Or is this more of an issue of residents fighting it? I know that that's where it can happen in some neighborhoods.
Oh, no, I think that the city of Tallahassee is wide open to burying the power lines. The question is, how are we going to pay for it? And you're absolutely correct. We have open lines of communication with the governor's office and our state delegation working through the legislative process to see if there's money available. We have open lines of communication. I enjoyed talking to the White House today when they called to check on our community as well and to see what federal monies are also available. But you also have to understand that when you have a property tax revenue of $56 million coming in based on your property taxes, but it's going to cost over $100 million plus to bury your power lines, it's a budget issue. And that's a community conversation we have to continue.
Yeah, well, perhaps more insurance companies will come in the state to insure on property if we bury the power lines. I'm just asking.
There we go.
Yeah. I mean, is there a quid pro quo here? I mean, yeah. Anyway, it's above our pay grades, right, Mayor Daley? Anyway.
There we go. Absolutely. Right. I loved your analogy of splitting the difference between the University of Florida and Florida State University with the storm not taking sides.
The storm can't take sides. And obviously, well, most hurricanes, they care about, never mind. I was going to make another football analogy. Not a good day to do that. Mayor John Daley of Tallahassee, thank you, and I appreciate it. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Up next, President Biden promises federal support for hurricane recovery while addressing 2 deadly disasters from the White House today. Watch Meet the Press now.
Just behind me, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants waiting under the blazing sun.
All these people here are going to be asking for asylum.
It's a very critical situation.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you.
Welcome back. There's, of course, going to be a federal response to Hurricane Idalia. That's underway. According to the White House, more than 1,500 federal personnel are on the ground in the Southeast, including teams of Coast Guard members positioned for search and rescue. More than 1.3 million meals and 1.6 million liters of water are ready for distribution. Speaking this afternoon, President Biden said he's been in contact with the governors of Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina.
I let each governor I spoke with know if there's anything the states need right now, I'm ready to mobilize that support of what they need.
So joining me now, our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, look, there's two, basically one end of the country to all the way to the other end of the Pacific here. Two massive federal responses going on. What did he have to say about Hawaii as well?
And when you think about it, there are places that many other Americans choose to go to visit for vacation and so forth. So Hawaii and Florida have a large identity among many Americans because of that. The president focused on saying he's been in touch with all of the governors involved, that his federal resources from across the different agencies that are responsible will provide what is needed urgently. He emphasized that he's asking these governors, what do you need right now to try to get it there? At the same time, he acknowledged that when it comes to Hawaii, there is a need for patience because the level of rebuilding that will be required is so extraordinary. And he emphasized that he wants it to be done in a way that was better than what was lost, but also honoring the wishes and the history and the needs of the people who make Lahaina in particular and Maui home. So trying to urge patience there. With respect to the unfolding Idalia hurricane, trying to focus on the need for people to listen to the rules in their communities and to also know that federal resources are available. So this shows a test of leadership in many ways. The president was asked by reporters if he detected any politics in his personal phone call with Governor DeSantis. Obviously, both men have put themselves forward to be candidates in 2024. And the president was candid and said he trusts that DeSantis is dealing with him as a leader and not seeking political advantage in the moment. That might be something that for many people who get jaded about our politics might be glad to hear that.
Well, but I'm going to get us re-jaded about our politics, Kelly, and that is disaster relief. Already, I've noticed today, Marco Rubio, senator from Florida, said that he was in favor of decoupling Ukraine funding and disaster relief. We know the Biden administration doesn't want to decouple that for obvious political reasons. Ukraine funding not popular among House Republicans. They're worried about it getting through. Attaching it to disaster recovery is a tried and tested method in the House. Is it going to work this time?
Well, that is a pressing question. And part of what FEMA is also telling us is that their reserves are down to about $3 billion, which is a big number in almost any other context except disaster recovery, where they need resources. And the president was asked today by our colleague Peter Alexander about will there be enough money to respond to these things. And the president says he's going to have to really push on this. And decoupling is a tough question that gets down to a very granular level where you have certain lawmakers who, for their own home district needs, don't want to be in favor of Ukraine support in this military context. And at the same time, almost every member of Congress at some point or another will need to have disaster relief for their home community. And it puts pressure on them to look at this with that in mind.
Look, we got to start thinking about FEMA budgeting, not just as disaster relief, but potentially disaster preparedness. You know, is it FEMA that helps assess burying power lines, things like that? But those are above
expensive projects that do, in fact, make things better when crises hit.
It's what, in theory, you'd want the federal government to be assisting your state and local leaders on. But again, as I said before, it's above our pay grades, right, Kelly? We are here to observe and report.
Yes.
Kelly O'Donnell, thanks very much.
Good to see you.
After the break, how Idalia became the strongest hurricane to hit Florida's Big Bend in more than a century, and how the changing climate change is fueling faster and more dangerous storms, particularly in the Gulf. What's doing it? You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Is that good news for us?
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Meanwhile, Idalia is the first major hurricane to enter Appalachia Bay since 1851, when record-keeping began. That was only 6 years after Florida officially became a state. But it's also the fifth hurricane to hit Florida's west coast in just the last 8 years. Hermine in 2016, Irma in 2017, Michael in 2018, Ian in 2022, and now Idalia in 2023. Joined now by our meteorologist here at NBC News, Bill Cairns again. And Bill, this is what I want to sort of, and you're right where I want to be. What is happening there in the Yucatan Peninsula? It feels like, I've described it almost like a pinball machine, the little place where you just launch the pinballs, and they just sort of launch these low pressures. It's like, up, there's a low, and then you check back the next morning, and it's a hurricane. What's the secret down there? What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I always have a rule of thumb, Chuck. And any storm enters the Gulf of Mexico, nothing good ever happens because it just can't escape. The water is so warm that it almost always develops. So let me just take a look first at this storm and what happened with it. So yes, it was just kind of meandering near Cancun and Cozumel for all the past weekend. And then when it started heading north, we colorized the water here to show you, how warm it is. And the water temperatures are at record levels. So we knew once the storm started to get developed, if the upper level winds are favorable, level, it would just take off like a rocket ship. And that's exactly what happened. We were actually lucky that it was moving at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. If this had been a slow-moving storm, it just would have kept growing even stronger than it did. So it started at 70-mile-per-hour winds yesterday, and then this morning it was up to 120. So that's pretty rare. If rapid intensification means 35 miles per hour in 24 hours, this went up by 50-mile-per-hour winds in a little 24 hours. So that's it's only happened, like, I think someone mentioned 10 times in like the history of all storms. And I made this graphic for you. I know you just showed those pictures here, but here's Florida, and here's all the hurricanes that have hit since 2016. You can see that was Irma, this one was Ian, this was Idalia, obviously, this was Michael, the Category 5, and then we had two non-major hurricanes. That was Hermine and Sally. And only one of them, Sally, came, the typical what we call route, going, from Bahamas through South Florida and into the Gulf, kind of like Katrina did. But lately, all these recent ones came from the Gulf side, and we've had a lot of major hurricanes. I mean, 4 of these 6 since 2016 have all been, monster storms making landfall. It's been an unprecedented time, and this doesn't even take into effect our friends in Louisiana, who they went through just an epic period of big storms hitting them, 4 or 5 years ago.
And this is just all due to the warming Gulf, right? And how much has the Gulf warmed over the last 30 years?
The Gulf has warmed considerably, especially, I'd say the last 10 years. I don't have a specific number for you on that, unfortunately. But, a lot of people want to just, say, hey, this is climate change. We have to deal with this every year. The fact with tropical cyclones is worldwide. Remember, climate change, we have to picture it worldwide. Everyone wants this associated with what happens in their backyard. But the number of cyclones and typhoons and hurricanes has not been increasing across the globe. That's just a fact. We can't argue that. We can see it with satellites. But here, near us, in the Gulf and on the East Coast, we've actually been seeing a high number of major and strong storms recently. So, we can't just nitpick and cherry pick the numbers because it's happening here. Globally, that's not a trend. It's I guess that's another way. It's a climate shift, I guess, when you're talking about in the years to come, right? It could be.
We're just in this shift right now. Bill Cairns, a little more of the science behind all of this. Bill, thank you. Joining me now on the phone is the mayor of Horseshoe Beach, Florida. It's Jeff Williams. He just was out touring the damage in his town. And Mayor Williams, you've shared a few photos with him, and they're just heartbreaking. It's just devastating. But you tell me, you just did a tour of your town as it is. It looks pretty devastating.
It is very devastating. It is. It's sad to see, and it's difficult to try to wrap your arms around what we're going to have to do to rebuild. But we will do that.
How communications on the ground, what would you say? Are you able to get to everybody you're trying to get to, or do you still need some more help on that front?
Well, no, what I would say to that is our focus the last 2 days prior to the storm was preparing for after the storm. We were confident that the storm was going to affect us, so we did preparations ahead of the post-storm, knowing what we were going to have to do. So we did that. Yesterday, our entire focus was to get every citizen out of Horseshoe Beach. And we had some old-timers here that had lived through multiple storms, and they were a little hard-headed. But at the end of the day, by midnight last night, we had every single citizen out of our town except one.
Well, let's look. You just saw the devastation. Can you imagine if they didn't evacuate?
Oh, we've from what I can tell right now, we've probably lost 50 homes that are totally gone, nothing but a slab.
But people evacuated. There weren't humans in those buildings, luckily.
Exactly right. They can come back. They're still alive. They can come back and rebuild, but they are alive and they're safe.
What kind of updates do you have? When can people come back? Or are you already starting to allow?
Yeah, I came in about 3 hours ago with the emergency management folks, and the citizens started coming in about an hour ago. And right now we had to get the roads passable, and get the power. We had a lot of power lines down, so we had to get those secured. But the people are now coming back, and obviously we have no power, we have no water at this time. But we, it's just a matter of clean up now and pick up the pieces.
Mayor Jeff Williams, Horseshoe Beach, we'll be following you. We'll be hopefully all the help is there and coming if it's not there. And glad to know that people did evacuate. And I think you're showing the proof of why you needed to evacuate. Thank you, sir. Good luck.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Still to come, governing in a disaster, a potential test for Governor DeSantis as he steps off the campaign trail to handle this hurricane. And another frightening moment for the Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell, who appeared to freeze again while talking to reporters. Second time that's happened this summer. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Coming to you live, breaking news out of Tennessee. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
What you see just behind me here, hundreds, if not 1,000 migrants lined up.
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not? What's expected to happen in Argentina with that election? Heading across the pond, an incredibly historical moment.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As you saw earlier, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is off the campaign trail, obviously, this week to deal with the state's response and recovery to Hurricane Idalia. It represents another either test or opportunity, depending on your point of view, as he pushes his record and his competence as governor of Florida to try to make it the centerpiece of his campaign. Let's do a little politics here at the end of the show. Joining me now on set, Benji Sarlin, Washington Bureau Chief for Semaphore, an NBC News political unit alum. Eugene Robinson, Washington Post columnist and an NBC News political analyst. And Danny Pletka, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and a friend of NBC News. So there. Look, Benji, these moments, they can, look, I think Jeb Bush got his brother reelected in Florida in 2004 with his competence in many ways. It sort of sealed the deal. You can accomplish a lot. You can really send the message of competency or incompetency when it comes to storms.
Absolutely. Jeb Bush is one of the first politicians you think of with someone who benefited from disaster politics. I think they called him the hurricane governor, and certainly
4 in 1 year. I mean,
yeah, I think it was 9 during his entire governorship.
Yeah.
It was just over and over and over again. And it was funny, even years and years later when he ran for president, and I talked to voters in Florida, it would be the first thing they'd bring up. Oh, we love Jeb Bush. Now,
how
did
good
that
was Bush at it?
translate?
Barack Obama hired Jeb Bush's FEMA emergency coordinator to run FEMA.
Of course, who had better credentials, right? Now, the flip side of that is you might have surging approvals in your state. People might remember it. Does that translate anywhere else? I mean, Jeb Bush found out not so much. People aren't always interested in hearing how you did in some other state. In Chris Christie's case after Sandy, it was even a negative in some ways because Republicans saw him as too close to Obama during the response.
Well, and we've seen this, you know, Danny, I remember, look, Hurricane Andrew recovery became more politicized as we went a second, a third, and a fourth week without power. Like sometimes these things all go well in the first week, and then all of a sudden, hey, where's the cavalry?
What isn't politicized now? I mean, we are talking about the politics of the weather at this point. So I'm willing to bet that for DeSantis, however, this is his sweet spot. He's well liked in the state of Florida. He's competent at this sort of thing. No man doesn't like putting a windbreaker on and getting out there with the reporters, the wind in his hair, looking like a hero.
And he's political. Like, he doesn't play politics either. I've noticed that. Like, when he's been with Biden, they don't know that there's punishment to be had if you do it. Right?
No, but I mean, thank heaven for small favors, right? I mean, really, you're not supposed to do politics when when a hurricane.
Hey, thank goodness they acted like adults.
Exactly, they acted like adults. I mean, look, we are fortunate with this hurricane, right? It hit in probably the least populated coastline.
It's a weird way to say it. If you could pick the one place to do the least amount of potential widespread damage.
Exactly, with a hurricane hitting Florida coast.
Don't tell that to Horseshoe Beach.
I don't.
Exactly.
And my heart goes out to those people. But there are not as many of them as there would be any place else on the Florida coast. And so, in a sense, we dodged a bullet. We should be thankful for that.
We are. Petrified for our friends in Charleston, though. I mean, this is just such a bizarre circumstance, high tide. It's one of those, you know it well. I don't think it floods when the sun shines, right?
It floods when the sun shines and it's humid and it's high tide. You know, I mean, it's so it's going to really flood.
All right, let me pivot to what would have been one of the lead stories all day today. It's Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell. Another moment, uncomfortable moment where he appeared to freeze. Let me play a bit of it.
That's okay. What are your thoughts on running for re-election in 2026?
What's my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026? All right, I'm sorry, you all are going to need a minute.
Few things I want to say here. McConnell aide said he momentarily felt lightheaded, but now feels fine. And apparently he's talked to Benji, John Thune, John Barrasso. Their spokespeople say, hey, he sounded like Mitch McConnell in there. Second time in a month.
Yeah, and it sounds extremely similar to the previous one, too, where he also was able to talk to reporters even later that same day, but it played out. It looked identical, but it's just reinforcing the reality here. He's an 81-year-old man who suffered a serious fall earlier this year, and I'm sure everyone in the Senate, including those people you named, who are often named as his potential successor, are thinking about what comes next.
Gene, every time this comes, he's a year older. He's only 1 year older than the president. He's only 4 years older than the former president.
Right.
This is just, it's going to, as I say, our job is to observe and report sometimes, and this is, we're observing and we're reporting.
And it's very, very difficult to look at. It really is. This can't, one assumes this can't continue. I know he's getting the best medical care.
Is it in the best interest of the Senate or the Senate Republicans? It's hard to say.
I don't know. It's not in the best interest of the Senate or the country. It's not. I can't imagine it's in the best interest of Mitch McConnell, to have these episodes like that. And just even if he's just thinking about his legacy, this is not the way he would want to go out.
Danny, I mean, these are all uncomfortable conversations.
They are uncomfortable conversations, and it was really awful to watch. My heart goes out to him and to his family as a human being. This is but this is increasingly the way we feel when we watch all of our senior-most politicians. Well, how old is Chuck Schumer?
Right, he's in his mid-70s.
Right. No, I think he's he's creeping up to 80. Yeah. How old was Nancy Pelosi? How old is Joe Biden? How old is Donald Trump? Maybe it's time for us to start talking about a moment when we need a newer generation. Maybe there should be age limits.
This is not an unpopular thing. The age limits question, you ask it, it gets there quickly in more moments like this, and it's there. And the White House doesn't like to hear this, but every time Mitch McConnell has a bad moment like this doesn't help the president.
No, it does definitely fit this theme, and you've seen some politicians seize on it. Nikki Haley, for example, is a politician whose style you very well might associate with Mitch McConnell, was pretty shockingly blunt the last time this happened with him and saying this just shows we need, you know, a new generation. There's definitely, you see some politicians starting to sense something's in the water.
I don't know how the party's going to handle this, Danny, but if you told me there were public resignation calls now, it wouldn't surprise me. It was the second episode with Dianne Feinstein where you saw Democrats start to call on her to resign.
I think it's much more a question of the conversation he's going to have privately in his caucus about what it is that neurologists say is going on, what is really happening.
What is is this just an episode or is there something more?
And I think there's something more important. There is nobody in this town more of a political creature than Mitch McConnell. He is such a political creature, and so even if he thinks the time is right, even if he wants to step down, he's going to be figuring out what's the right juncture, when do we move, what's good for the party, what's good for the Senate.
But when you think about everything that has to happen, we're running out of time. If you're the White House, no matter what you think of Mitch McConnell, you want to try to do government funding without Mitch McConnell there?
Yeah,
You want to try to sort of get through? That's not something they would look forward to. It would make everything that's going to be harder without Mitch McConnell.
Yeah, everyone's taken him for granted so long, it's hard to imagine what comes after.
Yeah, whatever you think of him, when it comes to just getting the trains to run on time.
Yeah, but life happens.
Life happens. Benji, Eugene, Danny, thank you. Thank you all for being with us this hour. We'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with more on the storm with Hallie Jackson right now.
I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air with the latest update from the National Hurricane Center just in the last 90 seconds on Idalia. Now a tropical storm barreling through Georgia and up to the Carolinas. It has already turned deadly. And even though it's getting weaker, the winds are still something like 70 miles an hour. The storm surge plus the flooding still a huge issue. Look at this. You see in Georgia, water knee-high, starting to flood into some garages, with the worst yet to come there after this storm has left a trail of destruction in Florida, making landfall as a Category 3, the strongest storm to hit that Big Bend area in more than a century. And as we speak, the urgent and desperate mission to rescue anybody who needs it. Look at this. You can see crews out combing the streets in the panhandle of Florida. And the race to restore power to the nearly 500,000 who do not have it right now in the southeast, it is on. Although, look at this. This scary picture shows why officials want people to turn their power off if their house is flooded, because of the risk of fire. You can see the flames coming up, even though there's water coming up the side of that building. The wind is something like 125 miles an hour. You can see how strong those gusts can get, with the roof of this gas station flipping, taking those gas pumps with it. In Perry, Florida, houses ripped apart. This one here on the left, basically left with no roof, just its walls. You can see the bed even sitting there in what used to be a bedroom. On top of that, so much flooding, not just from the rain, but from the storm surge. Look at this bed and breakfast in Cedar Key, totally washed out. This is the roof of the building. That's the roof just getting hammered. The front door, the furniture scattered on the side, scattered everywhere. Look at that shot. We're going to be talking to the owner of that inn a little bit later on this hour. We are now learning that 2 people have been killed in separate car crashes, with Florida's governor saying in just the last few minutes, a lot of people did pay attention to those warnings to get out before it was too late.
The storm surge there was enough to potentially be life-threatening if people didn't take proper precautions. But I think most of the people did, and I think they probably really protected themselves and their families as a result.
You can imagine it has been a headache for anybody trying to fly in or out of the state. Across both Georgia and Florida, we're seeing almost 1,000 flights canceled or delayed. Some airports are starting to open back up, but others further east are shutting down now as the storm shifts. And just to pull back to show you how big this storm was, look at this. This is from the International Space Station. Capturing this hurricane from above as it flew over, you can actually see some of the funnel clouds there. We've got our team of reporters out in the field covering every angle of this story. But I want to get first to meteorologist Bill Cairns on this latest update. Just into us, top of the hour, Bill, 2 minutes ago from the National Hurricane Center. Talk us through what we're learning.
Yeah, we want this storm to get out of here as fast as possible. The quicker we can get this storm to move to the east, we lessen and lower the chances of that high tide in Savannah and Charleston doing significant damage. I'm more happy for Savannah at this point. I think we're going to avoid the peak winds with that high tide, but Charleston, it's going to be a very close call for you. And we actually have, do expect it to be worse in Charleston than Savannah. So here's the new forecast position. The storm's about to head into South Carolina already. It is a tropical storm. It only went down 5 miles per hour. The wind really hasn't been doing a ton of damage in the last couple hours anyways. But look at that forward speed. We like that. We want this thing to get out of here. It's already moving at 21 miles per hour. The Hurricane Center brings it past Charleston towards about Georgetown at 2 a.m. in the morning. So you can kind of roughly figure out that it's going to be the closest to Charleston, probably right around 9 p.m. tonight. High tide is roughly going to be about 8:30. So again, it's unfortunately the strongest winds are going to be close to that high tide, and that's why we think that we could be in a little trouble there with the storm surge mixing in with the astronomical high tide, because we got this big old full moon out there tonight too, which isn't helping matters. So Savannah, 7:37 p.m., so we're only roughly about 2.5 hours away from your high tide. But I think when we get to the high tide, you should be on the back side of the storm, so that wind, instead of pushing the water towards the coast, will be blowing it out. You see the arrows on here? This shows you the wind direction at about 6 p.m. this evening. And you notice the onshore flow here heading into the Charleston area. So that's why the water is going to be building. But in the backside here, Brunswick and Jacksonville, we call that a blowout tide. The wind is going to be actually pushing the high tide off the coast. Your water levels will actually be pretty low. So the main concern area is in between, I'd say, Hilton Head all the way to Charleston, back up here to Georgetown. I think those are the greatest areas of concern. Of course, we could see isolated tornadoes. We do have a tornado warning with a band just outside of Charleston. I'm actually seeing another one with a band near kind of what used to be the center of the storm, not too far from Savannah. These tornadoes, the risk area at least, goes until about 10 p.m. Once the sun sets, I think that'll help a little bit. We've now extended flash flood warnings from Georgia into South Carolina. We got a really narrow area with some very heavy torrential rains. That's going to be about 20 miles inland off the coast. In all, we got roughly about 15 million people under flood watches, and the heaviest rain from here on out, and this is in addition to what's already fallen, and in North Carolina, we could see another 5 to 7 inches of rain, Hallie. So we're getting to that critical time. We got about 3 hours here till we get to that high tide in the southeast coastal areas. Again, the big, my big takeaway from the 5 o'clock update is that faster forward speed helps Savannah, but it may not be fast enough for Charleston. That's who I'm worried about the most.
Bill Cairns, thank you. We're live in both of those cities. I want to take them in order. We'll start in Savannah with Lindsay Reiser, where, as Bill is laying out here, the storm hitting, maybe not going to hit you as hard as it's going to hit Charleston, but give us a sense of what the updates are and what you're seeing.
Well, Hallie, I mean, the mayor is still saying that this, even though it's weakening as it travels, it could still hit us as a Cat 1. So we could still see wind gusts of 80 miles an hour. Hopefully, by the time it reaches us, it could be downgraded to a tropical storm, but we'll have to see. Now, the mayor says that the storm, we can expect that impact from now basically until 10 p.m. There was a smaller window that the governor provided, but we have already seen since Idalia came into Georgia, more than 100,000 people without power. We've seen flash flooding in some areas. We've also seen trees down. And of course, you have to think of a place like Savannah. They have 80,000 trees here. And so the concerns are, of course, the water surges, the coastal flood surge, heavy rain, also that heavy wind. Now, when we also talk about the surrounding areas, we've seen Tybee Island. They've been dealing with really, really heavy winds, which has affected the tide. They're about 16 miles east of where we are toward the coast. We have nearby Camden County, about 90 miles to the south of us. They're actually telling people to conserve their water because of the power outages. It's affecting the water systems. So, Hallie, we're still to see potentially the worst is yet to come in terms of the wind, but we have already seen quite an impact here in the state of Georgia.
Yeah, no kidding. There's also the risk of potential tornadoes, right? That's something that you're also watching?
Yeah, we have tornado watches. We've had some warnings here in Georgia in the areas, but we still have a tornado watch. I mean, flights have been canceled. Schools are closed. The bridge behind me is closed. It's kind of a bunch of different warnings and watches that we are watching. And then when you have a place like Savannah, we're low-lying. We're surrounded by water. And so right here on the river, we've already seen some changes throughout the day. We've seen a stronger current. We've seen some white caps. We've seen the water coming up and then receding again. And, of course, Bill's talking about that high tide. here with that full moon. So we will be out here monitoring everything that's happening. But certainly, while people haven't been evacuating in this area, the mayor is telling people, hunker down, ride it out, don't go out in it, Hallie.
Lindsay Reiser live for us there in Savannah, Georgia. Lindsay, thank you. I want to get to Charleston, South Carolina. Kathy Park is there. We know the airport's going to shut down in the next hour or so. And Kathy, you heard it from Bill Cairns, that latest update just in the last 8 minutes suggesting that Charleston could be in for it. You have a potential risk of storm surge, flooding, and the storm's going to hit overnight in the dark. We know that's an added challenge for some of these emergency responders.
Hallie, that's absolutely right, and we're kind of getting a preview of what's to come right now. You can probably see the showers. We've been getting downpours throughout the day today, but the wind has really started to pick up. We're here along the Battery right now, which is an iconic location in Charleston, and right behind me is the Charleston Harbor, and you can probably see the waves starting to pick up. Well, as you heard Bill mention, the timing of the storm will be critical because it could coincide with the high tide. So here in the Low Country, flooding is always a big concern, but when you combine that high tide, this water that you see here could be lapping over the seawall. So in anticipation of this storm, a lot of the residents in this area, as well as business owners, began stacking up sandbags in front of their homes, in front of their stores. And also, we should point out, this is a very busy area for tourists. We're just a couple of days from the busy holiday weekend, and we had a chance to speak with some folks along King Street. They're visiting from Minneapolis, and they say that they're not going to be changing their plans. They're going to hunker it out and hunker down and basically ride out the storm. Take a listen.
We're kind of just trusting our hotel to let us know, what to do and when it happens. Like if it's anything more is needed from us or from them. So we feel pretty safe.
And Hallie, earlier today, we were driving along King Street. A lot of the businesses there are closed as of this afternoon. They plan on reassessing kind of how things play out during the overnight hours. They plan on reopening tomorrow. But flash flooding also an issue earlier in the day as well, because we've been basically hit with these heavy bands of rain as well as these winds. So that's been kind of the pattern that we've been monitoring throughout the course of the day.
I see in the live shot that right in front of you there, Kathy, behind you, next to you, people walking around, people taking it in a bit. There are no evacuation orders, right? We've heard that from the governor there. He says there's not going to be sort of a forcible push to get people to leave, but he is asking people to stay inside, right?
Hallie, that's absolutely right. Right now, there are no evacuation orders in place, but he did say that starting at 6 o'clock, he wants folks to stay indoors. Do not risk it. He also said don't risk the lives of emergency responders to come rescue you if that is something that they have to do. So be mindful of that. Obviously, conditions are starting to deteriorate and will only worsen in the coming hours. But once again, the timeline of this will be critical. We anticipate the bulk of the storm to hit somewhere in the 8, 9 o'clock hour, and that's when, of course, we'll be monitoring the high tide as well.
Kathy Park live for us. They're in Charleston, which is bracing to get hit by Idalia next. Kathy, thank you so much. I want to bring in now Mandy Lemmerman, Dixie County Fire and Rescue Battalion Chief and Public Information Officer. Thank you so much for being with us, Chief. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Talk to me about power outages. The latest numbers show something like 90% of people there do not have it. What's the estimation for when they could get it back? And how are you even getting in touch with folks when cell service is, I would imagine, pretty shot?
Oh, absolutely. We went from absolutely no cell service when the storm first hit, and Verizon and AT&T is our two big cellular companies in the area, and they've worked hard to help try to restore what they can. As far as utility companies, they're working hand in hand with not only our public works, but also with law enforcement and the fire department to mitigate the most busiest and most important infrastructure in our county first. The last update for residents and still businesses that we got was close to 10,000 outages for us when we have a population of roughly 20,000 in our last census. That just goes to show you that about pretty much half of our population is out of power at this time. Luckily, though, we have a lot of people that have generators, and they're being very cautious and safe with them. And we also still have our general population shelter open that people had a great evacuation to, that they're still able to get air conditioning and power there, as well as food.
To the best of your knowledge, Chief Lemmerman, has everybody who needs help at this point gotten it, so far as you know?
As far as we know, yes. Our biggest concern, we had two of them, and one of the biggest ones was our coastal communities. In the storm surge, they predicted close to 16 foot. The last number we got, and we're still in the community, so I can't give you a full description of what has all happened, but we do know there's major destruction down there. But the last estimate is that we have lost no lives yet. The Task Force 1 out of Miami is fixing to arrive, and they're going to finish up going door to door for us to give us a more up-to-date later on number of if we actually have any lives lost or anybody that's been unaccounted for. But as of right now, we have no reports of anybody being accounted for, so we're very blessed with that. I know our neighbors to the north in Taylor County are still working diligently to try to confirm that as well. It was definitely a rough one for our two counties.
Absolutely, and obviously so many people around the country hoping it remains that way. No lives lost in York County. Have you had a sense yet to wrap your head around what the rebuilding process may look like? We've seen, and we're looking at some of the images of the damage. It is significant there in a place that hasn't been hit, as you know, directly by a hurricane like this in 125 years.
Yeah, absolutely. It's never in our lifetime or anybody's lifetime that's currently working, and we're still, I think, running on pure adrenaline and trying to do the best to mitigate as many hazards as we can quickly and safely. So I don't think we've really been able to sit down and grasp it yet. I know I haven't, just trying to push out information and make sure our resources get where they go. But the state has been amazing in helping us get those resources here with the task force, with Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the National Guard. It's just been a true undertaking that they've been amazing in sending resources that we've needed because we're a small little rural department. So we've definitely exhausted our resources. To have that relief come from the state has been amazing. And I know in the next couple of days when we realize the amount of actual damage and we get those numbers and actually get to see it, it will be very devastating to us because this is home. But I know our little county is very resilient, and we have a lot of great and amazing people here. So we'll definitely build back amazing and be stronger than ever, like always.
Dixie County Fire Chief Mandy Lemmerman. Chief Lemmerman, thank you so much for being with us. I know it has been a long and difficult day for you and your team. Appreciate it. I want to go over now to Maggie Vespa, who was also in Florida in the state capital of Tallahassee. Bit of a sigh of relief there after being spared the worst of the storm, Maggie, but it doesn't mean they're out of the woods entirely. We've seen the damage. Talk me through it.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean that they're out of the woods because they still have a lot of repair, a lot of power restoration left to go. But basically, people here in Tallahassee really feeling like they dodged a bullet when it comes to this storm. The local sheriff telling me, and you'll hear from him in a second, but basically telling me that, in his words, they were expecting like a Hurricane Katrina type situation. And really, they have minimal damage, mostly power outage in this area. You look at the numbers, you can see just kind of how sort of favorable this actually turned out compared to, again, what they were expecting. A couple dozen downed trees, a few dozen blocked roads, damaged structures, just 16, people still in shelters, 27. And again, the sheriff telling me he, especially knowing how bad this could have been, knowing what his first responders were bracing for, is just really feeling thankful that things weren't far worse. Take a listen.
Our major concerns right now are outages, utility outages, electric outages. We've got about 40,000 persons without utilities in our community, without lights and power. We're very fortunate here in Leon County that we're talking about utilities being our only major concern.
And we should note that those local numbers here in Leon County, basically where Tallahassee is, have come down. By my count, in the city of Tallahassee, about 25,000 is where they are, people still without power. Crews working across the state. Of course, that's a story across the state. The governor tweeting out recently that more than 250,000 people have had their power restored just today. But I want to leave you with this image from, speaking of the governor's mansion, tweeted out by Florida's First Lady, Casey DeSantis, of this 100-year-old oak tree that fell on the governor's mansion. The First Lady saying she was home with their kids at the time, that no one is hurt, but that their thoughts and prayers are with those affected by this storm. So this is an area that has a ton of old trees, Hallie, a ton of big trees. Case in point, when the rare strong storm does roll through, catastrophic things, of course, can happen. Hallie.
Maggie Vespa live for us there in Tallahassee. Maggie, thank you very much. We want to stay in Florida with the Sheriff of Levy County, Bobby McCallum. Sheriff McCallum, thank you for being with us tonight. I know it's been a long day for you.
Yeah, a long couple of days for sure, but we have been very blessed today and during the night that we did not get the hurricane force winds that we were expecting. We're very thankful for that. We have been extremely worried about storm surge from this hurricane, and as we know, this had the potential to be one of the, if not the worst hurricane that we would experience here in Levy County and on our coastline. We're a huge geographical county. We're over 1,400 square miles here in Levy. With about 60 miles of coastline. Cedar Key, Yankeetown, and Inglis are our coastal towns and cities. And, we had about 6.8 feet of storm surge into Cedar Key, and then we were facing a high tide at 2 o'clock today. So we were extremely concerned, but again, we were very blessed. We probably got less than another foot of water in with the high tide, and most of that water now has subsided and gone back out, and we're making a lot of progress. Our partners in Cedar Key, the fire chief, police chief there, they do a tremendous job with their citizens, and our residents are very resilient. And there and in Yankeetown, our deputies have had efforts to remove some folks that did not leave from the Yankeetown, Inglis areas, and we're able to get into them today and get them back out to safety, as well as the Cedar Key. As far as I know, I've only been made aware of a couple of injuries. I think one in Cedar Key, one in Yankeetown, but those were very minor injuries, and we were able to get them back out and get them assistance. So again, I don't know how to say it any more vividly, but we were expecting the worst, and by the movement of the cone and the eye moving just a little further north over the last two or 3 hours during the night, that really helped us and saved us, and we didn't have to experience those winds of 100 miles per hour plus. And we can deal with the storm surges, and we are dealing with it, and we will continue.
You talked about something important there, Sheriff, the idea that with the water starting to recede from what seemed to be the peak of the storm surge, the ability to get access into places you had not been able to access previously. Are there any active rescues happening right now in your area as you are able to get into some of these neighborhoods that had been affected?
I think that we have made the rounds pretty well. We still are active in both cities, just double checking and making sure we had a good idea of those who may not evacuate last night or yesterday. We knew kind of where to go and the homes to check, and both the personnel, the city, Cedar Key knew where most of their residents. I think we had over 100 that actually stayed in Cedar Key, and quite a few in Yankeetown and the Inglis area. But we were able to get in, even prior to the water receding today, and make a lot of progress. And now we'll just be continuing in a search and recovery mode into the night and tomorrow, and make sure we've covered all our bases and that everyone is truly safe. And then we'll have extra security. We've got our Florida Sheriff's Association task force that is always on ready, and we'll have a group of deputies, special op deputies coming in from Polk County, from Sheriff Judd, to assist us during the next couple of nights and days to help both with cleanup and with security, and just assist my personnel. So I really thank our governor and all of our state partners, as well as our local, my deputies and my 911 personnel. Yeah. They've done a tremendous job as we prepared and as we've endured a lot less than we expected. So we're very thankful.
Sheriff Bobby McCallum, thank you so much of Levy County. Really appreciate you being with us. A lot of people glad that you were spared the worst of Storm Idalia. Now, again, a tropical storm downgraded from a hurricane as it continues to move east. Thank you, Sheriff. In just the last few hours, as we talk about resources for local communities like the one that the Sheriff is joining us from, President Biden is saying the federal government and FEMA will do everything they can to try to help people recover from this storm and what seems to be a constant stream of natural disasters. Listen.
How can we not respond? My God, how can we not respond to these needs? And so I'm confident, even though there's a lot of talk from some of our friends up on the Hill about the cost, we got to do it. This is the United States of America.
There is already now a disaster declaration in place for Florida that opens up more resources for that state. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is with us for more on the federal response here. It is kind of a new normal for FEMA, Kelly, as you've heard them talk about in the last 24 hours here.
Very much so, Hallie. The FEMA administrator says the tempo of these kinds of crises has picked up, and she termed it a new normal. She also gave the caution that the amount of money available at FEMA is about $3 billion right now. And when you consider the enormity of the requirements for Maui, for everything in the path of Hurricane Idalia, money like that can go by quickly. And so the president was responding to a question from our colleague Peter Alexander about will there be enough financial support from Congress to meet the needs of FEMA as they try to meet the needs of people caught in these weather events and natural disasters. So we also heard from Deanne Criswell, the FEMA administrator, today about what's at stake here. Here's part of her briefing to reporters.
The president's main concern is making sure that we are bringing everything that we have in to support these states as they're having immediate response and life-saving needs. The president contacted Governor DeSantis to let him know that the federal family continues to be there to support him. The governor expressed that all of his needs are met currently.
And the president was also asked if there was any sense of politics in his conversation with Governor DeSantis. Each man, of course, is a candidate in the 2024 race seeking the nomination of their respective parties. And the president said no, he trusts that Governor DeSantis was dealing with him as the leader of a state in need of federal support. And he worked with him in tone and in conversation in a supportive way about that at a time when our politics are often so bitter. In this instance, the president was saying that his interactions with Governor DeSantis were focused on the needs of his state. And obviously, the president also talking a lot today about Maui and the ongoing long-term rebuilding that will be required there. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell live for us at the White House. Kelly, thank you so much. We are going to keep on every development here from now Tropical Storm Idalia, including the latest that we're hearing in just the last 45 seconds or so about the potential for tornadoes, where those have been reported. We're going to have a live report on that right after the break. We've also got some other news tonight, like the new questions about the health of one of the most powerful Republicans in the country, with Senator Mitch McConnell appearing to freeze again today in the middle of a news conference. But we're learning about who he's calling tonight and what they're telling NBC News. Plus, the mother of the suspended Spanish soccer head reportedly in the hospital tonight after protesting the backlash against her son. But we're hearing about her condition in the 5 Things.
Heavy wind damage is a given in a storm of this size. Man, it's good to see you, man.
So much work to be done here still.
I'm Gotti Schwartz, and here are the stories we're watching tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. Some of the big headlines trending like crazy on social media. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights on NBC News Now.
We are back covering what is now Tropical Storm Idalia, and we're getting new information into us in just the last couple of minutes here. We have learned that there has been at least one reported tornado just a couple dozen miles north of Charleston. There's a tornado warning that is in effect in this area for the next 15 minutes or so. You're seeing the radar here, and you heard it at the top of the hour. That latest track, the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, suggesting that perhaps Charleston was going to get a harder hit, essentially, a closer hit than initially expected. It looks like Savannah, which had been bracing for the worst, might be able to at some point soon breathe a sigh of relief, although again, this storm is continuing to move. We are continuing to track it. The risk of tornadoes is one that had been anticipated by weather experts. We are looking to see what the damage is, if any, on the ground. People, again, preparing the next 15 to 17 minutes now till 5:45 Eastern. That tornado warning in effect in the Charleston area. We are also watching what's happening in Florida. The storm has largely passed through there, leaving really a trail of destruction in its wake. That's where we find Jay Gray in Gainesville. And Jay, this is a storm that we believe had turned deadly. Talk us through what we know and what you're seeing.
Yeah, Hallie, we're being told by the Florida Highway Patrol that 2 people have died as a result of this storm. It appears that they were driving during the height of the storm earlier this morning, something obviously that had been warned against for days here. But it looks like there are at least 2 people who have perished as a result of the storm here in the area of Gainesville. We're a bit inland. We had a rough ride overnight and into the early morning. It obviously has cleared out. I would have never thought we'd see a little sunshine, but we have this afternoon. Of course, the most severe damage with this storm has been along a coastline where it made landfall early this morning. A wall of water 10 feet high or more, pushing into some areas it's never been. And then you had sustained winds of 125 miles an hour, really ripping through many of the smaller communities down there along the coastline. We know that some of the teams have moved into those hardest hit areas, though where there's still standing water, that's going to be an issue. They've got to let things clear out. They don't know what's below that water, what's floating in that water, so that may take a little time. We know that power crews have also rushed in after being staged outside of the strike zone. If there's any silver lining in all of this, and it's hard to find, Hallie, but it's the fact that this storm sped up once it got over land and moved through this area much more quickly than a lot of people thought it would. So that saved some of the low-lying areas from just a soaking rain that we expected here. Still a lot of damage, and you're right, this storm maintaining some intensity, a tropical storm now, but it was a hurricane for hours over dry land, and that's amazing with no fuel. I think it speaks to the idea of just how intense this storm was, how well organized it was. Now targeting Georgia, where we've already got substantial flooding, and then on, as you talk about, into the Carolinas through the evening, perhaps into the early morning before moving back out and getting out and slowly fading away.
Jay Gray, live for us there in Gainesville. Jay, thank you so much for being there, for giving us an update on what it's like where you are as people are starting to venture out, starting to see what the damage is from Storm Idalia. Appreciate it. We're going to keep an eye, obviously, on where this is going. We're going to have more coverage in just a second, but we want to get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a federal judge is ruling today that the former president's former attorney, Rudy Giuliani, is liable for defaming 2 elections workers in Georgia. The lawsuit said he wrongly accused these 2 workers of mishandling ballots back during the 2020 election. The judge says Giuliani did not comply with any discovery obligations. A civil trial will be held to determine the amount of damages. Number 2, the Kremlin saying today the plane crash that led to the apparent death of Russian mercenary chief Yevgeny Prigozhin, who marched on Moscow a couple months ago, may have been, I'm quoting here, deliberate. It's the first time the Russian government has acknowledged that the crash may not have been an accident. They say investigators are considering several different versions of what could have happened that day. Prigozhin and all other 9 people on board are believed to be dead after that private jet crashed north of Moscow. Number 3, a Kansas sheriff's office says it does not think serial killer BTK is tied to a 1983 missing persons case. We told you how police had searched his former property last week. The victim in question, a 31-year-old woman whose body was never found. Officials are still investigating whether he's connected to other unsolved murders. Number 4, the mother of the suspended Spanish soccer chief is in the hospital, according to a local priest. She had reportedly locked herself in a church and went on a hunger strike to protest the backlash against her son after he kissed a player during their World Cup win. He's faced a lot of calls to resign, and Spanish prosecutors have opened a criminal investigation against him. Number 5, job growth slowing down a bit in the U.S., according to a new ADP report, which says private employers, so private companies, added 177,000 jobs in August, way less than what they added in July, close to 400,000, and a little under what economists had predicted. This is after some interest rate hikes, a sign that the economy may, in fact, be cooling down. Some new questions tonight about the health of the Senate's most powerful Republican. As an aide to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell tells us the senator got lightheaded during a press conference today when he appeared to freeze while taking a reporter's question. This is the second time that something like this has happened in the last 5 weeks. We're going to show you the moment once. We're going to show you the full 33 seconds from when McConnell initially freezes to when he's able to speak again. Here it is.
Okay. Senator, you're up for election in 3 short years. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing you.
That's okay. What are your thoughts on running for re-election in 2026?
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
That's
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Yes.
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator Benny.
Yep.
Head outside, so come with us. Okay.
Somebody else have a question? Please speak up.
The senator took a few more questions, although not about that specific moment. And we're learning late tonight that Senator McConnell, who's 81, has been making calls today to his fellow Republican leaders who tell NBC News that McConnell sounded like himself. Sahil Kapoor is joining us now from Capitol Hill. McConnell's team tells NBC he was going to go see a physician. What else do we know about that and about who he's talking to tonight?
That's right, Hallie. That clip was somewhat uncomfortable to watch. And, you know, these health episodes seem to be becoming something of a trend for Minority Leader McConnell, who has been a senator since 1985, longer than I've been alive. He has had so few health episodes for most of his tenure, but this year, that seems to be changing. Let's show some of the recent ones. Earlier this year, in March of 2023, he was hospitalized with a concussion and broken ribs. In June, he had difficulty hearing at a press conference. Last month, he froze for the first time during a press conference, and just today, about a month later, he had a similar episode. Now, McConnell's aide says, yes, he felt lightheaded and paused. The aide says, quote, while he feels fine, let's show this. As a prudential measure, the leader will be consulting a physician prior to the next event. That's unlike last time when they did not say whether or not he would be speaking to a doctor. McConnell is calling some of his fellow Senate Republicans to reassure them, it seems. That includes, let's put these on the screen here, John Thune, his chief deputy in leadership, as well as Steve Daines, the Senate Republican campaign chair, whose task it is to try to win back control of the Senate for Republicans in the next fall's election. The spokesman for both men say McConnell sounded fine. He sounded like himself when he talked to them, Hallie.
There's been so much reaction to this tonight, Sahil, obviously, considering the senator's position in Congress here. On X, formerly known as Twitter, we saw his name trending along with the phrase age limits. Talk us through what else we're hearing on that front.
Yeah, there's been quite a bit of criticism, quite a bit of concern about how unusually old this Congress is, especially in relation to the American electorate that it represents. One politician who has gotten some criticism and quite a bit of concern for his age is President Joe Biden himself, who weighed in on this. He talked favorably, talked in positive terms about his relationship with Senator McConnell. Let's play what Biden said.
Mitch is a friend, as you know, not a joke. We always, I know people don't believe that's the case, but we have disagreements politically, but he's a good friend, and so I'm going to try to get in touch with him later this afternoon. I don't know enough to know.
And then there's Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips, who's been calling for generational change on both sides. He has also called on President Biden not to run for re-election in 2024. You see the tweet there. He's talking about various health episodes. He says, quote, "For goodness sake, the family, friends, and staff of Senator Feinstein," that's Dianne Feinstein of California, and McConnell, "are doing them and our country a tremendous disservice." He goes on to call for term limits for Congress and the Supreme Court, as well as some basic human decency. Hallie?
Sahil Kapoor live for us there on the Hill. Sahil, thank you very much. When we come back to Tropical Storm Idalia, and a big part of Cedar Key in Florida washed away. We're talking to one hotel owner, the owner of this building right here that you're seeing, about the support she's getting and what recovery could look like. We're also all over that tornado warning happening right now in South Carolina. We'll take you live to the ground there in just a sec.
Good morning, please.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Very in question.
We pride ourselves on the ability to turn on a dime.
We've got breaking news. Sometimes there are no words.
The flashbangs are continuing to go off.
What emotions go through you as you're watching these girls?
These are really important moments in our history, and people remember who shared that news with them.
Want to show you some video that we are just getting into us from Goose Creek, South Carolina. Look at this. You can see, ooh, terrifying on the right side of your screen there, a car flipping over after what appears to have been a reported tornado in this area. This is just a bit north, a bit outside of Charleston, South Carolina. Again, this is an after effect, or a during effect, we should say, of Tropical Storm Idalia. And it is an example of how, although the storm has been downgraded from a hurricane, it is now a tropical storm, it is still powerful. It is still potentially dangerous, and it is still having a major impact in a huge portion of the Southeast. That includes Cedar Key, Florida, which is right now dealing with a whole lot of wind after some very dangerous flooding. Look at this. Trees down, roads flooded, homes underwater. I want to bring in Amy Firestein, a bed and breakfast owner, rather, an owner of this inn in Cedar Key that essentially collapsed and washed away in the storm. Amy, so many hearts go out to you. How are you doing?
We're doing fine. We just got back on the island to see the damage. We've lost at least one of our cottages is gone. Another cottage is missing the wall. Another cottage is missing a lot of walls, windows. It's a little devastating coming here. Our pavilion is gone. But I've had a lot of guests from the faraway inn calling me, texting me, reaching out to me, giving us a lot of support.
And you are, just to be clear, you're back at your inn now, and that's the damage that you're seeing. One of those cottages washed away, damage to other parts of it, right?
Yes, an entire cottage, number one, is gone.
Wow.
And number two is half. So.
I have to ask, Amy, have you even started to wrap your head around what it might be like to start to rebuild? And the reason that I bring this up is because we have seen so much of an outpouring of support from people all over the country. One person saying their family's been at your inn, they've stayed there for 50 years. Another person saying it's a slice of heaven. You seem to, you are a pillar of this community here.
Yes, we want to rebuild. It's going to take a little bit of time for sure. We want to rebuild it, make it how it was before. We loved working here. We love the community. Cedar Key is great. We also feel for those that have lost their homes and don't even have a home to live in. So we feel for them. Things can be replaced. We'll rebuild. The family has decided we want to rebuild. And we want our guests to come back again, and we appreciate them. I've gotten so many messages and text messages and phone calls, and I can't even respond to them all, with just outpouring of support to help us out, and we really appreciate it.
Do you feel like this community was adequately prepared for what was to come?
I do think the first responders, we have a great police and fire department here. They told us to be prepared. They evacuated the island. We were prepared. We knew that the surge could be really bad, and they told us and prepared us ahead of time. So yes, it's just, it's hard to come back and see it all, even though you knew it could happen.
Yeah. You had stayed, I think, something like 40 minutes away or 40 miles away from Cedar Key when the storm was passing through. What was it like trying to make your way back to your business?
We had to wait until the bridges were looked at to see if they were structurally sound, and then we're just given the clear just a little bit ago, so it's just the anticipation of waiting. Some of the locals were able to send us videos and pictures, so we kind of knew what we were dealing with. We didn't know that Cottage 1 was gone. That was something we found out as we walked up here this afternoon.
What do you want the rest of the country to know about the process moving forward now, Amy, and about how you and the people in Cedar Key are doing?
Cedar Key is resilient. We'll rebuild. The people are great here. We support each other. We want to help each other out. And it'll take some time, but we'll rebuild. We're a strong community. And they've accepted us in this community with open arms, and we appreciate them.
Amy Firestein, thank you so much for being with us. I know it has been just a difficult day and a long day for you and your family. Appreciate it. Coming up, obviously, the damage from this storm could cost billions of dollars for business owners like Amy, for homeowners, for so many more. What it means for folks in Florida who already pay a whole lot more than average for insurance, and a lot of people there who cannot afford it at all. Plus, the other hurricane in the Atlantic making things worse for some of the spots dealing with Idalia, like in South Carolina. We're talking about that next.
For tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? What is going on when we're looking at trends there? Another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You got to see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Let's talk about the threat of tornadoes now hitting the southeastern coast, specifically in South Carolina, where they have been under a tornado warning. And look at this. You can see Goose Creek, South Carolina, that car flipping, a reported tornado in that area. Let me bring in Bill Cairns, who is tracking this. Bill, I think that tornado warning was set to expire in the last 90 seconds or so. Has it?
Yeah, we've seen numerous. We got 3 active tornado warnings out there currently, Hallie, and that's what you expect in a tropical system. You get these tornadoes that are weak, but not weak enough not to do damage. They could tear your roof off your car. They could flip your vehicle. They're not going to devastate a town, but you can't see them. That's the problem. They're in these squalls and in the gusty winds, and I'm amazed that we actually have video that was that impressive from it. That from that dashboard camera. So yeah, we'll continue to keep an eye on all the tornado threats that are there. Yeah, you can see it moving from right to left, and then boom. It wasn't big. It wasn't large.
But you're right, it is tough to see. There's there's not a funnel cloud that's super obvious the way that we've seen in some other tornado systems.
No, there's not stuff that storm chasers can look at. And looking at the active radar throughout the area, this is what they were afraid of. You get these individual cells, and you can see here's Charleston, and that little red icon shows you where another tornado was reported earlier too. You get these little cells in here, and we can get those little spin-ups. We're mostly concerned with those chance of tornadoes, Charleston northwards up towards Myrtle Beach in here, but we'll keep you posted on any new warnings.
Can you also talk about Storm Franklin? Because we've had Idalia. You have the people in Charleston and in South Carolina dealing with the threat of the tornadoes you just talked about. And out in the mid-Atlantic, this other storm that could be pushing a potentially record storm surge for Charleston. It is the confluence of 3 very uncomfortable events.
Yeah, we haven't talked a lot about Franklin because obviously Idalia was all on all our minds and all our attention. I'll actually step out of the way for this because it just looks very impressive. You can see it's not often you have 2 tropical systems this close to each other. Also, 2 tropical systems that are this huge. You can still see the huge eye on Franklin right here. Our friends in Florida can actually, especially in the Tampa area to Sarasota and Fort Myers, you can thank Franklin. I am pretty sure if it wasn't for Franklin, Idalia would have taken more of a right turn and gone right through the heart of Florida instead of going far to the north, because you can't, in between 2 storms like this, you have to have sinking air, because these are what we call low pressure. So that's air that's rising. So all of this air is going up. So in the middle, the air has to be going down. And a couple of days ago, when Franklin was a major hurricane here, that actually helped keep Idalia a little bit off the Florida peninsula. And I also made this graphic, and what a stretch it has been since 2016 for the state of Florida. So obviously Ian was the last landfall. That was last year. But they've had 6 hurricanes since 2016. 4 of them were major hurricanes. Irma, Ian, Idalia. Michael, of course, was the Category 5. The other 2 were Hermine and Sally. But, what a, we went, I think, 7 or 8 years with no landfalling hurricanes in Florida. And now we can't seem to get through a season without getting at least one. And with Idalia, we did see that, that what we've seen a lot with all of these Gulf storms, this rapid intensification. Yesterday morning at 2 a.m., it was only at 70 miles per hour, and then in 24 hours, it exploded over the very warm, record warm waters in the Gulf, some of it near 90 degrees. It only takes 80 to support a tropical storm or hurricane. It went up 50 miles per hour. So, Hallie, you talk about why did this storm happen and why was it so bad? The water temperatures is probably the #1 line of why it got so strong so fast.
Bill Cairns, thank you so much. Let me pull back and give you a sense of just what it looked like, what it felt like in Steinhatchee. We're just getting in some of this time-lapse video. You can see it here, essentially showing water levels going up, going up, going up, flooding the area outside this person's home, starting to cover roads. I mean, this is the storm as it's passing through. It's what the power of the water and that surge can do. The damage from this tropical storm, obviously making landfall as a powerful hurricane, could be in the billions of dollars. We're not going to know how much for quite a while because all of this has to be looked at, has to be assessed. That could be devastating for a state that is going through a home insurance crisis now, with people there paying something like 4 times the national average. There's plenty of homeowners who cannot afford that, so they don't have insurance at all. Brian Chung is joining us now. Still early here, Brian, but break down the numbers for us, early estimates in terms of damage, and then the insurance piece of this, too.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we take a look at other major storms, and Bill will just walk through some of the larger ones that have hit the Gulf Coast of Florida in the past, you can see that there have certainly been huge, huge numbers. When you talk about even Michael, right, just $22 billion, but that dwarfs in comparison to Hurricane Ian last year, $115 billion, which is still small compared to Hermine in 2016, and then Katrina, of course, in 2005. For what's worth, for right now, the FEMA administrator, that is Deanne Criswell, has said it's a little bit too early to tell exactly what the impact is going to be in the early few hours of this storm. Take a listen to what she said in the White House press briefing earlier today.
It's far too early to even estimate what the cost is. It's still unsafe in many parts to even go out. That's what's going to happen over the next several days, is to really get a good understanding, an initial estimate of what we think the costs will be and what the amount of impact to these communities has been.
And for what's worth, I did speak to an insurer that was based out of Florida today and said that based off of what he's heard in the early few hours, there have been anecdotes of even outside of the initial large impact of the storm. As south as in Tampa, you're hearing of anecdotes of people already concerned about flooding because, Hallie, just 1 inch of flooding can inflict as much as $25,000 in damage to a home. So it's going to be, again, a very big number that we're probably expecting out of this, even if we're talking about areas outside of the main hurricane path.
Brian Chung, thank you so much. There are so many different pieces to this. Really appreciate you bringing that to us tonight. Still to come here on the show, the storm is affecting travel in a big way ahead of a big holiday weekend. We've got the latest on what airports are and are not opening. Lots of different moving pieces on that front as well. We've got it for you live in just a sec.